It is currently the 2nd of April. We just had a Nintendo Switch Direct last week, which I presume is probably like the last dedicated Nintendo Switch Direct. If they have Directs in the future, it'll probably cover both Switch 2 and Switch 1 titles with the whole back compatibility thing. I was up a decent bit later last night than I initially expected to be, because after hearing that the Switch 2 Direct was going to be 60 minutes long, and remembering that the Nintendo Switch 1 direct presentation thing where Bob was 60 minutes long, I couldn't help myself, but I actually ended up rewatching a lot of the Switch 1 direct for kind of an idea of what to expect and just how much stuff truly was unveiled during that direct. There was a lot of stuff here. So they covered like a lot of hardware first and foremost, suggested retail price, region locking, how they're combining all these systems that were present on previous Nintendo consoles and stuff, and going through how the console works. So I expect we'll be seeing some stuff like this with the Switch 2 Direct, like we'll be going through hardware and software, talking about like the controllers. There's a lot of things that were never really used all that much on the Switch 1, like the IR sensor. This was used by 1-2-Switch for like the eating sandwiches mini game thing. And that's the only thing that I can think of that actually used the IR sensor. So I don't know if there will be an IR sensor on the Switch 2 just because nobody really used it on the platform here. The smart rumble thing that they had going on with the Switch 1 was actually kind of really cool. I don't know if that was just in the Joy-Cons or in the Joy-Cons and the Pro Controller as well. I mean, playing through 1-2-Switch myself and feeling like the exact way it rumbles, it actually is pretty cool, not gonna lie. But there's just not really anything that really uses that. So I do wonder if for the Switch 2, they'll take away some of these features that people weren't really using. I know that there's rumors that there could be like some new features in there, like the ability to turn the Joy-Con outside and use it like a mouse or something like that. Maybe the new Joy-Cons won't be pieces of crap that drift. I have 3 sets of Joy-Cons, all 3 of them drift. I use a gray set of Joy-Cons on my console, which are actually my cousin's set that I borrowed when I was borrowing a bunch of controllers for Fragapalooza, which I'm actually wearing my Fragapalooza shirt today for my Smash tournament when I just needed more controllers and stuff. And there are the one set that I have around here that doesn't drift, and they're not even mine. I tell my cousin all the time, like, I have your Joy-Cons if you want them back, but he just wouldn't really play Switch with Joy-Cons anyway, I wouldn't think, so he just doesn't really care about having them back. And then I do the Switch 1 trailer. The 1-2-Switch trailer, I've got numbers in my head, talking about games that anyone can play, where it's like, oh yeah, you had to look at the TV screen or the Wii U gamepad with Nintendo Land, but in 1-2-Switch, you don't even have to look at a screen at all. Everybody's gonna love this game. Then there was this trailer that I was like, wait a second, what was this again? And I thought, like, okay, this has to be ARMS, because I literally don't even know what else it can be, but I don't know how it's gonna be ARMS either. And then, yeah, it was ARMS. And I completely forgot about this trailer. But during the beginning of a new console is when Nintendo really seems to want to put out games that do something new using the new hardware. Like Nintendo Land, for example, on the Wii U, where it's like you have people looking at the TV screen and another player looking at the Wii U gamepad playing against one another. It would have been really cool to see more games that actually did that on the Wii U than we did. And then, like, ARMS, I own it. It's a pretty wacky game. It can be kind of fun. I prefer playing it with button controls than motion controls, though it can be pretty goofy to be laughing at one another doing the motion controls. It's definitely not a bad game by any means, but definitely, you know, a very forgotten kind of niche game. And very much meant to showcase, like, hey, here's some stuff that you can do with, like, the Joy-Con controllers and stuff like that. So I expect with the Switch 2, when it comes to like new games being announced, I wouldn't be surprised to see things that do something new using new hardware capabilities if there's like new things that the Joy-Cons can do, like the mouse thing, Bob, if that's a thing going on. Like, are we going to see games that utilize new features? Though I know the Switch 2, in terms of, you know, the controllers and stuff that you can do, isn't going to be as drastic as a jump from like something like Wii U to Nintendo Switch, so maybe there won't be as much stuff that, you know, is able to do new things with the hardware. They did Splatoon 2 during this presents. There was Super Mario Odyssey, where they hadn't revealed that Cappy can, like, possess people yet. That was still a hidden part. They revealed Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Xenoblade 2. They revealed Fire Emblem Warriors and showed just the tiniest little snippet there. Showed a bunch of third-party games that were coming out. some sort of Atlas Shin Megami Tensei-like game here. I didn't see the title on this, so I don't even know what this is. It's that. Couldn't tell you what it is, but I recognized the demons/personas from, like, Persona 5 and 3 that I've played. There was Project Octopath Traveler that was revealed that I played a whole bunch in the, with the first Switch. There was some third-party support announced where Sega's like, yeah, we intend on supporting this console. Todd Howard came forward and was like, yep, that's right. Skyrim's coming to the Switch. And there was some more things. EA was like, yeah, FIFA's coming to the Switch. And then they were like, yeah, here's a whole bunch of games. And then, of course, like, what the console bundles are going to look like. And then here's a little bit of Breath of the Wild, because we know you guys have been foaming at the mouth for that. And that was basically the Switch 1 presentation. So there was a lot that came out with it. When it comes to, well, geez, forgive the random shot of puberty there. When it comes to the Switch 2, I definitely feel like this console's not going to sell as well as the Switch 1. The Switch 1, I feel like, was very much lightning in a bottle. It came out at just the right time. What with COVID, especially when you consider games like Animal Crossing New Horizons that came out at, like, the perfect time for that kind of thing. But it really makes sense having a back-compatible console, kind of like the 3DS was to the DS, or the Wii to the GameCube, and a lot of Nintendo consoles that are back-compatible. The DS to the Game Boy Advance. Where I presume that they'll continue to put out games where if the Switch 1 can run it, sure, make it a Switch 1 game, then it'll be playable on the Switch 2 anyway. Like Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition here, where supposedly it has like a 60 FPS patch in the code, people have been telling me, which might be something implemented for the Switch 2, because I love Xenoblade Chronicles X, but man, does it perform poorly on the Nintendo Switch. I have not been super impressed by the performance here, admittedly. So there might be a lot more games like that where it's like, hey, it's gonna run better on the Switch 2, but hey, it's available on the Switch 1 as well. And then owners of the first console can still play those. So yeah, I don't think this console's gonna do as well, but they also don't really need it to necessarily, you know? Alright, so they're immediately going into the new Mario Kart that we saw the little smidge of with the Switch 2 reveal in the first place, which is now going to be like 18 player, I guess.
Let's go.
And yeah, with games like Super Mario Bros. Wonder, the new Mario Kart, Nintendo's very much acknowledging that they're willing to go into different art styles here and there, like change it up just a little smidge, not just go with the exact same looking Mario model in friggin' every single game. Which I like. I like them changing it up, though I don't know if I'm really big on the new Donkey Kong. Oh, there's boats in this! Maybe they got some inspiration from Sonic Racing. Now I guess you've got wings out the sides rather than a glider out the top. That's cool. I actually kind of like that. That was fun. We're actually doing some new things with Mario Kart here. Like, I definitely didn't mind Mario Kart 8. And by having, like, the Booster Pass expansion, having, like, 96 courses in one game, that was pretty cool. But it's also cool to get, like, a new game here. Oh, that's cool. That isn't just same old kind of thing here. And it looks like we've got some new stuff going on, and that is pretty cool. What? Nom nom? What? They ate burgers and they became American. They, oh my god. Well, I'm liking the look of the new Mario Kart here. That seems pretty fun there. Mario Kart World, they're calling it. Okay. Interesting.
Hello everyone, I'm Koichi Kawamoto.
Gonna turn it up a little smidge here.
And I'll be one of your guides for today's Nintendo Direct.
Well, I had it a little bit too quiet
I'm the
before, and
producer
apologies.
for Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, that
I'm
actually looks pretty
Tatsuhiro
cool, and I
Goto,
appreciate them
the director for
changing
Nintendo
things
Switch
up.
2. And I'm Tetsuya Sasaki.
So 24
the
players? I think I
hardware
said
design
18 a
lead for
second ago,
Nintendo
because
Switch
I'm
2.
losing my mind and I don't know what numbers are.
What you just saw was Mario Kart World, launching exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2.
Different look to gliders.
Now,
You can go
what
on
do you
water
think this
now
brand
without
new
going
Mario
under
Kart
it, I
game will
guess.
be
Maybe
like?
there'll still be underwater segments. Costumes, different power-ups.
A brand new entry
Anti-gravity
in the
working a
Mario
bit
Kart
differently.
series is launching
But yeah, it's
exclusively
happening.
on the
How's it going,
Nintendo Switch
Yurkovic?
2 system. Welcome to this vast world.
That's very charming.
Kart races are held throughout various regions that span the globe.
So they're actually doing like a little bit of world building with this Mario Kart, rather than it just being like, yeah, you're somewhere racing for some reason. There's a little bit more world presence this time.
You can go off
King
the
Boo, it
racetrack
looks
and
like.
drive virtually
What happened to the Boo?
everywhere in
There's
this world.
costumes. Drive virtually everywhere.
In the classic Grand Prix, race through 4 courses.
I forget
in a
what
bid
course
for first place.
OST this is, but I recognize it. This has got to be a new
But
remaster.
don't sleep at the wheel. You'll also drive to the next course as part of the competition.
Oh, what?
With 24 drivers in each race. the
Wait, you
most
drive
in
to the
history,
next course?
The competition is
So you just
gearing
go
up.
at it? They might add more later. 7 seems like a weird number when it usually be like 8.
Introducing Knockout Tour.
But wait,
Race non-stop from one corner of the world to another.
I'm worried that if you have a lead, you might just
There
like
are
never
multiple
lose it
checkpoints
then.
along the way.
Because if you're doing
You're
a
below
Grand
the
Prix and like
placement shown when
one
you hit a
course ends,
checkpoint,
another starts,
you'll
that's
be
at least like
eliminated.
a reset to the course.
Can you make it all
Chance
the
for
way to the
someone else to
finish
take the
line?
lead a little bit better. But if you're just going at it like one long thing, what's gonna
You
stop
can
the
also
player and
freely
first from just
drive around
maintaining the
this
lead?
vast world in free roam.
This is very different.
By going off-road, you can explore new areas and routes. So drive wherever your heart takes you.
Yeah, this is very different Mario Kart game, isn't it?
You can also go for scenic drives with friends. And even take photos together at different locations.
Interesting. Yeah, this should make for a fun game. Depending on when this comes out, I'd be tempted to host a Mario Kart tournament at Fragapalooza.
Starts here. Mario Kart World.
First new
The
DK.
game launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay, so we're still
More
looking for
details
when
about
that
this
is.
title will be shared in an upcoming Mario Kart World Direct. So be on the lookout for more information.
Like, I'm already
in the
busy at
future.
Frag by running 3 Smash tournaments every year, but like,
Mario
yeah,
Kart
it would be
World
fun.
launches on the same
and
day
it'd probably
as
be
Nintendo
short because you
Switch
get like
2.
so many people just playing at once. Well, depending on
share
how
more
many
details
controllers
in
you
the
can connect to
future,
the
so we hope
console,
you're looking
and how
forward
many
to it.
controllers I could procure. But it is very tempting.
Next,
That
we'd
seems
like
like
to
it would be
introduce some
fun.
of the new features of Nintendo Switch.
I guess you would
2.
only be able to have like 4 at most on one screen.
These are the
like a
Joy-Con 2
4-player split
controllers
screen.
for Switch 2.
Like, it'd be difficult to
And on
have
the
like
right
4-player
Joy-Con
split
2,
screen on the big stage and then
we've
4-player
added a
split
new
screen on like a
C
tiny
button.
monitor that people are gathering around. C
Let's
button.
take a look at some new experiences it offers.
All right, I'll shut up a little bit. Just a little bit though. Wow, they can't even time their sound effects. I'm sure that's a live stream thing is what that probably is. Okay, the audio is actually desynced now.
I'm still ahead of all of you guys.
I'm gonna refresh. The audio is actually desynced. Here. No, it's not a live stream thing.
I'm still ahead of all of you guys.
Alright, well the audio is just desynced. The C button, it allows you to see things.
So
Oh. Oh god. I see where this is going.
No.
There's a microphone in it.
Nix, I'm coming for you.
Discord.
Oh, no.
It might be adopting the Discord formula, but I assume it's going to be
GameChat, a new
Nintendo's
feature
own
for
thing here.
Nintendo Switch 2.
I can't wait for everyone to sound like they're sending out an emergency broadcast from Mars.
I missed you.
With this feature, you'll be able to communicate
I'd
with
rather
friends
just
and
use
family
Discord, I
while
think.
playing a game.
Should we follow
If they had proximity chat or something like that built into their games, that'd be so funny.
While
Like-
using the GameChat feature,
With Mario
your
Kart,
voice is
someone just gets
recognized by a
shelled
microphone
and you
built
drive
into the
past them and you
system.
just hear the screams slowly fading out.
Alright, let's keep going. Okay. So,
It can pick up your speaking voice clearly, even from a distance.
Wait, it's not in the controller, it's in the console?
Alright, let's keep going. It's coming. Let's make a left right here. Let's make a
When it's noisy around you, your voice
That-
will still come through clearly, letting you chat with
How
Um,
did you get hit by a
we're gonna have to see this firsthand.
It does look beautiful. It's so pink.
And you can use this feature in handheld mode too, letting you
'Cause-
easily
yeah, I
chat
should
with
hope so.
friends and family.
I'm a
If you
little
open
bit
the
concerned
chat
that it's the
menu
console
and
that
turn
picks it
on
up,
game
not
screen
the
sharing,
controller.
Good job, good job. There we go, there we go.
You can also share your game screen.
Did you see someone just
So you can see the other people's screens while they're playing?
You can do it. You guys are just.
Oh, I want to do it too. Oh, Oh, shoot. Oh,
Like, at least this is a built into the console user-friendly way of chatting with one another, I guess. But I would rather just use, like, Discord on something that's right next to me rather than the console that
You can chat to your
is
heart's
away.
content, even while playing different games.
Yeah,
So you can see what they're doing while you're playing a game. At least that's, like, an inherent advantage over Discord, is being able to see, like, what they're doing. Like, you can technically do that over Discord anyway, if people are using capture cards, but, you know, how many people are content creators that have capture cards
You
that
can
can do that?
adjust the size of your game screen.
Okay. I don't know why the audio is desynced for this bit. But yeah. Should it be too expensive to put in each controller? Maybe. I don't know how
Or
expensive
expand another
microphones go
friend's
for.
game screen.
Slash really tiny microphones that you have to really shove in there. If you only had the one Joy-Con without the microphone. Yeah. Like the IR sensor. Where it's like, sorry guys, I can't chat. I lost my right Joy-Con.
So everyone
I'll play with
can
one
watch the
Joy-Con
game.
only.
That
would be kinda funny.
Wait.
I guess if it's in the console, you don't have to worry about ever not having it. You need to have it in order to play.
Ready?
Smile.
Oh, yo, that's
Is there a way to capture a screenshot of just your game screen
On
as
the
if it was
right
full screen
Joy-Con
then?
2 controller,
Or you
there's
just
an
get a
additional
screenshot like
button.
the whole everybody's look,
With
and then if
the
you
sync
want
button,
that specific
you can pull up a chat menu.
layout, you have to like crop it out. Like you're cropping out an ifunny.co watermark or something. But yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It looks like you can
Here,
go on
you can
boats on the
quickly
water
and easily
surface
mute
now.
yourself and
That's
more.
God,
there's
what? Nintendo Switch 2 camera. No
By
thanks.
connecting this camera to the system,
Are you gonna be able to use third-party cameras? Oh, that's where you went wrong, Pat. You're playing Mario and Luigi Brothership.
Yo, Nick.
Hi, how's everyone doing? Good?
Nintendo brings back
You
the
can
Wii
appear on
Speak.
screen
Wait, what was the
and
Wii
video
Speak?
chat
Hello,
while
hello,
playing a
DS Shock
game.
Trooper.
Your face is on here.
Wait, Nick, how was your test yesterday?
It was good.
No.
here's how it looks with just the camera feed.
I'm way behind,
There
guys.
you go. I bet you like
Yeah, I guess that is some inherent advantages.
Please look forward to games which use your
Is
camera
that you can
feed
see,
this.
like, right forward to see other people, rather than having to look at another screen with, like, another service. Be able to see what others are doing. Just see it right in game. Was a microphone
Using
for the
GameShare.
Wii Talkie Online. Okay.
Even when you're
The name
apart,
sounds
you
slightly
can play
familiar, but I don't
games
think
and
I've ever really
hang
known
out
what
as
it
if
was.
you were together in the same room. Play together or compete in online multiplayer games.
Well, hopefully the hardware is
Chat while
and
playing
the
with
online
personal
service is
favorites.
good enough to support this. I'm a little bit sketched out because
Decide your
Nintendo has a
own
bit of a
rules
track
for a
record for
retro
making
game
the
competition.
most god-awful online you've ever seen in your
Or
life.
hold a sports
Who the hell would play
competition
Nintendo
between
Switch
families.
Sports?
All together, anytime, anywhere. Game chat.
Interesting. But yeah, clearly trying to
What did
do
you
new
think?
things with the new console.
In developing GameChat, our goal was for you to enjoy playing online with others more closely, including family and friends. Almost as if you're all playing together in the same place.
Including family and friends? You're saying that playing together with other people would normally
The
exclude
camera
family
you
and
saw in
friends?
the trailer is the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, which will be available on the same day as Switch 2.
It stands for Game Chat, which starts with a G, but
A
like
Nintendo
chat, I
Switch
guess
Online
that.
membership will be required to use GameChat.
Yeah, because of course it will,
However,
because everything's a
Since we'd like
subscription
as
service
many people as
nowadays.
possible to experience GameChat, it will be available without a membership for a limited time. We hope
Kind
you'll
of
try
like
it
the
out.
Switch Online stuff with the last console, but I guess specifically for Game Chat.
supports the Nintendo Switch Parental Controls app. And different
You're not
settings can
allowed
be
to chat
adjusted.
with Goomba
For
in
example,
particular.
whether
What
parental
that
permission
is
always
actually
required
what's
when a
going on
child
here.
wants to use GameChat to play with their friends.
I don't like how
We'd
he
like to
looks.
introduce another new experience you
I'm
can share with
definitely not
family and
racist
friends.
towards Goombas. You're not allowed to chat with him, Junior.
On Nintendo Switch, even if you just have one game, you can pass a Joy-Con controller to a friend and play together.
So,
But on Nintendo Switch
Pet
2,
Boards are gonna show
you
their
can play
junk
together
online with the
locally on
camera.
multiple
I'd imagine you
systems
could
using
probably only
just
play
one
with
game,
people on your
with
friends list
GameShare.
with Game Chat.
As shown
Yes,
here,
download play
even
essentially
games
then.
that require multiple screens can be played if one person owns a compatible game.
All right, so yeah,
GameShare,
DS
you can
download play.
temporarily share compatible games with others who also have Nintendo Switch 2 or a Nintendo Switch system.
I don't know why there
You
wasn't
can
something
share a
like this on
game with
Nintendo
up to
Switch.
3 other systems at a time.
Reminds you of the Xbox 360 live camera.
GameShare also supports online play with other Switch 2 systems, and you can use it with friends via GameChat, which we showed earlier. GameShare can only be used with compatible games. This
Okay.
feature is planned for several titles, starting with a free update for Clubhouse
So people can
games
play with
if you
one
want
another
worldwide
online
classics
with only
on
one person
Nintendo
owning the
Switch.
game, it seems like.
GameShare support is also
Because
planned for select
so,
games
that's,
exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2.
That's
so we
a
hope
really
you'll look
good
forward to
change.
it.
That's really nice. If so,
Up next,
I think the
we'd like
audio
to
might
show
just be
you the
desynced
Nintendo Switch 2 system
for like the
itself.
whole rest of this presentation. At this point, we might just have to
Please
suck
take a
it up. Or I could try opening it in a different browser. 'Cause, yeah.
At 7.9 inches, Switch 2 has a bigger built-in screen. Here's
Okay.
how that compares to Nintendo
No,
Switch.
it would be different from the virtual
The
game
system's
cards, I would
thickness
assume.
remains the same.
It seems kind of like DS download play.
With approximately double the pixels compared to Switch, you can enjoy games in greater detail on the 1080p screen.
Okay. Nice to have a
The
1080p
screen
handheld
supports
screen.
Up to 120
Pretty sure
frames
the
per second,
Switch 1 was
allowing for smoother
720p.
gameplay in supported titles.
In handheld mode, at least. I mean, I would be surprised if there was 4K with docked. But
The
it
LCD
seems
screen
1080p
is
in
more vivid
handheld.
and supports HDR, providing
Okay.
more contrast between light and dark areas of the images.
Okay.
The all-new Joy-Con 2 controllers
That'll probably make it
connect
east to use.
magnetically.
I'm used
Strong
to
magnets keep the controllers firmly
having to
attached
help,
to the system.
like, especially in the
Detach
early
the
days of the
controller
Switch,
easily
when playing with
by
anybody,
pressing
having
the
to help
release
them
button
figure out how
on
to
the
put,
back.
like, Joy-Cons on and off, like, grips and stuff. Yeah, having those more
SL
pronounced is definitely
and SR
better.
buttons are bigger
If you
for
didn't
greater
have, like, the little
comfort and
slide-on
control when
attachment
playing with
for,
the Joy-Con 2
for Switch
held
1
horizontally.
Joy-Cons, those things were really hard to press. Yeah, hopefully they don't drift
The
this
left and
time.
right sticks are now larger.
Hopefully. Oh, I'm getting allergies. Yeah, so there are mouse controls.
Each Joy-Con 2 controller can be used as a mouse to play with compatible games.
If you can't
Both
play
the
Mario
left
Kart
and
by
right
going
Joy-Con 2 support mouse controls.
then I'm not interested.
By adjusting the audio balance between the ranges,
That's what we truly need.
sounds from the built-in speakers are clearer and more natural in handheld and tabletop modes. It has a built-in microphone,
Yep.
so you can voice chat with friends anytime via GameChat. It also uses noise-canceling technology to filter sounds, so your voice will come through clearly.
Okay. 3D audio. Is audio not
Even
normally
if you
3D?
don't have a surround sound system, games can be enjoyed with more immersive, three-dimensional sound, as if it were coming from all around you.
Okay, so just the audio quality is better. There's more directional kind of stuff. Okay,
Place
an
your
adjustable
Nintendo
stand
Switch
is nice.
2 however you like, with a large, sturdy
I
stand.
wanted to get different angles with the Switch 1.
can
I would
move
have
it
to
freely,
3D print
like
different
this.
stands. That had to be done.
In addition to the USB-C port found on the bottom of the system, there's one on top as well.
They didn't say anything about the characters,
It's
but
handy for
it
connecting
looks like
a
there's probably
USB-C
24,
camera
judging from like the icons that people have noticed for,
or charging in
you know,
tabletop
the starting
mode.
positions and stuff, and just how many characters that look like were on screen with like the bits that was showing the new Mario Kart.
Nintendo Switch 2 comes with 256 gigabytes of internal storage,
Okay.
8 times that of Nintendo Switch, for storing your game downloads, save data,
Xenoblade
and
X in
more.
the mix there.
Reading and writing data is also faster.
Could still be better. Hopefully you can still put in like a micro SD card.
Use the
to
Nintendo Switch 2
expand it.
dock to connect to your TV and enable up to 4K resolution.
It depends on
for
how you're using
compatible
it,
games.
I would say.
HDR
Terabyte
is
would definitely be
also
nice,
supported
but I mean, this is
in
also a
TV mode.
handheld Nintendo console. Okay. Yeah, so you can go up to 4K. Probably depends on the game.
The Nintendo Switch 2 dock has a built-in fan that keeps your system cool. This helps keep performance stable.
Okay. Which games are going to
On
be
Nintendo
incompatible for the
Switch 2,
Switch 2 is what I
You
really
can
want
play
to know.
Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as compatible Nintendo Switch
Nintendo
games.
Switch Sports.
Physical and digital games are supported.
I should hope so. I like the icons for like what place you're in Mario Kart. Those have some charm there. Yeah, hopefully here. No, the UI is the same. What, with Mario Kart? Yeah, the audio's so
As you
desynced,
just
but
saw,
like, whatever.
Nintendo Switch 2 isn't
On that
simply
2 terabyte
an
SanDisk
improved
card, hell
Nintendo
yeah.
Switch.
The console UI? I
We
did.
redesigned the system from the ground
Did it
up
show the
and
system
packed in
menu?
lots
Am I
of new
dumb?
Gameplay features.
and not notice it?
And to help players
blind?
better understand the Switch
Yeah, I
2
was
hardware,
distracted. Oh.
we're currently developing this game.
Oh.
Mr. Kawamoto!
Hello.
Hi.
The current location is actually inside the game itself. This is Nintendo
Welcome
Switch
tour?
2 Welcome Tour. Exclusive
This better
to
be
Nintendo
built in.
Switch 2.
Like a Nintendo Land kind of thing.
I'm standing over here.
Kind of sucked that Switch 1
Okay,
didn't have anything
everyone,
like that.
join
Closest
me
thing was
inside the
1-2
game.
Switch, but that was a separate purchase.
There are a lot of question mark icons here. Let's examine them.
Unless this isn't a game and this is just like an introduction to the
This sign
console kind of
reads,
thing.
Where are the magnets?
It might be an
Joy-Con 2
introduction to the
controllers
console kind of
attached
thing
to the
rather
system
than
with magnets.
a bunch of mini games.
And those magnets are inside the system. The SL and SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 are made of metal,
Sort of what the PS Vita had?
so that's how they attach to the system.
How do magnets work?
A magnetic circuit is formed between them, so they won't easily detach.
Well, that's cool. That kind of shows you more intimately how it works.
Through examining signs like these, you can discover all sorts of secrets about Nintendo Switch 2. Another example, the Joy-Con 2 controllers have mouse
Cool
controls.
if you want to learn about.
And when combined with the gyroscopes, you
How
can
it
even
works
do
and
something
stuff.
like this.
Doesn't matter if we don't have games that actually
You can adjust
utilize
the
it
position
well.
of the golf club and aim for the cup by rotating the Joy-Con
Because yeah, there
2.
was a bunch of features in the Switch 1 that just nobody
By
really
combining the mouse
used,
controls
like the
and
IR
gyroscopes,
sensor, for
things
example.
Like this are possible. There are secrets to discover even as you're playing mini-games and tech demos.
I guess there are, well, like you said, mini games
Some of
and
the
tech
secrets
demos.
range from the unique features of the system.
But it's more about
to
like,
tiny
hey, this is how
details
the
you might
console
not
works. Look
notice
at all these
until
cool
they're
things it
pointed
can
out.
do.
There are plenty.
But I want more games that actually utilize
Nintendo Switch 2
these.
Welcome Tour will launch as a paid digital game on the same day as Nintendo
Wait,
Switch 2.
it's paid?
So please check it out if you're interested.
Now,
Who would
some more
pay
information
just
regarding
for an
Nintendo
explanation
Switch
of like, hey, here's the
This
intimate
is the
information
game card
about how
for
this
Nintendo
console
Switch 2
works.
titles.
This is how the rumble works.
It's
Here's
the
how
same
like
shape
the
as
mouse
Nintendo
works
Switch
and
game
stuff.
cards,
Isn't that
but
cool
it's
that you
now
can move it up
red,
and
it
down
has
to
much
scrape?
faster data reading speeds.
What do you mean paid?
Next up is additional storage.
Oh,
Switch 2 will
Nintendo.
only work with micro SD express
What a
cards.
joke.
They're a different type of SD card.
I don't know if
and
I'd
will
phrase it
make
like
high-speed
that,
data
trying to not get
transfers
Twitch
possible.
TOS here or anything, but
Please note that regular micro SD cards used for Nintendo Switch will not be compatible.
what? Are you shitting me?
Additionally, to transfer
Wait.
data from Switch to Switch
Hold on, wait, I'm going back for a second. I was not paying enough
it's the
attention.
same shape as Nintendo Switch game cards. But
Okay.
it's now red, and it has much faster data reading speeds.
Okay.
Next up is additional storage. Switch 2 will only work with micro SD express cards.
Micro SD Express.
They're a different type of SD card and will make high-speed data transfers possible.
Okay, when I saw the M symbol, I thought that you were gonna have to buy like Nintendo
Please note
branded
that
micro
regular
SD cards.
cards used for Nintendo Switch will
Was
not
the
be
initial impression
compatible.
I got there. Gotta wait for a Speed Express 2 TB card. Yeah, I guess so.
Switch 2, you can log into your Nintendo account to use the system transfer feature. With this
Better have
feature,
Pikmin carrying
you
it
can
over.
transfer save data, digital games, and more.
What better happen?
We're also releasing a new Pro controller.
Does it
It
look
has a C button, which
thinner
launches
than a
GameChat, and on the back there are
Switch Pro
new
controller?
GL and GR buttons,
Oh, that's
which you can
interesting.
use to assign existing
I
buttons.
believe there's gonna be a single terabyte express card coming?
In addition, an audio jack has been added.
So like the
We've
PlayStation controller.
introduced a few new features, and
more
after
Xbox-y?
today's presentation,
Yeah, I
the
bet.
official Nintendo Switch 2 website will go live. There will also be an Ask the Developer article on the website, where the three of us will talk about the development of Nintendo Switch 2. We hope you'll check
Yeah,
that out
they
as
announced the mic earlier and the presents. It's in the console.
And now, the Nintendo Switch 2 launch date.
Okay.
Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th.
Oh, that's before Fragapalooza.
We're
Cool.
very much looking forward to the day when you all get to experience it, so please wait just a bit longer.
Best Buy might have some pre-orders available here pretty soon. I'll see if I can actually snag one. I got a Switch 1 on launch day after waiting in line
Nintendo
for
Switch 2, you
like
can
half a
play
day.
3 types of games.
I got there at like 3 p.m. and I got it at like
First type
1
is
a.m.
Nintendo Switch 2 games.
At GameStop, they had just enough
These games
non-pre-order
take advantage of
units in
performance
stock
and
for
features
everyone
of
that
Switch
had
2.
lined up early there like me. But
The
hopefully
second
I can just
type
get like
is
a pre-order in
compatible
this
games
time.
that were released
So yeah,
on
it's not
Nintendo
that far
Switch.
away.
Nintendo Switch 2
But
edition
hopefully
games
it's not
are
like
the third
impossible to
type.
get a console like at the beginning.
Some
Hopefully
games
we
that
also
were
don't have like a
released on
PS5
Switch will
situation.
receive upgraded
That was even
versions
worse
that
than the
offer
Switch
things
situation
like
at launch.
improved visuals, unique ways
Being
to play on
scalped to all
Switch
hell.
2,
I know people
and
are gonna
more.
immediately try to scalp this.
Now, I'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Super Mario Party Jamboree.
What?
Please take a look.
I'm gonna have to buy this game a second time then, aren't I? Damn it.
Super Mario Party Jamboree.
I actually
is
quite
getting
like
an
this game.
upgrade on Nintendo Switch 2.
But if I had known
The
that,
upgrade expands on the base game and adds new features,
Is there-
including
maybe it'll work
mouse
like Ghost of
control,
Tsushima across like PS4, PS5, where if you own the original version, you can just download the new content like a DLC update instead of having to buy
more
like
expressive
a
rumble,
whole separate enhanced game just to get the new content. But
and
knowing
gameplay that
Nintendo, that's
uses
probably
a
not going to be the
camera
case.
accessory.
Jamboree is actually
All of
really
which
good.
can
It's
be
probably one
accessed
of, if
on
not my
Switch
new
2.
favorite Mario Party game.
Let's check out
I actually
3
really
new
quite
and
like it,
updated
honestly.
modes.
Nintendo didn't
First
really put
up
out much
is
in the way
Mario
of
Party
games I
mode.
genuinely enjoyed last
With a
year.
single camera,
Like, last
four
year I
players can join
was
the
very
festivities.
unimpressed by the games they had putting
You'll
out,
be
but
able
Mario
to
Party
see each
Jamboree,
other's faces
that one I
as you
liked.
play, so you can experience all the reactions and emotions in real time. Or 4 friends can take the party online. Up next, it's Bowser Live, a mode where the livelier team wins. Bowser will bring you on stage to hit blocks to collect the most coins. Guide an RC
Is
car
there
with
really
your
going to be that
voice.
many full lobbies of 4
And
people that
compete
all
in
have the
other
Nintendo
minigames
Switch
using
camera?
Full body movement and sound.
There's got to be some way that you can use
Finally,
third-party cameras,
take
right?
a ride on the mouse-controlled
Connect
carnival coaster.
3.0? Yeah,
With the
watch it
safety
turn
bar
into that.
lowered and secured, you're off.
Hey, look, the German flowers.
Use mouse controls to shoot down enemies while you feel the bumps and rumbles of the coaster. When you enter a pipe, a mini-game will begin. There's a bouldering game where 2 players each control
I'm
an
gonna need to
arm.
like clear space on my
And
desk.
one where you
I guess I
hit
could
the
just
can of
push my
spray paint
keyboard
and
forward and
quickly
use like my
tag
big Eevee
objects.
mouse pad.
Enjoy the thrill of these intuitive mini-games.
And yeah, Mario Party
How
Jamboree
quickly can you
really
reach the
does a
station?
lot at doing
From
different things that you can
minigames
do
that
with the
use a
console with all
camera,
the different mini games and
with
stuff.
a
I
built-in
guess the Switch 2 is
microphone,
continuing
mouse
that trend.
controls, and rumble. The biggest
But
party
please
yet
just
is
tell me
getting
that
even bigger.
I can get that as
Super
like
Mario
a
Party
DLC.
Jamboree, Nintendo Switch
thing.
2 Edition plus Jamboree TV launches on Nintendo Switch 2, July 24th.
Don't tell me that if I want to play that, I have to buy a whole new game.
Nintendo Switch
Upgrade
2
pack, okay.
players who already own Super Mario Party Jamboree can upgrade to Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV by purchasing an upgrade pack.
Okay, so it is like Ghost of Tsushima.
Please look forward to a new Mario Party experience.
But then what
where
are the
you can
prices
see
going
each
to be?
other's
Is like
reactions
Mario
while
Party
playing.
Jamboree Switch 2 Edition going to be
Let's
$80 and
continue
Mario Party
presenting some more
Jamboree
Nintendo
like
Switch
normal
2
edition
games.
going to be $80 even though there's just more content in what is this just
Nintendo
going to be
Switch
like
2
performance
editions of
boosts?
The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the
Yeah,
Kingdom.
we'll see here. They haven't announced the price
feature
of the Switch
enhanced
2 yet, no.
resolution and frame rates,
Ooh, look how smooth that
and
is.
also support HDR, which makes the image more vibrant,
Is this 60?
so you can play with smoother, higher definition graphics.
Again, sorry that the audio is desynced, but I don't know if I can fix that.
Plus, you can get even more out of your adventures in Hyrule using Zelda Notes.
What?
This
Oh,
new
God!
feature can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch app on smart devices. It's a game-specific service that's exclusive to the Switch 2 editions of these titles.
Daily bonus?
For example,
They're
it
putting
can help guide you
dailies
to
in
various
Breath of the
locations,
Wild and
like
Tears of
shrines
the
and quests
Kingdom?
you
Are you
haven't found
shitting
yet.
me?
Guidance
Have you-
activating. Proceed north.
Yeah, I know how a friggin' map works. Who's gonna use the voice navigation?
Or you can share your creations using QR codes and send them to another player to create in their game.
Okay, that's at least useful. So you don't have to like eyeball and recreate it. That's at least a nice feature.
We hope these features will make your adventures even more enjoyable.
But yeah, what I want is 60 FPS of this right here. Because, well, the thing just fell out. Because, my god, this
In
thing is
Kirby and the
darn
Forgotten
near
Land,
unplayable
you'll
on the
be able
Switch
to
1
enjoy
sometimes.
an
I feel like I'm
additional
playing
story
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet if
exclusive to the
Pokemon Scarlet and
Nintendo Switch
Violet
2
wasn't an
edition,
eyesore.
along with improved
The
graphics
performance
and
of this
frame
on Nintendo Switch is actually really bad. just a couple days ago, I finally beat
This story
Xenoblade
takes
Chronicles
place
X,
in
both the main
Forgotten
game and the
after
epilogue.
being struck
And I
by
actually really
powerful
enjoyed it. Like,
meteors
Xenoblade
causing
Chronicles
some
X is a
mysterious
fantastic game.
changes.
So there's new content in this too, plus Starcross World.
We hope you're looking forward to
But if I
Kirby's
wasn't a
new
content
adventure.
creator, I would probably only play a little bit of Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Switch and just be like, screw this. I'm not playing anymore until it comes out on the
Metroid Prime
Switch.
4 Beyond will
On the
have
Switch
both
2,
a
sorry.
Nintendo Switch and a Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
Here, let's do this, and I gotta do that. Because my camera's blocking all these things that say Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
In addition to standard controls, you can
So I guess
use
I can
mouse
just buy,
controls
like,
for
Metroid Prime 2
intuitive
Switch 2
gameplay
edition
on
in the first
Switch
place.
2.
You can freaking aim with mouse
You
controls!
can explore the immersive world in 4K,
4K
at
60 FPS HDR.
Or enjoy smoother action.
Ooh,
in
1080p
HD
120
at 120
FPS.
frames per second. Choose from these two modes.
Ooh,
both
the
of
Switch
which support
2 is gonna
HDR
be able to run
based on
things
your
so much
preference
better.
and playstyle.
I mean, this is what people wanted. They just wanted, like, a
Plus,
console like the
Pokémon
Switch
Legends
that
ZA, which is
was
scheduled to launch
better.
later this year, will not only receive a Nintendo Switch version, but a Nintendo Switch 2 edition as well.
I would pick up the
By
Nintendo
taking
Switch 2
advantage of the
version for just
power
like the
of
better
Switch 2,
gameplay
You
experience.
can enjoy your
But it was
adventure in
presumably
Lunar
designed
City
with like the
enhanced
Switch 1 in
resolution
mind.
and frame rates.
So I would be tempted to pick up just the regular
The Nintendo Switch 2
Pokemon
edition
Legends
games you just
CA,
saw
play
will
it
be
on my
available
normal
as both
Switch
physical and
and
digital
showcase what
versions.
that's like. Okay.
And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version of a game, you can play the Nintendo Switch 2 edition by purchasing.
Okay, like I get it with Mario Party Jamboree and Kirby and the Forgotten Land when they're adding new content.
Switch 2 edition games.
But Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is just a performance
Next,
boost.
I'd like to introduce
Why
a
should
brand
you
new
have
game
to pay
featuring mouse
to
controls
actually
with
be
the
able to
Joy-Con 2
use
controllers.
the stronger hardware that you've already purchased?
Please take a look.
Like, hey, you have stronger hardware here that can run the game better, but you can only actually use the capabilities of this console if you shell it for an upgrade pack. Like, fuck you, Nintendo. Again, if there's new content, it makes sense. But if it's just like, yeah, you actually want the added performance that's in this console anyway, why should that be an upgrade pack? They did this back on the Wii U. What, upgrade packs? Where they had to pay more for? I don't remember that. Well, I guess I wasn't also gaming as much on my Wii U as I am on my Switch here. Drag X Drive. I was about to make a Hunter x Hunter joke, but for Virtual Console. Oh, like when you are moving games from like the Wii to the Wii U? I think I remember doing that with Ocarina of Time, and then you had to like pay to move it over to the Wii U, which is so dumb. Man, this is gonna be a massive W for the wheelchairing basketball community. No. But I guess, like I mentioned with like the Switch 1 presentation at the beginning of this stream, in the very beginning of a new console, Nintendo likes to put out a lot of things that use the new features of their console, and this very much exemplifies that, with like the mouse kind of stuff of the Joy-Cons. I guess they were thinking like, what games can we design that use like the mouse controls and stuff, and with two Joy-Cons here. And this is what they came up with. Interesting. Better run a tournament for that, Fragapalooza, huh?
In Drag and Drive, you'll use both
Drag and
Joy-Con 2
Drive.
controllers as mice to intuitively pull off various moves. We hope you're looking forward to a new twist on 3-on-3 matches using dual mouse controls.
A new twist on
Next,
3-on-3
here are some
hoops
games from
using
our
dual
publishing
mouse
and development
controls.
partners coming to Nintendo
Words
Switch
I
2.
never thought I would hear. Okay, so some third-party stuff. Wow, okay. I mean, I'll just keep playing on PC. But cool.
This world is in dire need of repair.
Pretty fun game right there.
You can see them, can't you?
Man, it's so jarring with like the
The
desync
rays
audio.
of grace that guide you through your burden.
Just pretend the audio is in sync. We'll use our imagination here.
I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord.
Elden Ring.
May you take the
Yeah, it is pretty weird that Elden Ring Tarnished Edition. What, is there like different content in some way? What do you mean Tarnished Edition? It is kind of funny that there's Dark Souls
I'm Brett
remastered on the
Verstappen from
Switch, but there's
Citizen
no
Games.
like Dark Souls 2 or
Here to say
3.
that Hades 2 is coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay.
Our first ever sequel introduces the Princess of the Dead, an immortal witch out to vanquish the sinister titan of
Oh wait,
time.
is this the announcement of Hades
The
2? Like I knew of
battle beyond the underworld
Hades.
to the ends of the earth.
I've seen some of my
Getting
streamer
to
friends
know
play it.
dozens of characters from Greek myth in a story that reacts to your every setback and victory. It's the kind
Yeah,
of game
the Switch
you
only
quickly
got
pick
one.
up and play whether you're experienced
You can play
with
Dark
traditional or
Souls, you can
not.
play Elden Ring,
Look for more about Hades
but
2
no Dark Souls
later
2 or
this year.
3. Never got to sit down and play Hades on your Xbox, but available on that, or you have access to it through, I don't know, Game Pass or own it in some way. Okay.
本体を持ち寄っての対戦はもちろん、任天堂スイッチ2だけの新モードもあり
New modes exclusive to Nintendo
ソ
Switch
フトは
2.
通常版の他に総勢26キャラクターを収録した Years 1-2 Fighters Edition の2バージョンをさらにゲームと連動するアミーボとアミーボカード
I
も
think I've only
一緒に
briefly
スイッチ
played
2
Street
の発売
Fighter
に
in
お
like
届け
a
します
arcade,
楽しみに
where I tried to replicate some of the command inputs I know generally from Smash.
Initiating Arsenal boot sequence. Weapon safety mechanism confirmed.
I recognize that
All
voice.
operating at normal levels.
Anthem?
Testing link
No,
is fine. Normal. Commencing launch.
Xenoblade Chronicles X2,
After
imagine.
2 long wars where our freedom was restricted.
Probably not.
We will finally be liberated.
Whatever this is, this looks
from
pretty cool,
you.
not gonna lie.
I'm in need of a new arsenal, new equipment, and money. I'm for sale, and you're buying.
Rebels!
What Anthem should have been.
Thanks for the warm welcome!
This planet will
United
be
Earth
ours.
Coalition.
The sovereign axiom.
Allergies.
Has almost completed a weapon that was created to destroy all humanity.
No! Because we're in the middle of a war. Don't you get it?
Daemon Ex Machina. Maybe.
I'll tear you apart!
X.
Oh,
Yep.
children.
You are
Bring
correct.
hope to our lives.
Titanic Scion.
Don't they?
Looks pretty cool. I don't really know much about
Hey,
Daemon Ex
this is
Machina.
Joseph Fares from Hazelight.
That looks pretty sick.
I'm super excited for Split Fiction to come to Nintendo Switch 2.
Maybe I should just
The
like
game
stay
is
on this
story about
layout. The
friendship.
titles keep on appearing
You
here.
play as Mio, who writes sci-fi, and Zoe, who writes fantasy. Together, they get trapped in their own story.
I think I've
and it's up to you and
heard
a
this
friend
name
to help
before,
them
but I
break
don't really
free.
know much about it.
Now, let me tell you this. If you like It Takes Two,
Only played
you're
the
gonna
demo, found
love
it boring.
this
Of
one,
Split
trust me.
Friction or Daemon Ex
Of course,
Machina.
you'll be able to play Split Fiction on the day Switch 2 launches.
At EA Sports,
The announcement everyone's been waiting for.
both on the pitch
Machina? Okay,
and on the
gotcha.
gridiron. We're excited to announce that EA Sports FC will be coming to Nintendo.
I mean, with the Switch 1
2.
presentation, they announced that
Madden
FIFA was
NFL
coming,
will also
so
be arriving on the Nintendo platform. EA Sports.
this kind of follows
it's in
suit.
the game.
It's in the game.
Hi, I'm Alan Tu from Avalanche Software. We are bringing Hogwarts Legacy to Nintendo Switch 2. With enhanced graphics
Okay.
and seamless world transitions,
I know a lot of people
You'll be
really like
immersed in
this
a
game. I know a
visual
lot of
world like
people
never
on it were really mad at this game
And the new
because
mouse controls
people on
on
the
Switch
internet,
2
a
give you
lot of people are just
more
really
ways
mad at
to
Harry
experience
Potter
the
in
adventure.
general nowadays. I've seen each of the
Discover
movies
the
like
enhanced magic when Hogwarts
once,
Legacy launches on the same
probably
day
just
as
once each.
Switch
I don't know if I've ever seen any of them a second time. I've never been a Harry Potter fan. It's just like, oh yeah, there's some entertaining movies that I've seen like once, and that's all I really know about the IP. So I don't really have anything to offer on it apart from that, but I know that, like, the internet has had Rowling and hot water for several years now, and so there was that, and apparently, was there some stuff with development of Hogwarts Legacy that people were mad about? I don't remember even, but, you know, it's not a game that I play. Is the case. Tony Hawk 3 was the game that released on pretty much everything, wasn't it? I'm not sure. What? Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. Level of hate that game got reminds me of Power World got. Yeah, that's honestly a pretty good comparison
We're
there.
bringing our flagship title, Hitman World of Assassination, to Nintendo Switch 2.
I sometimes get emails asking if I'd like to play a game as like a review copy, usually of just like small indie games. I got an email like a couple days ago that was about like some Hitman game, and it's like, I doubt that like a bigger brand would actually want to reach out to a small creator like me about that, so I assume it's probably scam trying to like fish my information. And it also seemed like it wasn't directly sent to me, it wasn't CC'd to me, it was BCC'd to me, and I was like, yeah, I'm probably just not gonna respond to this, I don't think. I doubt that it's real. GoldenEye 64 remake, imagine. Oh my god, it is. Or a new GoldenEye game, not necessarily the 64 one.
James Bond. The world's favorite spy is
But I
coming
know
to
that
Nintendo Switch 2,
the
so
Nintendo
stay
64
tuned.
game is probably like one of the more what?
The story of
one of the more famous Nintendo 64 games
is reborn.
Oh god, I don't want another playthrough. It's gonna take me over a year.
Returns, remastered in high definition.
Okay, so it is more like a direct remaster rather than a full remake. I already have a full playthrough of Bravely Default on my channel, and I'm pretty sure it's already in HD anyway, because I was playing it on Citra. So, like, the graphics are already enhanced anyway. This honestly is a fantastic game. Like, Bravely Default was really good.
With unique ways to play.
Mouse-controlled minigames?
Square Enix presents the classic fantasy RPG.
So, I mean, anyone curious about this can, okay. Anyone curious about this can just, available on launch day, can alright look up my Bravely Default playthrough on my channel. It was in my early content creation game, so I think my content was a little ass, honestly. But I do already have a full playthrough of that game. And if that's just like an HD remaster or not like a full remake, then it's like, okay. I don't necessarily feel compelled to, like, pick it up a second time. Plus, I think that it's just, like, really fun in general being able to play that on, like, the tiny handheld of, like, the 3DS and on the go, and the charm of that. Like, sure, I could get, like, enhanced graphics, and I guess mouse-controlled mini-games on the Switch, but... you know, if it's not like a full remake, just like, hey, I got to see these chibi characters in like higher definition and stuff, I think I'll prefer like the smaller screens, little handheld thing that fits in my pocket, I play on the go. So even though I love Bravely Default, I don't know if I could see myself picking that up. Koei Tecmo? We're getting a friggin' Tears of the Kingdom Warriors game.
Joined hands with the Hylians.
Is a third Bravely Default game on Switch good? No. It's probably one of the worst RPGs I've ever played in my life. I love Bravely Default, I love Bravely Second. Bravely Default 2 is actual ass. I've had a full discussion, like, many times around here. You can find, like, videos in my discussions playlist on the channel of me just rambling about how ass Bravely Default 2 is.
The imprisoning war.
So we're getting Tears of the Kingdom Warriors. Why?
Back in time.
Oh, money, I guess, but so there's Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild Warriors game, and Tears of the Kingdom Warriors game, and they're both prequels.
Really is the past.
Wait, so who are going to be the playable characters then? Just Zelda and those two that I forget the names of, and like Minoru as well then, and like I don't know who else then. Unless we do like some multiversal time travel stuff like the Age of Calamity did, which I wouldn't be surprised to see. I mean, I actually really enjoyed Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Its progression did not feel as satisfying to me compared to the original Hyrule Warriors. Because I really liked having the map, Age of Imprisonment. I really like the map of the original Hyrule Warriors where you get to see like your medals across the map and really get like a sense of progression. But in Age of Calamity, you have all these orange like quests around the map that turn blue after you complete them. But you unlock more, who knows when, it just feels semi-random. Whereas with like the adventure map in the original Hyrule Warriors, you could see exactly what you have yet to unlock and what the conditions to unlock them are. Like, it was clearly quantifiable. I didn't feel as motivated to go around doing all the things in Age of Calamity, because I didn't really know how much there was to do. It was just occasional, like, surprise, there's more quests. So I couldn't really quantify my progress or have an idea of, like, how far along I was, like, in terms of the grand picture. So, even though the gameplay, general combat, and stuff like that was a big upgrade over the original Hyrule Warriors in multiple ways, and the combat was actually like really cool and satisfying. I just couldn't get into it as much because I didn't find the progression as satisfying. It's gonna be a separate expansion, isn't it?
Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion.
Yeah, they really are milking the fuck out of Breath of the Wild, aren't they?
Exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2.
I hate how Nintendo handles their classic games.
Originally released in 2001.
This is going to be an additional expansion
available at launch.
Because everything has to be a freaking subscription service nowadays. Ever picked up the first Breath of the Wild Hyrule Warriors game since you had Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition? The gameplay is actually a really big improvement. Like, there's so much more depth to it.
The Wind Waker.
It's really quite cool.
Transcending history and the world.
If Odama isn't on this, I don't want to hear it.
Eternally retold. In In this 3D, weapons-based fighting game, each fighter comes equipped with a different
Yeah, that's fair. A lot of them have been brought
and
over
the Legend
anyway.
of Zelda series enters the fray.
I played Soul Calibur
Calibur
once,
2.
and I remember that.
Experience a world of white-knuckle racing at speeds over 2,000 kilometers per hour. 30 machines.
Nice, they're using
will put
metric.
it all on the line
I've never played
in
an F-Zero game,
death-defying
would like to
races.
one day.
Featuring
Allergies.
the series' first machine customization and story mode, get ready to experience
Just
F-Zero
wait until they
GX.
announce the price of this subscription.
In games that support multiplayer,
Just
up
wait.
to 4 can play together locally or online.
Right now, it's like 20 bucks a year for normal Nintendo Online,
Enjoy these
$50 a
classic
year
games
for
with
like the
clear image
expansion for
quality and
N64
higher
and
resolution
Genesis.
than the original
Watch, it's gotta be like $80 a year if you want to be able to play
Also,
GameCube
check the
games.
controls for each title and customize
I just
them
want to be
your
able to
liking.
purchase and own my games. I kind of despise subscription
More
services,
titles will be
just in
added
general.
in the future.
Hey, look, a way that you can actually play Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. Oh, I better play Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness before it comes out on that.
Nintendo
Same day as
GameCube,
Switch 2.
Nintendo
Oh, I better do it
Classics,
before June then.
The Switch 2 exclusive
I already
game
played
library
Pokemon Coliseum
coming
on the
to
channel,
Nintendo
and I was
Switch
debating
Online plus
about
expansion
when to do
pack.
XD Gale of
Launches
Darkness.
the same
I guess
day
I'm doing
as
it
the
sooner
hardware
rather than
release.
later. Because when Paper Mario got announced for like
a
the Switch
dedicated
expansion,
controller
I
designed
tried
after the
to
original
play through
GameCube
it before it came out on the
controller
Switch so
will
that
also be
Nintendo
released.
wouldn't be able to point the finger and
can
be like,
connect
hey,
wirelessly.
it was available to
Also
play
has
in a
a
different
C
way,
button
and you,
to quickly
oh, that's
access
nice that there's just
GameChat.
like a wireless GameCube controller with like the normal features and
Nintendo
stuff like that.
GameCube controller.
Well, maybe I'll buy one of those at some
Exclusively
point.
available for Nintendo Switch Online members,
But,
will
so
also
that I
be
can use that
available
wirelessly
the
when I'm
same
playing
day
Smash
as
and stuff.
Nintendo Switch 2.
But yeah, I didn't want Nintendo to be able to point and
Whether
say
you're
like,
familiar
hey,
with the games
you could
or
have
haven't
played
played
this
them
like the standard
we
legal
hope
way
you're looking forward to
instead of
Nintendo
emulating
GameCube
it. We're gonna come after
Nintendo
you for that, knowing Nintendo and stuff. So I did like my full
you can
playthrough of
continue
Paper
to
Mario
play select
64
games from
before
the
it came
system
out on the
shown here
Switch,
on Nintendo
like start to
Switch 2.
finish. And now I'm gonna try and
let's
do
see
that with
some more
Pokemon
games
XD
from a
Gale of
publishing
Darkness. I mean,
development
they said more titles will be added later, so there isn't a release date for Gale of Darkness yet. But I think I'm still gonna try to do that playthrough sooner rather than later. I was debating about like if it was gonna go on like shortly after Legends ZA or start shortly before. Oh, cool. Is this gonna be the first footage we get of chapters 3 and 4, or just like a little smidge of an announcement? No, we might actually get some heartfelt journey of humor and friendship. Undertale's parallel story. And I've already done a playthrough of chapters 1 and 2. I will continue my playthrough with chapters 3 and 4. I've been playing on PC, so I'll probably just be playing it on PC. At least I think I've been playing on PC. I don't know, everything's a blur. I did my Undertale playthrough on the Switch. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to keep an eye out for that XD Gale of Darkness playthrough there. Or that release date, not playthrough. To do my playthrough. Before it comes out, do another Paper Mario situation. Do it before Nintendo charges me. Oh, available on Nintendo Switch 2 launch day, so that's June 2nd.
I'm Randy from Gearbox.
Oh,
Borderlands
that is
4,
June 2nd,
our
right? The
upcoming
Switch 2 release
flagship
day.
Borderlands game
Huh,
will
okay.
launch on Nintendo Switch 2. Borderlands
I played a
is back.
Borderlands game once
Loot
in like
and shoot your way
PvP.
through a world
Here,
filled with
let's
wild
see
enemies
really
and
quickly here.
outrageous weapons.
June 2nd,
We're
Delta
still in
Rune,
development, and it's
chapters
already the
3
most
and
ambitious
4
Borderlands game we've
added to the
ever
game
made.
schedule.
Borderlands 4 will
Wait, they
launch
announced
in
that Mario Kart was coming out the
2025.
same day as the
We'll be
Switch 2 as
sharing
well,
a
so I
lot
can
of
add
game
Mario
events
Kart to
ahead,
that as
and
well.
there's more
June
features today
2nd,
on the way.
Mario Kart World.
I'm Dennis Shirk.
And I guess technically that, like,
We're
oh,
releasing
Civ
a
7's
Nintendo
going
Switch
to
2
it.
edition
I guess technically
of
that
Sid
thing that
Meier's
showcases the
Civilization
Switch
7.
2 is coming out that
In
day
Civ
as well,
7,
but
you'll
like,
establish an empire
if it's
and
not
guide your
free,
people
like,
throughout
who
the ages of
cares?
history.
Like, I could pick it up and
With the
showcase
new
it
mouse
just for the sake of
controls,
showcasing
players
it.
can enjoy a more
I have
intuitive gameplay
over 100
experience.
hours in Civ 6. I
Civ 7
played it as a
launches on the
newcomer on the
same day
channel
as Switch
because
2.
I needed to for like my use of history
if
and
you
video
already
games
own
class,
the
where I
Nintendo
went
Switch
into it
version,
not knowing what
you
the
can
hell I was
experience
doing.
mouse controls
But then
and
I actually
switch
really
ability
liked it,
by
and then like
purchasing the
while I was
upgrade.
away out of town, like out at the family's
And
lake
we
cabin and
have
stuff, I
even
wanted something to
more
play.
news
I would
from
just keep on
CK.
playing Civ 6 on my own time. And
I'm Lionel James.
after
And I'm
like
Ben
the
Bishop.
year after I first played it
Our
on the
final
channel, I
announcement
ended up
today
accruing a bit over
is that
100 hours on my own
2K
time, and I actually really
coming
quite
to
like Civ
Nintendo
6.
Switch 2.
So when Civ 7 was
Plus
coming out,
NBA
I was
2K as
debating
well.
like, should I pick it up and
We
cover it
can't
on the
wait to see
channel?
you in the ring.
But
And
Civ
on the
7, it sounds like it does a lot of things different in the sense of like there are some really cool new changes that it sounds like we're long overdue for. But there's also a lot of changes that people really don't like. And apparently like people have been saying that the UI of the game is like the most god-awful thing you've ever seen. And that it sounds like it might be worth waiting a little bit of time for them to like patch and change some things. But
Nailed it. Hook, line, and sinker. Leadup for home.
I'm refreshing again. Maybe it'll fix the audio desync. Uh-oh. Skip. I would assume it's a bonus tier. I didn't actually see them say anything about that. I'm gonna try opening this in a new browser. That's what I'm gonna try and do. Let's go over to this. You can see me asking game-related questions to ChatGPT here. I call it playthrough. Oh, well, this is as up-to-date as, like, this one is. Alright, we're going back a bit, I guess. We can't quite see as much into the future with Chrome. Oh god, the audio is even more desynced. Oh no!
My name is Adam Badowski from CD Projekt Red. We are delighted to bring the immersive world.
Oh, well, we went back a little bit, but maybe everything's fixed now.
Cyberpunk 2077 is an open-world action-adventure RPG.
Okay, well, things are not in sync. It just sounded with the sound effects. I knew the moment it said Cyberpunk 2077. Oh, no!
Get ready to meet unforgettable characters and discover engaging stories when Cyberpunk 2077.
Someone getting fired, someone's saying here. Yeah, Cyberpunk 27 looks great on the Switch. I'm glad they finally fixed the game. Alright, well, Cyberpunk, alright, I'm not the only one having these issues. It came out in an unfinished state. It actually, like, it did very much have a turnaround. I don't think it was as famous of a turnaround as something like No Man's Sky. Like, when people think of Cyberpunk 2077, especially people that haven't played the game like me, they still think of, like, the disastrous launch and broken mess. But apparently it is very fixed nowadays and actually, like, a good playable game from what I've heard from people that have played it. Do we just want to, like, use our imagination here? Or something? I can add my own commentary. Wait! They're going rapid fire. Oh, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. I already own these on PlayStation. Well, I already own... Yeah, Remake Intergrade I already own on PlayStation. I don't own Rebirth yet. I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale. I'm currently playing Final Fantasy VII Original, so I gotta get through that first, and then I'll play Crisis Core, and then I'll play Remake Intergrade, and then I'll play Rebirth, and then I'll play the new one when it comes out. Hollow Knight Silksong. Hey, 2025 it says. Great news for Silksong fans. Doing a bunch of things rapid fire here. 2-point museum. Okay. Wild Hearts. Witchbrook? Yeah, this was shown in the Nintendo Switch presentation from last week. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S. Hell yeah. Moon Factory, Guardians of Azuma. We saw this during the Switch 1 presentation as well. Only the greatest video game of all time, Star Wars Outlaws. But yeah, considering I have a decent amount of hours in, like, Civ 6, maybe I'll play Civ 7 one day. But I might wait for the game to get, like, a decent bit of patches, and maybe they'll, like, upgrade the UI and stuff like that. And then I'll see firsthand what Civ 7 is like. Hashtag consume darkness. There's a Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Okay. Yeah, it's seeming like. And there's a lot of things coming out for it, like, really soon after. That was one of the problems with the Switch 1, is the moment it came out, there was, like, no games for it. You could play Breath of the Wild, 1-2 Switch, Bomberman, Snipper Clips, and probably not much else. Like, there was very much a severe lack of games in the... I've never played a Professor Layton game, but I'll definitely consider it with this. But it seems like that is probably not going to be the case. We have a lot of games coming out, like, either on launch day or very, very shortly after with July here with the Switch 2. Seems to be the case. Curiosity. If I go to Best Buy here, there wouldn't be any Switch 2 stuff already, would there? Just gotta be on top of it before scalpers, like, ruin everyone's day. Sign up to get notified when pre-order information is available. Yeah, so definitely not yet. Maybe things are back in sync again. Maybe we're good. Maybe. Here, you can see more of what the heck's going on here. I had too much to drink. Oh, don't touch.
I give you my blood.
A little quiet.
I give you my life.
Too late, it's touched.
Turn
Germs!
a wheel. And transport him to a night of moonlight. To humanity's very dusk.
This gives Soulsborne vibes. Get that man some hand sanitizer, right? That doesn't look sanitary. That's why it would give Soulsborne vibes. That would explain it. Is this Night Rain? No, this has got to be something else. Yeah, at first I thought Bloodborne, because I haven't actually seen / played Bloodborne yet. I own it now. I would like to play it, probably sometime this year. Bloodborne 2. Announced in a Nintendo presentation, not a Sony one, imagine. It might just be a new Soulsborne game. That might just be. I mean, there was the mouse wheelchair thingamabob. That's a new Nintendo game. There was that. What? But yeah, this is definitely Soulsborne. Something akin to Dark Souls / Elden Ring. It's gotta be. Like, FromSoft makes some other games sometimes, like Armored Core, for example. But this is definitely a Soulsborne game. It's looking like it's not Night Rain. So it's something new. And they're announcing it during the Switch 2 presentation. Which, you know, I guess it's a good presentation to announce it, considering it's like the unveiling of a new console, so there'd be a lot of eyes on it. But it's still surprising to see it during a Nintendo presentation of all things. Frog with boobs, I didn't even see that it had that. I just saw the frog there. Yeah, maybe you're the bad guy and you're a vampire nom-nomming people or something. Yeah, the audio's still a bit desynced, it seems like. But, like, whatever. I don't know what the hell this is, but I'll play it. Like, in terms of me playing the Dark Souls games in Elden Ring, I haven't thought that they were, like, you know, the best game experiences that I've ever had or anything. But I've still really enjoyed my time with them, the Duskbloods. That looks pretty cool, not gonna lie. So, when's that coming out? Coming out on the Switch 2? So we don't get Dark Souls 2 or 3, but we get Elden Ring and a new Soulsborne game. Where you nom-nom people. 2026, okay. Available only on Switch 2? What?
What you just saw was a brand new game by From Software.
It looks pretty cool, honestly. I'm adding that.
We'll be publishing a creator's voice article where the game's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, will share more
Duskbloods?
details about the game.
Or was it called
Please
The
check it out when it's
Duskbloods?
available.
Something like that.
That's all from our publishing and development partners.
Okay.
We'd like to thank the developers who appeared today.
So that was the final
as well as our
announcement from, like,
publishing and
development partners, it seems like.
Who prepared footage for this
Which,
presentation.
I mean, makes sense when they always... You want to always lead and end with your strongest things, because that's what's going to stick in people's memory the most.
Our partners are working on many games coming to Nintendo Switch 2. We'll showcase
Look at
more
the
games
time
in
and
the
hours
future,
already
so
gone
we hope
by.
you're looking forward to it. Next, please take a look at this.
What if I don't want to? So then something first party again. Audio is desynced. Kirby. From the Shape of the Star. Yeah. Only it was in sync. I'd be surprised if they announced Smash this early. It would be interesting to see. But yeah. Yeah, it looks like that new From Software game is going to be a Switch 2 exclusive. With Kirby trying to light up the star, it's either a new edgier Kirby game or edgier. Yeah, it's definitely a Kirby. When's Kirby Air Ride is what it is. I wonder if Sakurai's the developer of it, the director of it. This is gonna make a lot of people really happy. I've never played the original Kirby Air Ride. It looks like a fun game. I would like to one of these days. So, new Mario Kart and new Kirby Air Ride. Cool. Kirby Air Ride. Ers. Sakurai is the director! Yo! Alright, I'm adding that to the thingamabob here.
Kirby Air Ride, which originally released on the Nintendo GameCube system over 20 years ago, is getting a brand new game.
Cool.
We hope you're looking forward to Kirby Air Riders, directed by Masahiro Sakurai.
Also, always cool to see Sakurai working on other projects.
Next is our last trailer for today.
I think the last non-Smash thing that he worked on was Kid Icarus Uprising, right? And that's a fantastic game, too. So now is the final announcement. I was about to say it initially gave... What was that? Bug Snacks. That's what it initially gave me vibes of. For whatever reason here. Maybe a new IP here? Or maybe this is the new 3D Mario title. We had, yeah, I feel like this is a new 3D Mario title. We had Mario Odyssey during the Switch 1 presentation. If only audio was in sync. Wait, DK. Wait, maybe it's a new Donkey Kong, is what it is. Kind of after the Donkey Kong 64 games. This is the art style that they are just going with now. The new 3D DK. Huh. Yeah, it's that face. Interesting. Looks so cool and stylized. I know a lot of people really don't like it. I don't know how I feel about it. Minecraft. So it looks like basically all the terrain is destructible. Even the creatures that look like they're peaceful. Interesting. Huh. Big spins. King K. Rool better be here. That'd be cool. Hey, look, 2D section. Facial expressions are pretty fun there. Very expressive. Yeah, this does look cool, honestly. This looks like a game that I'd play. Probably get a kick out of this. Yeah, who would have thought? Rather than like 3D Mario right off the bat, we're getting a new 3D Donkey Kong right off the bat. An actual really high quality looking 3D Donkey Kong game. Donkey Kong Bananza. The game actually looks pretty good. Okay, so July 17th. Not mixing up my numbers here. I'm adding that to the thing here.
New 3D platforming
I'm adding that to
game
like
starring
the
Donkey
games that we're
Kong,
gonna do here.
Called Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Donkey Kong
With incredible
Bonanza.
Strength, smash through enemies.
Yeah.
Walls.
That actually looks pretty fun.
The ground. and
Can't be
just
any worse than
about everything as you
DK64?
demolish your way through a
Presumably it
massive
should just be a whole
underground
lot
world.
better.
More details will be shared in the future.
I know a lot of people
We
really
hope
like
you're
Donkey Kong
looking forward to
64. Secret King K. Rool super
Thank
boss
you for
fight.
watching so far.
Imagine.
To recap, Nintendo Switch
Yeah,
2
June 5th.
launches on June 5th.
Yeah, I put down June 2nd for
Finally,
Deltarune
here are the
and Mario
hardware
Kart World.
options that will be available at launch.
June 5th.
We'll release Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, this is how they ended the Switch 1
as well
presentation
as
as well.
a bundle that includes a digital version of Mario Kart World.
I'm going all physical. Yeah,
For more
we're
details,
about to see the cost, I
please
imagine.
check the official Nintendo Switch 2 website, which goes live later today.
Okay.
We've
going
covered
digital
a lot of
maniac.
information, but that's all we have to share for today.
What? No price?
You'll
Even though
have
it's
to
like
wait
just a couple
a
months
bit
out.
longer for launch. We are very much looking forward to everyone being
You're really
able
not
to
unveiling the
experience
price?
Nintendo Switch 2.
They unveiled the price of the Switch 1 during the Switch 1
joining
Direct.
us today.
Thank you very much.
What? They didn't unveil the price. But yeah, it's not very far out at all, the Switch 2. But yeah, I hope that it doesn't get scalped to all hell. Yeah, and then they're doing like the Treehouse Live thingamabobs. Well. Okay, interesting. I was debating about streaming some of the tree houses. I mean, it'll be early tomorrow morning. There is another new game coming out, like, literally tomorrow that I might play. That being Last of Us Part 2 on PC. That's coming out here. But it really depends on if it's broken. Because I played Part 1 on PC, and it was probably, like, one of, if not the worst PC port I've ever seen in my life. Like, I could tell the game was good, but it was just, what a terrible PC port. I already own this on PS5, and it works just fine on that. Like, it's perfectly stable, it's not broken or anything. But if this is as broken as the PC version, then, like, I'll play it on that. If it's not broken, then it's like, okay, then I'll just, like, play it at some point whenever I feel like on the PS5 version that I already own, just to, like, save some money. But if it's broken as hell, like Part 1 was, then I do want to play the PC version because, like, laughing at it being broken would be really hilarious. Got a notification on Steam. I always have a notification on Steam. 2 new friend requests. I better check those out. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna be honest. Play the Power World Dating Simulator when that comes out. Yeah, that's what I should do. That's what I better do here. Yeah, why wasn't this part of the Nintendo Direct, huh? It's not... Like, let's ignore the fact that Nintendo's suing the shit out of them right now. And it sounds like is actually struggling to sue them, like, luckily enough. A lot of these patent lawsuits are not, like, proceeding. It sounds like the courts are kind of like, yeah, you don't have a ground here, which is great, honestly. But, hello, Reggie Bump, Nintendo are cowards. So is this stuff, like, up immediately? Not quite yet. It looks like this is just the full video now, so should be able to watch it without... without the lag and stuff. Just got back from watching it with friends, fair enough. I'm surprised that I didn't say anything about, like, you know, a Switch 2 version of this or something like that, like these other games. I mean, again, people have told me that there is just, like, 60 FPS patch, like, in the code of this game, apparently. So, maybe Monolith Soft was like, hey, you play it on the Switch 2, you just get better performance, as opposed to in-house Nintendo with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where it's like, if you want better performance, you better be ready to cough up. So, speaking of lawsuits, Billy Mitchell won his lawsuit against Carl Yops? Really? Billy Mitchell won? For arguing that Carl Yops was, like, defaming him, or whatever the, lawsuit was there, attacking his character? He won. Really? I find that extremely surprising. Not all Switch 1 games are coming back. Oh, let's go through things here real quick. I'm liking the look of the new Mario Kart. Whoops, I'm adjusting the volume here. I am very much liking the look of the new Mario Kart. I do like how with Mario games now... Also, why is this bar just stuck on the bottom of the screen? Like, what? Yes, I'd like to look to the right to see this little smidge of black. Like, thank you. Let's refresh and see if that goes away. I've never had that problem with YouTube before. Here. That's just gonna stay there. Hope you enjoy the scroll bar. That's like the most pointless thing ever on the bottom of the screen there. Yeah, Shy Guy's the same. That's because Shy Guy's perfect. You don't need to change perfection. But I do like how it's like, yeah, we're not just sticking with like the exact same Mario model until like the end of time. Like it's felt like for a little while. We're actually gonna change things up sometimes, you know. Facts. Wait, I missed this bit earlier. So it's not just the vehicles for the water, DK Pass, but we've got like snowmobiles now too. So your vehicles will transform. There was definitely some Sonic inspiration with this game, no doubt. So your vehicles continue to transform. That is pretty cool, honestly. That is definitely pretty cool there. Also, it was actually about Apollo Legend ending his life, and Carl was blaming Billy for that. Oh, but everyone thought the case was about video game high score cheating. That's what I thought as well. I didn't even realize that that was going on. Meanwhile, Sega's been using the same Sonic model since 2008. Well, the Sonic Boom, he got a scarf and like was slightly taller and stuff. Yeah, I am liking the look of the new Mario Kart. I don't know what the costumes are gonna do. Maybe they don't do anything. Maybe it's just purely for looks, just having like more customizability. Like it no longer being just your cart that you're customized, but you get like customizable looks for your characters. I think that's how it worked in Mario Kart Tour or whatever it was called. The the phone app thingamabob that I'm not gonna play because I don't play freemium games. You can play as a cow? I guess so. Yeah, it's really cool that they finally added your mother to the game. But it looks like you change costumes by, like, eating things. So, I guess it's not a customized, like, before the course thing. It's a course-dependent thing or something like that. Yeah, I just put King K. Rool in Mario Kart. That'd be cool there. They officially axed the Koopa kids, did they? I guess I wasn't really looking out for them here. But I am definitely liking the look of this new Mario Kart. And I already host a lot of tournaments with Fragapalooza, considering it's a 4-day LAN gaming event, and I host 3 tournaments. And Sunday, the final day of the 4-day gaming event, is basically just go until about, like, noonish and then wrap things up. So in terms of, like, the days that actually go late anyway, I'm already hosting, like, a tournament all 3 of those days. But this does look like it would be fun, and would be fun to do, like, a thing at Frag. And it could probably go, like, pretty fast and smoothly. Like, you know, you got 4 people playing at once, and just, like, kind of go at it and stuff. Well, it would go on for a while if everyone's doing, like, a Grand Prix. Unless we brought it down to, like, 1 race each and just did, like, a rapid-fire kind of tournament. Best of 1 or something like that. I don't know. I want to consider this. I have my hands full so much when it comes to, like, Fragapalooza tournaments, and, like, they do other stuff with the stage. It's not like it's just my tournaments. I don't want to be, like, hogging the stage for different things I'm doing. But I am definitely, like, I am very much tempted to bring this up to other Frag staff and be like, hey, is there any chance that we can do, like, a Mario Kart thing? Because that would actually be fun. Like, the fact that this is out when Fragapalooza is going on, that could be fun. And with it being, like, the new Mario Kart game, and not everyone having, like, a Switch 2 at that point, that might be really fun for people to just hop into at the LAN gaming event. Like, hey, I don't have a Switch 2, I haven't gotten the chance to play the new Mario Kart yet, I would like to play it. Or just those that already have it and just want to play in, like, a multiplayer, local multiplayer environment. That sounds like it would be really quite good, you know? Worried about what the true UI will look like with the store and such. Yeah, I'm worried about that as well. Felt the Koopa Kids should have been skins for Bowser Jr. like in Smash. That'd be fair enough there. I don't want them to go. I never took part in the get rid of them cruise for the 2010s. Wonder if the Switch 2 eShop will be an actual app or just a browser like Switch 1. I wonder if it'll actually run on the Switch 2 instead of, like, not on the Switch 1. Is what I want to know. But yeah, the whole, like, being able to explore and go from one course to another. It'll be interesting to see here. So what courses do we have confirmed at this point? What can we see here? Mario Bros. Circuit, Crown City, Whistletop Summit, DK Spaceport.
In the classic Grand Prix, race through 4 courses.
Desert Hills, Shy Guy Bazaar, Wario Stadium, Airship Fortress. Okay.
Bid for first
DK Pass, Starview Peak. Ooh, I'm liking a look at that. Sky High Sunday. All right, that's coming on back here. Wario Shipyard. Yeah, there's a couple that are familiar here. Toad Factory Music says enough for you? Oh, fair enough. Koopa Troopa Beach, Faraway Oasis, Crown City, Peach Stadium. Okay. Mario Kart World gives me Diddy Kong Racing vibes.
But don't
I won't be able to
wheel.
unsee it now.
You'll also drive to the next course as part of the competition.
Yeah, I do worry about that making things snowball. I do know that Mario Kart already has, like, a negative feedback loop to keep people together, what with you getting, like, you know, better power-ups in the back. But you can very much hold leads well in Mario Kart with, like, shields and stuff.
Introducing Knockout Tour.
I wasn't paying enough attention to this before, so really
Race
quickly here.
non-stop from one corner of the world to another.
And this was, like,
There
you
are
just keep
multiple
going.
checkpoints along the way. If you're below the placement shown when you hit a checkpoint,
Oh.
you'll be eliminated.
That's what the numbers are. I wasn't paying enough attention before.
Can you
That's
make it all the way to the
interesting.
finish line?
So, like, whether you get to stay in or not, as people are gradually eliminated. That's kind of fun.
Freely drive around this vast
Speaking of Diddy Kong Racing, DK's flying solo again in this, in his new game there. Hope we get Mario Kart Wii levels of items in Mario Kart World. Interesting to see. I wonder how the music will change from track to track as you go. Like, I assume it'll, like, fade out and come into the next one. Yeah, they show the game chat and stuff, which maybe online will be better on the Switch too. I better hope that is. But, you know, Nintendo kind of has a track record with producing, like, the most dog shit online you've ever seen. So, I mean, I'll get the upgrade for Mario Party Jamboree and showcase like new stuff here. It is nice how there's finally like DS download playback
Nintendo Switch 2 or a Nintendo
that you can do
Switch
stuff in.
system.
That's going to be a really nice feature with the console.
This feature is planned for several titles, starting
Yeah,
with a
that'll
free
be
update for
nice.
Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics.
You can do GameShare with Fapt and Toad Pleasure Tracker.
GameShare support is
It looks
also
like.
planned for select games.
Yeah, things are looking nice here. Oh, let's go back a little bit
GameShare
here.
support is also planned for select games.
What do DS
exclusive to
download
Nintendo
play?
Switch 2,
It means
so
that
we hope you'll look forward to it.
only one person needs to own the game, but everyone can play it on like their own consoles. Like it downloads just enough on the other people's consoles, or maybe it'll stream it with these consoles. You might not need to download a little bit of it at this point. You might just be able to like stream it from one console to another. And then with only one person owning the game, multiple people can play together on their own consoles. If that's what the question was about. One thing that caught wind to me, they're not porting all the games up, even if they don't enhance. Well, it's back compatible. So, like, you can still play Switch 1 games on Switch 2 anyway. I assume that one person will be controlling Cappy, since that's how the two-player worked before anyway.
7.9 inches, Switch
If
2 has a bigger
PMDDX isn't
built-in
playable on
screen.
this, then
Here's
it's
how
over
that
hard, we're
compares
done.
to
I
Nintendo
assume it
Switch.
will be playable.
The system's thickness
Like,
remains
they
the
did
same.
say that there will be compatible games with the Nintendo Switch 2, implying not everything. But I
With
assume most of the
approximately
library
double
is going to be
pixels
playable on
compared to
Switch 2.
You can enjoy games in greater detail on the 1080p screen.
Yeah, so it'll be nice that, like, the handheld screen is, like, 1080p rather than 720p. Yeah, that's what I just said, is that it's not all games compatible. But I imagine it's probably only going to be, like, far and few between, like, which ones are incompatible, and there's going to be, like, some specific reason why it's not compatible. But otherwise, it should just be back compatible in general, I would imagine, is what's going on here. Yeah, the fact that this can go up to 120 FPS, I mean, the Switch 1 barely gets 30 a lot of the time in a lot of games. Like, Xenoblade Chronicles X, good luck hitting 30 there sometimes. I mean, in a lot of sections, it is definitely 30. But man, I feel like I'm wading through water when I'm playing that game sometimes. Like, especially when I'm in overdrive and there's a lot of enemies around me. Like, say goodbye to the frame rate. Or when I'm assigning new characters to my party, like, just say goodbye to your frames. Like, let's see here. I haven't seen all that many others, like, complain about the performance on, like, Xenoblade Chronicles X. But, like, this is... Here, let me pull up a thing here. This. Here's a insurance company ever. Okay, yeah. Adjust the volume there. Who cares about Look at the ongoing performance. invasion and is trying to evacuate. This frame rate, I swear, I'm playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet half the time. Like, this is just how Xenoblade Chronicles X runs on the Nintendo Switch half the time. So yeah, if I can play it in 60 on Switch 2, then great. Switch 2 will have a better resolution than my TV. TV I play PS4 games on has 720p 60 FPS. Oh, I was always scared that the games I didn't show nothing for Fire Emblem for one.
The screen supports up
Maybe
to
we'll finally get that
120 frames per
Genealogy
second,
remake.
allowing for smoother
Only
gameplay
incompatible
and
games,
supported
yep.
titles.
Yeah, more FPS will be really nice.
The LCD
Yeah,
screen
this
is more vivid
definitely caught my
and
attention.
supports HDR, providing more contrast between light
I'm definitely
and dark
looking forward
areas of
to
the images.
games looking a bit nicer. Yeah, magnetically, that'll be a little bit easier to use.
Comfort and
Bigger
control.
SLSR buttons is really good, like I mentioned before. The control sticks, yeah, the audio and stuff. The, two USB ports is kind of nice, larger, faster storage. The bit that I'm looking for, where the heck is that? Enhanced performance and, yeah, this here. So this is intriguing here. 720p, 1080p, 1440p, 2160p. So there's going to be a lot more graphic options. If games are going to have, like, performance modes, like they kind of showed with Metroid Prime, I'll probably go performance mode. I mean, they said that even in, like, the graphics mode, it was going to be 60 FPS. And I'm pretty sure my capture card only goes up to 60 FPS, and I only stream at 60 FPS anyway. So even if I went into performance mode and played Metroid Prime 4 at, like, 120 FPS, I would be the only one that gets to enjoy, like, the 120 FPS. Anyone watching my stream would not be able to enjoy the 120 FPS anyway. How big was the storage again? 256 gigabytes. I said this constantly watching this showcase. I could do all this stuff with the motion controls and mouse controls. Or for, at first I was like, wait, what, for the graphics? Frame rate is fixed to a maximum 60 FPS for 4K output. Yeah, that's fine there. As long as things are hitting 60 I feel like is kind of my minimum nowadays. My minimum used to be kind of like 30, but after playing things like Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Switch, after I got used to playing it in 60 on Cemu, it really instilled to me, man, I need to play my games in 60, man. So, yeah, this is very much just like, this. Oh, yeah, this UI seems to be like the same. Maybe it'll run off with the same Switch OS, in which case, they've confirmed Mii's are back, but didn't say anything. Oh, yeah. I mean, Mii's were in Switch 1 as well, and this just seems to be the Switch 1 UI. Hey, look, themes! But if it's like the Switch 1, it might just mean like light and dark theme, is what it might just mean. So like the general Switch 2 console UI that I think I missed before. Like there's this UI showing the settings and stuff. Hopefully there's more themes. I don't think they're ever going to top like the 3DS OS. I think the 3DS OS was like peak Nintendo OS design themes and stuff. Yeah, some Nintendo Switch games may not be supported or fully compatible with Switch 2. But most things probably are. Yeah, it was so good. People are speculating if they were returning or not, so it's cool to see. Fair enough. Until the new Mii's turn out to be the things from Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, the mouse thingamabob that's going on there.
My current
yeah, this I don't get. The Wii U OS was pretty good too. I think the 3DS OS was better. And then like the Switch OS just friggin' sucks. So I don't understand why with this. Like it makes sense that they would want to put in something like Wii Sports or Nintendo Land or something that they didn't have with Nintendo Switch 1. I guess they just had Nintendo or 1-2 Switch, which was a paid thing. Or just things that introduced the console in general. I think I haven't played it before, but the PlayStation 5, which I currently have under my desk here, has a really good way to introduce the console, being Astrobot. Not Astrobot. Astro's Playroom. Astrobot being the thing that they released later. Is my PS5 plugged in? My PS5 is plugged in. I can show this literally right now. If I just go ahead and switch inputs here really quickly. And then I turn off display capture really quickly. And then we get PlayStation. Like, it makes sense to bundle in with a console something that has, like, some game activities that you can do along the way while also learning a little bit about the console, kind of introducing it and stuff, you know? It does make sense. Like, I've never actually gotten into Astro's Playroom before. But I know that this is a thing that's just built in. You get the console, you have Astro's Playroom. Like, you ideally would want to go and pick up, like, some sort of game. But you can just get, like, right into playing something and having an idea how the console works, just, like, right out of the box. Like, maybe you don't have the chance to, like, go get other games yet. Or, I had ordered my games online with the Switch 1 when I first got the Switch. So I couldn't even play anything for a little while. Experience was created to show you some of the cool tricks possible with your DualSense wireless controller. Ready to join Astro for an adventure inside your PS5? Then let's dive in. So this is something that was just built into the PS5 console. You can play it right out of the box. Play some games that also showcase the things that you can do along the way with this controller and have an idea of what the console's about. Like, I think there's sound coming out of my controller here, and it's throwing me off. Like, I still can't believe that Astrobot won Game Awards as well. Like, oh, and then I feel the vibration and stuff. Interesting. Adaptive triggers. And it's like shaking as I'm doing that. Touchpad. Yeah, and it is meant to just be like an introductory thing, like, hey, this is the console you have now, these are the things that you can do with it. My controller is making sounds here. Microphone. Ah! Let's go! Yeah, this is the first time this account has touched this game. I've never actually booted up Astro's Playroom before. This is actually a first. But I just wanted to, like, boot it up and show as an example about how, like, Sony does it here. Where it's, like, it's just built right in there. Showcases the features of the console. And there was a time that Nintendo used to do that with Wii Sports and, Nintendo Land just bundled right in. And clearly Sony's doing that now, too. Imagine the Nintendo ninjas coming to the stream just to see you play a PS5 exclusive game. Yeah, that's right. They're gonna be rather upsetty spaghetti with me, aren't they? But you can just immediately start playing a video game. You don't have to, like, go out and buy other things. Your console is something that is playable as is. It's just the way it is. Man, there's sounds coming out of my controller, and it's throwing me off here. You know? Quick Play Pal World just to piss the Nintendo Ninjas even harder. Yeah, that's right. There's games that you can play right as is. What? Square? Yoink. And I do quite, like, I've seen clips of this before. I do quite like how, like, the whole hub is themed around this being, like, the inside of your PlayStation console. Like, that's kind of cool. So it is very much, like, mix of game and introducing console. I think that that is pretty cool. Like you can clearly see, I haven't bothered to play this before, but, I do think that the general idea is pretty cool, honestly. CPU Plaza. So, it makes me think that Nintendo looked at what Sony was doing with Astrobot here, with Astro's Playroom and all that. Ooh, look at the marks on the ground as I laser. That's kind of cool. It feels very much like they looked at this. Here, I'm just going to turn it off now is what I'm going to do. Don't want to, like, drain my battery like crazy. These controllers run out of battery so fast. Sure, go ahead and update and turn off. Like, this controller does feel like really high quality. I really quite like using it. It's a lot better than the piece of crap that are Switch Joy-Cons. But this thing runs out of battery really fast. At the end of, like, any one of my streams, I have to plug that thing in. Because it is going to, like, be at the end of its battery life by the time I'm done playing. Pretty certain Astrobot has always been a character tied to promoting PlayStation content until we got a new game that's dedicated to them. Yeah, there has been, like, a dedicated, like, built-in Astro thing for a long time. So I don't know what it was like in the previous consoles, but with the PS5, it's very much like a whole bunch of mini-games and you exploring around and, like, doing stuff with your hub that's being, like, the PlayStation 5 console itself. So I wonder if, like, the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour here was very much inspired by Astro's Playroom.
The Nintendo Switch 2
is the vibes I get. But why isn't this built in?
Here.
Like,
okay, everyone.
Like, I know that greed and Nintendo go together like peanut butter and jelly, but my god, this gonna have to go for now. It's fun staying around. PS4 controllers runs out of battery after 3 hours of game time. Jeez. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out here, Gearkoviak.
Controllers attached to the system.
This doesn't even feel like that.
And those magnets are inside the system.
Yeah, it does feel a lot more.
The SL and SR
a lot less charming here, I guess. Just this little figure going around looking at tutorials and doing like little gameplay demos. That's like suggesting BDSP is on the ranks of Diamond and Pearl. True. True. I mean.
Through examining signs like these, you can discover all sorts of secrets about Nintendo.
Like at first I was like, okay, well that's pretty cool that it tells you all about how the console works and stuff. Because I assumed that it was built in from the beginning. But yeah, it's just kind of a tutorial of how the console works. And little mini games that show like, hey, here's how this stuff can work. But it is basically just like tutorial introduction to the console. Here's how this stuff works.
Will launch as a paid digital game.
And then they announce that it's paid digital only game. Why would you pay to have the console that you bought introduced to you? Like, if you bought the console, you would think that the software that introduces, hey, here's all this stuff about how your console works and what you can do with it, would be built in. But nope, if you want the, or remember the days when things would actually come with, like, instruction manuals? Like, oh, geez, like nowadays, any bundles that, any like papers that come with a game is usually just like, hey, you can play Nintendo Switch Online to do like the multiplayer features and stuff like that, if there's gonna be anything in there. But I remember during the Pokemon Conquest playthrough recently, there's like the full in-depth like color guide that puts you through like everything. There's basically everything you need to know about the game in there. Games used to come with that, consoles used to come with that. Now, it's a digital tutorial that introduces you to, like, everything and gives you, like, some hands-on experience, which is cool. But only if you shell out extra for it, after you've already paid who knows how many hundreds of dollars, because I didn't announce the price yet of the Switch 2, and they're already saying, like, yeah, the digital version of our instruction manual that tells you and shows you how the console works, yeah, you gotta shell out extra for that. Like, what the hell? I should host a tournament at Fragapalooza for the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Just get someone else to host a tournament. Basically, any volunteer can come forward and be like, hey, we want to host a tournament for this. Like, if you can figure out, like, the space for where that's gonna go. Just get someone at Fragapalooza this year to host a Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour tournament. Oh, it's live, £400. Okay, so it'll probably be like $500 Canadian is how they do it. Or maybe like 550 Canadian. Would they bring it up to 600? What is the conversion rate nowadays anyway? Is that pounds or euros? Am I dumb? I'm just gonna say euros to CAD. Yeah, the conversion rate is 1.55 now. Yikes. Back in my memory, I remembered it being like 1.3. Okay, so yeah, that is pounds. I was right the first time. But wow, euros to CAD. The CAD sucks nowadays. Holy crap. £1 is 1.85 Canadian dollars nowadays. Yikes. £400 is about 740 Canadian dollars. Switch 2 is 450 USD. Okay. Definitely a lot more than the $300 Switch 1. Seems like a big, like, hardware boost here. At least it's not like $700 USD PS5 Pro. The PS5 Pro here in Canada costs $959. After tax, you're paying over $1,000 if you want a PS5 Pro. USD to CAD. What is the conversion rate looking like nowadays? 1.43. I remember the good old days where it was always hovering around the 1-to-1 mark. And for so long, it was hovering around the 1-to-1 mark. And then our dollar just shit itself. So 450 USD is about $644 Canadian. So maybe they would charge like $600 Canadian, maybe $650, depending on how they want to do it. I'm going to refresh this one Best Buy page. Yeah, sign up to get notified when Switch 2 stuff is available, so it might still take a hot second. Yeah, but PS5 puts things on Steam after 6 months. Nintendo doesn't. That's true. That do be true. You can just play things on PC if it's not like the most broken. Oh yeah, I'm on this. I forgot. If it's not the most broken PC port ever. One of the things I have noticed about this is there's now Nix's software in it. Before, they just had, like, Iron Galaxy Studios as, like, the porting team. But now there's Iron Galaxy and Nix's software. I don't know who Nix's software is. But maybe they were, like, really fed up after Iron Galaxy put out, like, the most dogshit PC port of Last of Us Part 1 before. That Nix's software is in the mix there to, like, make this more playable. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. If it seems like it's stable, I'll play the PS5 version sometime later. If it's broken as hell, I'm playing the PC version. I'm going to bum rush it because I want to play as much as I can before they fix it. And just get like the most broken possible experience like with part 1. The Mario Kart bundle is $500 USD. Okay.
On the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. So please check it for me.
Yeah. And then they were like,
but it
is going to be kind of nice how there isn't like the little notch like with a 3DS. But like if you put a Switch 2 cartridge in a Switch 1, like maybe they'll just update the OS of the Switch 1 to say, like, hey, this game isn't compatible. This is a Switch 2 game. You can't play it. You know. Without a notch, you don't have to worry about people trying to, like, force it in, I guess. I don't know if that was a thing that people were doing with the 3DS. Yeah, need these express cards now and stuff. Not necessarily the Mario branded SD cards. Well, the transfer stuff is nice. Is that more compact than a regular Switch Pro Controller? Here's my Pro Controller. Like, it definitely looks like the D-pad and the C-stick is a little bit closer, right? Like, it's that's gonna break my camera tracking. Like, this looks a little bit wider. Or am I losing my mind? Is it a little bit more in? Camera, I'm over here. You can follow me and stuff. I can't wait for people to, like, accidentally click that button in the middle of my Smash tournaments and then just, like, break everything when it tries to connect online. I cannot wait for that.
It has a C button.
Just like the first time I went to Fragapalooza in 2019 and they were using these, it's cool how there's new buttons. And they were, using these third-party controllers that had, like, a macro button that you could click. And I lost a stock after I accidentally fat-fingered the macro button and locked in B inputs. That was my introduction to Fragapalooza. How I got involved with, like, the Smash tournaments of Fragapalooza is I went for my first year in 2019, won both the Smash tournaments, and I reached out to Frag afterwards, and I was like, hey, this was fun, but there was a lot of issues with, like, the Smash tournaments, and these are, like, the issues that I can point out. And then things went online with, like, COVID, and I already had experience with running Smash tournaments online, what with, like, VGLS that I was involved in with the time, Video Game Life Sentence, the competitive Smash crew. So I got involved, like, hosting Smash tournaments online for them since COVID, things were online. And then from there, I've just been like the Smash guy since, even with the in-person events. And now I just run the Smash tournaments. And nowadays, I'm helping out with like more Fragapalooza related things, like testing out the new website and stuff that will hopefully go live in the near future.
Existing button controls.
Yeah, so Nintendo Switch 2 editions of games is going to be interesting here. Don't like the 2 on the top, but it certainly is a Pro Controller. There's a 2 on the top of the Pro Controller? Oh, yeah, that. I mean, there's the Nintendo Switch logo on the top of, like, the Switch 1 Pro Controllers as well. So, I mean, that's, you know, the same kind of thing here, essentially. Yeah, Nintendo Switch 2 edition games. So, I would just kind of be hoping that games that come out in a post-Switch 2 world that are available to play on Switch 1 as well would just be, like, the same game card is what I would kind of hope for. Where it's like, you pop it in the Switch 2 and you get enhanced performance, but you can put it in, like, Switch 1 and still, like, play the game just with, like, not as good performance / graphics. I don't know how much more difficult it would be to do something like that. It sounds from what I've heard like that's what Xenoblade Chronicles X is doing, where it's like, hey, it's playable on both consoles, but you'll get more performance if you put it on Switch 2 if there really is like a 60 FPS patch in the code of this game. But I also know that there are some games like with PlayStation, for example, that have like PS4 and PS5 versions, like Ghost of Tsushima, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, for example, where there is separate versions here for like the PS5 and PS4, like separate copies of the game that you would buy. Or like God of War Ragnarok is another example. You can buy that for the PS4 or for the PS5, with the PS5 version being like better enhanced for PS5, I guess. So maybe that's just like the industry standard, I guess. Is maybe the case. Which ones do we have confirmed here? Yeah, I should hope so. I wonder how Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are going to play on the Switch 2 here. You say you can get expansion packs for games that are enhancing, so I think they'd be playable on Switch 1, just the original copies. Wait, what? I think they'd be playable on Switch 1, just the original copies. I guess for the new things that they're putting out, like, I guess maybe if you buy something like Metroid Prime 4, or one of the games that's already on the Switch 1, like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, yeah, you can buy, like, the enhancements. So it kind of works like Ghost of Tsushima, where if you had Ghost of Tsushima original game on the PS4, there was the new version that came out for the PS5 that included the new Iki Island DLC that I still haven't finished. I should finish that at some point here. And, like, new enhancements. But you could buy, like, the Iki Island DLC content for the PS4 like it was a DLC. And, like, if you buy that, I think it comes with, like, the new enhancements. So if you have, like, the PS4 disc of Ghost of Tsushima and put it in a PS5, you could download, like, a DLC, the Iki Island expansion, and the, enhancements, and basically play your PS4 copy like it's a PS5 copy, from my understanding of that. Where's PMD DX? I'm sure it'd be one of the things here. Probably a bit too niche for them to be showing immediately. I also wish they just allowed you to freely access the enhancements like how Xbox does it. Yep, I agree. Like, I get it when there's new content here, like with Jamboree TV and then putting new stuff in with like the Switch mousepad, or things with like Kirby and the Forgotten Land having like a new expansion. But ones that are like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Metroid Prime 4, where it seems like, yeah, it just runs better now, like you get performance boosts, the fact that you have to pay for that, why? Like, new content, I get it, it performing better. It seems like you're just locking away the capabilities of the console itself, are you not? Like, I'm sure that they did put some work into those games to, you know, make it better compatible for the Switch 2. Like, it wasn't just oh yeah, the Switch 2 is just able to run it at 60 just like that. Like, I'm sure that they had to put some work into the games to make it, like, better optimized for the Switch 2. But, like, I shouldn't have to pay for an expansion just for, like, me to be able to better utilize the capabilities of the hardware that I've just paid like $600 for, or whatever I pay for it.
Of Super Mario Party Jamboree.
Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Yeah, Mario Party Jamboree came out not too long ago. So the fact that there'll be like a Nintendo Switch 2 edition that'll presumably cost the exact same as Mario Party Jamboree did in the first place. And it's like, if I just held off, I could have just gotten the better game here. Is a little bit of a shitty feeling.
Mouse controls.
Yeah, this will be interesting here.
Audio recognition.
Yeah, that'll certainly be something. But I do really quite like Mario Party Jamboree.
Camera accessory.
So I'll showcase like the new content with it and stuff.
On Switch too.
It's gonna be so cursed,
First up, the
isn't it?
And all the reactions. See each other's faces as you.
I'm sure that the camera is not built in. I don't know if you're gonna be able to use third-party cameras. I sure hope so. If you can't use third-party cameras, like that's gonna suck. It will be kind of fun to do something like this with friends, but like, how many people are gonna own this peripheral? You know. Roller coaster game could easily work with motion controls. Yeah, sure it could.
All the reactions online. Next, it's Bowser Live Stage 2.
Yeah, so the Bowser Live thingamabob here. Pretty sure they have to use a Nintendo camera. Yeah, probably. Random Anima invade stream. Anima, are you gonna play Mario Party with me with a Nintendo Switch camera? That is probably gonna cost an arm and a leg, and I don't know who the heck is gonna buy a Nintendo Switch camera. I won't unless I have like someone to do stupid stuff like this with. And we're gonna look like this, and it's gonna be amazing, and we're gonna, like, be super competitive and, like, ruin friendships and stuff, and it's gonna be amazing.
Finally, take
the carnival coaster.
Carnival coaster.
I'm camera shy, so for me, no.
You're off.
Let's go. Yeah. Specifically with mouse controls here.
2 players each control an arm, and one where you shake a can of spray paint and quickly tag objects.
But yeah, this very much can just be motion controls. I was probably going to switch to after 2 years, kind of pass that way after they work out all the kinks. That's fair enough. Plus, immediately after it comes out, if it's anything like the Switch one, it's probably going to get scalped all living hell. Camera might be nice for video chat, so it reminds me of the Wii U video calls. Yeah, it'd be similar to that. I too am camera shy. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I was saying things pretty jokingly there.
Launches on Nintendo Switch 2, July 24th.
I mean, I'll showcase the new content and stuff like that. I'll probably just like get the expansion. Here, I'll put this on the thing here. July 24th. Super Mario Party Jamboree expansion is what I'll put down here. Sure, like that. As being a friend just said throughout the direct, or you could use Discord. Yep. But it is kind of cool how you can see the other person like right by looking forward rather than having to look at a third party thing. That's the only real advantage that I can see. Like in terms of just doing a voice chat, just use Discord and you'll be able to have like a microphone that's right next to you anyway, as opposed to like a console that could be like across the room and is probably gonna like not pick you up all that well. And knowing Nintendo's track record with online services might not work super well, but we'll see. The being able to see one another's game screens if you want to see what the other person is doing, if it's a game where they actually have like a different screen, or if you want to actually see the other person without having to look over at like a third-party app, I can see the inherent advantage in that and like the added convenience. But if it's just voice chat, just use like a third-party app, you know? Hope there's no restrictions on voice chat. There will be after I parental control you.
Can upgrade
just you
to
wait.
Nintendo Switch 2 edition plus Jamboree TV.
Yeah, so I guess I'll get that.
An upgrade pack.
I wonder how much it's going to cost. I can just scan the QR code and then I get it for free. Noah. That'd just be the support Nintendo page. But imagine.
Please
yeah.
Forward to a new
voice chat on Switch 1 was an effing joke. I don't even remember how the
playing.
voice chat worked on Switch 1, I'm gonna be honest, because like friggin' nobody ever did that. So it seems like this is just like performance
Nintendo
enhancements.
Switch 2 editions of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the
But
Wild
you have to
and
pay
The Legend
for
of
it.
Zelda Tears of the Kingdom feature
Like that
enhanced
looks
resolution
smooth.
and frame rates.
That does look really
also
nice.
support HDR.
Like I just want to be playing things at like 60 nowadays. If we can put the 30 days behind us, pretty much, I'll be a very happy camper. Oh yeah, the online app! I forgot about that.
Which makes the image more vibrant. So you can play with smoother, higher definition.
Yeah, that'll be a better way to play these games. But the fact that you have to pay for it to run better.
More out of your adventures in Hyrule can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch app on
Yeah,
smart
they
devices.
really want to push the Nintendo Switch app.
It's a game-specific
like,
service that's exclusive.
I still
to the
don't
Switch 2
really
editions
get
of these
who
titles.
cares with this. Item sharing, so you can share items across like games and stuff there. Both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom there. Pass lol. The auto build sharing, that's nice. But the Breath of the Wild came out March 3rd, 2017. So it has now been 8 years. It is now over 8 years later. And now, with the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of this game, there is now daily bonuses that are being put in. I guess you could argue that the original Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom technically had daily bonuses with Amiibo, one could argue. But, and voice memories, what the heck is that? They're putting dailies in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Ever since Breath of the Wild came out, like, man, Nintendo has wanted to, like, milk it as, like, their go-to Zelda thing. Like, there has been other Zelda games that have come out since then. Namely, like, 2D games with Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom. But apart from that, it's just been, like, Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild Warriors. Breath of the Wild sequel. Breath of the Wild sequel Warriors prequel. Like, and now putting out apps for them. Like, I'm down to get, like, another new Zelda game at some point. Another new 3D Zelda game. If you want to make more open world games, cool. Like, I'll play more open world games. You want to make more linear ones? Cool. I'll play those. Like, get, like, a mix of things. I'm worried about Nintendo kind of taking an approach like Ubisoft has with Assassin's Creed, where they released Assassin's Creed Origins, and they were like, yep, this is just the way everything is gonna be from here. Except for Mirage, I've heard that that one is, like, more like the traditional formula, but I haven't gotten there yet. But just, like, the triple whammy of games in the row, Assassin's Creed Origins, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where it's like, yep, we're just gonna keep on doing these vast open worlds covered in question marks with, like, so much content bloat, without it necessarily being, like, good content in the case of, like, Assassin's Creed Valhalla here that I'm getting bored on my mind with. I'm worried that that might be what's going on with, like, Zelda now, where it's like, if we're going 3D, it's going to be, like, a big, massive open world thing, and so far it's just gonna be, like, Breath of the Wild adjacent. And if we're doing something else, it's 2D games. Like, I wouldn't mind them doing another Zelda game that's, like, a more traditional linear adventure. Get something new along those lines. And then maybe the next one after that is back to, like, an open world formula. And then they do another linear one. And then they do another open world one, you know? Like, being able to change things up from time to time here. So maybe we'll actually get some more 3D linear Zelda games at some point. And have them continue to explore both linear and open world in new ways. That would be cool. Breath of the Wild Warriors game's canon, or is there a separate universe? It's canon in a separate universe, is what it is. So in Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, spoilers for that, I guess, it is the prequel story up until a certain point, with, like, minor differences compared to, like, the history that we know of, like, Breath of the Wild's, like, lead up from the memories and stuff. Namely, that there's a little guardian named Teriko is restored, and it has time travel capabilities. So the heroes from Breath of the Wild main game of Sidon, Yonobo, Teba, and, what's her name? I remember that her Sandseal's name was Patricia, but I'm forgetting her name right now. Basically, like, the 4 heroes of, like, the 4 regions in the modern day of Breath of the Wild come back to the past to help save the day and save, like, their ancestor counterparts. And by their intervention, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity actually ends with, like, a good ending, with them being able to, like, save. No, not Urbosa. Urbosa's the one in the past. Like, the one that's in the present. What's her face? The short mish. Basically, by their intervention, they're able to get a happy ending. They defeat Calamity Ganon and then, like, the modern heroes go back to their timeline where Calamity Ganon is still, like, a threat and stuff like that. So, it is canon, and that characters from Breath of the Wild go to it through time travel shenanigans, and then never mention that they ever went and did that in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, so maybe it's not canon then, because they never mentioned that they went and did that. But it is, like, a branching timeline that does not lead into Breath of the Wild anymore, because, like, the ending of it is different. Let a game end sadly, look at Xenoblade 2's prequel. Yeah, absolutely. I can agree with that. I guess it makes more sense as a Warriors game to have, like, more playable characters, so maybe they took that approach more gameplay-wise. I assume they did it more so for, like, gameplay-wise, and because Nintendo doesn't want to end, like, a Zelda game on, like, a sad note there. Spoiler alert, never finished Breath of the Wild. Fair enough.
For example, it can help guide you to various locations, like shrines and Koroks you haven't found yet.
Guidance activating. Proceed north.
if you are looking at this map on your phone and where this seed is and can't figure out that you need to proceed north without the voice telling you to proceed north, then I think you have more serious issues going on than figuring out where a Korok seed is. But that's just my humble opinion. Nintendo makes some pretty dang good video games sometimes, but they make like the worst services you've ever seen in your life. Make a U-turn. Yeah, I can't wait for like the voice navigation that's just guiding me around like Google Maps. It's like, make a U-turn. Make a U-turn while I'm riding on my Master Cycle. I'm like, oh god, where did I go wrong? Man, could get Toon Link in the original Hyrule Warriors, but he wouldn't fit in the story. I mean, the original Hyrule Warriors was just like a multiversal thing in general. Whereas Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity is like, we're doing multiversal across just like, or not multiversal, I guess just like multiple timeline thing across Breath of the Wild stuff going on. So it'll be interesting to see what the Tears of the Kingdom Warriors thing does, but at the same time, I would just be down for like another multiversal Hyrule Warriors that brings in characters from like all the different games, but like uses the new gameplay refinements of like Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity and the other Warriors games that they put out since then. But now we're getting a prequel to Tears of the Kingdom, so we're gonna have like the playable characters of like Zelda, what's his face, Minoru, whatever the queen's name was, I don't even remember, man. Because they weren't super impactful on the story. Rauru, I believe, was the guy's name whose arm we got. But who else is there gonna be? Are they gonna do like time travel shenanigans again, where like Sidon and Mipha and stuff like that can appear? Presumably it'll have like a diverse cast. I guess I can put that on the game schedule, is the new Hyrule Warriors, whatever the release date is. I'll see you in a hot second here. But yeah, the point is they didn't need that time travel, just have them be bonus characters. Yeah, that's true. They're like bonus unlockables that aren't canon. Like, I guess you can unlock Calamity Ganon as a playable character in Hyrule Warriors, so you could just take that approach. Fire Emblem Warriors gets this, you can play as characters in the new game plus where they wouldn't make sense. Yeah, fair enough then. So there's gonna be the Star-Crossed World expansion to Kirby in the Forgotten Land.
Struck by a powerful meteor.
So I'll play that at some point. I don't know when the heck that is coming out.
Switch 2 edition.
Yeah, and then this is just like, it works better.
Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
It'd be kind of silly if there was a content locked behind it when the game isn't even out on Switch 1 yet. Man, my muscles in my legs feel like they're knotted up. Probably from sparring in Taekwondo 2 days ago. I don't know why you want to play with the mouse.
The immersive world in 4K at 60 frames per second, or enjoy smoother action in full HD at 120.
That is pretty nice. If the two options are 4K 60 FPS or 1080p 120 FPS, that is pretty nice, honestly. And then it looks like in handheld you can do 1080p 60 FPS or 720p 120 FPS. That is pretty nice, where it's like 60 is our new minimum, not 30. That is gonna feel really nice. And no matter which one of these things I do, like, I'm pretty sure with my stream quality, you're only gonna be able to see up to like 1080p anyway, for the most part. So I may as well go quality mode. I know that my stream only streams out at 60 FPS anyway. I can look over at OBS and see them streaming at 60 FPS right now. So I may as well go quality mode. When I'm playing things like Final Fantasy 16, I would go into performance mode, because the quality mode in that has 30 FPS, and that just doesn't feel right to play. But I go into performance mode, and the game still looks beautiful, and I'm playing at 60 FPS. That's smooth. That is nice. But yeah, with Prime 4, if our minimum is 60,
frames per second,
that's good.
Choose from these two.
Yeah, I don't know why necessarily we need mouse controls, but because Nintendo likes to showcase how their stuff works in their games, and I guess help incentivize other like third-party support to do stuff with their unique stuff.
Nintendo Switch version, but an scheduled to launch
Hold
later
on,
this
what
year
I want to know.
will not only receive.
No. I wanted to know if maybe in the Switch 2 version, the buildings were actually a little bit more 3D. Like the balconies actually came out, and like these pillars actually came out. Nope, it is still just a texture that is put on a flat surface, regardless of if you're playing the Switch 1 version or the Switch 2 version. Like, these balconies and railings are still just painted on. These pillars are painted on. It's all just one long PNG. There is no element of depth to the buildings. It is just a flat surface. So I assume the performance is going to be better with the Switch 2. but like the general look of the world is still gonna be ugly as hell. You're asking too much of Game Freak, true.
A Nintendo Switch version, but a Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
That is
as
true.
Well. By taking advantage of the power of Switch 2, you can enjoy your adventure in Lumio City with enhanced resolution and frame rates.
Do I necessarily want to see these buildings in enhanced resolution? Because that was one of the things that I said about Skyward Sword HD. I argued that Skyward Sword HD on the Switch looked worse than Skyward Sword on the Wii. And the argument that I based that out of was the fact that I didn't actually improve like any of the textures. They did like a little bit of touch-ups on some of the main models like Link, like some very minor stuff, but for the most part the world was left to look the exact same as is. So all the textures are still the same original Wii textures, but now you're bumping up the resolution. But that resolution was not designed for 720p or 1080p or whatever the hell it ran at on the Switch. I don't remember, one of the two. Some form of HD, those textures were not designed for. They were designed for 480p graphics. You know, there to be a little bit of blur because you can see the pixels and stuff like that. Things are a little bit blurry with the original Wii graphics. And with that blur, you can hide some of the details that you wouldn't be able to see unless you're looking really close. So there's like exact lines that you can spot where the textures don't match up. Where you can see like this grass texture on this side, this grass texture on this side, and you can see this exact line waving across the path where the textures don't match up. But in 480p graphics, you're not really going to see that necessarily. But when you suddenly bump that up into HD, those graphical blemishes that were hidden in the original version are now just popping right in your face. You're able to see where the graphics, like the textures, don't match up. And then it just looks like these ugly lines going across the world where you have textures right beside one another that don't match up with one another. You see the line where they don't match up and it just looks hella ugly. So I argued that Skyward Sword HD, despite being HD when the original game was not, looked worse than the original game because that world and those graphics, those textures, were designed for 480p graphics, not for HD. And as such, HD brought out the flaws that the original hid with its graphics. Do I necessarily want to be playing Pokémon Legends ZA with enhanced graphics, where I can see even more accentuated how the buildings are just like repeating window textures, or would I prefer the Switch 1 lower resolution, which might hide that little bit of ugliness a little bit better? That's what I'm wondering here. And then maybe you can make an argument that maybe the Switch 1 version does look better anyway, just because it hides the ugliness. Pricing has been revealed. Want to hear some interesting news? Yeah, $450 USD, but Mario Kart World is $80. Okay, well, they're not booting that up to 90 yet. Wait, I read 80 and I just assume my time zone, my price there. I see $80, I'm just like, yeah, that's the price of video games. That's what I pay for video games here. But that would mean USD as well, which would mean I'd be paying probably $100 here. I mean, $80 USD is more than $100 Canadian. If I just go through like the converter here really quickly, 80 is $115 CAD nowadays. But they probably wouldn't want to boot a game up that much after like normal games are $80 here. Tears of the Kingdom was 90. Maybe they would say like $100. But man, imagine paying $100 for Mario Kart, huh? We're gonna refresh this Best Buy page just in case. Like, I know I'm signed up for email notifications, but still, this thing is gonna get scalped to all hell here. $80 USD Switch games, excluding Tears of the Kingdom, are $60. Like, holy shit, that's a $20 price hike for Mario Kart 8. God bless the US of A's. Oh, that might actually be a US thing. It might not actually be a major price hike in general. That might just be a US thing because tariffs. Now that you mentioned God bless the US of A's. It'll be interesting to see what the prices are like in other territories. Because, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they, like, gosh dang it, hold on. I wouldn't be surprised if they up things by, like, $10 for the, Switch 2. Like, do things like they did with Tears of the Kingdom, where that $10 price hike just becomes their new standard. But if they're bringing Mario Kart World up to, like, $80 there, yeah, they don't tariff digital goods, but they equalize them. Like, they standardize prices. Nintendo has always standardized their prices. They don't have their digital things be cheaper than their physical things, apart from, like, brief times that, like, their digital store might go on sale or something like that. But in terms of regular prices, they standardize it to be the same across digital and physical. So if physical goods are getting tariffed, it would make sense that they would want to adjust the price of their digital accordingly, is what they would probably want to do, I would imagine. Unless they wanted to keep the digital price not hiked up, and then there's even more incentive for people to go digital, and then they just make more profit anyway. Because, like, if they're increasing the cost of physical, that would probably be due to, like, tariffs and such. So they wouldn't be exactly making any extra revenue off of, like, the increased cost of the games. At least not all that much, depending on, like, how much they're hiking up, how much is accounting for tariff and such. But, like, directly digitally, they don't have to worry about, like, production, they don't have to worry about shipping, they don't have to worry about tariffs. They don't have to worry about any of that. So it would still probably make them money, people paying less for digital games as opposed to, like, more for physical. So they could, interestingly enough, take that approach, but I presume that they are going to want to take the approach of standardizing their prices. So I'll definitely keep an eye out for what prices look like here in, like, Canada and Europe and stuff like that. But if it's being substantially hiked up in the US, that might not be a Nintendo thing. That might be something that you have to thank your oligarch Trump for, and his current reign under President Elon. But yeah, hello, Jen Wildcat, John Wildcat, my god, and GMK. Morning Harmonia just got up, forgot Direct was today. Mind giving me a TLDR of what's been going on. So they properly announced the Switch 2. It's priced at $450 USD. Mario Kart World is the new Mario Kart game, and there's gonna be like new things in it. There's gonna be transforming cars like the Sonic All-Stars racing games. So there's like boats and snowmobiles and stuff like that. 24 players presumably. And there's also a thing where it's like you drive from one course to another, and there's like a vast open space where you can drive around and like go to the different courses. So there's actually like world building and stuff like that in this one. There's GameChat, where there's a microphone built into the Switch, and you press like a C button on your console to do like game chat and chat to people like with the console as you're playing. If you get the Nintendo Switch camera, you can see their faces while they're playing games and stuff. DS Download Play is back with GameShare, so only one person needs to own a certain game for everyone to be able to hop in and play. So that's a good thing to be back. We can go up to 120 FPS now, which is nice. We're getting HDR. Things like Metroid Prime, you can either do like 4K 60 FPS or 1080p 120 FPS, which is really nice. The buttons are bigger. We have like the mouse movement. The audio is better. The kickstand's adjustable. There's 256 gigabytes of storage now. You do need like a better micro SD to be able to put into there. There's a game that is basically the introduction to the console, like, where are the magnets? Here's how the mouse movement works, that introduces, like, tutorials about how you can use these things and shows, like, little mini-games about how they work. But it's paid, it's not built into the console. It's a paid digital-only game. The Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, you have to pay for it, because Nintendo being Nintendo and stuff. There's new buttons on the Pro Controller. There's some new buttons on the back, so it'll be interesting to see how some games do that. There's new Switch 2 enhancement versions, so there's going to be a Switch 2 version of Mario Party Jamboree that has new content that uses, like, the Switch mouse motion and stuff, but if you own the original version, you can pay for, like, it being a DLC expansion on the Switch 2, if you want to do that. There's new stuff in there. There's enhancements for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But just like Mario Party Jamboree, you have to pay for it. So if you put Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom in your Switch 2, and you want to actually play it at like 60 FPS and with enhanced graphics, you gotta cough up a little bit of funds to do that. You gotta cough up to be able to use the capabilities of the console you just shelled out $450 Canadian for. Also, there's like built-in app stuff. There's like daily bonuses with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom now, for whatever reason. There's freaking voice guidance, like you're using Google Maps for whatever reason. There's a expansion enhancements for Kirby and the Forgotten Land. At least this adds new content. Like, at least with Mario Party Jamboree and Kirby and the Forgotten Land, it adds new content. Like, that is like, okay, I can see that being, like, worth it for shelling out for the upgrade if you own the original game, since there's new content being added here. But Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where it's just like, yeah, the game runs better and looks better, you better shell out to actually be able to use that capabilities of your console. That's pretty shitty. And then with Metroid Prime 4, like, this looks pretty nice here.
Based on preference?
quality being 4K 60 frames or performance 1080p 120 FPS. That's pretty nice there. Oh yeah, they announced Silk Song is for sure coming out this year. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake is coming. So yeah, all of these have upgrade packs.
Switch 2 edition game.
I guess Metroid Prime 4 won't have an upgrade pack. In that case, just these ones, and Metroid Prime 4 will just have like a whole separate purchase. Whereas these will probably have like separate purchases and upgrade packs, presumably because these were released before the Switch 2 was out. And presumably if you want like the Switch 2 enhanced version of Metroid Prime 4, you would just get it with the Switch 2. Unlike these where, like me, you would already own these on the Switch 1 because there was no other option. But yeah, shoot, guess I'll pre-order this console without question. Also, with this talk over games being $8 to $9 now, it might just be a US thing. That might well be a tariff thing. It'll be interesting to keep an eye out what the prices for Switch 2 games are in other regions. Because, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo did up things by, like, $10 like they were experimenting with Tears of the Kingdom. But I would be surprised if they were upping things by $20 across all regions. I would be very surprised if they were charging $100 Canadian per game here. $80 is already a lot, you know? So I wouldn't be surprised if that is just something that we can thank President Elon for, you know? Oh yeah, Nintendo always in their launch year for our console likes unveiling new games that use like their new controls, and because there's mouse controls, they're like, yeah, let's have you slide the Joy-Cons along the table to do the wheelchair basketball. I don't think that there's gonna be a lot of people playing this game, but like, hey, it's something that showcases the new capabilities and stuff. Then they went into a whole bunch of third-party support. Elden Ring is coming to the console. Hades 2 is coming. There's Street Fighter. There's Daemon X Machina. There's like a whole bunch of friggin' EA stuff. Hogwarts Legacy. Some Tony Hawk games, and you can go to like Bikini Bottom, it looks like. Hitman is coming here. You want to see the email that I got about Hitman that I was talking about earlier in the stream? I can pull it up here.
To accomplish his mission.
Let's see here. I gotta pull up my Acoustic Harmonia email. I got it like yesterday, I think. Let's see here. This. Hold on. So the Hitman. Yeah, it's this here. Hitman, World of Assassination. I got this yesterday, this email. I kind of doubt that this is real. Review key for Hitman 3, the drop pack from IO Interactive. Hi there, I'm Ram from Keymailer, the biggest platform for gaming creators, reaching out on behalf of IO Interactive. We've been following your channel, have you? And notice you've covered Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Like, this is just like an automatic like bot email sent out to different creators that saw I did that. And then it just like took this variable name here that it filled in with AC Odyssey. Which is why we would like to reach out to you for Hitman 3's The Drop Pack, which is currently free to play on the Hitman Free Starter Pack. We're working with the team behind the game and would love to provide you a review copy. The Hitman 3 The Drop Pack is available on Steam, PS5, and Xbox Series XS. If you're interested, please hit reply and email us with your preferred platform. As part of this offer, we can also provide a copy of Hitman World of Assassination along with your Drop Pack key. So, you know, I got BCC'd. I've never even heard of BCC before. I know of like CCs and stuff. Showcase the drop mission while it's free to play in the free mission starter pack. How does it even work here? Like, it's currently free to play on the Hitman free starter pack. What is this even a key for? What is Hitman 3? I've never played any of the Hitman games before. I've seen clips of them and they look like there's a lot of creativity and a lot of goofiness. I've seen I've seen people play Hitman without killing anybody directly, where it's like they'll put a banana peel down by like a ledge and someone will slip on it and fall off and then they just die due to their own negligence because they went to go pick up like a coin that they saw on the ground and just happened to slip on the banana peel along the way. Like, the Hitman games honestly seem like something that I would get a kick out of like memeing around with. Looks really similar to the Switch UI. This link has images to the Switch 2 UI. Is it just stuff from the Direct? Is this other things? Let's see here. So this is the Switch 2 page. Let's see here. I can put on some music and stuff here. Let's see here. Let's just put on my DBD stream playlist on shuffle. How about? This is what we can do here. Definitely fake, but it's not like anything bad for coming to redeem fake keys, so I don't know. Well, unless they fish me for information. You know. Is the case here. See, well, it looks nice and seems like a solid console to get despite the game price and probably high console cost. Yeah, I'll definitely get one myself. Like, even if I wasn't a content creator, I would definitely be wanting to pick this up, you know? fact, Wild Hearts is coming to Switch 2 instead of Monster Hunter Wilds is crazy, but Wild Hearts is fantastic. Okay. This is the upgrade pack page with the area how to purchase the upgrade pack. Well, damn. I won't just be able to export this from Twitch right to YouTube then. I'm gonna have to download like these 2 separate streams now, put them together in my video editor, render it. Yeah, I don't think this video is coming out today on YouTube. And thanks to that disconnect, I'm gonna have to get this up like tomorrow or something after this all gets rendered together. Because yeah, now there's extra steps involved. Looks like we're back. It still says connecting to chat on that chat, but I can see it on this one here. I'll refresh this one that I actually read from. Yeah, welcome to the chat room, it says. I don't know why my internet just does that sometimes randomly. Anyway, let's actually have a proper look-see now. And then I guess this video will go up on YouTube like probably sometime tomorrow, Thursday. Sucks to suck. Thanks, internet. So yeah, about Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games. Let's have a look-see here. The Nintendo Switch 2 edition of a game is a bundle that includes the original game and its upgrade pack, which enhances the game to take advantage of the capabilities of the Nintendo Switch 2 system, available only for select games. Contents and enhancements of the upgrade pack vary by game. They can include visual improvements, new features, or additional game modes. And maybe they'll add like more upgrade packs for like more games later, if it seems like this is like a path that they want to go down. Features and content of a Nintendo Switch 2 edition game can only be played on Nintendo Switch 2. If you already have the Nintendo Switch game, I'm gonna keep on refreshing this Best Buy page from time to time, before scalpers snatch things up. If you already have the original Nintendo Switch game as either a physical or digital version, you can upgrade to the Nintendo Switch 2 edition by purchasing the game's upgrade pack from Nintendo eShop, My Nintendo Store, or retailers. After you upgrade, the original Nintendo Switch game can still be played on Nintendo Switch, though the features and content of the Nintendo Switch 2 edition can only be played on Nintendo Switch 2. So yeah, I believe that works essentially like the upgrade for Ghost of Tsushima from the PS4 version to like PS5 enhancements and like Iki Island DLC and stuff like that. As an example, let's look at Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV. If I wasn't watching the trailers and stuff like that, even after watching the trailers, I look at Jamboree TV and I'm like, what the hell is even that? Is that necessarily something that I want bundled in? It sounds like something that you watch instead of play. With a TV here. So I'm picking up the Switch 2 camera only if I have other content creator friends that are going to do the same with me. Guess they're going to sell a whopping 14 of them. Should we add to that? Only if I have like other friendos that are going to play online with me. And things like this that we can like dick around with it in. If I don't know anyone else that's going to do that and wants to play with me, then there's no point in me doing it. But it will be kind of silly me doing that with like some other content creator friendos. So, could make a Switch 2 camera cult, imagine. Just wait until the Switch 2 cameras, like, have a shit ton of value in, like, 20 years' time because no one bought them. Then it could become rare like the Wii U microphone, yeah. New way to play exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2 Jamboree TV. New modes that use mouse controls, microphone, and a compatible USB-C camera sold separately. Players appear within the game via camera play using a compatible USB-C camera sold separately. So it doesn't say using the Nintendo Switch camera. It says using a compatible USB-C camera, implying that there could be third-party support. Interestingly enough, this camera that you're seeing me through right now is a USB-C camera. It just goes into like a USB adapter, and that's how it plugs into like a USB port on my computer, is how I use it. But like the standard end of this camera, I'm fairly certain, I can like double check here. I just feel under my desk. Yeah, that is a USB-C end. I wonder if I could use my secondary camera here, my 3D print cam, as my primary camera, the 30 FPS thing that doesn't have me go as smoothly. And then my super fancy schmancy camera gets used just to plug it into the Nintendo Switch. So I mean, everybody gets like a bad camera experience then. Because, like, the camera experience can probably only get, like, so good in-game with, like, Nintendo Shoddy Online. So, like, this camera won't be pushed to its limits. And then you get, like, my 30 FPS, like, okay-ish camera there as a thing that you see me with. But, hey, maybe I have a compatible camera then. I don't know how the controls would work. I wouldn't be able to control it. This is clearly meant to be plugged into a computer where you can, like, manage the tracking and stuff like that. Like, because this has motors. It's able to look around and stuff like that. Is it just gonna be stuck at one angle if I plug it into the Switch 2? Is that one angle, like, not quite gonna work out for me? So, I might not be able to use this camera. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. I don't know. Crop this, like, perfectly here. Something. Wow. get that edge of the monitor off the screen so you don't see any light over there. But yeah, let's see here. I hope you have to become friends with someone on your Nintendo account to see their camera footage in-game. I would imagine that you probably would have to. Honest to God, if you queue up with the randos on the camera online, it's not going to be very PG. Nintendo has a really good track record with keeping their online communities, like, very safe and, like, very children safe. So I imagine that wouldn't be the case. We learned this with Miiverse. You can't trust people to moderate themselves. Yeah, it's definitely not perfect, but they have a pretty good track record. Who's DMing me? Oh, my cousin here is DMing me from, the, group chat thingamabob here. Switch 2 looks like it's going to have a hell of a launch. Sure looks like. I can reply saying, sure looks like. I'm looking over things in stream right now. He knows my stream. He can hop in and chat if he wants to. It's tough. But yeah. Oh yeah, you also excited for open world Mario Kart? I'm definitely gonna have to like play it firsthand to see, you know, how that works and stuff, you know. Let's see here. GameShare compatibility for local multiplayer. Okay, so there'll be like the DS download play, essentially, thingamabob. That's nice. So only one person needs to own Mario Party Jamboree and then everyone can play on their own consoles. I feel like that probably won't be as popular as something like DS download play, because on something like DS download play, everyone that wants to play needs their own screen. Whereas with something like Mario Party Jamboree, do you necessarily need to GameShare? Everyone would look at the exact same screen anyway. So, unless, like, you don't have access to the TV currently and you all want to, like, sit across a room and have, like, your own screens, and I guess if you're playing in handheld mode, like, that can make it a little bit easier where, like, you have your own private screen rather than everyone crowding around. Because it's not like Mario Party would be split screen otherwise or anything. So, you know, when you don't necessarily need other screens, it can just have multiple controllers on, like, the same console that you're playing in handheld. It's not as important, but it is still nice. It is still nice that it is a thing where you can play the same game with just like one copy of the game on multiple consoles. Apparently, open world Mario Kart is too rich for my blood. Seriously, the $80 USD base price makes the most expensive base MSRP game in the US. Specifically, I specify base because special editions can get pricey sometimes. How do you think I felt paying $80 for games for like the past decade here? Games used to be $60 here in Canada for the longest time. I remember the first time I ever paid $80 for a game was this one right here, Xenoblade Chronicles X. And I wondered if that was just a thing with this game. I was like, do they think that there's just like so much content in this game and so much more to do that like it's just like $20 more expensive? What's going on with that? And I had to save up a little bit to be able to afford getting Xenoblade Chronicles X. I didn't get it like right on launch. I got it shortly after launch, but I was very surprised that it was $80 when I had spent my life before that point paying $60 for console games. First ever console game that I paid $80. And then I found out that was just the new standard because the Canadian dollar started going to hell. And my money started losing its value. But, you know, I was really surprised and I was like, what the hell? Why is Xenoblade Chronicles X $80? I distinctly remember that. I bought a lot of Wii U games for $60. I remember I paid $60. Actually, I didn't pay $60 for Smash 4 because I got it with a bundle with the GameCube controller. But I remember it going for $60. I paid $80 for Xenoblade Chronicles X. And I was a little bit ticked off about that. Now people in the US are finally going to understand the feel. I was actually coming into this direct going, I'll let $70 games slide with inflation and all that, but $80? God damn, that's, let me reiterate, a $20 price increase from one generation to another on games. Yeah, you darn Americans get to know how I feel when I bought Xenoblade Chronicles X. Have you heard of the unholy alliance of Japan, Korea, and China? No. I don't know what that is. WQ HD, 1440p resolution in TV mode, full HD in tabletop mode and handheld mode. Okay, so we're getting 1440p on it when you're playing in TV. So I guess some games will start going to like 1440p and some games like Metroid Prime 4 are going to be able to be like 4K, which will be cool. Visually enhanced with improved frame rate, plus a Nintendo Switch game. Featured Nintendo Switch 2 edition games. For more about each game's upgrades and enhancements, please check the official websites. So the stuff that's in the enhancement for Breath of the Wild, upgrade details, support for the Zelda Notes game. Wait, Zelda Notes is counted as a game? Specific service via Nintendo Switch app. Improved frame rates and resolutions, faster load time, HDR support. So if you want to shell out for the upgrade on Nintendo Switch 2, yeah, same thing here. For either Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, what you're shelling out for is just, like, being able to use the capabilities of your console better. And you get access to Zelda notes on the Nintendo Switch app. Ooh. You know? My goodness. Why does he keep DMing me? He knows I'm streaming. He says it's $700 Canadian for the Mario Kart bundle. Tom, are you watching the stream right now? Like, which you could be. You could just be lurking. You could just put it in the chat, you know, instead of DMing me too. Well, I guess it's also sent to RJ that way with like our little group chat here, but still. But yeah, they teamed up to put tariffs on the US together, strengthening trade between each other. I mean, all the stuff with Trump is very much strengthening other countries' allegiances with one another and independence and stuff like that. So, yes, it makes sense. The list of ZA enhancements is depressingly funny. Oh no. Also, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom gang Google map support is funny as fuck. It is, honestly. I don't know how expensive this is going to be. Part of me is tempted to get it just to showcase like a stream of doing the Google Map stuff. I don't even have my cartridge of Tears of the Kingdom. I'm pretty sure I lent it to my little cousins, and I don't know if they've played it in a while. They probably have the cartridge around somewhere. I'm getting DMs from Mythic now, but DMs are funny. Shut. Because, you know, Korea, Japan, and China, countries that have definitely historically gotten together for sure. Yeah, that is saying a lot there that they're getting along. You know, they still have like a decent bit of beef with one another. Is the understatement of the century. But coming together for like the greater threat that is the modern day US. So I mean, and maybe with like Japan and Korea and China, but mostly Japan in this case, wanting to put more tariffs on the US. It is possible that, you know, the increased price hike in the US is due to Trump. I would not be surprised about that. So, like, it would check out economically, you know. GameCube support and teasing XD Gale of Darkness may actually get me into Expansion Pass 2 if I'm honest. I just hate subscription services. I would never shell out for the GameCube expansion pass because subscription services. I want to actually own my games. The whole idea that everything needs to be a subscription nowadays just like makes me want to puke. Yeah, like China has been becoming like the next superpower for a long time now. I felt like for a long time the biggest sphere of influences in the world were the US and Russia. Now I feel like the two biggest spheres of influence in the world are the US and China. And then Russia's probably the third now. And China is getting more and more of a foothold, and like now the US is turning like the whole rest of the world into its enemy, which is just strengthening China even more. And things are not looking great for the States right now. I dislike subscriptions as well, but I can't afford XD Gale of Darkness. Just play XD Gale of Darkness through other means before it comes out on Switch Online, like I'll probably do. That GameCube offer kind of strongly giving me the deal, as I cannot buy Fire Emblem Radiance properly without going broke or using emulation I don't understand. I guess I'm just gonna have to turn Path of Radiance into the next Fire Emblem playthrough around here as well, is what I'm gonna have to do before it comes out on Switch 2. Has Nintendo even ported Smash 64? No. At least that is not as far as I recall. Did you change your name color, DS? Oh, it's just different on different layouts because I refreshed the chat. Most people who care for the GameCube games just want to play Melee. Yeah, that's a game that I physically own. Got lucky when I got XD Gale of Darkness and Coliseum. They were 60 and 50 pounds before they went overboard. Nice. US nuked its soft power. It is no longer a superpower. I'd say it still is, but it's like very much losing its place as a superpower as it's turning more and more of the world against it. Like, even when new administration comes into power in the US, it is going to take a long time to salvage like so many of the bridges that have been burned, if they can even be salvaged. Like, there's so much irreparable damage that's going on here right now. So I am really quite glad that I live in Canada. I mean, a lot of this stuff affects me too, as, you know, next door neighbors and stuff, but I'm very glad that I don't live in Texas anymore. But yeah, a new way to play exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. Wait, I already said this up there anyway. I use that as an example on that list here anyway. Might be enough to finally sell me, even if I can't have my Pokemon games adapted with Game Boy games. Let's see. They still don't want to show what the art, like the cover art, is going to be for Pokemon Legends ZA. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Star-Crossed World. A new story, Star-Crossed World, visually enhanced with improved frame rate. Yeah, at least there's more content in that. The more content you can argue with this is just Google Maps, Zelda notes, and like your dailies and stuff like that. You know, what was I gonna add? I was gonna go into like the stream schedule thingamabob, and I can just add it as like question marks and stuff. Let's see here. So question marks. What the hell was it called? Like, I'll play Star-Crossed World when it's out. Why not? I already did a playthrough of, whoops, not a new message. I already did Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Star-Crossed World. Man, this is not gonna fit into a YouTube title. When I add, like, the part number and the, and, like, the title in the beginning. YouTube titles have a character limit of 100. This is gonna, like, force me to make really short titles. Or, like, abbreviate Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Something like that is what it is going to do. You know? Let's just see. Is no soft power anymore? China's military could beat it. China's strengthening its soft power. Well, is it not stronger than the US at this point? I mean, I don't think you have to be the very strongest top of the top to still be considered a superpower. I do think that they're still a superpower, just not as much, and they're kind of slowly losing that. Like, them not being numero uno doesn't mean that they're not a superpower. Since Switch games are $60 and Switch 2 games are $80, bet the upgrade price is $20? Oh, maybe. Maybe then. And that's about how much they would charge USD for DLC bundles and stuff, right? Because DLC bundles, like here in Canada, they cost $30. The Switch 1 games that get these expansions, will they be converted into Switch 2 games? Apparently, you'll only be able to play this, like, on Switch 2. So you could get the enhancement for Kirby and the Forgotten Land and play Star-Crossed World and the new enhancements, but I don't believe you'd be able to play Star-Crossed World on the Switch 1. But yeah, I know for a fact they're not porting Pokemon Channel, so I have a slight one-up over the expansion pass. No Pokemon Channel, but we do have Jamboree TV. Honestly, I wish the Switch 2 had at least 500 gigabytes, 256 is too small. It'll be fine for someone like me that goes physical most of the time anyway, but for digital, yeah, that's really small there. Yeah, I mean, Russia has definitely lost a whole lot of status as well. Is definitely the case. And yeah, it is definitely a huge upgrade from 32 gigabytes. Like, that's something that you can actually work with for a while, as opposed to just like, oh, you're running out of space here, even if you're, like, physical only, just from, like, all the, DLCs that you've downloaded. Sucks to suck. Guess you better go get a micro SD card. I don't think that physical users should have to worry about that at this point. Yeah, I mean, that is true with, like, the influence that China has on, Russia. For now, I guess they figure it benefits them to be, like, buddy-buddy and help them out, considering no one else wants to trade with Russia, so Russia is very, very reliant on China right now. And if that plug is pulled, who knows what's gonna happen. China sees something to gain with Russia. Anyway, I wasn't planning on this stream becoming a political analysis, but, yeah, as not a proud former EU citizen, I can still get value of my Pokemon channel. So that's how I can get my Squadron of Jirachi. Hell yeah. Improve performance with higher frame rate and resolution. Does it necessarily need a Switch 2 edition then? Or just be like the exact same game, and when you pop it in the Switch 2, it just runs better and has higher frame rate and resolution? Like, is that not a thing that you would be able to do? Also, did I add Legends DA to my, I did. It says late 2025, so I'll update this to say late 2025 here. Late 2025 Pokemon Legends ZA. Yeah, not much, and yet they're gonna market it as Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Just like, it runs better and it looks a little bit better, arguably. With the argument I made with Skyward Sword HD before. You guys need an overpriced Coliseum bonus disc. I just need to watch TV for 5 days once. Guys, Legends CA now hits 1080p 60 FPS. It only required an entirely new console. True. Yeah, and then Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Support for mouse controls using Joy-Con 2 controllers. Okay, so they're just called Joy-Con 2s. I also assume that you can still use Joy-Con 1s if they're not drifting on the Switch 2. Like, you could still use Wii remotes on the Wii U and stuff. And hopefully I can still use my Pro controllers and stuff. I would imagine that you could. Enhanced resolutions, textures, and load times. What's with this? Requires a TV that supports a specified resolution. Okay, gotcha. Choose from 2 display modes. Quality mode runs at 60 frames per second in 4K resolution in TV mode and 1080p, while in handheld mode, performance mode runs at 120 frames per second in 1080p resolution in TV mode and 720p in handheld mode. That is really nice, actually. Display modes feature HDR support. Yeah, that is really quite nice. How do you purchase the Nintendo Switch 2 edition? Shop Nintendo Switch 2 edition games at retailers that sell video games at the official My Nintendo store or the Nintendo eShop on your system. Physical version. Look for the Nintendo Switch 2 logo and additional information on the front of the packaging. Digital version. Look for Nintendo Switch 2 edition in the game's title. Already have the game on Nintendo Switch? If you already have the Nintendo Switch version of the game in either physical or digital form, you can upgrade to the Nintendo Switch 2 edition by purchasing the game's upgrade pack. Nintendo Switch game, you have this! Kind of bugs me how these are capitalized, but that isn't. Only includes the upgrades and enhancements. Additional purchase equals Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Whoa. But yeah. Yeah, things were definitely not ended there. He said that they would be. Now it's an opportunity for extortion. Stores I regularly go to for food don't even sell games on a side aisle anymore. Sad days. How to purchase an upgrade pack. Buy upgrade packs at retailers, the official My Nintendo store, and the Nintendo eShop on your system. Okay, yeah, this is gonna... Oh, God, it literally is just the Switch 1 UI again, and OS. We're dealing with this piece of crap again, where it's just like your most recently played game on the far left. Profiles up here. eShop that probably barely works. Crap. If you can browse and purchase upgrade packs for your system via Nintendo eShop, accessible from the home menu. My Nintendo Store. Shop upgrade packs at the official My Nintendo Store and have them download directly to your system. Retailers. You can buy digital codes for upgrade packs at retailers that sell Nintendo games. To download upgrade pack, visit Nintendo eShop on your device and redeem the download code on the card. Oh, it's gonna be more reason to sell this. Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack members get access to the following upgrade packs at no additional cost. These two. Holy shit. So if you already own the expansion pack, the subscription service to like Nintendo's online classic game stuff, then you can play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at like 60 FPS and with enhanced graphics and with Google Maps and stuff like that. If you aren't subscribed, you're out of luck. you gotta shell out for the upgrade to be able to run these two games better. I see they are now using Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as a means to further sell their subscriptions here. Imagine you're playing like Breath of the Wild at 60 FPS and then you go to play the next day and your subscription runs out, so now you're stuck playing at 30 FPS and with Switch 1 graphics. Like, oh, this console is capable of running the game better, but it's just simply not going to. It's going to refuse to. Your subscription to run the game better ran out. Sucks to suck. You better renew that subscription to make the game less shit. Oh, man. Oh, Nintendo. I like the games that Nintendo makes sometimes. They make some pretty darn good games sometimes. But man, when it comes to Nintendo services and online, it is... They have scientists in a lab just crafting, like, the biggest piece of shit you've ever seen. Man. Don't tell Nintendo the internet exists. Question is, do we get a full game or just the expansions with my base game? With your base game? What do you mean? Like if you own the Switch 1 game? The idea of Google Maps in video games is so funny. Like you even have to get out your phone to look at the Google map. Yeah, when you could just look at the map in-game and figure it out from just looking at that there. So if you own the Switch 1 game, you can buy like the upgrade pack, or they'll probably release copies for the Switch 2 that are just Nintendo Switch 2 edition, Nintendo Switch 2 edition of this, for people that didn't already own it on Switch 1 and just want to play it on that. No, you should still be able to play the game on Switch 2. The Switch 2 is back compatible. It can play games from the Switch 1. It's just some of them have like these upgrade packs that let them perform better and have like additional content and stuff like that. But they've already confirmed that the Switch 2 is back compatible. So any Switch game you should already be able to play on Switch 2. Is the case here. So there's that. How to buy games. That art looks really cool. Pick back soon for retailer availability. Make your pick. Register your interest to buy from My Nintendo Store. I mean, if that's the way that I have to do it, then like maybe there's a way to sign up and get notifications and stuff. Here, let me go on to another screen else it shows like my details and stuff. Boopity bop. You don't even get to see my password link then. Let's see here. Verification code. This is Snivy singing, by the way. One of his remixes. One of his Verbank remixes where he put in some lyrics and stuff. I played against this dude in Smash Bros once, and then he was like, next time we're doing Mario Party. And I was like, okay, challenge accepted. And then he like never made good on that. He makes some really good remixes, but he never made good on like playing Mario Party against me. Change region, Canada. Where was the page I was just on? I hate it when web pages prompt you to change region, and then you change region, and it takes you away from the page that you actually wanted to be on. Why do so many websites do that? Learn more? How to buy. Here we go. I had to navigate back there. Yeah, so Canadian, it's $700. So it's going to cost more than USD, right? Because it was, what was it, $400 USD? $450 USD? Yeah, it's $450 USD, I believe people were saying, which is $644 Canadian. So the Nintendo Switch 2 costs more in Canadian, about $50 Canadian more. Bundle with Mario Kart World is $500 here. Oh, that's the Mario Kart World bundle. Oh, I didn't even see that. $629. Okay. It's actually cheaper in Canada. Okay. So, yeah, for the base Switch 2 system, $629. Cheaper than a PS5 here. And yeah, if in USD, that's $450. It's a little bit cheaper in Canada then. We pay a little bit less for our Switches. And the Mario Kart World bundle is $500, huh? So $500. $716. Yeah, it's a little bit cheaper in Canada, it looks like. I mean, it looks like the prices are pretty standardized for the console. Like, considering it looks like things are a little bit cheaper here in Canada. But not by much. Not by that much. I mean, I guess if they wanted to make it a little bit more accurate, they could have charged like $640 or something is what they could do. But, I mean, it's $630. It's like a $10 difference. It's not that much cheaper. I presume that the, like, the cost of games might go up in the States due to tariffs, but, like, they'll probably keep the consoles standardized then, is what it looks like. Frequently asked questions, will I be notified about my invitation to purchase Switch 2? First batch of here, let's register interest immediately, so in case there's like a queue or something. Registration was submitted on this date. Eligible Nintendo account holders will receive an email when it's time to purchase. Yeah, I don't necessarily need to be playing this like right on the day that it comes out, but I would like to get it shortly after. I was able to get a day one Switch 1. I definitely wouldn't mind showcasing this on the channel and stuff. Definitely get one before Fragapalooza and all that. Take the box system without Mario Kart World? Yeah, because the Mario Kart World bundle is digital and I want physical. I don't want to have like a library of physical games, and then Mario Kart specifically is digital. I'm good without that. I'll get that as a separate purchase, even if it costs me a little bit more. It's like physical all the way, physical master raced, whatever. But yeah, so if I can get one at like my local GameStop or a Best Buy or something like that, and actually pick one up on day one, then great. Refresh the Best Buy page out of curiosity. Oh, it's taking longer to load. Maybe something's going on here. Nope. It's time to get notified when pre-order information is available. Yeah, it might be like in the next weekish here that some stuff goes up. But if I can get one locally, if I can order one from my Nintendo thingamabob, and then it just comes in like a few days after it's out, whatever. As long as I get one shortly after launch. But yeah, in the US it costs an extra $30 USD to buy a game physically instead of in the bundle. Jeez. Like, I guess they would be wanting you to save money buying the bundle with the game. And all that. It makes sense that they have the like new Mario Kart as a launch title and stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm 18 years old. At least 18 years old. Not 18 years old. First batch of invitation will go out starting May 8th, 2025, with additional batches of invitation emails sent periodically until purchasing on My Nintendo stores open up to everyone. Okay. Initial invitation emails will be delivered on a first-come, first-served basis to eligible registrants who meet the priority criteria. Invitees will have 72 hours from the time when the email is sent to complete their purchase. Okay, so I assume I probably was put into like a queue or something with this. So somewhere from May 8th onward, I can keep an eye out for maybe getting the chance to purchase it on my Nintendo thing. But I just won't if there's the chance to like pre-order it at like GameStop or Best Buy or something like that. $500 for the bottle or $450 for the console, $80 for the game being $530. The $80 games are bullshit upsetting. Now you're getting how it feels. The Americans are getting to feel how us Canadians felt. See how you guys like it. What payment types are accepted and when do I pay? Full payment will require at time of checkout. Visa, MasterCard, Google Pay, and Apple Pay. I guess I can't do PayPal, but I can do Visa anyway. Where do you ship? Ship to the US, including US territories and Canada. Thank goodness for the and Canada. Shipping is available to P.O. boxes in US and Canada. My Nintendo Store orders cannot be picked up at retail locations. Okay. When I'll receive my Nintendo Switch 2 order, orders will be shipped after purchase. Your purchase window will be shown in your invitation email, and your approximate ship date will be provided at the time of ordering. Please note that release date delivery is not guaranteed due to processing and shipping times. Yeah, but as long as it's not super long after. Wow, there's just 2 more things if you click the see all. Did you repair my 72-hour purchase window? Yep, safe sender list. It's not in spam. I'll keep an eye out around like May 8th. Can I purchase games and accessories too? Yeah, that thingamabob there. But yeah, £35 for the new Mario Kart World. Pounds to CAD. Let's see here. So that's 35. Wow, that's cheaper than here, if so. Unless you're saying like for the bundle there or something like that. Can I check out like Switch 2 games? How do I Switch 2 coming soon? Does it list the price here? Oh, look at the preview here. Start your engines and race across a sprawling world. Hit the open road with Mario and friends. Zip around courses in a vast world where everything is connected. Race along grassy plains, bustling cities, wide open waters, big old volcanoes, and more. Plus everything in between. Exclusively for the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Everywhere is your race course. Oh, jeez. So if they added more courses in DLC later, how would they do that? A sprawling world of courses. Speed across plains, cities, water, volcanoes, and much more. Everything is connected. Wait, there's more buttons here. Wait, how do I... Oh, that arrow and stuff. Just to see, like, the other areas and things. I gotcha. Go beyond the course. There's more to racing than just the course. Hop off the course and race the distance to the next one. Okay. So the ways between are kind of courses in and of themselves. But yeah, isn't that just going to have people in the lead be more in the lead if you're not, like, resetting things? Did Donkey Kong just dab? Modes. Burn rubber in the heated 24-driver races. Grand Prix. Compete to earn the most points across 4 connected courses. Try to claim the top spot among 24 racers. Yeah, so the amount of racers doubled. Areas between courses are part of the race too. Yeah, so maybe if I did do something like this at Fragapalooza, it would just be like 4 players playing at once in one Grand Prix, but it's like continuous. And then, would probably be able to go through it in not too much time. Or something like that. A non-stop transcontinental rally. Knockout tour. Barrel through back-to-back courses with no pit stops along the way. If you don't place high enough by the time you reach each of the 5 checkpoints, you're out. Drive hard and to survive and aim for first place. So you'd be able to do like a 4-player thing where each checkpoint is just like the first 3 get through, then the last 2, then the last 1, and then we have like people getting knocked out one by one at like a Fragapalooza event. That would be kind of fun. That would be kind of funny. 24 racers start. Checkpoint 1. Yeah, all this stuff here. If we did something at Frag, we would want to, like, just do, like, on the stage, 4 players at once, a split screen kind of thing, rather than, like, multiple people, multiple consoles. Even though we'd be able to get more people in that way, it would be a nightmare to figure out. Free roam, drive where your heart takes you. Where to, that's up to you. Take off in any direction in this new mode. Explore many areas that pique your interest, and maybe even snap some in-game pics at scenic spots. Play together, have a blast with friends, whether near or far. Up to 4 players can race on the same system. Play using your choice of button controls or motion controls. Oh yeah, the little wheels. Attach 2 Joy-Con controller to the optional Joy-Con 2 wheel accessory sold separately. To wheelie, feel like you're driving. I can probably 3D print these. You can also play using Nintendo Switch Joy-Con controllers connected wirelessly. All together anytime, anywhere. Fire up GameChat to enjoy the feeling of close company with friends, even when you're far apart. Talk using the system's built-in microphone or share your screen in real time. If you connect to a compatible USB-C camera, like the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, sold separately, you can go face-to-face over video chat. Whether you're competing in a race or simply exploring the open road, it's like you're zooming around together. GameChat open access period until March 31st, 2026. GameChat can be used without a Nintendo Switch Online membership, but yeah, it's gonna cost it afterwards. Yeah, the wheels are back. Is there an icon on the map that looks like Toad's Factory? I heard them using Toad's Factory song in the direct. On the map here? I don't know. I don't know here. Also, if they're going to keep on releasing games on the Switch 1, like Tamagotchi Life, that you can still play on the Switch 2 since it's back compatible, the pricing of the Switch 2 would kind of make more sense in that those that want, like, most up-to-date gaming experience and be able to play, like, the newest games can get the Switch 2, but then there's still reason to get like the Switch 1 or things like the Switch Lite and stuff like that, just for like a cheap alternative to still be able to play like most of the libraries anyway and stuff. I think I definitely saw some familiar courses in the trailer. A couple familiar course names. They might have been changed up, like how they handle the courses though. About time they remade Toad's Factory. Mario Kart World, available June 5th. So yeah, launch title and stuff. And yeah, all the vehicle types and stuff here. Can't wait for Goomba to be steering with his feet. There's a couple Goombas. Yeah. For 700 MSRP, feel like you're really driving. I don't need that. Bring everyone together from anywhere. I'm good on that. It doesn't actually say the price of the game on its own here. That's what I was looking for. It's how much the games cost in Canada. Is what I kind of want to know here. So, I mean, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Video about this game, only on the Switch 2. Does it say the price in CAD for any of these? Video, and it pulls that up, and it's just like the thing we saw before, but like with synced in audio. Genuinely curious if that cam will work on PC. I would imagine so. But the elements are still here, they're just hidden. They just go invisible. And oh, and it lets me scroll down and stuff now. Okay. You're gonna be more excited for the remake of Bravely Default. It looks more like a remaster, and I've already played the game in graphics that look like that because of Citra visual enhancement, so I don't really have any need to play the Switch version. The big guy's back. Hold on. Scroll way down. Let's see here. Well, July 17th, 2025. Yeah, it doesn't actually say a price anywhere. We can finish going through like the whole thing a second time here. Oh, that's the Switch 1 Direct. Anyway, Hitman stuff. There's a thing with GoldenEye. US site says it on the Mario Kart World page, but I want the Canadian thing because I want to know if it's different for the Canadian version, or if there's just like a US tariffs thing going on. I'm scared they're not going to include his expanded cast of the DK crew. Yeah, we shall see here. Yeah, because I mean, the graphics still look essentially the same, and you can pull off this look in Citra as is. Like, you don't really need to be playing this on the Switch to get this necessarily. So I don't know if anything new is necessarily being done. Like, and I feel like this kind of chibi look that Bravely Default goes for worked fine on the 3DS as like the tiny little screen handheld console. I'm really not a big fan of the art style on like home console systems that I'm seeing big on like the screen in front of me. Like, that was what I definitely felt when it came to Bravely Default 2. And so, wanting to play Bravely Default here a second time with just the resolution bumped up that I can already do and have done in Citra before, it's just, I don't necessarily need that. And I think I prefer the layout anyway, with just like the battle up here, and then you have all this information on the bottom screen. Like, that was one of the things I really liked about the Bravely Default UI, was the use of the two screens there. So I could just focus on the battle up here, and I'm seeing like all the stats and everything on the bottom screen. I don't necessarily like it being on the top screen. It's the same kind of thing with Fire Emblem games. Like, take Fire Emblem Engage, for example, where you had like the whole battlefield here, and then you hover over somebody, and then you have to see like a whole bar of like their stats here. And it's like, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do to make that stuff clearly visible for a screen. But the charm of like the 3DS games of having like the whole battlefield map that you can move around, and then like the whole bottom screen is just like a whole screen dedicated to like all the stats and items and all the information in much more detail than you'd ever be able to get with like a bar with Fire Emblem Engage. It's just so much nicer, you know? So I think I would honestly prefer playing the 3DS game anyway. So I honestly don't really see reason to be playing this game. Who's DMing me now? It's Mythic again. About 80 MSRP is the case here, but this is with the US region, and I want to know what it's like in the Canadian region is what I want to know. Unless you're saying that's right at the top with the thing there. And I was blind. You have a different page, I think. You might have a different page. Available June 5th. New GoldenEye is pretty crazy. So many 20-plus-year-old franchises coming back after 20 years is pretty crazy. Yeah, definitely surprised to see that. Actually did like this style when I watch it, then they showed the actual gameplay renders. Don't know if they'll be able to restore said system unless you have a specific TV set. Restore said system, what? Near bottom right about the console bundle price? Like on my page? Like on the Canadian one? Wait. On the bottom right, there's the bundle. Nothing about the game on its own. One out of one match, MSRP. I don't know what you're talking about. It is not right above the bundle. I have control left for MSRP. There's 101 matches. There's nothing else. Where it is on the US side, maybe on the Canadian one too. We don't get Canadian prices. I guess it's free. So yeah, I do really quite like Bravely Default. But I think if I want to play Bravely Default, I would honestly just prefer playing it on the 3DS version. Redesigned UI? Yeah, because you have to redesign the UI when you're going from 2 screens to 1. Upgraded online compatibility. Who even did stuff with the online stuff in Bravely Default? One thing anyway. Mouse-controlled mini-games. Yeah, I don't think that I've ever looked at Bravely Default and thought, man, if only I could play mouse-controlled mini-games. A little smidge of new stuff that I don't really care about. Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster. I do really like Bravely Default, but I don't think I'm buying this game. I think I would genuinely prefer playing the 3DS version. Like, maybe I'd pick it up sometime later if I saw it go on, like, a wicked sale with, like, some online retailer or something like that. But just as is, I don't really see myself playing this, honestly. You scroll right past it, the Canadian site is just the launch date. They don't want to tell you your region's pricing. They all know every Canadian would simultaneously cringe at it if it's standardized around the US. Imagine, like, tariffs are in, and so they have to charge more in the US, and then they just make it so much more expensive everywhere as a result of, like, Trump shenanigans. Sure would be sucky. Man, do I hate the current state of the US and the world in general. But, yeah, I look at this, I'm just like, why? I mean, I had fun with Age of Calamity and all that. The story leading into The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I've never once thought that I wanted to play that, I can't say. You know? Yeah, I translated that earlier there. There's no way that they would charge $115 Canadian from 80. After taxes, you'd be paying over $120 here. Like, my god. That would just be unreal. Yeah, so we fight some of Ganondorf's forces in the past and stuff. Maybe this will be an alternate timeline where we save the day too. Is there going to be some excuse for Link being in it? Imagine a Hyrule Warriors game with no Link. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. I guess this is one where it can sort of lead to like a happy ending because they just imprison Ganondorf successfully at the end, which leads into Tears of the Kingdom. But like, who cares? Here, let's see. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. I'll play it, but like, meh. I'll play it to showcase it. If I wasn't a content creator, I'd probably be like, I'll look at gameplay and see if it looks like it's fun and has substance and stuff. Like, the Hyrule Warriors games are typically pretty fun gameplay-wise. But that just seems kind of pointless, you know? Like, we already did the prequel to Breath of the Wild as a Warriors game. Now we're doing the prequel to Tears of the Kingdom as a Warriors game. Like, they just will not stop milking Breath of the Wild. Age of Imprisonment. Like, I'm pretty sure I got the general story from Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I don't really need a Warriors game to tell me it. But I mean, maybe the gameplay will be really good. Felt slightly empty? In what kind of way? But yeah, let's see here. It's fucking Mario Kart, not Baldur's Gate for the price. Yeah, I'd say thank President Trump / Elon. Why don't we make a game about celebrating a cast of your favorite characters and make it so you only know one character? What, with a Warriors game? Something? And yeah, there's definitely a good amount of launch titles. It seems like this is not going to have the same problem as the Switch 1 where there's just nothing to play on it at first, especially considering like back compatibility and stuff. Yeah, Nintendo GameCube and all that. Just not much side content. There was a lot of side content in that game, just the progression of it wasn't handled as well as the original Hyrule Warriors. I felt like it was a little bit all over the place. What with like the orange icons all over the map. rather than like a grid showing you exactly what you have left to do and all that. Yeah, I'm surprised that Deltarune got a release date during this. Did I skip over that again? I put down the date. That was one of the launch titles thingamabobs, right? Of June 5th. Whoops, I'm highlighting Mario Kart World. Yeah, so Deltarune chapters 3 and 4. I think I've been playing a lot of it on PC. I think. Am I losing my mind? We're getting Undertale music right now. Deltarune. Oh. Maybe I have just been playing it on the Switch or something, and maybe I will continue playing it on Switch too. I was about to say, if I was playing it on PC, then I would just be able to do this right on June 5th if I'm waiting for, like, my Switch 2 to get, like, shipped in. If that ends up being the situation, you know. Or something or other. I see Gale of Darkness I have. Fire Emblem might be worth it. More titles will be added. Yeah, it's the exact same thing that they did with, like, Nintendo 64 Online and Game Boy Advanced Online. They purposefully release it with, like, a lackluster amount of titles so that they can make new announcements when they're dropping new things. If they drop their entire library right at launch, then that would always be available. They don't have new things to announce, and then, like, you know, you're gonna have a lot of traffic in it at first, and then it's gonna, like, peter down over time, and you don't really have much more reason to, like, bring people's attention to it. But if you instead start with a lackluster library, and, like, every single time you ever do a presentation for anything, you announce, like, 1 or 2 more games that are coming, that's an excuse for you to continue getting the word out, and more people thinking, like, huh, I didn't know that that was a thing, I should look into it, or, oh, they brought that game to it now, I should look into it. Because it's a lot easier to just be like, hey, these 2 games are coming, I'm interested in that one game, let's look into it, as opposed to having, like, a vast library of hundreds of titles, expecting people to take the time to look into the one game that they're interested in, whether it's in there or not. Like, you're drawing attention to specific titles by releasing them later, with, like, more advertising by excuses to keep on announcing that the service is a thing later, more chances of getting people interested in joining the service because you have this excuse to draw more attention to certain titles, and just keep the word of mouth going here. So they deliberately make their online services shit so that they have more reason to add more stuff to make them less and less lackluster over time. So it's just another one of those situations where it's like, yeah, we're adding a handful of titles in the beginning that barely covers, like, barely the surface of the GameCube library, but we're gonna add some more stuff later so that you can expect to keep on hearing about the Nintendo GameCube, like, every single direct until, like, the end of this console's lifetime, is what this is absolutely going to be. So, yeah, maybe I'll do my playthrough of Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, and maybe I'll play Path of Radiance sooner than expected, like, before it gets added to the thing here, so that it's, so that's hammed out. Because, yeah, it makes sense from a marketing standpoint and, like, maximizing revenue. But it is a very anti-consumer stance, and I very, very much despise the way that Nintendo handles their classic games, and I refuse to support this. Nintendo hates a lot of GameCube games, sadly, do they? With just not bringing them over and stuff. Guess we might get Star Fox Assault Online. Yeah, imagine here. Yeah, available on the same day as Switch 2. So, Path of Radiance and XD Gale of Darkness will be available sometime later. I'll do them sometime before they come out. This will be nice, actually having, like, an official wireless GameCube controller that has, like, all the buttons that, like, a regular controller has, so you can use it in other games too, instead of, like, just having, like, the ZL button missing. That's nice. Please play XD. I was already planning on doing so. I was thinking about doing it after my Legends ZA playthrough, but now I might do it before my Legends ZA playthrough. I've already done Coliseum, so I've been meaning to XD Gale of Darkness for a while now. You know how long they neglected the GameCube and pretended it never happened? No. My favorite console, and it's very noticeable how neglected it has been by Nintendo. Yeah, here is the bit about Deltarune. 1, 2, 3, 4 chapters, and I think this is where it's going to become paid. Is the case. Gonna have to remember how to play the game again, what with all these, like, times between chapters and all that. See it come to Switch 2. Yeah, it should be able to be handled on the Switch 1. Switch is a lot more powerful than the GameCube, but they might just not do that. More selling point for the Switch 2 potentially. Or maybe they'll sell more subscription services on Switch 1 if they do that. This looks like something that you'd see in, like, one of those mascot horror games. Is what it kind of looks like. I don't know. I mean, Switch 1 may not be powerful enough to emulate GameCube. Like, I know that it's gonna take a little bit more power to emulate than to just be the original hardware itself. But like, the Switch can handle GameCube. Borderlands 4. I haven't played a Borderlands game before. Heard that they're pretty fun. Maybe I'll play Civ 7 one day, but I've heard very mixed things about this game. Like I said, I have over 100 hours in Civ 6. So I'm not like a super pro at it or anything, but I do have a lot of time in it. Let's just see here. And then there's stuff here. But yeah, Nintendo has never really revealed many third parties. Having so many third parties announced is crazy. There's a decent amount of third parties announced during the Switch presentation last year. I found it when I was going and like reviewing stuff. This was like mostly first party focus, but they did do like some rapid fire third party stuff. Like they literally had where the heck was this? Over 80 games in development. The Dragon Quest stuff. Where is the screenshot that I literally just saw with the thing? They literally, with the announcement of Switch 1, were like, hey, these are all the companies that are going to be making games for our system. So even if it's not directly announced, all the games, they did announce, like, right at the beginning of the Switch 1, hey, we're actually going to have a lot of third-party support with this game, with this console. It's not going to be quite the same as the Wii U. I've only heard negative things about Civ 7, really. Having your progress reset each age is just so shitty. Yeah, I can imagine that. That's one of the big things I've heard as a negative. I've heard that the UI is really bad. Nintendo exclusive FromSoft game is crazy. I don't even like FromSoft games. Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm most surprised about. That's probably like the biggest third-party announcement that I'm surprised about. Star Secret. At first I thought that this was like a Starlink Battle for Atlas or something. Like a similar look to the font with Star there. Cyberpunk 2077 is coming to the Switch. Final Fantasy VII Remake is coming there. I'll just play this on PS5 when I get around to it, because I already own it on PS5 anyway. I got it on sale. So, yeah, no need to buy it twice there. I mean, I guess I'd be able to play it on the go with a Switch. The Silk Song announce. Also, apparently, has really, really obtuse mechanics that are misleading on what they do. Yeah, I think that ties into, like, the confusing UI and stuff. This is what I think that kind of ties into. But yeah, this is definitely, like, the biggest surprise third-party wise, which is probably why they saved it for last in terms of, like, the third-party announcements. Again, when you're doing a presentation, you always hit with, like, the biggest stuff at the beginning and at the end, because the beginning and end is what people are going to remember the most. So, it makes sense that the final third-party announcement would be this. A Nintendo-exclusive FromSoft Soulsborne game. I don't know why this stupid bar is down here, but, you know, ignore that, I guess. But the fact that there's a Soulsborne game on the way. Like, I know people have different definitions of Soulsborne, like what games go under that. Like, obviously, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring. Demon Souls would definitely be under that. I know a lot of people debate about whether Sekiro counts as, like, under the Soulsborne label or not. That one is a little bit iffy. This is clearly, like, Soulsborne kind of style. Yeah, that's fair enough. To each their own. But after I've killed all the bosses in Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Elden Ring, and plan on playing... Well, I guess I was going to say plan on playing Bloodborne as the next game, but I guess Elden Ring Night Rain is going to be the next game. Is what's going to be the case. I definitely will have my eye on this, because I'm getting pretty deep into the weeds with the Soulsborne series here. I'm 4 games in. About to be 5. There's projects you can do, and there's a project for it. The city grows 25% more food, and instead it apparently stops all growth of the city, and instead ports all of its food to other city. So it's 25% of it to other cities. Oh yeah, I've heard about some of that stuff too. Whereas there are instances where the game just straight up lies to you about what stuff even does. So yeah, I was thinking about playing Civ 7 when it came out, but after hearing the stuff I heard about it, it just didn't really catch that much of my interest. So, like, maybe I'll play Civ 7 sometime later after a bunch of things are fixed, reworked, and it goes on sale or something. I could see myself picking up Civ 7, but as is, I probably won't. Also, I probably won't play it on Switch 2. I'd probably play it on PC because... I was about to say play it on PC because then I can use, like, a mouse and, like, hover over the tiles that I want. I can see Civ 7 on Switch being, like, a title that would actually use, like, the mouse controls to play it like you would on PC. That's actually a good idea, because Civ is mostly a whole bunch of just clicking. That seems like it would be really annoying with a controller and stuff. Projects apparently stops growth and sends it to other cities instead. The game never tells you that, and 25% more food implies the city is growing. Yeah, you would think. There's that frog. The RB. Yeah, interesting. Mortis is going to be hyped about this, I have no doubt. I have no doubt the next time he's going to be in my stream, he's going to... What was the name of this game again? Duskbloods. Next time he comes into my stream, he's going to be like, holy shit, Duskbloods! Alright, no. Interesting mount there. Yeah, so it looks like it's gonna have, like, some of the attacks like Elden Ring. Where it's like an Elden Ring, you could do, like, certain magic attacks that would give you, like, a dragon head and let you blow breath and stuff like that. Like, transform part of your body in some ways. And it looks like this is adopting some of those ideas from Elden Ring. I do wonder if this is going to be linear or open world. I would imagine like a shorter, more linear experience, like save the big open world titles for the things that are available on all consoles that they want to sell the most units of, but have like a more traditional linear Soulsborne kind of experience. Well, more traditional, depending on how linear you want to call the Dark Souls games. Semi-linear. The Duskbloods, not Duskbloods. Let me edit this to say the Duskbloods. Well, I'll do. Can I click on the thing? Oh, here we go. I thought it was already in the edit screen when it was not. The Duskbloods, I'll update it to say. I've heard that Bloodborne is pretty linear. I do look forward to playing that. I do like me some well-crafted linear games. And if I had to guess, I imagine this is probably linear. Apparently Civ 7 runs like doo-doo even on extremely good PCs. I don't know if they would run well on Switch 2 even. Oh, jeez. But yeah, I'll probably pick it up on PC sometime. When it goes on sale and a bunch of stuff is fixed. All that. Yeah, I can definitely see myself playing this game. And I can definitely see my little cousin wanting to play this game. He was really into Elden Ring, way more so than even me. Available only on Switch 2, so if I get this physically, I already know he's going to be asking to borrow that when I'm done with it. I already know. And then there's like, yeah, the Kirby Air Ride and stuff. Did it say when this was coming out, just like 2025 in general? Let's see here. What did I put down? I just put down 2025, Kirby Air Riders. If this comes out, like, after Fragapalooza, maybe I can, do, like, the original Kirby Air Ride with, like, some friendos at Fragapalooza. Because I like to do things in order, and it'd be fun to at least see what the original game is all about and what it's like. Because I've never played Kirby Air Ride before. I would like to get a little bit of an experience before this. And it's not like I'd have to worry about doing, like, another full playthrough. Just play it in multiplayer for a little bit at a LAN event, you know? So I could always do it with, like, little cousins at Mega LAN or something like that coming up next month. Or if this is coming out... If this is coming out before Fragapalooza, then I can play this at Fragapalooza. If it's coming out after Fragapalooza, then I can do the original game a little bit at Fragapalooza. My German partner from when I was in elementary school that came and lived with us for a while, that was briefly on some of the content of the channel in Fragapalooza 2023, Finn is his name, has now booked his flight, and he is coming August again this year, and coming at such a time that he'll be able to come to Fragapalooza with me. He's getting here a little bit before Fragapalooza, so he'd be coming along to that event as well. Maybe he wants to play some Kirby Air Ride with me. I remember, like, it's been a long time since I've been at his house in Germany, but I remember playing things like the GameCube Mario parties with him there, just like we played at Fragapalooza 2023. So I know that he was, like, really into GameCube games and stuff. I wonder if he ever played Kirby Air Ride. I should send him a message and ask if he ever played Kirby Air Ride or something. I'm so... Here. So annoyed that there are no good tech specs on the Switch 2. I want to know what CPU is in this thing. Yeah, it would be nice if they revealed that. Depends on the Dark Souls. First Dark Souls was decently open world. Good mix of linear with lots of options to progress. The rest are completely linear. I don't know if I'd say completely linear on Dark Souls 2 and 3. Oh, I'm playing that one and you're going to face me. Yeah, I'll definitely play this online with friendos and stuff. Speaking of games to play online with friendos, I was going to do a segment of Mario Kart and playing Waluigi Pinball during the last... Not the last 24-hour cherry stream. The last one was the last one. The next one is the 12th one. The last one was the 11th one. Extra Life, the Pinball Brawl, where I was going to play a whole bunch of Waluigi Pinball in Mario Kart 8 as, like, part of the pinball event. If we hit, like, a certain charity goal, figuring that viewers could join in and we could play Mario Kart together. But I didn't really have a whole lot of viewers in my stream at the time, and it didn't really seem all that worth it to do. I was like, oh, maybe we'll wait until later in the stream, see if there's more people around that would be wanting to hop into Mario Kart, or maybe we'll just save it for another time, and I said we'd save it for another time. So there is technically still one multiplayer session that I have promised incomplete of Mario Kart 8 around here. Which maybe at this point we should do shortly before this comes out. Like leading up to the release of the Switch 2 and Mario Kart World. Like we do one big like set a date ahead of time for doing like Mario Kart stuff together. And just pretend that it was the time that I promised that we do a Mario Kart session multiplayer around here during Extra Life 2024 and all of that. Really want to play this. Never owned the OG Air Ride, but this feels like my kind of game. Yeah, I've heard really good things about the original Air Ride, especially with like Sakurai's touch in there. And the fact that they confirmed that Sakurai was directing this game, and they knew that people will be interested in knowing that Sakurai's directing this game, they made it part of the trailer. That's pretty cool. And also nice to give him like a break from Smash stuff, you know. Let's see here. Kirby Air Riders has a lot of depth. It's not really meant to be played just once. There's a lot of unlockable stuff. One of the best achievement systems I've ever seen in almost any game. Okay. Well, I could play it at like maybe a few events or something like that. Try it out. So while the exact CPU model is unconfirmed, it is confirmed that NVIDIA is making it. So we can probably assume the Switch 2 games will be using DLSS upscaling. Also a fun fact. Why does my nose keep being so itchy? I swear I scratch it and it just makes it itchier. So it's a freaking feedback loop. Also a fun fact, the positive feedback loop. To be more specific, a fun fact, the Kirby anime has a scene in the movie finale that is essentially a promo to Kirby Air Ride. Oh. Dark Souls 2 is like, there's a hub area and 4 paths. You go down one, it's a complete linear path. They don't lead into each other, it's just a linear path. Yeah, the map design in Dark Souls 2 is pretty sucky. But yeah, like semi-open. You have some choices and stuff like that. And one could argue that about Dark Souls 1 as well. It's just Dark Souls 1 makes things interconnected better. At least in the first half of the game. The second half of the game in Dark Souls 1 doesn't really do that. Fun fact, Sakurai's never directed a Kirby game since the original, aside from brief assistance in Amazing Mirror. No, he directed the first Kirby Air Ride. Yeah, gosh dang it! 2025, yeah, so I put that down there.
Kirby Air Ride, which originally...
And then there was the, and then the final announcement was that they're doing like a new 3D Donkey Kong. Which is definitely interesting and unexpected here. I guess I didn't see the bananas there before. I probably could have estimated that this was Donkey Kong before that point. But yeah. Oh, when you said he hasn't directed a Kirby game since the original, I thought you meant from like the original Kirby game, not from the original Kirby Air Ride, is the way that I interpreted that. I know that Sakurai was developing like, or directing right in the beginning for Kirby, but hasn't really touched the Kirby games outside of Air Ride for a long, long time. Just realized how expensive micro SDXC express card are. $50 USD for 128 gigabytes. Various ways to skip areas go down separate paths in Dark Souls 1 and 2. Or, in Dark Souls 1, I assume there's supposed to be a combo there. Dark Souls 2, that shit is impossible to do. Yeah, I definitely wasn't really a big fan of the design of Dark Souls 2 and the speed of it and stuff, but I don't like Dark Souls 2. I like Dark Souls 1, I like Dark Souls 3. I don't actually like Dark Souls 2. I like things about it, but I generally don't actually like it, honestly. Wasn't the biggest fan of it, personally. I know that a lot of people feel that way. Maybe when I play Bloodborne, the true Dark Souls 2, I'll end up liking that more. Yeah, I was honestly expecting a 3D Mario to be announced as well, so when I first saw what things were looking like here, I fully expected it to be a 3D Mario. So the fact that it's a 3D Donkey Kong game is definitely really surprising, you know? Yeah, and that's something fun about Dark Souls 1 there. Yeah, I do like the expressiveness, the animations and stuff. This is going to become Nintendo's Astrobot. But yeah, it does look really visually nice. I do still think that the new DK is going to give me a little bit of... Need a little bit of getting used to here. Certainly going to be the case. Dang it. I scratch my nose and it just makes it itchier. It's one of those streams today. Donkey Kong Bananza. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that's not that far away. I wish the other Kongs were in this. Maybe they'll save that for later trailers. Literally the first full trailer of Super Mario Odyssey, so past just the little smidge of gameplay we got with the Switch 1 reveal, didn't even reveal that you could, like, possess people with Cappy. Like, this trailer completely hid that with, like, the Nintendo Switch first presentation. Like, it just revealed at the end that there's eyes on it, but you don't even know what it means yet. So, it could be that that other stuff is hidden and they're just focusing on like the reveal of the game. So there's like, you know, the hype of, oh my god, there's a new 3D Donkey Kong game. And then later there's the hype of, oh my god, there's the other Kongs and you can play as them and other stuff. That makes sense for them to reveal later here, you know? So, about this design, apparently even the designer of the original new design prefers this one of the original new design. Wait, what's the original new design? What does that mean?
June 5th.
Yeah, I mean, they could also just not, but
finally, here are the hardware.
If they are, they wouldn't announce it immediately anyway.
Goes live.
Yeah, with the bundle and stuff, and then yeah, all that stuff there. All right, well, that is definitely interesting. Definitely the biggest third-party reveal is the Switch 2 exclusive Soulsborne game. Like, I'm very surprised that they managed to secure that. So, Sony has an exclusive Soulsborne game, being Bloodborne, but now Nintendo is going to have an exclusive Soulsborne game from FromSoft. That's interesting. Be extremely surprised. Fair enough. Here, we can look at some of the other stuff here now really quickly with these Switch 2 games. Feature Donkey Kong Bananza. So these are the two big things. They led the presentation with this. They ended the presentation with this. These are the two big games that they're pushing forward. Wait. What do you mean pre-order now? The game is out. How are you talking about pre-order now? Like, I'm pressing back and it does that at first. Refresh. Why is it still safe pre-order now? Did someone forget to update the website to say available now? This game's been out for almost 2 weeks. And I have like almost 72 hours in the game currently. So anyone watching the series on YouTube as it's going up, we're like just reaching the double digits here in terms of part numbers, is gonna be like a 104 part series in terms of where I beat the game. But I have a lot of time in this game now. I was getting a thumbnail shot right there for one of the later parts. Like if I go to save here, 71 and a half hours. I have a lot of time in this game. So that's why anyone watching this on YouTube after the fact should totally go tune into the Twitch streams and see stuff live. Or just look at like the VODs link in the description of any of the parts because you can see the full streams anytime there anyway. Is the case since now I have to archive all my stuff on YouTube rather than Twitch, since Twitch doesn't want to hold on to your VODs anymore. That whole situation, stuff used to be archived on Twitch. But yeah, let's see here. Dude, I love internet nerds. There's a brief clip in the direct of them driving across the outdoor built platform, a section of Toad's factory. It's confirmed to be in Mario Kart World. Nice. Damn, now I have to buy it. Haven't been in any game for a long time except for Tiny, and Tiny is not the same Tiny. They completely redesigned her. Even that, it was like 15 years ago as opposed to 25. I don't even know who that Tiny is. You're illegally owning it. Source, trust Nintendo, bro. What with the Xenoblade X there? So it still says pre-order. Like, it is very jarring how those elements just become invisible. They still exist. And makes you think, like, what? Is something supposed to go on here? But you have to scroll. So, not exactly the best website design, in my opinion, there. But yeah, the Switch 2, it looks like the Joy-Cons are a little bit more rounded. Seems like, is one of the 5 Kongs. Have you never played DK64? No, I have not. I'm not one of the, like, 10 people my age or younger that have played DK64. Can't say I have. The big guy is back. Donkey Kong swings onto the Nintendo Switch 2 system with a brand new action-adventure. Help Donkey Kong make his way through the depths of the underground world. The deeper he goes, the more amazing places he finds. Well, maybe I will one day. Deeper underground. Wait. So are these just like levels underground? So like you dig a whole bunch and then you get to this underground world. Then you dig deeper and you get to this underground world. That's how it's gonna work. It seems to imply here. Truly underestimate the number of people playing Donkey Kong 64. I'm saying in my age range. Like, I have no doubt that it was big when it came out and that there's people older than me that play it. But I'm talking about, like, my age range that wouldn't have started playing stuff with the N64. That would have been, like, GameCube or later that, like, play it. Is it a game that, like, people that's before the time of would typically go and play to be able to experience? Go play it to declare yourself truly dedicated to 100%. Yeah, so we're going through the world and stuff like that. Yes? Okay, well, that's definitely news to me. There's no shortage of things DK can pulverize with his powerful punches. Not representative of actual gameplay experience. Can't wait to destroy everything in the world. Watch there be speedruns for, like, everything is gone. There is no more land anymore. Not as much as Banjo-Kazooie, but yes, okay. Like, I know that that does definitely have a decent bit of a fan following and a lot of people that really like it, but I didn't think that it would be something that people would still be going back to try and experience. Being able to destroy everything is pretty lit. Yeah, that's pretty fun there. Break on through this truly destructive adventure. Need to play it now before the new one comes out. With my whole doing things in order. These baddies are up to no good. I almost wanted to read that as badges. Behold, the golden bananas. Banana. The mysterious group known as Voidco has its eyes on this prized bunch. On what prized bunch? Like, wait, is this the bunch and the Voidco is a different group? The mysterious group known as Voidco has its eyes on these guys? Something? I need to play it now. It's vital to the story. I'm sure it is. 3 people are playing it on Twitch right now. But no one messes with DK's favorite food. Golden bananas? The whole island was buzzing about the discovery of this tasty treasure, but then disaster struck. During the chaos, Voidco stole everything. Every breathtaking bunch of bananas. Now Donkey Kong was ventured deep underground to get them back. Wait, so this is Voidco? What the hell does this mean then? The mysterious group known as Voidco has its eyes on this prized bunch. So this group is Voidco. So what is the prized bunch? I actually have no idea. And why is my nose so itchy? I scratch it and just, like, it's like a mosquito bite. You scratch it and it just makes it more itchy. And I want to not be constantly scratching it because I'm streaming here. But I just... During the chaos, Voidco... Yeah. DK makes a new friend. Together, they chase down the mysterious Voidco, so you get, like, this rock guy here. Can Donkey Kong recover his beloved bananas? Find out in the Donkey Kong Bananza game, only on Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, Nintendo always refers to them with, like, game at the end. Rather than find out in Donkey Kong Bananza. It's always find out in the Donkey Kong Bananza game, only on Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, no price here. But there's July 17th. So who knows? But yeah, let's see here. Mario Kart World looks awesome, but that price sucks. Yeah, now, like I keep on saying, now you know how it feels. If every first-party Switch 2 game is $80, and if Mario Kart is, I bet they will be, as a major damper on my ability to enjoy the system, again, now you get to know how it feels for, like, Canadians in late 2015, early 2016. Like, we'll see if it ends up making games more expensive here, too. I wouldn't be surprised, but right now I'm just crossing my fingers that it's a tariffs thing that doesn't affect us, but we shall see here what ends up going on. We shall see. Get a price of $70, but seriously, the almost $35 price increase generation over generation sucks and hurts my excitement a bit. Again, this is just what Canadians experienced in late 2015, early 2016. Nintendo today. But yeah, people play randos of it decently often. Play randos of it. What? What? Just as Jake Frost, he's played the randomizer a few times. Oh, that's what you mean by randos, is randomizer. But I imagine that would be like some of the old guard that is like has an established connection to the game and stuff. Yeah, the good old Nintendo today that like 10 people are using. Shop games, Nintendo exclusive merchandise and more, plus free shipping on orders over $65 and over. I mean, obviously, when you say randos of a game, that usually means like you're playing multiplayer against random opponents as opposed to like friends that you're going up against specifically is what randos would typically mean. And Wii U games were $60 new and 3DS games are $40 new. Paying $60 for new games going there from 3DS made me salty enough. Well, we had to start going from 60 on the Wii U to 80 in the middle of the Wii U's lifetime. That's how it worked here. There's a rando of a game they haven't played. Well, again, the way that I interpret rando is like multiplayer against random other people is what that typically refers to, rather than a randomizer. How to play Switch 2, register your interest. Yeah, I already did that. We can have a look-see at, oh my goodness, the full things are out at once. How much are Canadian Switch games right now? $80. They've been $80 since the beginning, and then $90 for Tears of the Kingdom was the case. Full price of Nintendo games in general have been $80 ever since late 2015, as of the Wii U stuff. Are always abbreviated to rando by the community. Well, that's news to me. I know more about multiplayer games than I do about like speedrun / challenge run kind of stuff. Just saying, one of us might have angered the DK fan base and 3 of us aren't. But yeah. Yeah, and I know that's our dollar going to shit. But if games are getting more expensive in the US, there is a, yeah, we'll see. That's what I'm worried about. That's what I was mentioning. But that's, again, both cases are like factors out of your control for like the price hike. Whereas in our case, it's our dollar going to shit. Whereas in your guys' case, it would be because of your current political administration. Ask the Developer Volume 16. Let's have a look-see here. Because yeah, I am definitely a little bit curious here. In the 16th volume of Ask the Developer, an interview series in which the developers convey their own words, Nintendo's thoughts about creating products, and the unusual details they hone in on. We're talking to developers about Nintendo Switch 2, which launches on Thursday, June 5th. Is it going more so than ours? Well, I know that like the current economic effects would definitely be having an effect on USD, but you know, I guess compared to CAD with USD always being worth so much more, I just don't really feel it as much. But yeah. Well, when it comes to randos, I would just be say I'm playing randos. That means I'm playing against random people. I would call it that all the time if I'm playing something like Dead by Daylight. Like, am I playing Survive with Friends or am I playing randos? That's what that means, you know? You don't say that I'm playing against randos. You just say you're playing randos. And that just means that you're playing against random people. I don't think anyone ever says that they are facing a rando or they're playing with a rando. They just say they're playing randos, you know? Also, I guess this is just going to become like the freaking audiobook where I'm going to be reading this out because I do kind of want to have a look-see at this. Well, yeah, you can refer to it as that, but I'm using that as an example in terms of like randos. When you're playing against random people online, you just say that you're playing randos. I've heard lots of people call it rando and DVD. As someone with 1,500 hours in the game, I hear people say randos all the time. In the past here, I don't play the game much anymore. When you're playing against random people, you say you're playing randos. Just in multiplayer games in general. The Rare DK games are pretty highly held to regard. Why else do you think K. Rool is a big deal of Smash Ultimate? That do be true. But yeah, in case anyone watching this on YouTube after the fact was thinking about reading this, well, here's your audiobook format, I guess. Let's see here, or at least somewhat. I'm gonna be somewhat skimming here. So there's Koichi Kawamoto, referred to as Kawamoto from this point on. From the Entertainment, Planning, and Development Department, as a producer for Switch 2, my role is to set the direction for what kind of system to develop and to consult with the Hardware Development Department and other teams on detailed specifications. I was the General Director for Nintendo Switch, and for this project, I continue to be involved with the overall development of the hardware. Okay, well, we've heard different things with our different groups. There do exist people that refer to it as randos. I will not have this be contested that there do not exist people that refer to it as randos, because that is what I've heard in my time, like, playing across, like, several different Discord communities across the years before I was even a content creator. And just multiplayer games in general, people refer to it as randos a lot of the time. This shouldn't even be an argument. It is a term that people use. Takuhiro Doda, referred to as Doda from this point on. Hey look, Doda's coming to the Switch 2. Hello, I'm Takuhiro Doda from the Entertainment, Planning, and Development Department. I'm the director for Switch 2. I usually work as the technical director for games as the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Since joining Nintendo, I have been involved in the development of every launch title from Nintendo DS to Switch. For this project, I've used that experience to share ideas with others on what kind of dedicated game console we should create next from a software developer's perspective. Yeah, I literally did it during the second last 24-hour charity stream. I did this for 24 hours. We did a big fundraiser for Larch about it. It was one of the big events around here. Right here. Start to finish. 25.5 hours. Longest stream that I've ever done. Fundraising for Larch. You were there, my bad. Are you still insisting that nobody uses the words randos to refer to, like, playing as random people online? Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, a Nintendo Switch game released in May 2023, takes place after the story of that, and is set in the same world. Yeah, just stuff with that. No worries, Reggie Bump. Tetsuya Sasaki, referred to as Sasaki from this point on. Tetsuya Sasaki, I can't words. Member of the Technology Division, Development Division for Switch, I support the development of the console system software, also creating a more cutting-edge software development environment to further advance how Nintendo would create games. This time, I served as technical director, overseeing the development of hardware technology, system software that forms the basis for running games and the network services that support them. Jump into the first question. This will be Nintendo's first dedicated gaming console in 8 years since Switch. When did you begin development on Switch 2, and how does the development of a game console start? The three of us started working together on the new hardware project around 2019. But as far as the core development of Switch 2 goes, I recall that research and development had already started even before the project formally kicked off, right? Well, I have. And that's all I'm saying here, is that I have. Sasaki, that's right. I knew that we were continuing to develop new gaming consoles even after the launch of Switch, so we needed to get ahead of ourselves and start sowing the seeds of ideas for what we could do with the next console. Hardware development takes time, and if we didn't start early, the software development environment, known as the software development kit, that's needed afterwards wouldn't be ready in time. We started by actively getting information each day on different kinds of technology and the results they could achieve. In that sense, you could say we began the development even before 2019. Hello, Zero the Red here. Gonna play the remake of Bravely Default? It's a remaster, and no, because it looks the exact same, and I've already played it. I already played the original on the 3DS anyway, in those graphics, because you can enhance it with an emulator. So the only new thing that I'd be getting out of it is the UI is in a different place now, and I can do motion control mini-games. Ooh, like, I don't really care. It doesn't really seem like something that has my interest. I'm gonna buy it again anyway, so I can have it again, fair enough. But yeah, well, that's news to me, but that's not really a community that I'm a part of, because I don't really do speed running, challenge run kind of stuff. I just kind of play games start to finish. That's more of the sphere that I'm a part of. And then to a smaller extent, part of like the multiplayer sphere from like my years going about that. I'm not really part of like the speed running slash like challenge run kind of environment, so I'm not familiar with that. Just like I'm not familiar with a lot of MMOs, so I didn't know what the hell. I can't spell for the life of me. I didn't know what the hell LFG meant for years on the Fragapalooza website until the vice president of Fragapalooza, Melbosa, told me just a few days ago that it stands for looking for group. That's a thing that I presume would be really common in like multiplayer and MMO kind of spaces, but I, not being familiar with that, would have never seen that term because it's just not my sphere, you know? Yeah, and I don't play randos in games, so... Well, that's why I'm not saying speedrunning specifically, but like challenge run as well. If you're doing a randomizer, that's a challenge run. I consider this to be a challenge run. Like, it's a irregular way to play the game in a more challenging kind of way. That's not the kind of thing that I normally do, and I'm not involved in like any communities for. And this, it's really not that important what randos refers to, and I'm gonna move on from this topic. I'm not saying any more on it. I want to see this development interview. This new LFG was looking for a group because of Monster Hunter, fair enough there. And yeah, definitely surprised that there's the 007 stuff coming out here. Excited for Project 07. But yeah, basically Bloodborne 2, except Nintendo exclusive this time. So yeah, we knew we needed to continue developing consoles, yeah, because you have to have like development kits so that people can actually make games for it. We start development rather than attempting to create the entire console from the outset. We focus on the elements that will take the most time and effort. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to provide software developers with a software development kit for creating games, and software development would be completed in time. Yep. Exactly, without console preparation, we won't be able to develop hardware and software in a timely manner. So yeah, have to be right on top of things there. I see, what kinds of things specifically do you consider during the seed sowing stage that precedes the hardware development? Well, Switch is a dedicated game console that we created so that people can play different types of games in various places and situations. Fortunately, it has been well received by many players. However, that doesn't mean Switch is perfect. There were times when we wished Switch's systems processor was faster so that we could provide new and unprecedented gameplay experiences. I think the processor we chose to implement in Switch during its development was the best option at the time. However, as time went on, we began to realize that it didn't necessarily mean developers could make any kind of game they wanted with it. Yeah, that is definitely true there. I love FromSoft went out of their way to basically make a Bloodborne 2 as an exclusive with Switch because of Sony. I know that, like, Bloodborne has been, like, pretty shafted with the way that Sony has handled that IP from there. So, I mean, if it really is like, hey, let's go to Nintendo with their new hardware and make them an exclusive Soulsborne game. After we did an exclusive one with Sony. I do kind of find that kind of funny. We got the most ironic ad ever, got an Amazon ad for the Pokemon TCG set with a focus on N. Nice. Dota-san, also like you to share your view as a software developer. Like Kawamoto-san, were there moments that made you wish the processing speed was a little faster? Definitely. Hardware performance and software development always have a relationship of pulling ahead of and falling behind each other. What I mean is that when new hardware comes out and processing power improves, software development can also take advantage of that and take on new challenges. For example, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was originally developed for Wii U, so it was created with the Wii U's capabilities in mind. However, with The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we could create a world in the sky and underground since the performance had improved for the Switch. Yeah, it would have been cool if there was more actual world in that game, instead of just like puzzles in the sky and underground that looks the exact same across the whole thing. It was cool that there was a whole bonus world that included in the game that they never showed in marketing, like, hey, surprise, there's the underground stuff. Like, that was pretty cool as a surprise thing to be in the game. But I was expecting Sky Islands like we saw in the trailer, but the Sky Island we saw in the trailer is just the tutorial one, the one actually big explorable Sky Island. And then everything else was just like rocks that form puzzles in the sky, and that's pretty much it. There was never really areas in the sky to explore. But anyway, to add to that, the ability to fuse objects together to create new ones was also made possible because the Switch system keeps capabilities. You know how they're going to handle the pre-orders for the Switch 2 yet? You can be notified about it on the, it'll depend from, like, platform to platform, but here with Switch 2, you can get notified about when it's available to purchase if you're, like, a My Nintendo member thingamabob here. You can sign up for that. However, as software developers continue to take on these kinds of challenges, their technical capabilities improved and ideas expand. And that's what, and then what they hope to do ends up surpassing what the hardware's processing power can handle. Hardware with an expanded processing capability is a blessing for software developers who want to challenge themselves to create new gameplay experiences that are unimaginable today. Heck yeah. Yeah, these video games here. I see, so that's why you decided to sow the seeds and prioritize improving the processing speed for Switch 2. Because, I mean, yeah, it's just very standard stuff here so far. People with a Switch, active Nintendo Online membership, and lots of gameplay hours hold priority to get a pre-order. Does it say that? How the priority works? Combat scalpers? Does it say that somewhere? I don't remember it saying that there. Let's see here. Hello, Notary. How's it going? Let's see here. Switch 2 systems improve processor performance have allowed us to realize new types of gameplay that haven't been seen before. To give you some examples, in Donkey Kong Bananza, you can experience the exhilaration of being able to destroy anything you want in the game without restrictions. Anything, even other people. In Mario Kart World, that almost looked like Mario Kart 7, all courses are now connected seamlessly in a single world, so you can drive from one course to the next. You could say that one of the key features of Switch 2 is its expanded processing capability, which has made these new gameplay features possible. So you increase the processing capability to allow new kinds of gameplay experiences to be created. Looking back at Nintendo's past consoles, I think many people would expect to see something more unconventional, much like how the Wii and Nintendo DS have control schemes unique to Nintendo. During the development of Switch 2, were there any discussion about taking a similar approach? It sounded interesting to me, at least, is what I thought there. I thought that if there was like actual vast environments that had like the cool autumny golden kind of feel, like it would be very visually charming and like a really cool new kind of place to explore. But then it just being like rocks with puzzles in the sky, and that's basically it. Outside of the tutorial one, I found to be really disappointing. My thought on Switch 2 Direct is it's cool until you saw the price tag. The price tag /10, what? God, I'm praying hard for God emulator to bless this miserable ball of rock. Let's see here. From Nintendo DS to Wii U, we offered new ways to play by implementing hardware features that weren't typical for game consoles at the time, and asked software developers to take advantage of them. However, with Switch, we made that less of a priority. With Switch, we prioritized implementing something that could be used with any kind of software, such as the ability to play in both TV and handheld mode, rather than tasking software developers to create gameplay experiences that incorporate the hardware's unique features. Well, that's at least what they're saying nowadays, but they did put in a lot of features that I'm sure they would have liked more developers to make use of, like the IR sensor, like the HD rumble. That just wasn't really used. Just like we did with Switch, we've made having unique hardware features less of a priority for this console. Of course, we did consider various ideas, however we felt that even if an idea works well for some games, there'll be a lot of games where it doesn't. Also, we thought a lot about whether we should change the design of Switch, a console with a screen and Joy-Con controllers on each side that can be played on a TV when docked. After considering various new ideas, we decided it would be best to keep the Switch system's design and not make any changes for change's sake. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, like, it's definitely the safest kind of approach here, for sure. We got some of these features gonna be abandoned, like the HD rumble IR sensor and the goddamn touchscreen. I think they won't have the touchscreen on it anymore. It's under gaming system, Switch 2, how to buy. Yeah, this here. I don't know where you see where the priority is given on it. Unless it's a separate page. No, it's the same one here. Like, it could be that different things are being shared with, like, different regions, but I looked through these things before. It's the text paragraph. Oh, this stuff here? Oh, I never read the fine print. That would make sense. With the Nintendo account holders in the US and Canada who are at least 18 years old, if you're eligible, an invitation email will be sent to the email address associated with your Nintendo account when it's your time to purchase. The invitation will be valid for 72 hours. Invitation emails will be prioritized on a first-come, first-served basis. The registrants who have purchased a Nintendo Switch Online membership with a minimum of 12 months of paid membership and a minimum of 50 total gameplay hours by April 2nd, 2025. Once invitation emails have been sent to registrants meeting the priority criteria, invitations will be sent to the remaining eligible registrants on a first-come, first-served basis. Okay, so it's not necessarily like prioritizing those with the most gameplay hours. It's just if you've at least been a member for at least 12 months and you've been playing like your Switch for a decent amount of hours. Like, I would be considered like valid for this. And then I wonder if like, if you meet those conditions, if it then goes in like order of queue from when you clicked the button to submit, like the date and time and stuff like that. And then after that, it'll be first come, first serve for those outside of that criteria. So maybe I actually have a decent chance of getting a Switch 2, clicking this very shortly after the Direct, meeting those priority criteria and stuff. So if I can't get something like at GameStop or Best Buy right on the day of, then I can get this. Yes, I like to actually have a method to combat scalpers. Yeah, like, hey, you have priority on being able to purchase one of these. If you've actually been doing like Switch Online stuff for the past year, and if you actually play stuff on your Nintendo Switch and would therefore like to play stuff on the Switch too, instead of just resell it. Like, that is nice. That is actually a pretty good change. I appreciate that there. And yeah, I mean, the touchscreen controls, considering you can't really be using them when it's docked anyway, is a bit of a limiting factor. But there were definitely some few games that would use it. Where was I? Let's see here. But yeah, that's nice. I like that they're doing that, and I wish that I'd read that fine print earlier then. I appreciate you bringing that up there. From a software developer's perspective, we thought of what we'd want in a console if we created a game. In the past, Nintendo developed software that took advantage of unique hardware features, such as the Wii Remote and the Nintendo DS system's dual screens. However, since Switch launched, I think there's been a shift in how software developers create games. Rather than leveraging hardware features to create something unique, developers can now choose which software technologies they want to incorporate to make their game stand out. My honest option as a software developer is that just because a new hardware feature is added, it doesn't necessarily mean that various problems will be solved or that new kinds of gameplay experiences will be created one after another. So with Switch 2, we improved its processing speed in the hope that it'll become a dedicated game platform with a strong and solid foundation that allows software developers to create what they want. Where's the hope? Mario Kart is gonna be cooked with the voice chat now? Yeah, we shall see. I had to share that because it's a very good approach. Yeah, it is, honestly. Definitely is. Zelda Notes app is also a goated thing. I think you're the first person that's ever spoken those words. Yamamoto, there have been cases such as the RingCon and Ring Fit Adventure where we've offered a unique experience by offering an accessory with the game, and it was well received by players, so we wondered whether Switch 2 would really need new hardware feature. Yeah, there's random voice chat. Remember their Discord is paid? Yeah, technically is, but I mean if you're playing online anyway, you have to pay for that, so it's all bundled in with that. Main map guide that helps me, but you already have a map in-game. This is the thing. It's already in there. Who's DMing me now? Oh, my cousin's saying I'm probably not eligible to take part in the Nintendo Shop Direct Lottery because of the family plan. He's under my family plan. Why does he keep DMing me? He knows I'm streaming. He's probably lurking in the stream right now. You just write in the chat here, and then I don't have to open a new window here. Let's see here. Just to be clear, we're not saying Nintendo will never develop gaming consoles with new and unique hardware features in the future. We made that choice this time because rather than equipping the new console with the new hardware features, we thought that we'd have the option to offer new gameplay experiences by packaging additional accessories together with games, just as we bundled the RingCon with Ring Fit Adventure. I see, so a Switch 2 which serves as the base, you focus on the functions that are necessary for all software. Since unique hardware features can be offered, later via accessories that come packaged with the game, and you believe software developers will have even more possibilities to create unique games with those functions. That's right, if I can add to that, the Switch is a dedicated gaming console that packs in the best parts from Nintendo's previous consoles. You play in both TV mode and handheld mode. Controllers are detachable and have various built-in sensors, and I do think the form factor has lots of potential still. However, I feel that the way people play games in their daily lives is gradually changing. So one of our challenges this time was to delve deeper into this aspect. The new, more powerful console, leveraging the original concept of Switch, we believe that wonderful gaming experiences await players. I see, so the playstyles of Nintendo Switch still have great potential. It sounds like the Nintendo Switch 2 system's role is to explore and expand that potential further. But yeah. I mean, you can also find those things that you haven't found already on, like, the normal map, right? I guess the Korok seeds aren't normally, on the map, now that I think about it. You would have to, like, find them or look at an online map. But, I mean, you can also just look at an online map without having to, like, shell out for, like, the dedicated inbuilt thing. It's kind of like Ubisoft selling time saver packs in their Assassin's Creed games. They just mark things on maps that you'd have to, like, kind of seek out otherwise. It's what it kind of is. Let's see here. Yeah, there's online interactive maps. Wasn't it with the expansion pack? It's something that if you do have the expansion pack, the subscription service, you do have bundled in, yes. Which is why I haven't cleared Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, so having an assistant app built to help guide me so I'm not lost, I appreciate. There's lots of online resources that do that, and our interactive maps are free. Yeah, I already did so here. Why don't you just come into my stream? You can see on Discord, I'm streaming. I already did. I shall say. Let's have a look-see here. Because, yeah, I am curious about this stuff with the Switch, too. That first one was just, you know, what you expect there. 16th volume, we've asked the developer. Redesigning everything from scratch. Now that we've discussed the distract... I'm pretty sure we've heard this theme before. I swear YouTube Shuffle does not actually shuffle. Let's click on a different video manually, and then maybe it will change the seed. The randomizer seed, potentially. Now we've discussed the direction you took when developing Switch 2, which elements specifically have been enhanced. Although we made various changes, one thing that's easily noticeable at a glance is the larger screen size. When you see the system for the first time, you'll most likely think to yourself, whoa, that screen's huge! Too bad it can't fit it in like a pocket then. While the console has the same thickness as the Nintendo Switch, not only is the screen larger, but it allows for higher resolution visuals. It's more vivid and has a smoother display rate. In addition to the predecessor, we've powered up various other parts of Switch 2 to expand its capacity as a console. As a side note, the tech-savvy among you might already be aware, but Nintendo has always developed each gaming system with a focus on its system memory capacity. This time, we are particularly aggressive in pursuing increased memory size. Aside from the processor, there's also the LCD screen, internal memory, storage, and of course, each feature involves cost and memory capacity, so we had to strike a balance with powering up the system. I also don't know why you would willingly choose to 100% Breath of the Wild. Fair. Yeah, many Koroks. You can also get, like, 900 Korok seeds very easily by utilizing a glitch that just lets you get, like, a Korok seed over and over again from a guy that never, like, counts as getting used up, essentially. Battery life was another factor we had to balance. A high-performance processor and large system memory consume a lot of power, which reduces battery life. Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that, Mortis. Let me guess. Let me guess what game that you're losing your shit about. Like, I really gotta rack my brain about, like, what game it could possibly... Duskbloods? No, that's not a game that would interest you. I refuse to believe it. Battery life was another factor we had to balance. A high-performance processor and large system memory consume a lot of power, which reduces battery life. However, as we were finding that balance, we also need to keep in mind that people will be playing on the go. We made various efforts to ensure the battery life wouldn't be reduced significantly, such as increasing the battery capacity to 1.2 times of that of the Switch. Okay. I think it looks okay. It literally just looks like what the original game would look like on Citra, with you bumping up the graphics, bumping up the resolution. Like, the models are still the exact same chibi kind of thing. Like, maybe some of the PNG backgrounds will look a little bit better, but they already look great on the 3DS anyway. It really seems like the only selling point is the, like, new motion control mini games that I don't know why I would really want to play Bravely Default motion control mini games. And in terms of UI, I just prefer the UI of the 3DS version anyway, where it's like, you have all the stats and your BP and everything on the bottom screen, and then just the battle on the top screen. I really like that with Bravely Default and Bravely Second. So having that all on one screen, and then just like, all your stuff at the bottom there, I'm just not as big on it. Like, I used an example earlier in the stream, comparing Fire Emblem Engage to like the 3DS Fire Emblem games, where it's like they did what they could with Fire Emblem Engage, where it's like you hover over somebody and you have like the bar at the bottom showing the stats and some of the basic stuff. You need to pull up like the full unit info to see like the full info though. But I definitely prefer like the look, the charm, and the information of like the 3DS games, where it's like the whole top screen is just the map and you have a whole dedicated bottom screen for like all the stats and stuff. I really like that. It's a similar thing with Bravely Default. I honestly prefer that. So I think I would honestly prefer playing the 3DS version over the Switch version. So even though I am someone that really does like Bravely Default and Bravely Second, I don't really see myself picking up Bravely Default for the Switch unless I see it go on like a super sale or something like that. And it's like, might as well pick it up so it's added to my library so it's there in case I ever want to try it. But I don't really see it being something that I'm seeking out. Could be a great opportunity for new players that never got the chance to like pick up the 3DS version that want to experience Bravely Default for the first time. But like, as someone that played Bravely Default before, I don't really see that being something that I need to play. There's a lot of HD things on the Switch that I don't really feel like I have need to play. Like, for example, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD that just came out last year. I was just like, why? So, yeah. Nintendo made a huge deal about how much content Breath of the Wild has and how long it would take to 100% it. There's literally no rewards for it, and looking for 900 Koroks is not fun. There's a reward for it that does nothing, that just says, hey, you did it. That's it. Hollow Knight Silksong being reduced to a 3-second clip with no fanfare and a blitz round is hilarious. Is that what it was like in the presentation? Just a few seconds there? I know it was on there briefly, and they announced, like, for sure 2025 and stuff. It's Bloodborne, but the international copyright won't let us. Yeah, that's right. It's crazy that Sony got an exclusive Soulsborne game, and now Nintendo's getting an exclusive Soulsborne game. I mean, the Born part comes from friggin' Bloodborne and stuff like that. So I guess Sony has like the bigger influence in terms of like being earlier on and having like part of the name and stuff there. Yeah, it looks playable, but it definitely looks like, you know, it'd be better to play on other consoles. But it is what it looks like here. But the new one here, console exclusive FromSoft game, are all gothic horror themed. Yeah, I'm definitely liking the look there. Bravely Default dev clearly not ready for Switch 2, maybe not. We get a Bravely Second remaster as well. Great option because Bravely Default is not cheap and may be released on other platforms next year. That's true. I'll definitely keep an eye out for that. But yeah. Let's just see here. Because Switch has been accepted by many players and played over a long period of time, the same way we want Switch 2 to be a dedicated game system with performance that can stand the test of time. Carefully consider the balance between processing capability and system memory capacity. I believe we've managed to create a system that players won't feel as outdated later down the line. Hope so, because yeah, that was definitely the case with the Switch not too long into its lifetime. Because we envisioned hardware performance that would persist over time, we did impose some restrictions. Switch 2 games will have larger file sizes. Whoa, maybe Pokemon games are gonna be 8 gigabytes now instead of 3. At least with the case of like BDSP. I don't know what the size of Scarlet and Violet was. I should know, it was in my video essay. Switch 2 games will have larger file sizes, and in order to load data while smoothly processing the game, a certain amount of access speed is needed. For example, in Mario Kart World, the player can drive their kart freely around a vast world, but of course their destination needs to be visible. Therefore, it's necessary to use a microSD express card with faster transfer speed rather than the microSD card that was used until now, that a large amount of data can be read in advance and rendered quickly. But since Switch 2 has 256 gigabytes of built-in storage, I doubt most people will need a microSD express card immediately after buying the system. Yeah, that should be nice there. Octopath Traveler had the same at release 1 year later on Steam and other consoles after it was on Switch. Yeah. So the Switch release of Elden Ring is releasing a new DLC pack just for armor. Should be on all platforms though. Okay, so that's what the Tarnished Edition is all about. Legends ZA did not lag in the Switch 2 Direct, which is very good. That's good at least, but like the buildings still look the exact same and stuff. The flat stuff. But yeah. Oh, it was already announced to happen in 24 and didn't happen. I guess we'll see here. So you struck a balance by ensuring the essential elements in terms of a home video game system that's also portable, while increasing the processing power as much as possible. We discussed the system performance, but how about the Joy-Con controllers, which are symbolic of Switch? We also make enhancements to them. It's just now occurring to me, I should have, like, bought, like, Nintendo stock just before this announcement, and then, like, sold it shortly after. Whenever a company announces a console, their stock price is gonna go up. I don't really mess around with stocks, but, like, that's an easy dub kind of thing there. Redesigned everything from scratch for Joy-Con 2. Maybe I should do it right before it launches. Redesigned everything from scratch for Joy-Con 2. the controllers for this system. Compared to the Joy-Con controllers for Switch, the control sticks are larger and more durable, and no drifting, with smoother movement. We also made Joy-Con 2 bigger to match the larger console. If we simply stretch the system's Joy-Cons vertically, they'd end up being very difficult to hold, as your fingers wouldn't be able to reach the L and R buttons and wouldn't fit the shape of your palms. That's why we lengthened the L and R buttons and rounded off the bottom corners, and experimented with various placements of the control sticks and buttons, right down to the millimeter or less to arrive at the shape and layout we have now. Well, nice. But yeah, still looks fully but we can still see definitive improvement. Elders is still laggy though. Controllers can feel different depending on the size of the player's hands, so we sought out small-handed developers within the company to hold the prototypes. We had to ask around, do you know anyone with small hands? Also, you can't tell just by looking at it, but HD Rumble 2 for Switch 2 has been changed to allow for a wider variety of vibrations. Yeah, so this is one of the ones that's coming back. HD Rumble in the Joy-Con controllers for Switch was able to create different sensations of touch, but because of the size of the Joy-Con itself, we weren't able to make the vibration as strong as in the controllers for Nintendo GameCube. However, the HD Rumble 2 that's installed this time not only provides stronger vibration, but also feels more realistic and has quicker response times. The hardware features of Switch 2, including Joy-Con 2, are introduced in Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, so we hope everyone will try it out. Everyone is not trying it out. It's a paid thing. Okay. You can still buy some Nintendo stock today. They're on the low now. Okay, well, it could definitely be worth having a look at. And then the Switch 2 comes out, and then sometime relatively after that, sell or something. So, Nintendo stock is in yen. Yeah, makes sense. Souls game Switch ports have done a massive leap. Dark Souls 1, then immediately going to Elden Ring. Yeah, we're skipping 2 and 3 there. It seems like a little hard to buy, becoming Japanese. I think you have to physically buy the stock instead of it being handled as an online stock profile. Oh. Japanese release consoles are going to be locked to Japan as well, since Nintendo Switch 2 costs about 334 USD instead of 450. Wait, what? Japanese release consoles are going to be locked to Japan as well, since the Japanese Switch 2 costs about 334 USD instead of 450. Is it really that much of a difference that they're charging there? And then, like, in the Americas, they're, like, charging so much more because of, like, tariffs and stuff there. And a dollar rate is very cheap. Yeah, but still, I would think that they would, like, standardize them across, like, be relatively the same like they did with US and Canada here. But I guess not. Let's see here. Well, if you get access to consoles through multiple means, I'm definitely after one for launch. Trying to make sure I've got one before the trip to Japan. Wait, he's doing a trip to Japan? Or unless he's just saying that he's gonna make a trip to Japan to get a Switch here? I doubt that would be the case. Again, just friggin' up in my stream. I'm literally streaming. Speaking of Joy-Con controllers, this time they attach to the console magnetically. Originally, when we were developing the Switch, there was the idea to attach the Joy-Con controllers to the console with magnets. Using magnets, you'd be able to attach and detach the Joy-Con controllers right away, making it easier to share them. I took the prototypes to Iwata-san, the company's president at the time, for feedback, but unfortunately, the Joy-Con controllers would wobble when attached to the console using magnets due to the weak connection. We decided to scrap the idea as we were concerned it would make customers uneasy about using the console. Instead, we adopted the rail system for Switch, which allowed for a more stable attachment. We always wished we could make it easier to attach and detach the controllers. Yeah, Satoru Iwata, the legend. His hair here. My team has continued to research the magnets since the development of the Switch. We weren't ready to give up on this idea either. We needed the controllers to attach firmly to the console so they didn't wobble. At the same time, we wanted it to be easy to detach and comfortable to attach even for children. So, we asked the development department's hardware team the impossible. But they went through a lot of trial and error, and we were finally able to attach it firmly and remove it easily with just a light press of a release button. Nice. Aussie, the Switch 2 is $5.99, and the bundled Mario Kart World is $7.69. In Australian dollars or in, like, USD? Because I have no idea what the Australian dollar converts to. Apparently the mediocre Direct a week ago tanked the stock. Interesting. Okay, so that's in Aussie dollars. Yeah, I don't know what the conversion rate on that is like. We originally chose to incorporate magnets for their functionality and convenience, but in the end, everyone on the technology development team fine-tuned it, right down to the satisfying snap feeling when you attach the controllers to the console. I think this has become a key element that symbolizes the Nintendo Switch 2. You'll only get a proper sense of it once it's in your hands. So I encourage everyone to go out and try it for themselves. Okay, so it's basically like, Australian dollar would be worth a little bit less than Canadian dollar in that case. Wait. Or am I losing my mind? Wait, Wait a second. Yeah, so the Canadian dollar is worth more. Yeah, it is definitely the case. But the thingamabob here, if it's gonna cost $6.29 Canadian here, interesting. So yeah, okay, well, yeah, I'm getting stuff mixed up in my head here. So $30 more with our currency, but, you know, our currency is worth more, so it makes sense there. Google gave me the wrong info. Australian dollar to CAD. So it's $5.99. Let's just say 600 here. Yeah, so I'm not misinterpreting things. I was looking at this and I was like, wait, I'm misinterpreting things. No, that price makes sense. It is substantially cheaper in Australia there. I have CAD to AUD and gave me CAD to USD instead. Oh. But if it costs $5.99 for the... wait, that can't be right. $5.99 for the console and then $7.69 for the bundle with Mario Kart? So Mario Kart with the bundle is 169 extra Australian dollars? That can't be right, surely. Were the right prices read off of that? Like, that, yes? There's no way. An extra 169 Australian dollars, that's the cost. Are you sure? Are you sure they would charge that much more for the bundle? Which should, in theory, be cheaper than buying the game individually after the fact. That doesn't make any sense. What? What would Switch games cost in Australia then? Like 200? That, like, maybe there's a typo on a site or something like that. I don't know. I refuse to believe that that's actually what they're going to be charging for it there. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Was that maybe a typo of like $5.99 and $6.69 and it was typoed as $7.69 or something like that in that message? Like, that would make more sense, I feel like. Maybe that's what's going on. Been nurturing this idea since the development of the Switch. If you've been nurturing this idea since the development of the Switch, you must have been passionate about this for over a decade. I feel like there have always been people at Nintendo who refuse to give up on various things and are tenacious in continuing their research. Even ideas that unfortunately can't be adopted at the time might have the opportunity to be realized in the future. Speaking of key elements, the Joy-Con 2 controllers can also be used as mice this time, right? Is this also a feature that's been nurtured for some time? It wasn't in the initial planning, but when I was playing a PC game using a mouse, the idea struck me that maybe using the Joy-Con controllers could also be used as mice. That maybe the Joy-Con controllers could also be used as mice. Switch 2 was originally designed to support a wider range of games by improving the system's processing speed. With that in mind, I thought it'd be better to play interesting games that require a mouse. Implementing mouse control that's widely used nowadays in the Joy-Con controllers isn't that costly. Readjust here, whoops, dropping Xenoblade. And I think that's exactly what lateral thinking of withered technology is all about. I thought it was a really great idea, so I proposed it to the technology development department, and they were like, oh, we've been thinking about that for ages. We assumed it would come up eventually, so we've been keeping a close eye on the technology that could be used to make it happen. This time, I think we were able to propose a solution at just the right moment. Using Metroid Prime 4 Beyond as an example, since there are two controllers, you can use the left Joy-Con to move your character around with a control stick, while using the right Joy-Con as a mouse to aim and shoot. So you can basically have like mouse and keyboard precision aiming, but with like a control stick for the left as opposed to like WASD, therefore having like more fluid movement for moving around and stuff like that. Aussie is cheaper consoles apparently, and better politics, so Aussie, here I come. What a great idea. But yeah, the bundle price, that surely can't be right though. By using two Joy-Con 2 controllers, we can make games like Drag and Drive, and we can even create gameplay experiences where two players use mouse controls, like in Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 edition, plus Jamboree TV. Of course, they always list out the entire thing every time. This makes it possible to enjoy a wider variety of games. Joy-Con mouse mode could be good, but I need to sew it and see it, I assume, in execution, as I wouldn't be surprised if the Joy-Cons explode upon going into mouse mode. Yeah, knowing Nintendo hardware. Yeah, if I ever played like a Civilization game on the Switch, I would want to use mouse, though I probably just want to play it on like PC in the first place. But I would probably want to do. As you may know, the Switch screen supports touch controls. It can only be used in handheld mode and tabletop mode. When you change it to TV mode, the touchscreen function is not available. Same goes for Switch 2. I think the mouse functionality can serve as a substitute for the touchscreen as it allows you to point to a spot on the TV, similar to the cursor for the Wii remote, although it's not quite the same thing. Yeah, so there is the touchscreen back again here. Have you ever had many people mad at you for your political views? I mean, like, are you saying, like, here on stream? Or, like, in person and stuff? Because on stream, a lot of content creators usually don't talk about, like, politics. And I usually don't, but with, like, the current political climate of the States, I've been talking about it a lot on stream lately. On stream/YouTube. Not particularly. Like, there'll be some on stream sometimes that, like, come in and say, like, hey, I disagree, I actually think this. And I'm like, well, okay, fair enough. Like, I'm not gonna get, like, mad at you or anything and be, like, you know, hateful or anything. But this is how I feel, at least. No, there's been nothing like that. Though, interestingly enough, when Guzma was visiting here, I had told him, like, my parents had also advised him, you know, maybe don't go around, like, openly sharing that you're from the States, considering a lot of people are kind of pissed off with the States right now with, like, the, tariffs coming in and stuff like that, and Trump getting ready to wage economic warfare on Canada and all that. So we were advising him not to do it for that reason. And then later in my streams is when he found out about the economic warfare stuff in the first place, so I guess he didn't know why we were advising him not to do that. But it would come up sometimes where he would mention that he was traveling and someone would ask him where he was from, and he would just kind of, you know, freeze up and not really know what to do, so that would just make it even more awkward and suspicious, so I would just say, like, yeah, well, traveling in from the States, but we said, like, maybe shouldn't be openly sharing that. And every single time that happened, the person that we were talking to was like, why? I personally love the US and Trump. It's great, this stuff that he's doing and putting in. And we would have people at, like, these events that we went to, like a winter festival, just go on all these tirades about, about how the California fires were created by the Democratic Party of the States as a big cover-up. And, like, that was one of the things that this one guy was pitching to us. And, like, I know that Alberta is the Texas of Canada, but, some of the things that some of the people were telling us here was a little bit of a, wow, I'm very surprised to hear people saying that. I wasn't going to, like, be completely open and honest about my political views when stuff like that came up. I was just like, oh, well, that's some interesting ideas that you have going on. Anyway, see ya, you know. Those are the prices that we know from Press Start Australia. If I ever mention the US, I say I don't like what they're doing. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think that most people around the world do right now. Let's see here. Need games that use touchscreen controls in handheld mode are difficult to control in TV mode. With a mouse, it seems easier to ensure a consistent gameplay experience between both modes. Speaking as a software developer, it's great to have an option like this. Yeah, I haven't for most of my life, to be honest, dislike what the US is doing or talk about politics and stuff. In terms of controllers, is it just the Joy-Con 2 controllers that have been redesigned? How about the Nintendo Switch Pro controller? First things first, the Joy-Con controllers and Pro controller from Nintendo Switch can be used with the Nintendo Switch 2. That's good. Because I have 3 Pro controllers and currently 4 set of Joy-Cons, one of which isn't mine. Dislike my country's actions. Yeah. Fair enough. But now it's, now that the country's turning into an oligarchy, it basically is right now. Now we create a controller that's evolved further. Aside from the color, the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller may look indistinguishable from the previous controller at first glance, but it was also redesigned from scratch. In particular, the left and right sticks are quieter and don't make noise even when they're moved quickly to the edge. That's nice. Also, they glide very smoothly, so we've taken to calling them smooth gliding sticks. That'll be interesting to play around with if it does work well. I've actually had, like, really good experiences with my Pro controllers on the Switch for the most part. This stick gets a little bit sticky, and then I have to click it in to, like, unstick it, because it, like, is coming out, and then there's more friction on the outside, and then I have to click it in to, like, push it back into place. At least it's not as bad as drifting. Let's see here. As they're calling them smooth gliding sticks, we've made an effort to reduce the feeling of bumping when you tilt them. In fact, there's been a long-running project at Nintendo with the grand ambition of developing the pinnacle of all controllers, and we've been researching it hard for a long time now. The grip handles this time were designed with reference to the Nintendo GameCube controller, with the base of the grip made thinner to give the fingers more space. We removed the seam around the grip part of the Switch 2 Pro controller, so it feels better to the touch. We refer to them as seamless grips internally. Interesting. What, an oligarchy? I only have to pray to the President God King Elon and Trump 20 times per day now. Yeah, there are people that have made comments about Trump and Elon on social media very negatively and come into the States for like business meetings and are being immediately kicked out of the States, not allowed in, because they have like this hate speech towards the president and and Elon, the other president, that borders on terrorism. My mom is going to go visit a friend at some point coming up here, and she has said a lot of negative things about like Trump and Elon on social media, and you know, there's a slight concern about like, you know, they pull up that stuff and they're gonna use that as justifiable excuse to kick you out of the country and stuff like that. Yep, that is true. There's too so much potential. I want to be good so much. Same. I'm really disappointed that the UI looks like it's gonna be the same. Procon is $80 USD, which is fine in my opinion. Is that what the Joy-Cons were? A Joy-Con set was $100 here in Canada. Like new paddle buttons for binding at the back of the controller. I'll like them if enough games actually utilize them. I feel like a lot won't, considering like the Joy-Cons seemingly don't have these extra buttons. So these are extra buttons you're only gonna have if you use a Pro controller. And like, you can't expect players to always have a Pro controller. I would assume with things like Smash Bros, you could bind those to other things if you would like. And there will be some games where that's probably an option, but it's probably not gonna be required buttons for any game then, I would imagine here. Also, the Switch 2 Pro controller includes an audio jack, which allows you to use a headset mic for voice chat. Okay, so you can plug the mic right into there. Convenient if you don't want to bother those around you with in-game sound. Also added new buttons on the back of the grip handles labeled GL and GR. Switch 1 Pro-Cons Joy-Cons are $70. With the extra functionality, I pay $80 for Switch 2 ones. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, kind of difficult times when prices are going up, thanks to the current administration in the States there. Those two buttons aren't on the Joy-Con 2 controllers, right? That's right. You can find the GL and GR buttons on the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller and the Joy-Con 2 charging grip that are sold separately. Okay, so if you put it on the grip, you do get those buttons with Joy-Cons. That's nice. Players can assign any button inputs they want to these two new buttons. What's more, the assigned button inputs are saved for each game as well as each player. Oh, so you can easily customize them by assigning button inputs that you frequently use to them, or buttons that are hard to reach at the same time. For example, if you assign the capture button to the GL button, you can use it to take screenshots without taking your thumb off of the L stick. Are you going to be able to respec the other buttons, like change the capture button to something else? Let's see, I didn't realize just from the way it looks, but it sure has undergone a lot of changes. DB has been getting a bunch of quality of life stuff, making the game a lot better to play. I did not hear that, but I heard that it was getting a whole lot more anime. $70 games are fine, but I have to start being extra selective with my game pickups. $80 price tag for Mario Kart World is just insulting, to be honest. We've been paying $80 in Canada for a decent while, very suddenly before. Now we've just gotten used to it as like the standard and currency differences, but I remember it coming as a bit of a shock at the end of 2015. Mario Kart World is priced to 4 sales of bundles? Could well be. That is a good point. But then they would also probably standardize their other prices around that. Like, why would Mario Kart World suddenly be more expensive than the other physical games? I would assume. Like, they have charged more for particular games before, like Tears of the Kingdom, so I mean, who knows? Let's see here. On Thursday, June 5th. Inherently added value. When talking about how the Joy-Con 2 and Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller have been added. Wait, so it's called the Joy-Con 2, so like the 2 is at the end, but this one is the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller, instead of just, like, Pro Controller 2. Like, anyway, have an update. I just wish it was more consistent. So far, we discussed the changes that aren't obvious at first glance. However, there are some more noticeable updates. Curious about the newly added C button on the controller. What does it do? Well, we already have the first 2 letters of the alphabet, so we decide at the development team, just fuck it, let's add the next letter too. Maybe we'll add D with the next one. This is the button that you press when you use GameChat, one of Nintendo Switch 2 system's new features. Nintendo Switch supports voice chat via the Nintendo Switch Online smartphone app, but we originally wanted to include a feature of the system itself. It as a feature of the system itself. However, with the Switch system's processing capability, it was difficult to implement a voice chat feature without affecting games. We decided to offer it via a smart device. With Switch 2, we are able to include it as a standard feature of the device. So I'm sure many of you have had experiences playing other games together as children at a friend's house or at a student lounge where everyone brought their own consoles, and we want to recreate that feeling online. Sometimes you'd all play the same game together, but there were also times when everyone gathered even though they were playing their own game. Or you just do LAN events like Frag and a whole bunch of people come together through that. Yeah, let's see here. Probably, but I'm also thinking most Nintendo games are going to launch at 70 with premium games like 3D Zelda being 80. Yeah, it could well be. Essentially, they appreciate the 50 bits of their anima.
I am back alive from work.
You know, I only just got back to my computer to check in on it to see if things were back when it happened to seemingly be back here. It was taking so long for the internet to come back this time, I started doing my laundry. Shaw Internet, by the way. And I see now that the internet is back here. Everyone is saying that the stream died from Anima. Anima just secretly works for Harmonia's ISP and just shuts his internet off whenever joining stream. Put in chat like, can refresh now. Yeah, this video is definitely not going up on YouTube today. This is gonna be like a tomorrow thing. This is what this is going to be. I can also put briefly in the broadcast channel. Stream is back. Is the case. Not really. Like, I didn't really want to continue when the internet was down. I immediately get like a notification here saying OBS disconnected, attempting to reconnect. That's a... Well, it did not take long for it to go down that time, did it? I was thinking about after all this stuff with the Direct was through, like switching and playing another thing, like maybe some Fire Emblem 6. I don't know if I am going to do that after all. He's back again, I see on that chat. Not the chat in OBS or the one that I actually read from. I'm gonna refresh the one that I read from. Anima, I summoned thee. Oh, man. All this chat that I suddenly see now that my internet is back about blaming Anima here. Alright, let's get through this before things die again. Remember it being quite common to see children gathering in the park to play Pokemon on Game Boy. This time you can chat with others and play the same or different games using the console's features. There's also a new feature that's been added to the console, which is born from our experience developing software remotely for a time due to COVID-19. Back then, we were using a video conferencing system to check the software we were developing with our team. The screen sharing function built into the video conferencing system only allowed us to share one gameplay screen at a time. So we had each person place their game screen in front of their camera instead of their faces. When we did that, I felt like we were all in the same place, each bringing our own console to play the game together, which was a lot of fun. Based on this experience, we propose adding a feature to Switch 2 where people can share their gameplay screen with other players. Of course, game developers will want to take full advantage of the device's capabilities in their games, so we want to minimize the resources used by the console system software. Nevertheless, we decided to try implementing game screen sharing because we thought it was an important feature for this hardware that would add immense value. It's only possible due to the expanded processing capacity. Oh, now that chat says welcome to the chat room, I should be able to, like... get messages again. When the software developers heard about the new chat feature, did you see potential in it? Hold on, the software developers like on the Switch. At first I thought that was referring to like developers making games, like, and I would think that that would have referred to like them there, so I would be asking you if it's referring to them, but now I think yeah, anyway. We felt that having this new chat function implemented directly into the hardware could offer something new to players without any additional effort from the software developers. We also thought it might lead to the discovery of a completely different way to play games. For example, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was originally developed for the Wii U home console, but by making it available on the Switch, created a value of being able to play it anywhere. It may be taken for granted these days, but when a game that could only be played on a TV suddenly became playable anywhere, it felt like the software experience reached a new level. Even though we, as software developers, hadn't added anything. Being able to play in both TV mode and handheld mode may seem like a normal thing now, but back then, I thought it was amazing. Chat mentions, see, we are the main characters, indeed. Similarly, GameChat, a new feature for this console, inherently adds value and is automatically available for all games that are compatible with Switch 2. Of course, you can use it to play online with friends, but even single-player games, you can share your screen with others and get them to help you come up with strategies, give you tips when you're stuck. Like, if you don't know how to get through the door in Breath of the Wild in that one shrine near Gerudo Town, where there's a lady stuck on the pedestal so you can't open it up, and you don't want to go around the world getting whatever drink she needs, you can get a friend to give you advice on how to extended shield clip through the wall. That was way too long of an example. Or if you see your friend playing a game that you aren't familiar with, it may spark your interest in that game, and you can ask them about that. Well, I stream all sorts of random shit around here anyway. But like, hey, a way to share what you're doing with friends without needing like a whole capture card and PC setup. That way, whenever a game is released for Switch 2, value is added automatically without the software developers having to put in a special effort. I think it would be fair to say this feature represents a true progression from Nintendo Switch, which added the value of enjoying a home console gaming experience on the go, which will be something unique to this, and will be something unique to the successor. For this reason, we felt it was worth implementing it in Switch 2. I also think it's essential to have a feature that software developers can benefit from without any additional effort. As video conferencing has become more common throughout the world in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, there are now more diverse demands and expectations for video call systems. However, when deciding on GameChat's features and which of those demands we could meet, we had to be careful, as devoting too much processing power to GameChat would affect how much is left over for games. Probably why the frame rate looked like it was like garbage in the bits that we saw in the streams, since you know, try to make it as resource light as possible, which makes sense. However, when deciding on GameChat's features, we had to be careful devoting to, yeah. Fortunately or unfortunately, we had a group of fussy software developers who were very vocal with us, so we were able to strike a good balance. I think our company has a workplace culture where developers can devote themselves to creating uniquely Nintendo products because they don't hold back when sharing their opinions with us. And Nintendo doesn't hold back in a lot of ways, like when they come after someone who, in their opinion, has done something wrongful to them. The software and system developers started discussing how much processing power should be spent on the software versus the system, almost like budget negotiation. You're right, software developers would say, we want all these features, but with a system resource budget of 0, and the system developers would come back with, I'm afraid we can't work within that budget. So there was a tug-of-war between the software developers and the system developers, each trying to achieve their vision. As we tried out prototypes and communicated with each other, we started to get a feel for how much processing capability and memory was needed for a particular level of functionality and where we should allocate more budget. Through such repeated efforts, we were able to reach a common understanding of which features were worth including based on how much of the system's processing power they would use. After these tug-of-war negotiations, did you reach the outcome you were hoping for, Kawamoto-san? Various professionals went through trial and error to achieve the best outcome. I think it turned out much better than the original proposal I came up with. If you connect the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, a Switch 2 accessory that's sold separately, your face will appear on your game screen. What I found interesting was that this makes you feel like a bit of a live streamer. I don't know what that's like. This kind of pleasant moment was not something we anticipated in the early stages of development. Feeling like a live streamer sounds fun, but whether you're streaming or... Feeling like a live streamer isn't fun, but whether you're just streaming or chatting with others, it seems like the microphone would play an important role. Yes, there are so many twists and turns, especially when deciding where to place the microphone. We have it in the Joy-Con 2 controllers or the console. We considered how people would place the dock and the position of the cooling fan. We ultimately decided to place it into the top of the console. The device also contains a high-performance audio processing chip that can eliminate unwanted noises. This means the sound of pressing buttons or the console's cooling fan won't be heard by those you're speaking to through the microphone. That's good there. It's $50 USD, I presume, so it'll be like 80 Canadian or 75 or something. I appreciate the 20 bits there, Anima. Please don't kill the stream. The alert isn't coming up. I don't know why the alert isn't coming up. You don't get alerts anymore, I guess. You just see the message in the chat, but there's no alert. Alerts are broken, I guess. There's no more alerts. I appreciate the 20 bits. And the internet doesn't seem to be dying. Anima killed the alert. I guess so. Maybe there's like some weird integration with OBS, like that browser source that isn't working still. I don't know. $50 USD for the Switch 2 camera. Better to kill the alert than the stream? That's true. If Anima's only killing the alerts this time, that's better. You can hardly hear the noise of a vacuum cleaner. Wow. Even if your parents are vacuuming next to you while you're playing a game at home, those you're chatting with will barely be able to hear it. First time I tried listening out for the sound of on voice chat, I was pretty surprised. I thought to myself, what? Was there even a vacuum on? Software developers' request regarding this noise cancelling feature was also interesting. They wanted the vacuum cleaner's noise to be minimized, but didn't want the player's excitement, such as applause and cheers, to be cancelled out. Deciding which sounds to let through... You've heard this. I don't know how the randomizer works on YouTube playlist shuffling, but not well. Let's click another one and see if it changes the seed. This is what we shall see here. Deciding which sounds to let through and which not to, and the development needed to achieve this selective noise-canceling feature was extremely challenging. There's a whole stack of other requests too. Does it noise-cancel farts? So how goes the Switch 2? It's interesting. It seems like it's going to have a lot more oomph than the regular Switch, which I'm looking forward to. I appreciate the 20 bits there, John Wildcat. There's no alerts. My alert box is on. I can see the source is on here in OBS. There are no alerts. They're gone. It's better than the stream being gone, but like, there's no alerts. It is definitely a lot pricier than the regular Switch. The voice chat thing is interesting. The mouse thing is kind of interesting. I'm just kind of looking forward to a more powerful Switch and stuff. But yeah, their stuff is getting a smidge more expansive here. The UI still looks like crap. Honestly, it looks the same as the Switch 1, so crap. Kirby Air Ride 2, yeah, that's pretty good there. A bunch of stuff is coming there. There's a new Soulsborne, like, Nintendo Switch exclusive game. So there was Bloodborne, that was a PlayStation exclusive, but now there's going to be the Darksiders? What the heck? The Dusk something? The Duskbloods. The Duskbloods is a new From Software Soulsborne game, which is exclusive to the Switch, exclusive to Nintendo hardware, just like Bloodborne was exclusive to PlayStation. So the fact that Nintendo is now getting an exclusive Soulsborne title, I find very surprising here. Let's see here. Of course, it's important that people can hear what you say, but it's also crucial that the emotions, or rather the lively atmosphere, is conveyed to others too. So we ended up asking the impossible. Not at all, I thought it was an interesting idea. On top of that, the noise cancelling chip in Switch 2 has a feature called automatic gain control that automatically adjusts the volume. Speaking of noise cancellation stuff, did I ever put like the filters back on my microphone again? There's the noise gate. Noise suppression. Because I think I used to use like noise suppression and compression and that it made things better. I don't know if this makes anything sound better. Or if it sounds like basically the exact same anyway. So whether you're playing in handheld mode where you're close to the console or in TV mode where you're further away, the volume of your voice will be adjusted to the appropriate level. This feature makes it possible to enjoy game chat in many different environments. Okay. Nintendo used to not go for exclusives outside of their own at all. Yeah. But I guess they were interested in working with From Software for a... It's so weird to see, like, a Soulsborne, like, exclusive title on the Switch. Because, like, you think Nintendo and Nintendo console. You usually think, like, family-friendly, family-fun kind of games that anyone can play. Not, like, turn off all the filters, no. Not, like, you know, rated M Soulsborne, more mature kind of games that have, like, a very specific audience in mind. That's the kind of thing that you would more associate with something like, say, Sony. And it makes sense to have, like, an exclusive like Bloodborne with that. So to see them securing an exclusive with the Dusks... What was it again? The Duskbloods. The Duskbloods. So seeing Nintendo secure that, maybe it's them wanting to be, like, a little bit more competitive to, like, more audiences rather than just, like, the family-friendly kind of anyone can hop into this kind of audience. Maybe they want to be like, hey, we can make some niche, highly specialized stuff available on our consoles too. We got FromSoft to make it exclusive for us. And maybe it's also like a bit of a middle finger to Sony to be like, hey, we got them. And maybe they'll be happier with us because I know that, you know, Bloodborne has kind of been shafted in terms of what Sony has wanted to do with that IP. And just like, to be more specific, when I say what Sony wants to do with it, I mean what Sony wants to just not do with it, like, ever. So, yeah, I mean, maybe it'll be like a Monolith Soft situation where they start going to Nintendo and they're like, hey, things are a little bit better here. We're gonna stick with you guys. But yeah, let's see here. Turn off all the filters and we'll crash the stream otherwise. But yeah. Where was I at here? Will it work if more than one person speaks into the same microphone? Multiple people can speak into the same microphone. It recognizes differences in the volume of each person's voice and automatically adjusts all voices to the same volume. Yeah, it seems like they put a lot of effort into this new feature. Wanted to make it like a main part of the console, not just like a side feature. Since GameChat, it says it right there. Since GameChat is a major feature of Switch 2, I look forward to having the opportunity to interview the other developers who are deeply involved with it. Speaking of features that will bring excitement to multiple players, one of the major features of Switch was sharing Joy-Con controllers with others. How has this feature changed in the new console? A feature? Yeah, just like with the Switch 1. I'm gonna adjust the volume of this just a little smidge here. Like a middle ground of that? Something like this. Just like Switch, you can share Joy-Con 2 with others on Switch 2 as well. But even when we were developing Switch, we wanted to implement a feature to share gameplay with other systems in addition to sharing Joy-Con. In the past, Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS had a feature called Download Play, where you could send a portion of a game to friends and play together. We looked into the possibility of having this feature on Switch as well, but the volume of Switch games is so large that it takes a very long time to transfer data, so we had to abandon this idea. But yeah, wait, what? Having to wait tens of minutes to play a game together isn't very practical. So we thought that by taking advantage of Switch 2 system's processing power and using the same streaming technology that Wii U uses to send images from the console to the handheld Wii U gamepad, we could share the gameplay instantly without having to take time to transfer the software. So it is by streaming, rather than like an actual download play thing where it downloads a portion of the game. So it does work by streaming. Thought it'd be nice if players could share games instantly and play together competitively or cooperatively. This was another feature I asked Sanaki-san to look into. Achieving it must have been a nightmare. Now I figured something like this might happen. No corner? Was this something you were already looking into before you received the request? Indeed, those of us in the technology development department want to be able to say, we thought you'd need something like this when a new request comes in, so we're always researching and developing all kinds of things in advance. Such a wireless streaming feature that enables players to share their games via streaming is something we've been researching for a long time. We realized we could achieve this by taking advantage of the latest technology in wireless streaming communications, which in turn allowed us to come up with a new way of sharing games. Also, as a big oof, Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome to Our Game isn't. Yep. Yeah, I harped on about that a decent bit during, well, not this stream, but like 3 streams ago, because of how much my internet's been dying. With this new feature, which we call GameShare, you can share selected parts of supported games with up to 3 people. In other words, 4 players can now play together using just one copy of the game. Wait, share selected parts? Wait, is it downloading a portion or is it streaming? Streaming technology. Share instantly without taking any time to transfer. Yeah, so it's streaming. But I guess that just means that, like, you won't be able to do that with, like, a full game. If you're doing something like Mario Party, it might only be able to do, like, say, the boards and not, like, the world map. It'll probably do, like, the world map on that, but, you know, other games. That's probably what it's referring to here. In other words, up to 4 people can now play together with just one copy of the game, which is really nice. Though you can already do that with one copy of the game if you can, like, split screen on the one console anyway. It's just the ability to play on their own consoles. Or if it's a game where everyone does need their own screens, unlike, you know, something like Mario Kart or Smash Bros, where Mario Kart you can play in split screen, Smash Bros everyone uses the same screen. Let's see here. Using GameShare to play with others locally works just like Download Play, which was available on some of our previous consoles. But what separates it is that you can start playing right away. Yeah, since it works by streaming rather than downloading a portion of the game, which is neat. GameShare is a feature that's only available on Switch 2, right? Well, what's interesting about that is when using GameShare locally, some games can be shared to both multiple Switch 2 and Switch consoles. So does that mean with GameShare, Switch 2 and Switch owners can experience Switch 2 games together locally? Exactly. Even if you decide to purchase Switch 2, your old Nintendo Switch could still come in handy. Because even if, like, the Nintendo Switch can't actually handle the game that you're playing on the Switch 2, because it works by streaming, and the Switch in question doesn't actually need to give, like, the oomph required to play the game. The one that's being streamed from gives the oomph for that. I guess you can use your Switch 1 to play Switch 2 games from Download Play from someone with a game on Switch 2. That's kind of cool. That's actually really cool. In addition, you can share games online using GameChat. If one person has the game, up to 4 people can play it together while it's using voice chat. GameChat is a feature that's exclusive to Switch 2, so online game sharing will only be available among Switch 2 consoles. But if you're doing stuff locally, you can literally play a Switch 2 game on your Switch because someone with a Switch 2 is streaming it to you. That's cool. This console is going to be like every other big tech release in recent years. A bunch of hype, me going, I don't want a launch unit, I'll wait for a special edition, I want ideally Splatoon 4 next year. And then the system is in short supply for 2 years and is being sold by scalpers for $800. Yeah, just wait here. I have my day one Switch that I've kept until today. Assuming they didn't replace it when I sent it in for repairs the one time. I'm gonna move my camera up a little bit here like this and have the tracking turned off. We can be here. That sounds good. Couldn't you just log into your account and re-download the game? Which is something I'm confused about. What's weird about that time is my internet didn't even go down that time. OBS just decided that it couldn't connect to my Twitch account anymore. Instead of just immediately disconnecting, it returned an error about, like, not being able to connect to the server. Like, I still saw chat going, my music, like, was able to keep on going here. I guess we could still keep on playing the part that was downloaded anyway. I was able to refresh pages. My internet was still up. My internet did not go down this time. So I ended stream, and then I tried to boot it up again. It said, could not connect to account. So I logged out of my account on OBS, and then I logged back in, and that seems to have fixed it. This is gonna be so many different streams I have to stitch together. Yep, definitely not a today upload thing. Anyway, this is referring to being able to play games together. So, like with a Nintendo DS, if one person had a copy of Mario Party DS, the other people could play it through DS Download Play, where a portion of the game is downloaded on their systems, and only one person needs to have the actual cartridge to play Mario Party DS, and everyone can still play with their own DSs. That's what's being referred to here, rather than, like, playing your own games. So, it looks like it doesn't work in the same way as, yeah, kind of like remote play. And in fact, it does work a little bit more like remote play in this case. With DS Download Play, it was a portion of the game that's installed on other people's consoles briefly. But this does work like streaming, so it is essentially remote play. So even though the Switch 1 wouldn't have, like, the computational power to be able to run Switch 2 games, it looks like if you're playing locally and someone has a Switch 2 game that you can do this download play with, GameShare thingamabob. Is GameShare just like showing other people your game or playing together? I'm just gonna keep calling it download play even though you don't download it. It works by streaming, so you don't have to download a portion of the game on the other console and have to wait a little bit for that part of the game to be installed. You can just get right into it. And that means that normal Nintendo Switches are capable of playing Switch 2 games when they're being shared like that, because it's not actually the thing that's playing it, it's just streaming it in that case. So that's cool that somebody can have like a Switch 2 and like a game cart that they bring over to someone's place who only has like a Switch 1. And you can still like both play on your own consoles for this game that is exclusive on Switch 2 and you only have one cartridge of, but you can play on like Switch 2 and Switch 1 together. I think that that is actually really quite cool. That is nice. If you decide to purchase Switch 2, your old Nintendo Switch could still come in handy. In addition, you can share games online using GameChat. If one person has the game, up to 4 people can play it together while using voice chat. GameChat is a feature that's exclusive to Switch 2, so online game sharing will be available among Switch 2 consoles. So, I take it that that's another instance where only one person has to have the game. So, maybe if other people have Switch 2s, but they don't own Mario Kart, they could still join into my Mario Kart game, is kind of what it sounds like, interestingly enough. But for that kind of connection where it's actually being streamed out to the other consoles, I think the importance of having a LAN cable into your console is going to become a lot more important. I have 2 Ethernet cables coming into the room here, but they used to, like, both work. One for my desktop, one for my Switch. I had to unplug one from the modem because there's only so many slots, and my dad needed an Ethernet cable for his office, so it took that up. But maybe it'd be worth picking up, like, some sort of, would it be a splitter? Some sort of hub that just gives you, like, more slots to be able to plug it into the... I guess it's the router that it plugs into, not the modem. Because I would like to get this other Ethernet cable coming into here online. Probably for the Switch 2, it's looking like. I'm probably going to want an Ethernet cable that I can plug right into there. From what I've heard so far, it sounds like you've achieved a lot of things fairly smoothly. But was that really the case? Smoothly would be a gross exaggeration. There's always a gap between research and turning it into a product. It's not enough to be confident that a certain technology has potential and can be used in a product. We need to proceed with development while keeping in mind what kind of experience we want to offer with that technology. It wasn't an easy thing to do. The quality of the game is reduced when it's transferred using streaming technology, yep. So the team tried to find a way to maintain the quality as much as possible through trial and error. Also, with GameShare, there are games where it's better if players aren't shown the same screen. So we've created a feature that allows each person to see a different screen, even if they're playing together with just one copy of the game. Like, for example, when playing card games and Mahjong in Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics, Each player is shown a different screen because it wouldn't work if everyone was shown the same screen, yeah. So with GameShare, you can play cards or mahjong with players locally or those connected online via GameChat right away. Nice. That's a game that I own as well. Don't think I've ever streamed it. Will GameShare only be available in certain games? That's right. GameChat is exclusive feature for Nintendo Switch 2 and is compatible with all games, but GameShare can only be used with compatible games that have a special program built in. Okay, so I gotta stop calling it Download Play. I gotta call it GameShare, and then GameChat is the chatting one there. GameShare may not be suitable for certain games due to things like responsiveness. For example, it may not be ideal for games that require precise timing of button inputs, such as rhythm games. As for Nintendo games, we'll choose the one that best fits the feature. Yeah, that would make sense if it's being streamed out and there's a little bit of input delay. I see, from what you've told me, I get the impression that the infinite receptiveness of Sasaki-Kan's team, who are ahead of the curve in a lot of things, is legendary. All thanks to the extensive daily research of everyone on the team. Alright, I think this is the last one of the thing. Yeah, it is. A new standard. I'm sure that those who already own Switch games will be delighted that they can play them on Nintendo Switch 2. Did you already decide on this functionality when you were first planning the development of a new dedicated game system? Right from the beginning, we wanted this system to be able to play Switch games, but back then, we were told there'd be technical challenges. With back compatibility? I hope so! It's all this back and forth here. I guess Anna was to blame is what people have settled on. When we first started Switch 2 development, the focus was on enhancing its performance as hardware, namely, expanding its capacity. So compatibility was a lower priority. For example, Nintendo DS games were playable on Nintendo 3DS, and Wii games were playable on Wii U. But it was difficult to achieve the same level of compatibility with Switch 2, because the hardware design approach was different from those systems. Yeah, so they confirmed back compatibility when the Switch 2 was first revealed like a couple months ago. It wasn't me, I was framed! It's tricky to explain. Maybe the easiest way to understand is that the methods used to achieve compatibility between Nintendo DS and Nintendo 3DS and between Switch 1 and Switch 2 are completely different. Simply put, those systems were compatible because Nintendo 3DS contained Nintendo DS hardware, and Wii U contained Wii hardware. However, Switch 2 doesn't contain any Switch hardware, so it is purely emulation for this back compatibility. Does that mean that Switch and Switch 2 aren't compatible at a hardware level? Exactly. This time we decided to take on the challenge of using new technology to run Switch games. If we try to use technology like software emulators, we'd have to run Switch 2 at full capacity. That would mean the battery wouldn't last so long, so we did something that's somewhere between a software emulator and hardware compatibility. This is getting a bit technical, but the process of converting game data for Switch to run on Switch 2 is performed on a real-time basis as the data is read in. Interesting. Probably not into the stream finally working. Is it like having Switch games simultaneously translated for Switch 2? That's right. Although we'd made the technological preparations, at first, we weren't quite sure whether it would be able to maintain proper compatibility. If a new feature like GameChat is available not only for Switch 2 games but also for Switch games, I thought it would create chemistry that would enrich the gameplay and add completely new experiences. So, with that in mind, we decided we wanted the new system to run all Switch games, as far as that's possible. If we couldn't achieve that, it wouldn't feel like a worthy successor to Switch. This is probably why they said that there was gonna be, like, compatible games with the Switch 2, and not everything inherently runs like would have been the case for, like, the previous consoles, because there's some that might just not work with this process. I get it now. Being able to say Switch games will run on Switch 2 was one of the goals we wanted to aim for. We consulted with Sasaki-san again and again, saying it'd be great if it works, but what do you think? And even Sasaki-san was like, I don't know about that. Nintendo Direct Switch 2 Part 10. Yeah, this is gonna be so much stuff. Yeah, this is just gonna go up on YouTube sometime tomorrow. I'm gonna have to download all this stuff tonight and slap it all together in my video editor. Does that mean you're checking each game from the huge library of Switch titles to make sure they're compatible? Oh yes, we're checking them all, one by one. More than 10,000 games in total. 10,000? That's a huge number. Sure is. It's like how Xbox handles backwards compatibility, where games have to be individually made backwards compatible. Oh. Even with all those checks, it might not be that all Switch games run perfectly in time for the launch of Switch 2. We will continue our efforts so we can support as many Switch games as possible. Of course, it's not physically possible to support certain games like the Nintendo Labo Toy-Con 04 VR kit, which is designed to fit the dimensions of the Switch hardware as the sizes don't match. Yeah, so you can't have every game on the Switch working on the Switch 2, but should hopefully be like 99.9% of them. Xbox backwards compatibility is using emulation rather than natively running the game. The poor Nintendo employee who's got to go through all the porn games. Oh no! We assume players will think it's natural for Switch games to run on Switch 2. And of course, we thought that it should be that way too. So in order to achieve this somehow, we challenge ourselves to implement a new solution. Mentioned that new technology is used to achieve compatibility, but are there situations where playing Switch games on Switch 2 will enhance the gameplay experience? Like this one right here? When we tried running Switch games on Switch 2, there were some where loading times became faster, or game performance became more stable, so we realized that the overall gameplay experience could improve. As mentioned previously, GameChat will also be available for Switch games that are played on Switch 2. Even for previously released games, there are opportunities to add value in the sense that it can enhance and change the gameplay experience. We understand that people buy new hardware so they can play new games created for it, so we developed Switch 2 with that in mind. However, it's safe to say that Switch 2 is a system with new strengths in the sense that it adds value to Switch games that players already own. We'll take advantage of those strengths in the future to further enhance the gameplay experience of Switch games. We believe there are many things we can do, such as making Switch games compatible with GameShare through free updates, try saying that 10 times fast, as well as leveraging Switch 2's processing power to enable games to run at higher resolution and with a smoother frame rate. Unless you lock that behind a paywall or subscription service, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, so we're preparing a function so that users can easily transfer Switch data to Switch 2 using their Nintendo accounts. This transfer from Switch to Switch 2 is actually the first system transfer that moves the account as a whole. Before Switch, players needed to create a new account for each new hardware generation. Since we've established Nintendo accounts and supported them on Switch, we made various efforts to expand our use beyond our dedicated gaming systems. I think it's natural for our customers to assume that those accounts, which they've used for various purposes other than gaming, can be used as is on the new system. Nintendo accounts are linked to customers' important information, and we believe it's our mission to treat them with care. For our customers also, it's crucial that their accounts and data, which they've used until now, can be transferred without any loss. We're working to ensure that the transfer is as secure and stress-free as possible. Speaking of transferring, I expect many people who buy a Switch 2 will already own a Switch. They might wonder which system they should use to play their digital games, but with the virtual game cards, they can load and eject digital games between Switch and Switch 2 just like you would with a physical game card. That's the thing where it's like you can have it for like 2 weeks, right? This feature can also be used among Switch systems as well as Switch 2 systems. We originally developed it with the idea in mind that players will continue to play both Switch and Switch 2 after Switch 2 is launched. You can continue using both systems. But so if you own a Switch 1 and your games are digital, is the only way to play those digital games on Switch 2 not virtual game cards? Can you not just log into your Nintendo account on your Switch 2 and just like restore all your purchases? Do you have to go through like this system? Because they say here that easily transfer Switch data, Switch 2. It doesn't actually say what data it is though. It's just like your settings or something here. They might wonder which system they should use to play their digital games. But with virtual game cards, yeah, the whole this thing here. I guess we can watch this thing here.
With game cards, you can put a game featuring Mario in this Nintendo Switch system and a Legend of Zelda game in this one. Freely inserting the games you have on hand into any system you want.
Yeah,
but what if digital games could be as flexible and convenient as game cards? Well,
physical master race.
Introducing the virtual game card.
Yeah, I remember watching this before, but
in the future,
see it again
virtual game cards can be used for digital games.
Yeah.
When purchasing the digital version of a game,
that's what I would think.
It will be loaded onto your system as a virtual game
The
card.
impression I got from this was that this was purely for sharing games with like other people, just a means for that game to not be locked to this console. Let's say your friend Jeff wants to play Tears of the Kingdom. You can lend your copy of Tears of the Kingdom to Jeff, despite you having it digitally. That's what I thought this was for. But this makes it sound like if you want to play your Switch games on your Switch 2, that this is the means that you go about it.
Allowing you to play that title. Your digital games will be lined up as virtual game cards on a dedicated management screen. Here, You can load and eject your virtual game cards and manage which games you can play on your system.
Here's what I think might be going on here. So if you're the owner, you probably have control over where it goes. So this trailer had before said that like you can lend them out to other people, and if it's not returned, then, or like extended or something like that, then it'll automatically be returned to your library after a 2-week period. So if you're logged into your Switch 1 and your Switch 2, I don't think that you would be stuck with like a 2-week period that you could play X game on your Switch 2, because that would be that would be silly. You're logged into the same account. You're the owner of that. I think that you can have it forever there, but I think that you can probably only have it on one console at a time. So if you have a purchase for Tears of the Kingdom, and you have it download on both your Switch 1 and Switch 2, it'll probably be like Steam Family Sharing, where you can only play like the amount of copies that you own. So let's say I'm playing Dark Deity 2 on my Switch 2, and then I lend my Switch 1 to a little sibling. That little sibling will not be able to play Dark Deity 2 right now, because the virtual game card is loaded into my Switch 2. So I think the digital titles become these virtual game cards, and you transfer those virtual game cards over to your Switch 2, which can be there like forever because you're the account holder. I don't think that's going to be like forcibly returned to your Switch 1 after 2 weeks, but that stuff no longer counts as being on your Switch 1. It's probably limited to like the amount of purchases that you have, and you could probably go like buy a second version of, say, Dark Deity 2, and then you have like 2 installs, and then you can play it on Switch 1 and Switch 2 at the same time, or you can lend one out to someone while you play one yourself. Because this is kind of like how it works with Steam Family Sharing, where there's so many like copies essentially. So if I was playing Final Fantasy VII here, and there was 2 copies in like the family library, then me and like one of my cousins could play Final Fantasy VII right now. But if a third cousin wanted to play Final Fantasy VII right now, they'd have to wait until one of the other 2 of us like went off. Or if they're, like, the one that actually owns one of the copies of Final Fantasy VII, they could probably pop into it and boot one of us out that was currently playing it. It sounds kind of like the Steam Family Sharing approach, where it's like, it's digital, yes, but rather than being treated infinitely, since you can download things infinitely onto whatever consoles, it's being treated like it is a physical thing, like it's finite. Like there's a virtual card that can only be in one place at once, is the impression I get here. Is what PSN does, have a global account game library? Yeah, that would be nice. At least one of the features of this system that I do really like is the fact that you can lend people virtual games. Because before it was like, you need to have a physical game to be able to lend it out. What if you own Tears of the Kingdom digitally and a friend wants to play it? Well, now you can lend out the virtual copy. That's something that I like about this. But the whole, like, each purchase you have is a virtual game card, and it can only be in one place at once. I mean, I guess you could argue that it's realistic to the way that physical is. This might be a little bit of a learning curve. I'm probably going to need to get like a hands-on experience to see what this is like. All my big games I just have physically anyway. There are some that are download only, like, say, Jackbox Party Pack, or like Snipper Clips or something like that I'm sure I have on my console. And maybe those will become virtual game cards, and I can try out a little bit of the virtual game card system like that. Jeff, I will rent out my Switch game for you. Tears of the Kingdom will be $5 per week. Interested? Yeah. Nah, Jeff, that'll be $59.99 if you want a share of my game. Yeah, I do think that the digital game card system is definitely poorly explained. Like, you get sort of an idea of what's going on here, but you kind of have to, like, make some inferences like I'm doing here. Fuck realism, just put it in my library like Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know about that thing.
If you have 2 Nintendo Switch systems,
fair enough,
you can eject a virtual game card from one and load it onto the second.
Yeah.
Now you can play this game on the second system wherever and whenever you want.
So it can only be in one place at once.
Just as if you had inserted a physical game card.
They're trying to
With
turn
virtual
digital
game
into
cards, you can freely load and arrange which games you play on up to 2 systems. As if you had
whoops. Okay. So in terms of places where they're kept, like, forever instead of being like a 2-week rental, it's up to 2 systems. So you can have a Switch and a Switch 2, or, like, a Switch and a Switch Lite, but then no Switch 2 in the system, because he says up to 2 consoles. So I guess you could have like a Switch 2, and a Switch Lite that you can rent things out to for like the 2-week period or something like that. But you would think that just every console that you're logged into could hold those games forever, and you can shuffle things around the library however you want. Instead of the maximum game card. 2.
With virtual game cards, you can freely load and arrange which games you play on up to 2 systems.
On up to 2 systems. So if you're someone with like a Switch Lite, a Switch, and a Switch 2, or let's just say you're in a household and you have like siblings or something, and like you and your sibling each have a Switch, and you end up buying a Switch 2 that you're going to share. Well, what's going to happen to your digital games if you're playing digitally? With a real game card, you can move that cartridge around any of those 3 consoles whenever you please. But, like, let's say I've got a Switch, my sibling has a Switch Lite, and I get a Switch 2. I'm probably going to want the Switch and the Switch 2 to be the ones that are, like, compatible with one another. And then if my little sibling wants to play one of my virtual games on their Switch Lite, well, get fucked, you can't. I guess at that point I can always just lend my Switch 1 and just use my own Switch 2 at that point. But, I mean, what if there's a more crowded household and there's like 3 people with Switches or something like that, and you want to share your virtual games? Like, it just... So they're making it kind of like physical in how it's shared around, but like with much less options. Like, you should just be able to log in on any device, like Switch Lite, Nintendo Switch, Switch 2, and just see on your account, hey, these are all the games that you have. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is currently on your Switch Lite. Would you like to move that game card over to your Switch? Would you like to move it over to your Switch 2? And just have options to rearrange across the devices that you're currently logged in on. The fact that it's a maximum of 2, just, like, it's gonna be fine in cases like mine, where I don't really have anyone that I'm sharing my console with. But for actual households, with, like, multiple family members, siblings, stuff like that, this really shoots in the foot the ability to move your games around. Like, I guess it's better than before where it's just stuck onto one console. Or did it work before where it's like you could log into the same account on another console and just download it anyway? I don't know. I don't play things digitally. I don't play multiple Switches. This is why I sometimes never like digital games. This is a pain. Yeah. Physical all the way. That's what's going to best preserve things. And, presumably, this stuff is figured out through logging into your Nintendo account. I presume that you need to be online to be able to, like, access your Nintendo account. The Nintendo account returns information on what things you've purchased, and then you're allowed to interact with it. That account and support for the Switch is not going to go on forever. Like, there's no more support for the 3DS, there's no more support for the Wii U. So, when support is eventually pulled for the Switch, however many years down the line, does that mean that, like, your virtual game cards are just stuck on whatever device they happen to be on at that moment? This is why I go physical. It's my own physical thing. I can choose to do whatever the hell I want to do with it. When you're going digital, you are very much at the whims of the creators, what kind of services they want to provide, however restricted or open it is, and once the support is taken down, then, like, you're stuck with whatever you're stuck with here. Like, I do digital with PC, with Steam, just because, like, that's very much a standard nowadays. I don't even have a disk drive in this computer. And you can find still, like, discs of PC games, but it's a lot harder to do. If it was a lot more commonplace, and I had, like, an easy place for a disk drive in my computer, I would consider going physical. But it's just become, like, so standard for, like, digital on PC and stuff. And with systems like Steam that are so mainstream and usable that you don't really see going down anytime soon, but maybe one day. And then I do wonder what's going to happen to stuff. But my actual consoles, physical. The system could have been really good, but they somehow did it terribly. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're also going to have to wait for this to come out to be able to experience it firsthand. But if this works the way that it sounds, where it's like you can move things freely across 2 consoles, like up to 2 consoles, that's the maximum. That's really sucky. The system only works if they continue to do backwards compatibility forever, and if they support these systems forever. Like, what happens when they pull the support and then your Switch can't connect to your Nintendo account anymore to see what your purchases are? No.
Inserted a physical game card
being the maximum.
With virtual game cards, you can freely load and arrange which games you play on up to 2 systems. Local communication with your second system is required, but only the first time.
Only the first time? So, says that they're linked, and then I guess the other system will be able to like go and pull those purchases and stuff like that. What about physical? It's good. Digital, not necessarily. Family group members. And I have, I think, 7 people in my family group right now.
Also lend out virtual game cards to your Nintendo account family group members.
Wait, maybe I wasn't paying enough attention during the direct last week. Can you only lend games if they're in your family group? So you can't even lend a game to like a friend? You have to be in the Nintendo Online family group with the shared subscription to lend games.
Connect to your family group member system via local wireless when you want to lend a game. Choose the title you're lending and who you're lending it to.
Hold on.
The title you're lending.
Load on another system, which I guess is like up to 2, or lend a family member. I was under the impression that you could like lend games to friends and it would be on like the 2-week system. I guess maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention last week. It looks like you can only lend to those that are on like your shared family group. And most users probably don't even have family groups. Most people probably have like their own individual plans. I have a family group just to like help split costs among like friends of mine. I think the only member of my family that's in there is like my cousin. The rest of it is just like a whole bunch of people that I know, just so that we can like split the bill there. I think Anima's in my family group. Don't remember if you still are, if you did like a different thing. I think you still are. I think it was another friend that I'm thinking of that split off to get like the Nintendo expansion. That's what it was. I'm pretty sure Anima's still in my family group, so I could lend a game to Anima. You gotta marry your friends to do Switch rentals. Community wedding. We can get wed in Animal Crossing. But yeah, so it looks like you have free reign over what console the game stays on with up to 2 systems under your own account. And then lending to family members is like the up to 2 weeks thing.
And who you're lending it to.
Lend out your virtual game card. Nintendo wants to see the marriage certificate. And they want the ceremony to be done in Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Their own system. You can only lend one game at a time to a particular person. Games can be lent out for 2 weeks, after which they will automatically return to you.
Yeah.
Making one
Good thing
game
that save
at a
data
time
isn't
to a
erased.
particular person. Games can.
Yeah, I was not paying enough attention last week. I thought that you could like lend out games to your friends and that would be really, really cool digitally, where it's like someone's on your friends list, you can just lend out a game for a couple weeks and they can play it, and then like you get it back automatically after 2 weeks if it's not returned. And presumably you can like forcibly return it early. I would hope. It would suck if that's not a thing. It just stays out for sure until like 2 weeks and you have no control over that. But if it's only your family members, that's pretty sucky. This system is actually worse than we realized. It seems like
lent out for 2 weeks, after which they will automatically return to you.
Here. Who is in my family group again? Opening
Making
this on another
digital
tab
games
because like
even easier to use.
It's always
Virtual
better when showing
game
like
card.
account stuff. My goodness, it is like, is it blocking some elements? I can't tell if when I pull this up, I think this is just part of the UI here. This makes it look like this is a pop-up that I can close that is blocking elements back here. The whole making it protrude outside of it here. But I think this is actually just what's meant to be here, and that's not actually blocking anything, but it's a really weird way to handle it. Let's see here. I can put the music back on and stuff. My Nintendo? Oh, it opens a new tab. Sign in? I thought I was already signed in. Was I not signed in on the other thing when I navigated to My Nintendo? Happy birthday. Here's a birthday present from us. 300 platinum points. Oh, nice that you don't have to log in like right on the day then. Am I at My Nintendo? Where's my family group? Account settings? Oh my god, it's opening another new tab. Family group. How many people are in my family group right now? Where's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it used to be 8, but somebody backed out because they wanted to shell out for the N64 online thingamabob. So there's my cousin, there's Anima, Aniki, and Shuck, 3 of the channel mods. There's someone from high school I haven't chatted to in a long time, and someone that I met in university that I basically only chat to nowadays when it's time for a new family membership and it's time for everybody to, like, put in their cut. So I have space for 1 new member in my family to split the cost with, and who I can share games with. 1 more person. I was gonna make a family group with like my little cousins that I am oftentimes doing gaming stuff with, but they're already in like a specific family group themselves, so that their dad, my cousin, can have like parental controls and stuff like that with them. Is the case. So if I want to lend any games to my little cousins there, I can't, because I'm in a family group with friends to like split the cost and make it cheaper on all of us, and they're in a family group for like the parental controls and their own group and thing going on there. So if I had a virtual game that I wanted to lend, I just straight up can't do that. If I wanted to lend like Tears of the Kingdom, sucks to suck. That is being stuck on my console. Or we gotta like rearrange the family group and do like a whole crazy thingamabob there. This is what has to happen. Thank goodness I'm going physical. I'm pretty sure they do still have my copy of Tears of the Kingdom. So, yeah, platinum points mean nothing anyways. They used to for a long time. I think that you can actually redeem some cooler things sometimes. Like, you used to be able to redeem physical things, and then they took that away, and I think they're slowly rolling back, like, some of the physical things that you can redeem. Let's have a look-see here. Out of curiosity. Oh, there's a bunch of digital things. I can get some Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition wallpapers. Blanket? What? Hold on. No way, that's just for 10. Like $20 a year, split between currently 7 people. So it's, the normal membership on your own here in Canada is $22 a year. For a family online membership, it's $45 a year. We used to be splitting by 8 for a long time, but now it's... I should be able to do that roughly in my head anyway. We're all paying about $6.50. If we divide by 8, then yeah, people used to be paying like $5.60. Is what used to be the case. And there's like some family group members that I'm just like, hey, I know that like gotta like save up for some longer, bigger picture stuff that I... Oh wow, it reconnected like immediately this time. I don't know why this is going on. It was down for only like 10 seconds. I started scrolling on this page. So there's things that, I keep seeing it freeze, yikes. I really wish that you could just redeem X amount of points for, like, you for sure get the thing, instead of, like, redeem a small amount and then you have a chance. I can refresh now, in case anyone's stuck on, like, this video failed to load screen, like Twitch sometimes does. Look at this, bam. Maybe I'll get a Xenoblade blanket, probably not, but, like, there. Details information on how to use this reward. Should I actually read the stupid thingamabob there? Mario Kart 8 Deluxe printable. They don't even send it to you. I swear there have been some brief spans where they've brought back physical things here. No purchase necessary, yada 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 yada. Because yeah, it has to be a sweepstakes, not a lottery, or else you're breaking the law and stuff. Does it say when they make like an announcement? Do you get like an email or something? What the heck happens? Ends then, or something. Let's see here. There'll be 10 winners. Each winner will receive one Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition blanket. That's normally $60 USD. And journalists, jeez, this is an expensive journal. Total ARV of all prices. They are certainly putting high value on these. So your account is required to receive and redeem points. They'll probably send an email or something there. Wi-Fi companies hate you. I guess so. Just internet in general. I'm on LAN. To be the case. Wow. Printable character. You can just like screenshot this like a friggin' NFT and then print this out anyway. I can use Photoshop to... I heard that sound. I thought OBS disconnected again. I accidentally hit like the side button on my mouse here. I'm still getting used to my new mouse. I could just use like Affinity Photo and like reason out what the rest of this looks like. Like I could literally make that. Oh, look, they give them to you all here anyway. You can literally just pull this up, crop it out, and then bam, you have that. Got back in, nice. There's nothing physical right now. Super Mario Run, gold statues, Nintendo Music virtual background. Yeah, all the Super Mario Run stuff. Does anyone even still play that? Not very many platinum points because they expire. I haven't been on my Switch a lot lately, thanks to Nintendo. Yeah. And then there's like the whole no more gold point things. I guess they've set me to 0 now. But yeah. Duskbloods is now my most anticipated release. Miyazaki making multiplayer game? Wait, did they say Duskbloods was multiplayer, or are you just referring to like Night Rain here? With like Night Rain coming out and Duskbloods. So we've got Night Rain this year and then Duskbloods next year. Man, I think From Software fans are eating good. Duskbloods is oh, well, yeah, I guess there's the scenes in the trailer where you saw like the 2 people together. I wonder if it'll work like like Dark Souls and Elden Ring then in that sense. Duskbloods is PvE, PvP. Okay. So it'll probably work like the Dark Souls / Elden Ring formula, I would imagine in that case. Anyway, after this whole little excursion about what the hell virtual game cards are, let's see here. You might wonder which system they should use to play their digital games, but with virtual game cards, they can load and eject digital games between Switch and Switch 2, just like you would a physical game card. Well, unless you already have like a Switch Lite and a Switch that you have it set up with, in which case, get fucked, so your Switch 2 better be like another account that you continue to lend it out with on 2-week periods. And if you're playing for an individual, like, online membership, you better start getting ready to pay more than double that cost for a family membership to have the privilege of being able to lend out your games to the Switch 2. This feature can also be used among Switch systems as well as Switch 2 systems. We originally developed it with the idea in mind that many players will continue to play both Switch and Switch 2 after Switch 2 is launched, so you can continue to use both systems. The way it should be is just, if you're logged in on the same account across different consoles, you should be able to restore your purchases. If I go onto another system, log into my account, and it sees that I've bought Tears of the Kingdom before, I should be able to buy Tears of the Kingdom on that console and be able to play it as long as I'm like logged in with that account. Or just play it in general so that you can still like play it offline, because I guess that would be a problem otherwise. And then have the ability to lend people your virtual games, just like on your friends list, where it'll automatically come back after 2 weeks. Maybe they can ask for a renewal and you can extend it. You can force the game to be given back to you early if that's what you want, rather than those being in your family plan. How many people are using like Nintendo family plans anyway, apart from people like me that do it literally just to save money? No, it's not 8-player arena or something. Oh, interesting. I mean, maybe they wanted to play into that with the whole handheld home console hybrid, and potentially, like, people meeting up in person with their own consoles and wanting to play. Like, they wanted to do something like that, considering the first time that they've made a game dedicated for that kind of console. Like, there was Dark Souls 1 on the Switch that was brought, like, as a game that clearly was not meant to be on the Switch, but just made available on it. But if Duskbloods is being made for the Switch, I guess it would make sense that they would want to play into, like, multiplayer aspects and stuff. I wonder if it'd be one of the things that had the GameShare, or whatever the heck the thing is called. There's GameChat and GameShare. Maybe that would have, like, a GameShare, and people can hop in and stuff like that. Trying to find an interview to send. Okay. So if you use the virtual game card feature, you can also do things like lending your digital games to other family members. Yeah, but only family members. If they're registered in, like, a family group, and you have an active Switch Online membership, which is not going to be around forever then, so physical all the way. Apart from this, are there any other features returning from Switch that benefit from the Switch 2 system's capabilities? Thanks to the system performance capabilities, Nintendo eShop on Switch 2 has been improved and runs smoothly even when displaying a large number of games. It better. We believe the act of finding the game you want to play is itself part of the game system experience. Also, there's a feature on Nintendo eShop called Game Finds You. Oh, wait. Oh, great. I can't wait for a whole bunch of those eShop porn games to track me down, which lets you quickly see screenshots and watch introduction videos for games. I'm pretty sure you can already do that on the standard eShop. What are you talking about? Called Game Finds You, which lets you see screenshots and watch introduction videos. That's already the eShop. What do you mean, Game Finds You? What? Got it from the FromSoft website? Okay. In Soviet Russia, Game Buys You. Switch 2 The Duskbloods, releasing in 2020. Oh my god. Yeah, except that... this is just always here. Okay, I can't close that and censor this. Let's see here. From Software has announced that the new online multiplayer action game, The Duskbloods, published by Nintendo / From Software, will be released worldwide in 2026. That's definitely interesting. So... And I guess that would make sense with, like, the whole exclusivity deal there, where FromSoft is the developer, but this time, Nintendo's the publisher. So, a lot of the Soulsborne games that have been made would, like, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, published by Bandai Namco, Bloodborne, published by Sony, and now we have a Soulsborne game that's being published by Nintendo. That is not something I thought I would ever see. That's interesting. So... I guess Nintendo would own the IP then, in that case, since they're the publishers. So there is going to be a directly Nintendo-owned Soulsborne game, just like how Sony owns Bloodborne. That's interesting. when I saw the trailer and the direct, at first I thought like maybe there was just like some sort of a deal struck where for like exclusivity. I didn't realize that Nintendo was actually publishing it here, so they own it. You could argue then that this is a first-party title, a new Nintendo IP, the Duskbloods. It's a From Software Soulsborne game. What a world we live in. Developed for the Nintendo Switch 2, the Duskbloods is a PvPvE title with online multiplayer at its core, where up to 8 players vie for supremacy among themselves and against challenging foes. Yeah, I agree, that's awesome as well. I never would have imagined that, because I would imagine when Nintendo's looking for like other studios to make games and stuff, that they would want to keep it within Nintendo's kind of sphere of style, I guess? I don't know. Game feel, in terms of games being seen as something that are family friendly, anybody can get into. They're gonna be like T for teen at like the highest, most extreme rating level for things like Xenoblade Chronicles that is made under Monolith Soft. Yep, T for teen. I wouldn't ever imagine Nintendo making a first-party game that's like a rated M kind of thing. Like, I presume this will probably be, at least outside of like very niche one-off things, kind of side projects. Not like a big new IP being made by one of probably the most respected developers in the industry nowadays. Like, that just feels like very out of the ordinary for Nintendo. So for Nintendo to do this and to say like, hey, on Switch 2, we're looking for opportunities to make more new IPs that are outside of just the happy friendly, anyone can get into this kind of thing, where it's either going to be everyone 10 and up, or T for teen at like the most extreme of the games we make. And it's like, new IP, the Duskbloods, From Software is making it, we're publishing it. What? There was that one random raid M game they published. Which one was that? And like I was saying, I'm sure that there were some like throughout the years that are just like niche kind of smaller things, but not a big new IP that's being developed by one of the most respected development studios in the industry nowadays. You know, like one that actually is meant to have a lot more presence, you know. Camera one as well. What was the camera one? Gonna main John Duskblood in Smash. Yeah, definitely tried this together on release, no doubt. Play as the Bloodsworn, a group that has transcended human strength thanks to their special blood, and throw yourself into a violent fray for first blood as the twilight of humanity approaches. Release is currently set for 2026, and we hope you look forward to it. Okay, so this is the official site, it looks like. Duskbloods. I guess there's only a Japanese site so far. So sure, oh, for like the Japanese words. Translate. That's not gonna do that. Oh. Okay, so that's the bits that it translates. Genre, multiplayer action. Okay, interesting. Multiplayer action, scheduled for release in 2026 from software for Nintendo Switch 2. Or you can abbreviate it to Duskblood, I guess. Oh yeah, there's Bayonetta after, like, that wasn't initially a Nintendo thing, but it was brought into the mix with Nintendo. And that is one that you could argue has a lot more presence, like one that they've pushed a lot more. And, you know, it has presence in Smash, so it is pretty closely tied with Nintendo stuff nowadays. That is a good point, yeah. So Bayonetta and Duskbloods. Nintendo is starting to say, hey, we're gonna start getting into this, like, more serious game kind of stuff here. Is Bayonetta owned by Sega? Nintendo is the one that's publishing the, that published Bayonetta 3 for sure. 2, I'm pretty sure. They did not publish 1. Memory serves here. And that was on, like, Xbox 360 and stuff like that. There was a GameCube game. There's also a brief time where Sega was contracted to make Sonic games on the Wii U. Yeah, I remember hearing that. That was with Sonic Boom and stuff, right? Ever since Elden Rings, FromSoft has released a new product every year, surprisingly. Yeah. Like, wait, what year did Elden Ring come out? What, Elden Ring. That was 2022. Elden Ring. Oh yeah, then 2023 was Armored Core, then 2024 was Shadow of the Erdtree, then 2025 is Night Rain, and then 2026 is gonna be Duskblood. Man, like, FromSoft out here with the annual releases looking like Ubisoft, but without sacrificing the quality. Like, actually making, like, we'll see with Night Rain and Duskblood. Like, I do very much believe that From Software makes, like, really good products, so I'm sure that it's gonna be good. Like, you look at something like annual releases of, like, Assassin's Creed, and you can see how, like, the regular releases is kind of pushing it. Or, like, Pokemon, which only has, like, one studio, as opposed to, like, something like Assassin's Creed, where at least they have multiple studios working on multiple different things. And how much of a hit it takes from pushing out regular releases. But here's FromSoft that's, I wonder how much staff FromSoft has that is putting out a new thing each year. After people were waiting for so long for Elden Ring, and now it's like, man, FromSoft fans are eating good. The scheme backfired as they had the failed experiment of Lost World, the Midwinter Olympics game, and Sonic Boom. Yeah, the dark age of Sonic there. They've expanded a lot recently. Okay, I assume to, like, support the insane amount of projects that they're working on, because now we know FromSoft has been up to a lot of shit lately in recent years. They're keeping busy over there, making some good stuff. Yeah, so that one there. Also, there's a feature, yeah, the game finds you. Or game finds for you. Oh, I think I didn't see the 4. It didn't stand out to me because, like, all these things started with capitals and this was lowercase and I didn't even see that. So it's game finds for you. So it's probably just like a recommended page. New feature on the Nintendo eShop called Game Finds You, whether you want it to or not. But yeah, FromSoft used to be really small before the Souls series started. I believe it. I was failing until Demon Souls came out. Demon Souls basically saved the company. I remember hearing that. Stream locked up? Stream locked up. Oh, it totally did. Are we back? No. No. It's jumpy, it looks like. I'm dropping a lot of frames right now. Oh, the connection is looking like it might be getting better. Maybe. Get me in the green, OBS. Alright, we should be back now. Alright, at least it didn't die that time, but it was dying. Yikes. But yeah, I remember hearing that when it comes to Demon Souls, where it's like, that's kind of what helped put them on the map and, like, start to get attention and, you know, publishing interest and stuff. And then it was with the release of Dark Souls that they started to, like, really, really soar. And, you know, Dark Souls is one of those things that's a name that everybody knows. Like, Demon Souls, there's a lot of people that will know that game name at this point and are familiar with it, especially after they super took off. But Dark Souls is a thing where everybody's heard about that. Every game journalist that ever has difficulty in a game, it's a Dark Souls, is what things are described as. Like, the fact that something is called the Dark Souls of whatever series, and that's just a common thing, like, really goes to show, like, how big of an influence Dark Souls was. Souls-like is now, like, and now a cornerstone subgenre. Yeah, and there's all sorts of games that are tagged with, like, Souls-like for their game genre. Game finds you. Hey there, Sarah. Oh, it shows the thing here. Yeah, so it's just game recommendations, not in Soviet Russia, a game finds you. Yeah, I have no doubt that it is. Wait, is it of the past decade? When did Dark Souls come out? Dark Souls release date. You fool! It's not in the past decade! Unless you mean, like, 2010 to 2020s. Like, if we're talking past decade in terms of, like, 2025 to 2015, then it was more than a decade ago. But, like, past decade is in, like, just the block of 2010 to 2020, then yeah. It definitely is. I have no doubt. Demon Souls is 2009. Okay. Game finds you. Games will be recommended based on your preferences. Your finds will be refreshed every Saturday. Okay, so it just shows you, like, a reel of, like, different trailers or something like that. Is maybe what it does. Oh, and then you can click, like, a heart thing. And it shows, like, similar to games you've played. Yeah, I guess if it's showing, things that are similar to games that you've played, or you played with a friend. Oh, because of the GameChat thing. I was about to say, how do you play Tears of the Kingdom with a friend? Interesting. Kind of like Steam recommendations. But you kind of scroll through trailers like it's a friggin' Instagram reel or something. I don't know. I don't use Instagram. I don't know if that's how it works, but that's what I would think. Or like going through like TikTok shorts or something until you find the one that catches your interest. You're caught up on this week's finds. Okay, interesting. Oh god, Dark Souls is almost 15 years old. Isn't that crazy to think? Well, classic Armored Core games are being remastered and ported after Armored Core 6 saved the franchise before you had to emulate. Oh, interesting. So I guess after, like, FromSoft was already, like, in a very prestigious kind of position in the gaming industry before that point, but after Elden Ring, I feel like there was, like, a new level of, like, respect and admiration put onto them as developers that people that had never heard of Armored Core before suddenly became very interested in Armored Core 6 simply because of the developer name attached to it. And yeah, I guess it would make sense that people are being interested in the older titles now. For the price of each software, please visit the Nintendo eShop. This feature is displayed according to the language of the country/region set in the Nintendo account and the language set in the console. For this feature, I think players will be able to easily find something interesting without having to search every nook and cranny of Nintendo eShop. That should be nice. Yeah, they're definitely one of the big names nowadays. And like I was saying not too long ago, I feel like they're definitely one of the most highly respected developers in the gaming industry nowadays. Because people think of FromSoft, they think of a really good, fun, high-quality game where you get the full experience there. Like, sure, there'll be, like, patches later to just, like, fix bugs and issues that come up. But not, like, oh, we're putting in, like, this stuff that we could have had out at launch, but we just chose not to, whether that be free or paid. Like, nope, you are getting a very meaty, very complete experience right from the get-go. And if there is something developed later on, it's freaking so much later on. Like, this came out 2022. Shadow of the Erdtree was last year, 2024. And a lot of people argued that there's enough content in there that recent reviews mixed, that it is enough that it could almost be like its own small game. Shadow of the Erdtree was actually really good. Basically a boss rush. Isn't that like Soulsborne stuff in general? Actually, so they're upset that it's more linear and less open compared to like the main game. But like so many other Soulsborne games. I mean, of course the exploration would be more rewarding in the main game. But yeah, it would be cool if there was like more other rewards around. I guess there's new weapon types and stuff that you can find. Your unfortunate game-breaking bug. The quest for this expansion. I mean, quests being awful. FromSoft games is definitely a kind of standard there. There are definitely some things that FromSoft could do better, like some of their quests. Some of the quests in Elden Ring are not great. Elden Ring adds some free content after a release, but the release is very complete. Yeah. Let's see here. There was Eternal Darkness on the GameCube that was Raid M. I don't know if I've heard of that name before. I might have. It sounds faintly familiar. FromSoft quest design is one of the few weak points. Yeah. Let's see here. I think it was a big deal for us with the improvement of the system's processing capability. This theme is good. I would either turn it up or I'm just going to go to the next theme that isn't like the most insanely quiet thing ever. Maybe I'll turn things up a tiny smidge. Maybe what I'll do. I think it was a big deal for us that with the improvement of the system's processing capability, we were able to take our goals one step forward. First, we prioritized making the system appeal to as many players as possible. Then we shifted our focus to improving the player's experience. The team came together to create something with that goal in mind. So far, we've talked about the advances that Switch 2 brings, such as the larger screen, the processing speed that enables various gameplay experiences, the Joy-Con 2 controllers, which have been redesigned from scratch, and its compatibility with the Switch. However, we haven't touched on the name yet. How do you land on the name Switch 2? Also gonna adjust the volume of my mic here, turning it up a decent smidge here, because it doesn't look like I'm at any risk of peaking with the current filters that I have on. There are a lot of ideas for the name, and we really struggled to find the right one. We even considered ideas like Super Nintendo Switch. However, Super NES, which came out after the NES, couldn't play NES games. Since Switch 2 can play Switch games, it didn't feel right to use the same naming convention as Super NES. Switch 2 is a new system with improved performance, but we like players who get their hands on it to not focus on the specs, rather to think of it as the latest system developed by Nintendo. So in the hope that it becomes a new standard for Nintendo Switch, we named it Nintendo Switch 2. That's right, from the beginning of development we wanted Switch 2 to be a system that can be enjoyed by a wide variety of players. This hasn't changed from Switch to Switch 2. I also wanted to create an experience that as many players as possible could enjoy, rather than an experience made specially for those who prefer high-performance hardware. So we wanted a name that would communicate simply to potential customers that, if you're considering buying a Switch, a Nintendo Switch 2 is the newest system. Hopefully it doesn't end up being another Wii U situation. Like, this clearly establishes it as you know, kind of the next iteration, whereas the Wii U does kind of sound like a peripheral kind of thing. And Sony has kind of made it standard that increase the number, that's the next console. So I think because of PlayStation, a lot of people will see another number and immediately think that this is another console. So if it wasn't for Sony and PlayStation's naming scheme, then there would probably be a little bit more trouble here. But because that's become pretty standard with PlayStation, this probably won't be too out of the ordinary. I don't know. I thought the name was simple and easy to understand, since development began with the idea that Switch 2 would be a proper successor to Switch. Can't believe Duskblood is a PvPvE game. Yeah, it's certainly something. Yeah, I don't want another Wii U problem. Okay, Fatal Frame, Bayonetta, Eternal Darkness, 3 games. I'd say the biggest one of those is definitely Bayonetta. I'd say that's like a very significant one in terms of like things that people think of when they think like big things that Nintendo are publishing. And now this is absolutely going to be another big thing that people think of. To think this is a Nintendo game. A Nintendo published FromSoft game. We really struggled because there were so many different ideas, but in the end, after lots of back and forth, we all agreed that it should be Nintendo Switch 2 after all. Okay. Well, I think in terms of like massive audience kind of familiarity, like if you're familiar with games, you're probably going to have heard of FromSoft. If you're familiar with video games, you're probably going to have heard of Bayonetta. Thank you. So that's how the name came to be. To conclude, can I ask each of you how you'd like players to enjoy Switch 2? We've packed the technology department team's devotion into every aspect of this hardware, the system software, and the network services with the hope that everyone will enjoy playing new games on this new dedicated gaming system from Nintendo. After all, games are... We're back? You know, I was going to switch to something else. After this, like, whole shebang here was done. Like, actually stream a game here for a little while. But, I mean, I've been streaming since 7 in the morning, and it's 1:08 p.m. now. We've been going through a lot of stuff here, and my internet just does not want to work today. So while I was gonna switch to something like Fire Emblem 6 afterwards, yeah, I think once we're through with this, I'm just done streaming for the whole rest of the day. My internet does clearly not want to work today for whatever reason, it would seem like. And the internet actually stayed down for a decent while this time. It took a little while before it came back up. So I was over folding laundry. That's what I was doing while I waited for the internet to actually come back up again. So, I mean, we'll get through the stuff that I wanted to get through here, and then I'm done streaming for the day. And then maybe tomorrow, like, I'll have a look-see at if Last of Us on Part 2 on PC is broken. And if so, I'll try it out. Let's see here. Where the heck were we at? Oh yeah, that thing here. Going forward, new games will continue to be released not only by Nintendo, but also by our publishing partners, leading to brand new gameplay experiences. In that sense, it will be no different from past hardware, so I hope everyone will look forward to that part of Switch 2. Since Switch could be taken on the go and handheld mode, I think it blended more into the daily lives of players compared to past game systems. I mean, there was already like the Game Boy Advance, Game Boy, DS, 3DS that kind of blended into life, you could say, and many becoming attached to it as their own personal Switch system. Yeah, you could say that about the other handhelds as well. We prepared various features such as ensuring compatibility for Switch games and smooth system transfers using Nintendo accounts, so I hope everyone will warmly welcome Switch 2 as their own new personal system. So maybe with the transfer, it works like if you transfer over from Switch to Switch 2, like it's a one-way thing transferring all your purchases over there. But like if you remain having your Switch 2 registered under your account, and that counts as like your second console that you can still transfer games to sometimes, or something like that. Like we're really the Streamenti Crashamento actually did crash my stream. I came over here. I guess my internet was back up because I saw that messages were going through on the OBS layout, but OBS still hadn't reconnected, and it tried to reconnect one more time, and it said like failed, attempting again in like 3 minutes. I was like, well, that's weird. I know I have internet again because like I see the messages going through. So I manually ended stream, and then I started again. The chat that's here still says connecting to chat. It still thinks that it's not connected for whatever reason. The music's gone. Just click on another one. Yeah, the internet's back. I was about to give up, honestly. I was about to say, like, screw this, I'm done. I'm just recording the last little smidges that I want to say, and then I'll edit it all together. But there was a thing that I wanted to look up, and I can't do that if I don't have internet. So there was no point in just recording it. Give it up for part 8. Is that what we're at now? Like, what are we at? How many streams has this been? God. Oh, God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you're right on the money. Yeah. You've been counting. This is part 8 of the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. God. Okay. Where were we at? Let's see here. Since Switch could be taken on the go in handheld mode, think it blended more into the daily lives of players compared to previous prepared various features. You're almost at 10, please no. Such as ensuring compatibility for Nintendo Switch games and smooth system transfers using Nintendo accounts. So I hope everyone will warmly welcome Switch 2 as their own new personal system. When I stitch this all together, should I just like have it fade out of like one part and then fade into the next one to show that there is like a transition, that time has passed? Or is it funnier to just like put them together, no additional editing, just a sudden cut of we were gone, we're back, and then all of a sudden you see the time appear tick up by so much time, like a perfectly cut scream kind of thing, where it's all just together. Welcome back, Mortis. I don't know if I'm gonna be back for much longer. We'll see here. See what my internet thinks. It's funny. It is also easier editing. We discussed that for developers, releasing games on Switch 2 will add new value to the software through features like GameChat. But it sounds like current Switch users will also be able to enjoy these benefits on Switch 2 with their existing library of games, allowing them to get even more enjoyment out of their new system. Lastly, Kawamoto-san, please. I'm repeating myself, but since Switch 2 is a new dedicated gaming system, I'd simply like everyone to thoroughly enjoy the games. As a person who makes gaming systems, there's nothing more important than this. I hope players will enjoy games like Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bananza, which are made possible because of the Switch 2 system's capabilities. And games like Dragon Strive and Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV, which leverage that. I just like to imagine that this is most certainly what people said in like actual live interviews. And you know, games like Dragon Strive and Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV. Imagine fitting all this into a YouTube title. Can I? Hold on. If I... Here, let's just go over this, like, part 104 and, like, additional stuff of my review of that. That's 68 characters. That would give me... Let's say this is, like, double digits here. Something like that. I've got 20 characters, 19 characters to work with in terms of, like, what a title can be. That's actually a little bit more space than I thought it would be, but it's... Just start making this my video titles when I do the new stuff with Mario Party Jamboree. This is what I do here. Yeah, I mean, how else would you edit it? With a fade. A fade transition. And, like, audio fading out and then new audio fading in. Gonna learn all the Duskbloods train lore. Which leverage new features of the Switch 2. I think that existing Switch games can be enjoyed even more with features like the larger screen and with GameChat. I hope that this new system, Nintendo Switch 2, which supports both compatible Nintendo Switch games as well as Switch 2 exclusive games, will become the new standard. Like, what do you mean? Define this. Like, the new standard, like, Nintendo console, the new standard handheld console, which once again goes to show why it had to be named Switch 2. It was fascinating to hear the passion that went into creating Nintendo Switch 2. I'm looking forward to the new gameplay experience that will become the standard in the future. Thank you very much. So there's all the interviews. We got through the thingamabob. Oh, there's this that I guess we can have a look-see at really quickly. Yeah, so most of this we already know. So I'm just gonna skim this one. So yeah, there's a game chat, and then you can see the other people's screens and stuff like that. Not a Nintendo Switch Online member yet. It's going to be a now renamed Nintendo Classics. So they're like rebranding the whole shebang as Nintendo Classics, and that's all going on there. I'll soon be able to play Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Hey, look, Wind Waker finally came to the Switch, but not in the way that people were expecting. No Wind Waker HD. You want the HD experience, you better go buy a Wii U. More games coming in the future. Some games include fun in-game options like a retro screen filter and a widescreen gameplay. The packs, changes into the Switch app. Yes, there's not all much stuff to go through there. Okay. The thing that I wanted to look up, while my internet was down earlier, I used phone data and I was looking through like some social media stuff just to see what kind of things are people saying about the Switch 2. And on Elon's amazing free speech platform of X, I saw that there were some that, to be there. I saw that there were some people that were getting really upsetty spaghetti at, this that I couldn't look up before at the time. Let's see here. Nintendo Switch 2 game keycard overview. So this wasn't anywhere in like the presents or anywhere here, but there's this game keycard thingamabob. Don't dial me, internet. Please don't dial me. Game keycards are different from regular game cards because they don't contain the full game data. Instead, your game keycard is your key to downloading the full game to your system via the internet. After it's downloaded, you can play the game by inserting the game keycard into your system and starting it up like a standard physical game card. Here's what the game keycard packaging looks like. Alright, and then it'll say game keycard specifically at the bottom if it's one of those. Download the game and internet connection and enough free space in your Nintendo Switch 2 memory or microSD express card are required. Yeah, it's just one of those kinds of things. Insert the game keycard into the system. Download the game. The game itself isn't downloaded on the game keycard, so you'll have to download it before you can play. When you insert the game keycard, further instructions will be displayed on the home menu. Please follow the instructions to download your game. Please note, to download the game, you must have enough free space in your Nintendo Switch 2 system memory or microSD express card. The amount of free space required is indicated on the game keycard packaging. Step 3, play the game. And once the game is downloaded, you're ready to play. Internet connection is only required when you launch the game for the first time. After this, the game can be started even without an internet connection. However, like regular physical software, the game keycard must be inserted into the system in order to play the game. So, it seemed like a lot of people were really upsetty spaghetti about this, and like, oh my god, this is the most ungodly thing. How is it that they're gonna make there not be, like, anything on Nintendo Switch cards? But it seems very much like this is not going to be the standard. It's like, hey, this is the case if it has, like, this specific thing on the bottom. And there already are, like, some Nintendo games that were kind of going into this territory. Just look at Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, which saved on development costs by locking the entire post-game behind the day one patch that was almost the size of the raw game itself. So, clearly, some of the things that Nintendo has put out have already wanted to start moving towards the direction of, hey, let's save costs by, like, you know, getting smaller cards here that don't require as much memory and just putting the burden of storing the rest of our game onto the consumer. They can worry about that. Like, BDSP is definitely the easiest example on that front. But I doubt that this is going to be the norm for Nintendo games. Like, for one, Pokemon's kind of off in its own world, doing its own thing, where it feels like the Pokemon Company or Game Freak is probably doing more stuff there. And Pokemon Company, Game Freak, and Nintendo all have, like, 33% ownership. And I feel like Game Freak and Pokemon Company together are kind of off doing their own thing, because that whole thing with the day one patch is something that I kind of have a hard time seeing Nintendo doing. Nintendo does some shitty things, but I have a hard time seeing them do that. I think this is more just like making it available, saying like, hey, this is a case for some games, because like some people might want to do that. Like, and this isn't the first time that this kind of thing has happened in the gaming industry. There have existed video games before that have very much done this kind of thing. Like, you want a recent example of that? Look at Fallout 76, where people will buy the physical game, and all they get is, like, a disc that they insert in to be able to download what's a full digital game. Like, it's not something completely new, unprecedented that Nintendo is doing to the industry. It's more of, like, I hope that this is just Nintendo being like, hey, this is going to be available because, like, maybe some of our publishing partners want to do that. But I really hope that I'm not going to be seeing that on that many Nintendo Switch game cases. Alright, what are we at now? 9? My goodness. Well, I've been down for a little while, so I don't know exactly where I was, like, mid-sentence, what I was in the middle of talking about. But just in case I need to wrap up this thought, I was just saying that I don't think that this is going to become the standard. Considering the shit that was pulled with BDSP, I could see a Pokemon game doing this. But I don't think this is going to be the standard. This is more, like, hey, this is a thing that could exist, that is available for publishers to be able to do with their games on Switch 2. And I think that people getting really pissed off at Nintendo that, like, oh my goodness, they have forsaken their place in heaven by doing this, or whatever the heck, is really putting the blame in the wrong place. I think, if you see this on, like, a particular game, judge the publisher of that game, judge the maker of that game, whatever. You, see a Pokemon game do this, then, you know, judge Game Freak and the Pokemon Company and Nintendo. If you see something like Fallout 76 do this on the Switch like it did on other platforms, judge Bethesda, you know? Like, take it on a case-by-case basis. I'm pretty sure this is just saying, like, hey, this can be a thing. Unless this does turn out to be every single game on the Switch 2, but I highly doubt it. That would be really, really sucky. But yeah, I think this is just letting you know, hey, this is a thing that can exist. It says it's different from regular game cards, implying these are not regular game cards. So I don't know why everyone has jumped the gun thinking that this is the way that every Nintendo game is going to be when it says these are different from regular game cards. So, you know, it's just a thing that exists here. While the internet was down this past time, I decided to take some time to gather my thoughts and be able to wrap up this whole discussion about the Switch 2. Because, yeah, I definitely had a decent bit of things to say about it. There's some things I really quite like, some things I really don't like. So, I compiled them all into a list of pros and cons with the Nintendo Switch 2. And when I get this up on YouTube after the fact, I'll probably put this in, like, a pinned comment or something like that, for what I feel. Because I do feel like there is, like, a strong amount of both pros and cons with this, is what I honestly feel. So, going through the pros first, we're still doing the Switch, but it's, like, more powerful this time. This is what people wanted, is the formula of the Switch is really good, home console, handheld hybrid. We don't need to necessarily be shoving in, like, as many gimmicks as possible. Just give us that, again, but with, you can't see it, but I'm gesturing to my Switch over on the, corner of the table over there. Give us that, but with the ability to do more with our games by giving us, like, more power to do more stuff. And that's what they were talking about in the developer interviews. So, the fact that it really is just the Switch, but it's stronger, nice. And then, like, the little further description here, the subcategories with my little indent in. The fact that we're seeing, for example, with Metroid Prime 4, and I mean, just in the general settings, that this console can go up to 4K. I know that this is going to be, like, game dependent, but just seeing in the settings there that it is capable of getting up to 4K is really cool. We saw from Metroid Prime 4 that we can be hitting up to 120 FPS, and we don't know this for sure yet, but it seems like, oh, I just got the notification that John Wildcat used 20 bits 2 hours ago. Nice. Maybe this is going to be our new minimum, which would be really good, because I am pretty tired of playing at 30. I would like my silky smoothness. So if that's what's going on here, then great. The controllers seem to be a decent bit of an upgrade. The Pro Controller seems to have new buttons that you can assign things onto, which is really nice. I'm going to need to actually feel one to decide if I prefer the grip, but they were talking about, like, the grip and the controller being, like, one and the same, and it kind of transitioning into a better, a bit like a GameCube controller, which you can't see, but I'm gesturing to my GameCube controller I have plugged in over there. And the audio jack, which is tied to, like, the other stuff that comes in here, kind of similar to how a PlayStation controller has an audio jack in the bottom as well, that you can barely see there. There we go. For options to plug in, like, mic or headphones and stuff there. Because that was one of the big pain in the ass things about the Switch, is let's say you want to, like, be playing on a TV screen or something there, but you don't have a capture card, so you can't listen to your console through headphones like this, where, like I can. You couldn't just, well, you could plug in headphones like the Switch console itself, but, you know, maybe the cable might only go so far, you have to be attached to that. But if you can be attached to, like, the controller that you're playing with, you don't really have to worry about that, because your controller is always right next to you. So it allows for you to play games at a bit of a distance from the screen that you're playing on, or at a bit of a distance from where your Switch is, without having to just say, all right, I guess I don't get audio if I can't get the headphone environment. There isn't any confirmation that, like, Bluetooth headphones are compatible. I should add that to the cons. I didn't add that before. That was one of the things that people complained about when it came to headphones with the Switch. It sounds like the HD Rumble, we are continuing to improve, and it was actually pretty cool with, like, the Joy-Cons. There just wasn't a whole lot of games that actually tried to use it well to, like, be properly using the capabilities of the accurate rumbles that it could get. So it'll be interesting to see if we actually use that a little bit more with Joy-Cons. Joy-Con 2s or whatever the heck. And also unclear if there's stuff like that going on with the Pro Controller. I assume to some extent there is. The magnetic attachments are really nice. Just the easy on and off from the sides and like the button that you hold to take it on and off. Like, especially in the early days of the Switch, and I mean, even still from time to time if I'm helping out with like gaming events and stuff like that, usually when it comes to putting Joy-Cons on and off the rails, I'm usually helping people know how to do that. Since that's not as intuitive of a thing, so I usually need to come in and like show how it's done or just like do it myself when people aren't as familiar with it. But with like the magnetic, I think it becomes a lot more user-friendly and a lot more intuitive for people to just go at it and do it without having to slide perfectly onto the rail. You see them sliding it on upside down, not holding the proper button. I guess you can still worry about the button with this. I don't know this for sure, which is why I have it as like hopefully there's no more Joy-Con drift, and that's like a pro that I can have under the controllers, but we technically don't know that for sure. The fact that you can still use Switch 1 controllers on Switch 2. You can have the Switch 2 be back compatible and use controllers. Like, I could still use this controller if I want to, and then if I pick up like a Switch 2 controller, then I can use like the additional buttons on the back that I hope I won't click, and like what with their positions and stuff like that. So that's not like my 3 Pro controllers and 4 sets of Joy-Cons that I have around here are just like unusable when I go to the next console. I can still be using them, which is very good news. The fact that they are putting out an official wireless GameCube controller, which has a ZL button. That's one of the issues with the GameCube controllers, is while it's still fun to use for Smash, and is basically like the go-to kind of Smash controller, you have an L and R button, and a Z button, which basically counts as your ZR button, but you don't have a ZL button. So, like, it can be fun to play other games from time to time with the GameCube controller. Like, I've played Mario Party with this controller, which becomes really hard when it shows which face button you're supposed to hit in a direction, and the directions don't match up with these face buttons. A little bit of a handicap in that sense. But for the most part, it just counts GameCube controllers as wired Pro controllers and maps them out as such. So you can still use them with any game, but you're lacking a ZL button. So it's not really feasible to be using GameCube controllers as is with general Switch games, because there's a button that you're just missing, and you might need it in some games. So I just don't really use the GameCube controller for other games. Otherwise, I would see myself potentially using that. Play like some Xenoblade Chronicles X with the GameCube controller. That'd be kind of fun. But with an official wireless GameCube controller, where you don't have to worry about like a wire going across the way, like I'll probably still use wired GameCube controllers for like Smash Bros stuff like at Fragapalooza. Especially considering if you use things wirelessly at Fragapalooza, there's so many signals going around that there's going to be so much input delay anyway. You have to go wired. So I'd still go wired there. I assume that, like, you have to charge this some way. You have to plug it in and charge it some way. So I'm sure you could still do it wired for, like, no input delay, but have, like, the option to use it wireless. And actually having a ZL button, which means no longer are you restricted to only being able to play games that only need the buttons of like a normal GameCube controller, like Smash or more classic games, or just things that don't need ZL in general. You can now play anything with it, considering the ZL button is included. So that is nice there. Well, I bet money that the joysticks are going to have drift. They literally zoomed into the joystick in the direct, and they're bigger and then zoomed out. If they fixed it, they probably would have bragged about having new Hall Effect joysticks. Hall Effect? I think you might have mentioned to me what Hall Effect is before, and then I think I forgot, potentially. But yeah, here's hoping. Welcome on back, Mythic, to, I think, the 9th stream of the day. It's 2:11 p.m. The stand being adjustable. Hell yeah. If I wanted other angles on my Switch before, I literally needed to 3D print stands that would slide onto the rails. And that's how I would be able to get, like, different angles, is through 3D printed custom stands. But if the stand itself can just go to different angles, that is great. Hall Effect joysticks have pretty much no dead zone and cannot mechanically drift. Okay. Yeah, I do remember you mentioning this to me now. That definitely rings a bell. Yeah, that would definitely be nice. Guess we shall see here, but yeah, hopefully no drift there. The fact that there's another USB-C port on the, I shouldn't say USB port, USB-C port on the top to plug in accessories, which I feel like they primarily put on there for like the Nintendo Switch camera. But it might also just be handy for putting in like more wired controllers without needing to put in like a bazillion more USB hubs. I do a lot of USB hub shenanigans when I'm running Smash Bros. At Fragapalooza or Extra Life. I have a lot of cables everywhere, and just having another place to plug in will be kind of nice. And also maybe improve latency. The Extra Life event that I did with Smash Ultimate, the Switch had to be like really close to the AV setup in the far back left corner of the stage, and so I had controllers that were plugged into one USB hub or another. I basically, well, let's start from the other side. I had a console that went through a USB extension cable, through another USB extension cable, into a USB hub, into a second USB hub. And across those two USB hubs, there were 8 controllers plugged in so that we could let 8 people play at once. And while it was wired, everything going through that one singular USB line, there was a decent bit of input delay. And the input delay was worse if you unplugged, because like crowded venue with so much gaming stuff going on and so many signals, like you could not play wirelessly. So the input delay at Extra Life was pretty bad because of like the separation from the console. The one port there. It's not as bad at Fragapalooza where the console's a little bit closer, but I've had some issues with that too. And just having like some more places to plug in will be pretty nice, and probably be really nice for me as a tournament organizer, but we'll see here. The fact that we're actually getting a bit of a performance boost. Apparently the Switch 1 has like a slight performance boost with the dock as well, but not anything super major. I heard that it had like some additional cooling. I don't know how. I have not heard any fans in the Switch dock. I don't know what's in a Switch dock properly, but this one, them directly saying like, yeah, the performance is gonna be better because we're gonna be like upping the cooling here, and us directly seeing with examples like Metroid Prime how like there can be the increase in docked mode. It's like, okay, we're getting like a decent bit more oomph docked mode because we can push this harder while having it be cool. That's pretty nice there. This is a pretty considerable storage increase limit if we're going from 32 gigabytes to 256 gigabytes. With 32 gigabytes, even if you go fully physical like me, by the time you download like several DLC expansions and so many updates and stuff like that for games, this runs out and you have to go shell out for a micro SD card anyway. Depending on like the size of things with the Switch 2, I feel like with 256 gigabytes, most likely if you're going physical only, you probably don't have to buy a micro SD card. If you're going digital, you're definitely going to have to buy a micro SD card. I mean, depending on how much gaming stuff you're doing. But this is enough play that's like, I shouldn't really need to worry about getting a micro SD with like just the additional downloads I'm getting for the physical games that I own. The fact that we've got back compatibility here, like it can't be a perfect 100% because of like, you know, the mentions like the Nintendo Labo thing and having to like manually test out the compatibility for everything since it doesn't actually have Nintendo Switch hardware in the Switch 2, unlike the previous things. I thought that was interesting to read about. But it really is nice to be like, hey, I can play whatever Switch game I want within the Switch 2 instead of feeling like I have to switch between like these two different consoles. I really quite like that. They said that you can transfer your account and save data from Switch 1 to Switch 2, so you can just keep on doing like your regular Switch stuff on Switch 2. That is nice. Screen sharing is kind of nice, because otherwise, if you want to screen share, you would either need to take like, I guess, multiple 30-second clips with the clipping tool that the Switch has and send it to one another, take screenshots and send them, pull out your actual phone and take a video. Like, it's really easy for me to show my game screen because I have a capture card. But that is because I do content creation stuff here. Most people are not going to have capture cards. So the fact that you can actually show one another your game screen and show like what's going on here without having to describe it, be over there physically, or just be someone like me that already owns a capture card that my Switch is plugged into is really nice and convenient, and allows you to share what's going on a lot easier, like bringing more people into the mix. I really quite like that. It is nice that in this version, it's not a Nintendo app that you do chat through, that it's like built into the console itself, but still, to be fair, I would still probably just use Discord most of the time. Like, the only reason why I think I would genuinely consider potentially using the Nintendo one sometimes is because it is offering me a service that Discord does not offer with the screen sharing. I mean, technically Discord does offer it. I just have to like go through my capture card and through OBS and through like my OBS plugin into Discord, so I can still screen share. But assuming as just like a casual player, I can, like, as a casual consumer, I guess I should say here, that doesn't have like all the live streaming equipment here, I can go ahead and like chat with people while sharing my screen without having to worry about like having a capture card or just sending people clips. I can show people live as it's happening. Like, that is really nice. Before, I don't really think that there was any reason to use Nintendo's app, where it's like, download the app and you can chat to people as you play. Like, yeah, you can also do that by downloading Discord. I felt like there was genuinely no reason to be using Nintendo's app. But now that they're actually offering features that you wouldn't be able to get through these other apps, where it's like direct one console to another and show what's going on and be able to play while you're also watching what the other person is doing, and right on the same screen with you adjusting the size of different things, rather than if you're using a third-party app, and assuming you both do have capture cards and you are like screen sharing through a separate app or service, you have to be looking back and forth. But if it's a game where you actually care about, you know, being able to see out of the side of your vision what the other person is doing, then that is a handier way to do that. I was talking about this just the other day when it came to Xenoblade Chronicles X, how I preferred how in the original game you had the Wii U map screen that you could just glance at there, compared to like needing to pause it with the original game, so like for one that's available. But that was the things that you still needed were on the game screen, like a smaller mini map and things like your health information that's on the screen in front of you. You're not expected to look down. But with Assassin's Creed Black Flag on the Wii U, which would have been designed for other consoles being the priority first and foremost, and then just coming to the Wii U later, they're like, huh, we gotta use the Wii U gamepad in some way. So rather than having a mini-map on the screen and like your health bar, it was on the Wii U gamepad. So while you're looking forward, it's nice to have things that you just need to glance at just by like turning your eyes, like a mini-map like in Xenoblade Chronicles X, or like your health. And then with Xenoblade X, here's like a separate thing that you can look at when you need the more information of like the bigger picture map without having to open any menus. But with Assassin's Creed Black Flag, it was just like, yeah, let's just go ahead and put the health bar and the map on the bomb screen. So if you're in the middle of like a battle and you need to see what your health is, you can't just look. You have to look down and stuff. And you don't want to be taking your eyes off of the guys that are attacking you, obviously. And it's just really clunky to be putting that in a separate place. So I know that it can be a little bit difficult at times if you're in a situation where there's information that you want to have easy access to, but you have to glance to like another screen or another device or look somewhere else. So if that's not what you want to do and you just want to be able to, you know, see what you're doing, and on the side there is what your friend is doing, and all you have to do is turn your eyes a little bit, it greatly increases the convenience versus using a third-party app, even assuming that you both have capture cards and are able to, you know, share that stuff easily, like I would be able to here. For the microphones, it's nice that they put in like noise canceling stuff and have apparently worked on a bunch of stuff to make sure that like the noise that you want to get through is what's getting through, but not the other stuff. We'll have to test it out firsthand. Like, again, I have my whole streaming setup. I have a good microphone here, but for like a casual kind of perspective, being able to chat, not worry about background noise, share one's screens, that is a nice convenience. So I do actually think I like the idea of GameChat. If GameChat was only speaking, and that was it, I would still think that it was pointless, and you would just use like a different app like Discord. Like, why wouldn't you just do that? That would probably be a lot more convenient. But considering we have like the additional features like screen sharing and the convenience that comes with that, I do now think that there is reason to use it. I thought there was no reason to use this. I think that there is reason to use this now. So it is nice to see them offering something different rather than just a worse version of what already exists. I consider that to be a pro. The fact that there is now essentially a new download play, which isn't a download play working right from streaming. That means that, like, because it works by streaming, wow. There's also no download wait time because it works by streaming. The fact that you can do it both online and locally, at least, like, online being Switch 2 exclusive, they were saying that you can't go online for, like, Switch 2 and Switch 1. But locally, like, being able to do it with even Switch 1 consoles, because it's just being streamed to them by, like, the local Switch 2. I think that the whole DS download play, where only one person needs to own the game and other people can join in, is a fantastic thing. I don't think that there's as much need for a direct DS download play kind of system on the Switch, considering anything that you can do in handheld, you can do on TV as well. It's a home console handheld hybrid. You can play like Mario Kart with 4 people just by putting down like the Switch, and you get like a 4-player split screen right there with just one console. There isn't as much need for you to be playing on different screens. Or something like Smash Bros, for example, where 2 people could be playing on their own consoles, or you can just gather around one. It's a lot easier in something like Smash Bros because you only need the one screen anyway. We don't have to split the screen. But depending on how many people you're playing with, you might have to crowd a bunch of people around like one screen, and then it can be hard as you're like looking at the screen from far away. You're one of the people that's like standing back here and you're looking at the tiny thing and you're trying to like squint and see what's going on there. But if you have your own console along and you're able to join with GameShare, then hey, you have your own screen. And it can be especially helpful in games like, say, Mario Kart, because I have played 4-player Mario Kart split screen in tabletop mode on a tiny Switch screen, sitting on the ground with like half Joy-Cons, and you have to look close and barely see what the hell is going on. It's really hard. But assuming other people had like their own Switches and they didn't have a copy of Mario Kart, if I would be able to GameShare and we all have our own screen, and we can figure out then what the hell is going on without needing to crowd around a tiny screen, that is extremely helpful. Or, like was being mentioned, there are some games that you do need to have different perspectives, with the example being Clubhouse games, where it's like, your hand should be private to you. That can't exactly just be public information. You do need multiple consoles to do that. And I'm sure that there's going to be, like, a lot better examples than just the card game from Clubhouse games and stuff like that. So, just having the option to have one's own screen when that's applicable, when it's helpful in a game like Mario Kart, or it's necessary in a game like Cards or like a shooter game or something like that, that is definitely handy. So it's definitely not as important as something like the Nintendo DS, where it's only one player per console, because you can have multiple players on one Switch console. It is definitely useful, and there are applications. And the fact that you can do it online, like certain multiplayer games you can join in to play with a friend, despite the fact that you don't own the game yourself, that is nice. That is really, really nice. The fact that you can do Switch 1 games on Switch 1 with GameShare locally, they were saying there. So if you own like a Switch 1 and someone comes over with a Switch 2 game and you want to join in, you can still do so on your own console, because your console isn't the one running it. It's being streamed, and you can continue to play on your own console, your own screen, despite the fact that it's a Switch 2 game that you're playing on the Switch 1. That is a nice feature. I like that. And of course, because it's not download play, you don't have to wait because it works by streaming. We are going to have to wait to see like how well this works, at least with download play, with you having a portion of the game there. You don't have to worry as much about like lag of the streaming stuff coming over to you. Like, you still have to worry about lag, about like your general connectivity and like your distance to one another. I've definitely played like Mario Bros DS versus mode and had a decent bit of distance to someone, and then it starts to lag a little bit. And I've definitely had my fair share of issues with Steam Remote Play at times. Just look at the Tales of Symphonia series, like, my god. You know, we shall see how well the connection works, and with the increased oomph of the Switch 2. It should hopefully be a lot better than the Switch 1. Like, my god, playing Mario 3D World with Anma and Shuck. God, that was a bit painful sometimes. Nintendo just doesn't have the best of online services, so we'll have to wait here and see. But it can be really nice with the idea of just like, hey, you want to hop in? Just hop in, instead of waiting for like a download. I don't remember DS download play taking all that long, but they did make a good point with like Switch games being a lot longer. You'd have to wait and sit there while it downloads until you can hop into something that might just be brief. But just being able to go at it and hop in, that is nice. That is a really nice feature. Local streaming is something Nintendo's been good at for a while. I expect it to feel similar to Wii U gamepad performance. Yeah, and if it feels like that, then that would be fantastic. So I am really looking forward to this GameShare feature. Like, so it seems like they haven't really introduced new gimmicks in terms of like the controllers, apart from just like some extra buttons and like a little bit of controller cleanup. But like with this new thing that they're really trying to push with like the GameShare and screen sharing and the built-in chat, I didn't like this idea at first, because I just saw like, oh, it's just like voice chat on the Nintendo console. Oh, it's gonna be crap. But it's like, you can share your screen, show what you're playing there. You can do basically download play and do like Steam Remote Play to be playing with one another. If you're doing it locally, you can even do like Switch 2 titles on a Switch 1 and stuff. And you can just like hop into it with only one person owning the game. That's nice, and it feels like it's going to be able to bring people together a whole lot easier. It becomes a lot easier to hop into other things with people. Like when I was asking people if they wanted to play Mario Party Jamboree with me, for example, when that came out, I had a lot of friends of mine that were responding saying like, I don't know if I'm picking it up right at launch, you know, things are kind of tight, or I'm like really busy with these other games, so, you know, maybe one day, but I don't really see myself picking it up. I wouldn't have to worry about that now. I could just be like, hey, if you have a Switch 2, you want to hop into this with me? You don't need to own it. I own it. You want to hop in? And it's a lot easier for people to just be like, sure. And so it becomes a lot more accessible, and it becomes a lot easier to do things collectively. So it seems like there was this emphasis on bringing people together more than with the Switch 1, and taking some of these lessons that were learned during COVID that was interesting to read in those interviews. So I actually really quite like that, assuming it works well. Just like the default color scheme of the Pro-Con. At this point, it's a nitpick, but I have to wait for a special edition Pro-Con to have color on them. I'll be sad. I mean, there was a lot of different colors with the Switch 1 Joy-Con, so maybe they'll do that with the Pro-Cons as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something like that. This was one of the things I was mentioning a second ago with like the screen sharing, where it's like, can see others as you play without needing to look at another screen. I can go ahead and make that like a little bit of a sub point over here. I wasn't sure how I felt about the mouse at first, and it does seem a little bit goofy to be aiming in like Metroid Prime with that, but thinking about it a little bit more and having time to reflect as my internet continues to go down, there are definitely games that is going to be handy in. Like Civilization 6, for example, is available on the Nintendo Switch, and I thought about picking it up for just like on-the-go Civilization stuff, because like I said, I have, it's not over 100 hours, I'm just short, what is wrong with me? I was lying earlier in the stream. I have about 100 hours in the game, and it seems like the kind of thing that will be fun to play on the go. But this is a game where you just go around like clicking things, and it's nice to have the accuracy to be clicking on the exact thing that you want. I feel like if it was mapped to button inputs, I would have such a hard time memorizing like what was mapped to what. Or if it was just a cursor that I needed to move around with like a stick that is only going to be moving at like a set speed, that would just be kind of annoying. Last time I played November 12th, 2021. I think that was when I played against Chip, the director of this game. I think he was the last guy that I played Civ 6 against. It's just kind of annoying. Or something in like a shooter game where you want to turn or get precision aiming. It's like you can whip around a mouse at whatever speed you need to. You turn around with like a stick, and you're going at whatever speed the game has set for your sensitivity. So there is a lot of freedom that comes with like mouse movement. And while I mostly play games with like controller for like the convenience, sitting back, being able to have the controller up here in my lap, be holding it like that, doing whatever. I don't play games with mouse and keyboard a whole lot, but sometimes I do. When I play Helldivers with my family, I play that with mouse and keyboard because I want the precision that comes with aiming with this, being able to do like the micro adjustments I need to aim around. So if there's a shooter game, I can see that being really helpful, like in, say, Metroid Prime 4, where it's like you might want like the highest precision aiming that you can possibly get, and be able to turn at whatever speed you want to turn at. And if you have like a big desk space that you can play on, like my computer setup here and my large mouse pad that I would have a decent bit of area that I can be doing that on. And with a traditional mouse and keyboard setup, you have to be using like the mouse with the right hand, which is really nice, but then left, you're stuck with like all these face buttons with like WASD, so your movement is going to be stuck at like 8 points essentially, you know, WASD and like the combinations of WD, WA, AS, SD. So you've essentially got like 8 directions that you can move in. You could argue that it's a little bit more precise when you're like turning your camera and adjusting your movement because of that. Like I'm holding WS and going that way, and I turn my camera to do like micro adjustments one way. So you could argue it's a little bit more accurate than just 8 directions, but it is still a little bit rigid, not as much just free movement. But if you can be using the accuracy of like mouse controls while still having like a stick that is a bit more free flow for your movement, that could be interesting, and also be a way that, like, I don't know if you can play like that on PC. I kind of doubt it. It would probably just have the games be rapidly switching between like controller mode and mouse mode, and constantly not able to decide like what inputs it should show on screen. Because it would be kind of nice to just go in like a relaxed format like this, you having this controller like this, and then my right hand is the one that's on the table doing stuff like this. Because when I do extended play of mouse and keyboard like this, it does begin to like hurt my wrists a little bit. I do have some wrist issues that I've had for a long time. So if I do a session like that 1 6-hour session I do of Helldivers 2, I'm like, I can't play this anymore. I could potentially play with a controller, which I don't know the buttons for, and my gameplay would really hurt, so I don't really want to do that. And when mouse and keyboard, I just can't play this anymore. Like, I'm starting to get sore from doing that. I really like just being able to lean back and enjoy a controller. So kind of mixing together the two is really nice. And with an example like Civ, rather than having to worry about like very slowly moving a cursor over at whatever speed is dictated by my stick or the sensitivity that I do in settings, just being able to directly click on what I want to click on, that would be really nice. I'm here to break the stream again. Oh no, hopefully this is the last stream. So if I ever pick up Civilization 7, it's probably going to be on PC, not Switch 2. But assuming that I did pick up Civ 7 on Switch 2, I don't think I would ever want to play with a controller like that. I would want to play with the mouse, with the Joy-Con like that. I assume that Civ 7 on the Switch is probably going to have like that functionality. If it doesn't, I would be very upset. Or maybe I wouldn't, because I would just pick it up on PC sometime when it's on sale later anyway. But this is definitely a game that I would not want to play with a controller. Or something like Planet Coaster, for example. This is available on like Xbox and PlayStation. I don't know how the hell people play it on Xbox and PlayStation. Do you just slowly move a cursor around? You just like move menu icons by tapping the stick over so many times? Like, this is the kind of game where I would have to play it with a mouse. If I'm doing something like a simulator building kind of game, I want to use a mouse. And if I can do that on the go with the Switch 2, that would be really good. So while I wasn't entirely sure how I felt about like first hearing that the Switch 2 was going to have like mouse input, I still think that in most games, I'm probably not going to care about that. But in games where I care about it, I'm going to really care about it, because there's going to be games like Planet Coaster, Civilization, where if I'm playing something like that on the Switch 2, I feel like I would just be having like a god-awful experience playing that with controller. I've done like some theme park simulation stuff with controller before. Like I did my full playthrough of Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, the main game, not the expansions, on the Nintendo Switch version. And they actually mapped out the buttons pretty well. It was pretty good. But it's not the same as just being able to use a mouse as you're placing things down and you're designing this theme park. It's a lot more rigid, you know? It doesn't feel quite right. If I'm playing Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, I want to do so with a mouse, not with a controller. I feel like they did the best with what they could with Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 on the Switch, and I definitely enjoyed my time with it. But it's a lot more rigid and doesn't quite flow as well as it would with like a mouse. And at first when I saw like the mouse movement for Metroid Prime 4, I thought like, wow, what a niche weird thing that like nobody ever is going to want to do. But the more that I think about it, the more I think, I might potentially be interested in trying that out. Like, it really depends on how much stuff you need to click with the right here. Like, because when you're using like a full controller, on the right side you have access to all the face buttons, 2 bumpers here, the stick, which the mouse movement will cover, plus the home button if that's important. Whereas with the left, you have like the left stick, the D-pad, 2 bumpers. You'll presumably have like the back buttons with a Pro controller there as well. Not like that applies here. So in this case, you'll have access to the whole left side of the controller. So D-pad, stick, the bumpers here. The full aiming movement that you need with like more precision than you can probably get in any other format. And one of the bumpers, 2 of the bumpers, like maybe one of them is regular shot and one of them is going to be the missiles or something. I do worry about how comfortable it's going to be compared to like a regular mouse. Like, imagine if you could plug like a regular mouse into your Switch 2, and then you could just be using like a left Joy-Con for moving around in some of the buttons, and then you can be like getting precision aiming with Samus's arm cannon while you use like left click for regular shots and then like right click for missiles or something like that. That would actually be kind of fun. So I am intrigued about trying this out, but I do wonder like how much of the face buttons you're going to need in Metroid Prime 4. Like, is that going to be something important? Are you going to be able to like hold a bumper and switch across things here very easily? Like, you can use the D-pad by default to switch between like missiles and the other things that are going to be here, and then you hold a bumper and then you can switch between like visor types with the D-pad or something. Like, you probably don't need that much complexity for Metroid Prime 4. With the psychic powers, would that be interesting to do here? And it is also worth mentioning that with Switch controllers in general is the smart motion. That was actually one of my favorite parts about the Switch 1 controllers in general, is the smart motion that comes with that. I know a lot of Splatoon players are definitely going to be very big onto that as well. Because, like, while previous games have had, like, tilt controls, they are very, very finely tuned on the Switch, and they're really good for aiming. Like, I don't remember if Metroid Prime 1 had a, Metroid Prime 1 remastered on the Switch. had like the smart motion controls. I just did it with like a traditional, more modern control scheme. I know that it had like the classic control scheme where it's like a GameCube controller where it's like there is no turning your camera outside of movement. Like the left stick is moving around and turning your camera, aka the way that I learned how to play Metroid Prime with Prime 1. And then the right stick, which was the C stick, is changing what arm cannon type you have. Like there was the original control scheme, there was the Wii version control scheme where you use 2 Joy-Cons and you actually aim around for that kind of precision aiming. And the new controls that were added into Metroid Prime Remastered, which are more like it's expected to be of a modern video game where it's like left stick move around, right stick move around and aim. Like that kind of thing that is come to be expected of shooter type games nowadays. And that's what I played with when it came to Prime Remastered, and of course used the original control scheme on the original game. I think I briefly tried the 2 Joy-Con thing of like aiming around, and it felt like pretty accurate. The aiming of things like the smart motion of Pro controllers and Joy-Cons is actually really quite good, it feels like. I don't remember if Metroid Prime 1 Remastered had like functionality for like smart motion with doing a Pro controller instead, and at that point it's like, why would I do that? I feel like so natural at using the right stick at this point. But if there was a combination system, kind of like the Splatoon system, where it's like you can look around and aim with the right stick, but the camera also turns with your motion of the controller for that precision aiming, that would be really cool. And then I might not even have to do like a mouse kind of thing. And that's something that I really, really like about the Splatoon games, is that I felt like it came about as close as you could get to precise mouse aiming without having a mouse. Because like you're still using a controller for like your big aiming, your big movements around. But if you need to do like a little bit of a micro adjustment, it's really easy to just do that little bit of a micro adjustment that you need to do and to get like a feel for based on the sensitivity of movement, just like the sensitivity of a mouse. If something like that was in Metroid Prime 4, where it's like, you are just generally aiming with the left stick, but you can do like micro adjustments by moving your controller around, I would really like a system like that. I would probably prefer it over a system like this. I think that would be my ideal system, is just be able to kick back, be able to use my controller here, but I can still use the smart motion for micro adjustments. Like that was something really, really cool about the Splatoon games, and it would be really cool if it was in Metroid Prime 4. Otherwise, like we'll see what this is like in terms of buttons. It could potentially be nice for those that want like a mouse feel and the mouse precision aiming, but we also can't forget that Nintendo does have a more precise version of aiming than just a stick already, being the smart motion. So I am intrigued. This seems less and less of like a joke. Who would want that kind of thing the more I think about it? But in a lot of games, you can also just apply the smart motion. Like, obviously, if I'm playing something like Civilization 7 on the Switch, I'm not going to want to control my cursor across the screen by using smart motion. But if I'm playing something like Metroid Prime 4, that is something that I'm going to want. And if I have the option of doing that in Metroid Prime 4, I'm going to use that and not the mouse system. But if I'm playing something like Civilization 7, I am going to want to play the game using this mouse thing. If I'm playing Civilization, if I'm playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, playing one of those games, I'm going to want to use these mouse controls and use like my whole mouse pad setup that I have across here. So I actually think that the Joy-Con mouse is a genuinely good idea. Even though it's probably not going to be used in like most games, the ones where it is used, it's going to be important. I can't imagine playing something like Civ without using a mouse, so that is definitely a big pro for me. A pro is definitely that they added finally a means to share digital games. Of course, putting in brackets in here, it's better than nothing, but the implementation is crap. Like, I'm putting that as a pro because it is still an improvement over the Switch 1. Well, improvement over the Switch 1. It's being added to the Switch 1 now too. They're implementing that system just in general now. That system is coming out. At least, hey, there is a way to share digital games, even though it's only by family members. But just putting on the note that, hey, at least it's possible. The finer details of it I do have in my cons. Let's see here. I do like the idea that there is like some of these expansions that are going to optimize it for better hardware and add additional content. I don't like the ones that are just like optimization stuff. Do I have where did I put my PS5 games? I can grab like Ghost of Tsushima here as an example, is what I can do. Or do I just want to look it up online and not grab my game? Whatever. Here. On 4 shelves, I think. Oh, a whole bunch of... Nope, that's Xbox 360. Where did I put my PS5 game? Oh, All right, they're on my shelf somewhere. Never mind. Somewhere they're on my shelf. I was going to grab, like, my copy of Ghost of Tsushima, but never mind here. I guess one way that I could show it is literally by this without having to look it up. And then I switch this around really quickly. So this is an example of doing this, is Ghost of Tsushima from the PS4 version to the PS5 version. So this was a game that was developed for the... What the heck? This is a game that was developed for the PS4 in the first place. Why is my camera, like, being weird? Tracking, hi, I'm here and stuff. I'm here, you gonna follow me? Cool. Cool, we good. Alright, let's see here. But they wanted to release it on PS5 with some enhancements. But they also, like, added additional content. Let me pause the other music here now that that's playing there. So... This version, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, includes, like, enhancements for the PS5. Like, it's still not a game that was made for the PS5 in the first place. It's just a PS4 game that has been enhanced for the PS5. So there's, like, some graphical enhancements, there's some performance enhancements, and to further sell it, they included new content. There's a new... I don't want to say epilogue story, because you can actually play it at any time. Just a new side adventure, the Iki Island DLC. So the main game takes place on the island of Tsushima, but now there's, like, a smaller new area to explore with, like, new content, new stuff to do, a new storyline on the smaller area of Iki Island. So there's additional content to the game, with the PS5 version being Director's Cut here. But so that PS4 versions wouldn't feel like, oh man, if I had just, like, not bought it for PS4 and bought it for PS5 instead, I'd be able to have that new content. Now I can't have it. Even if I put the PS4 disc in my PS5, I can't have those enhancements and I can't have the new content. So for the PS4 version, it was released as, like, a separate DLC thing. I don't remember if you could buy, like, the enhancements plus Iki Island or Iki Island on its own. I think that there was options for both of those. So let's say you own the game on PS4. You could buy just Iki Island as a new content update, as DLC, essentially. And then you wouldn't have, like, the performance enhancements because you're playing on PS4 and not PS5. Let's say you own the PS4 disc that you've inserted into a PS5 and you don't want to go buy, like, a whole new disc, a whole new version of the game. You can buy the like, new content and the enhancements as, like, a bundle thing there, is what you can do. If I look at the thingamabob here, there's even, like, an option to transfer, like, a PS4 save. You can, like, put in the disc, I guess, of your PS4 version. You can upgrade it. It's, yeah, transfer PS4 console saves, so you can even go, like, from the previous console and, like, transfer that over. That's pretty nice. And it's just nice being able to have that stuff without being screwed out of it if you already own the original, without having to buy, like, a whole new game, like Nintendo does with a lot of their enhanced ports a lot of the time. Though, I guess with, like, the Wii U to the Switch, they kind of had to do that. You can't exactly be inserting a Wii U disc into the Switch. Whereas with, like, the PlayStation, of course, it's going to be a lot easier, considering they're all using disc drives and stuff. But that's something that I found intriguing about Ghost of Tsushima here, is that the new version comes out, yeah, it comes out with this stuff built in. Turn off PS5. And that's what it sounds like it's going to happen for, like, Breath of the Wild, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, Tears of the Kingdom, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, what was the last one? Super Mario Party Jamboree and the Bowser TV, whatever the heck the thing is, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, where it's built in. But if you own the originals, you can still get, like, the upgrade and the enhancements for a cost. I think that that's worth it if it is adding additional content. I can see that being justified. That's why I'm putting this under a pro, where it's like, you don't have to buy a whole new game like you would have from, like, Wii U to Switch, where it's like, oh, you enjoy playing Pokémon Tournament on the Wii U, and you want to be able to play on Switch and get the new characters. Sucks to suck. You gotta buy a whole new game. I think that this is better here. Disagree? I would be interested to hear here. Paid upgrade sucks. I think it's okay if there's additional content. If you're adding in something new, like with Ghost of Tsushima with the Iki Island thingamabob, for example. I think if it's just for it running better, that it's not worth it. I think that that is a little bit of a ripoff there. But if it's upgrade and you're adding what is essentially a DLC, then may as well see it as, like, a paid DLC, is the way that I see it. But if it's just a hardware upgrade, like with Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, I think that is a waste of money, and I don't like that. But yeah, Xbox and Sony do fee upgrades if you got digital, so there's a better system, and it looks like Nintendo's kind of following in the footsteps a little bit. I'm okay with it if it's additional content, and depending on the price. If it's not, like, depending on how much the additional content adds, like, I would have much preferred if, let's say it was easier to play, like, the Wii U version of Pokémon Tournament on the Switch, like, ignoring how different those consoles are. I would have much preferred to just be able to pay for the new characters, and here's how it runs on the new console, rather than paying $80 Canadian for a new game. So, I mean, even if it's not the best thing, you can at least acknowledge that is better than what Nintendo was doing before with their enhanced ports. Again, I know that it is a bit harder to be bringing, like, Wii U games over to the Nintendo Switch. It's a lot easier for, like, Switch 1 to Switch 2. But the amount of games that I bought on Wii U for full price, that I end up buying on the Switch again for full price, this one being the most recent example right here, is a lot, considering most of the first-party Wii U library came over to the Switch. And if it was coming over to the Switch, it was gonna be for full price, with nothing else to gain from it. Yeah, it's better. I think it's just half-assed. That's fair, yeah. And so far, I like the Switch too. I think I more like it than I dislike it, but I will get into my cons here in a hot second. Here's another thing that I really like. The fact that it's like, hey, you can sign up to, like, be notified about when this is available, and you'll be given a chance to purchase it. And those that are given the chance first are going to be those that have actually been using Nintendo Online for at least the past 12 months. And I think it's in the last 12 months period, have at least like 50 hours in their Switch. I have 71.5 hours in Xenoblade Chronicles X in the past 12 days alone. I've been going really hard on Xenoblade Chronicles X, so I definitely have those conditions met, no doubt. For them to check, like, hey, do you actually use your Switch? Is that a thing that you do? Oh, you don't? We're going to prioritize the people that are actually playing on the console regularly and using our services, because they're probably going to be the ones that care about this the most. So, if Nintendo was actually making these efforts to try and diminish the threat of scalping, try to make it so that the people that are purchasing this are more likely to be people that are actually going to want to use it and play it, that is good. That makes it more possible for the people that actually want to play it to get it. Less likely for scalpers to, like, just to up it. I'm sure that there's still going to be, like, a scalping problem. There's always going to be a scalping problem. But Nintendo being aware of it and actually trying to do things to help diminish that I like. So, props to them for doing that. In terms of the games, it looks like the new Mario Kart actually looks pretty cool. Changing up the formula, you got, like, 24 kart racing. We've got, like, the whole transformation sequences, the open area, and going from, like, one course to another, which I do worry a little bit about. Like, Mario Kart is naturally a negative feedback loop. For those that aren't familiar with feedback loops, it just means, like, the outcome of, or what's going on affects the next thing, and what's going on there affects the next thing. Like, that's not really how best to describe a feedback loop. But a negative feedback loop means that things want to equalize. They want to get to zero. A positive feedback loop means that this thing that's an extreme over this way is going to better snowball and go more this way. The thing that's more extreme this way is going to start snowballing more going this way. Like, Mario Kart is typically a really good example of a negative feedback loop through the item system. If you're on the front, you get crapper items. If you're on the back, you get better items that help you get even more forward. That's a negative feedback loop. It brings things, like, closer together. A positive feedback loop game would be an example like Civilization. Civilization is probably a good example of a positive feedback loop. You start doing really well in the early ages, that is going to snowball and give you, like, more of an advantage into the future. And chances are, if you're in the lead, that is just going to lead to you being, like, further in the lead in the future. That's probably why Civilization has the whole, like, ages resetting things, like, a couple times in the game, which a lot of people really don't like, because I kind of agree with the sentiment that the whole snowballing and positive feedback loop of Civ is kind of like an inherent part of Civ, and it sounds like Civ 7 kind of diminishes that, but they wanted to, like, diminish the effects of that snowballing, turn it into less of a positive feedback loop. So Civ is a good example of a positive feedback loop. Mario Kart is typically a negative feedback loop. But it's still the case that if you're in first place in Mario Kart, and you know what you're doing, chances are you're going to be staying in first place unless you get, like, unlucky blue shell, like, once or twice. Like, just hold on to a shield or two, hold that behind you if, like, a shell is coming your way, and just keep on holding the position. So even though Mario Kart is generally a negative feedback loop, it's not really strong enough of a negative feedback loop to really give a lot of threat to the person in first place, especially if they do manage to get like a decent bit of a lead. Like, that is not being lost, especially because like these better items a lot of the times will be things like red shells, for example. Let's say that someone is all the way in the front over here and you have like the other 11 races over here. Well, then with all the shells, like the red shells and things like that, they are going to be constantly hitting one another, like constantly, and pushing each other back, and the person in first is going to be getting like further ahead in first. Like, if you're stuck in the gauntlet in Mario Kart of like being in the middle and being hit with so many items, you're not getting out of that, really. So while you could argue that it's like generally a negative feedback loop in terms of the items you get, because of how it works in that sense, Mario Kart is also kind of a positive feedback loop. Whereas if you're in the lead, chances are you're going to stay further and further in the lead, because like 2nd to 12th are going to be constantly barraging one another with items. And it's like, if you have shells that you could maybe throw forward and try to like throw past, like let's say you're in third, you have a whole bunch of green shells. Do you try to throw them past the person in second and hit the person in first that's really far off and has shields built up anyway because he hasn't had to like waste his items on dealing with the gauntlet like you have? Or do you take like the much higher odds of just going for the person in second place and trying to rush ahead of him and at least being able to get second? Or maybe you're in second and you're debating about like, hey, do I throw these shells forward and have like a chance of hitting the guy in first that is so far away, and even if I have red shells, he probably has like a shield ready, so unless I have triple reds, I'm screwed, because he doesn't have to worry about spending his items just to get forward in the gauntlet. He's in first. He doesn't have to use his items if he doesn't want to. Or do I like throw them back at the person in third place and stronger secure my spot in second? So even though the item system in Mario Kart is generally like a negative feedback loop, I would argue that because of this gauntlet and where the person in first place doesn't really need to use their items, and the people that are in the gauntlet just get sent further and further back because they're constantly hitting one another, it is also a positive feedback loop. And with this idea now that that you're going from like one course to another, like the path between courses is part of the track too, I'm worried that this positive feedback loop of Mario Kart is going to get even stronger. Like, unless they really revise the item system and like how some of the game works, which like maybe they will with this game, who knows? Unless they do that, the positive feedback loop problem is going to get worse. Someone is going to get in like first place at the end of like the first racetrack and is just going to stay in first, like not seeing anybody ever again as they continue on to the other courses, and everyone else is just going to be like very slowly tagging along in the gauntlet. The person in first is just going to go through every single course with like no challenge and like be sitting around twiddling their thumbs waiting for everybody else to finish at the end. Because that was one of the things that having like a race end and another one start was kind of good at, was resetting things. That's kind of what Civilization 7 tried to implement, is the whole, there's a new age, this stuff is reset, you're starting some things anew. If you're in the middle of a war with somebody, sucks to suck. Even if you're about to capture one of their cities, nope, that war is over, a new age is starting. We're starting from ground zero from this age. Some of your stuff is carrying over, but what was going on, that's not going on anymore. Which, you know, understandable to be upsetting a lot of people that did like to be continuing their progress and doing like the whole one more turn thing that Civilization is famous for, which, you know, there isn't as much motivation for that if, you know, you're having your progress taken away. But I feel like starting a new course from the beginning is a good way to kind of re-level the playing field. Of course, like someone that was in first place is going to be starting at like the first position in the following race. But they essentially start in the gauntlet. They start in the firing range. They start in a place where there is genuine danger and there is more of a risk of them being sent to the back and more of a chance for someone else to be able to take that first place in the further races. But I'm worried that if we are doing like 4 courses in a row with the path themselves, with the path between courses itself being like part of the race, essentially just turning into one long racetrack, that without having this reset, whoever's in first by like the end of the first race, that's who the ultimate winner is, and there's no chance of them getting sent back. I do wonder if Nintendo in the development of this game has taken that into consideration. I sure hope so, because otherwise I feel like this whole one long straightaway that it becomes is going to make the game a lot more boring. It is going to take away risk when you're in first there, because you just maintain that. Who is DMing me now? It's in my server, apparently. Let's see here. Oh, it's Eagle. Let's see here. Oh golly, Last of Us Part 2 is out on PC. I wonder if it's as good as the greatest game ever made, Last of Us Part 1 for PC at Harmonia. Is it actually out right now? It's supposed to release tomorrow. Is it like a time zone thing? If it was a time zone thing, I thought it would have been like late tomorrow. Let's see here. Oh, it's out. No, wait. No, it's not. It's pre-purchase. Unlocks in approximately 20 hours. Yeah, it's gonna be out tomorrow, so it's not even like midnight this time zone. Lies, Eagle, it's not out. But yeah, that is my biggest concern about the new Mario Kart. So, generally speaking, I am hopeful about the new Mario Kart. I have it up in like the pros here. Like, glad for them changing up the formula and doing some new things. But I do worry about this approach of turning it all into one long straightaway, just making things worse, you know, kind of accentuating problems that were already there, you know. So I am a little bit worried about that, but we're gonna have to play it and experience it firsthand to see if that's the case, if it is a decent bit of a problem, or if they rework some other systems to not make that positive feedback loop too strong. This is definitely in a pro. The fact that there is a new Soulsborne IP, like, and not just like, you know, a Souls-like in terms of the genre, but like actual Soulsborne is being developed by FromSoft and is published by Nintendo. The fact that we have an official Nintendo Soulsborne game, like, what kind of timeline is this? Like, that is definitely a big pro. Maybe the biggest pro in like the whole game section, because just what? The fact that there's a new Kirby Air Ride game and that Sakurai is directing that, like, hell yeah. That's pretty cool. Not exactly Soulsborne, but it looks to be like it. Yeah, it very much looks that way. We'll definitely have to play it to find out. I know that there's like some nuance of Soulsborne, like some people debate like whether Sekiro counts as Soulsborne, for example. The fact that there was a new 3D Donkey Kong and it actually seems to utilize the new capabilities of the Switch well, with like the entire environment is destructive thing, and it actually looks like really charming and good and stuff like that. And from the other trailers, it generally looks like third-party support will be strong. These are the things that I find to be pros with the Nintendo Switch 2. And there's a lot of them here. There's a lot of things that I do genuinely really like about this console with the things that we found out today. But it's not without its cons. Yeah, there better be a DK rap remix. So, the cons. That price point is definitely a significant hike compared to what we're used to. Here in Canada, the Nintendo Switch was $400 Canadian. And the Switch Lite was the high 200s or something. I don't remember what the price of a Switch Lite is. Something like that. I don't know. But the normal Nintendo Switch was $400. And I don't remember how much the Switch OLED was, because I never looked into that. Because, like, why would I get that? I would only get that if I didn't already own, like, a Switch 1 and I was debating about, like, which Switch console I wanted. And that just makes, like, on-the-go gaming a little bit better. And, like, that's not how I'm mostly playing my Switch anyway, so. Like, it is definitely a decent price jump, and that is going to make it more difficult to afford, which is why it's nice that like it's back compatible and there's still reason to own a Switch, and there will still be games coming out that are playable on both and stuff like that. We'll see how long that goes on. We shall see here. I know that 3DS games continue to come out a decent bit into the Switch's lifespan. There are still like a lot of DS games that were coming out into the 3DS's lifespan, but that's a lot more natural because you can actually play DS games on the 3DS, and because you can play Switch 1 games on the Switch 2 anyway, it does make sense for them to continue making Switch 1 games if it's like a lower end game that doesn't need a massive ton of processing power, you know? But we'll see. Switch OS. I despise the Switch OS. I think that like the best OS and UI that Nintendo has designed for one of their consoles is the Nintendo 3DS. The Nintendo 3DS was just like peak design. I don't like this light mode. I'm switching back to here because there's like more darkness surrounding it. I thought the 3DS was peak, being able to like adjust your icons around however you want, being able to change the size, being able to set custom themes of like backgrounds from different games that also play like those games soundtracks. You like scroll across your icons and you see the background shifting behind it, and it's just like really nice and charming. Easy to understand, like all the things that you need immediately are at like the top of the bottom screen. You can tap them immediately. But the Switch just being like, here's your basic things at the bottom, your profile at the top, and a list of games organized from the one you've most recently played, the furthest left. That's basically it. Like, of course, later they added groups and stuff, so you can group games, and I started doing that for a little bit, but then I would keep on forgetting to add, like, new things to the group as I got them, and it's like, is there really much point grouping things when I'm playing physical anyway? Like, that'd be more handy for, like, digital users, so I didn't really bother with the grouping shortly after it came out, and your options for theme are just light and dark. There's gonna be no music that plays. It's just, like, the most bland thing ever. The eShop is so dang laggy and difficult to navigate. It's kind of difficult to navigate the Nintendo Switch Online app that's on it and know what's where. Like, my god, when I was trying to figure out how the hell to cancel my Pokemon Home subscription, when I just subscribed to Home for like a 1-month period just to get my Pokemon fill the decks and showcase the new content of Scarlet and Violet that was locked behind Dex completion. That was quite the trial figuring out how to unsubscribe from that thing. The usability of it sucks. The general OS is just like bland and boring, and it just lacks any charm, and it lags, and it's just not good in general. So the fact that we're bringing that back, not a fan of that. It seems like games are being priced up. I don't see the prices in Canada yet. So it is possible that maybe that's just a US thing with the prices that I was being told throughout this stream, is that, you know, maybe it's just a, whoa, my god, maybe it's just a US thing because of like Trump's tariffs here, but why does it keep doing that? Where it's going to be a lot more expensive to be selling in the States because like the shipments coming in are going to be tariffed. And of course they want to like standardize their prices, so the digital games are going to cost the same as the physical games. But I also wonder, like, are we going to see an increase to prices in Canadian games just to kind of, like, standardize things here in the Americas, even if Canada isn't gonna be, like, tariffing, like, the imports of gaming content? Because the States would be. Is that going to be standardized? Are we now gonna have to suffer from, like, greater prices? Well, because we're already spending a lot. I remember, I said so many times earlier this stream, spending $80 for the first time with Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Wii U, and being like, whoa, why is it $20 more expensive than like all the games I've bought before for home consoles? Like, this is a drastic jump. And if we jump up to paying like $100 for a video game, like, even as a content creator where the games I'm buying come from the funds that I get from this channel from doing content creation, even then, I might want to start being a little bit more picky choosy, especially the fact that Nintendo loves charging full price for their games. There might start being a lot less of the, let's showcase this other random short shit that Nintendo's putting out just for the sake of showcasing it on my channel. Like Mario vs. Donkey Kong, like Princess Peach Showtime. The things that I'll only stream like once or twice just to showcase it, that I'm already paying. I paid $80 for Princess Peach Showtime, $65 for Mario vs. Donkey Kong. If that is being price hiked up, I might start bringing it down to just playing the games that I genuinely want to play and not showcasing like the other stuff that Nintendo is doing just because like the price of entry for their full price crap is going to be a lot. $80 USD being like $115 Canadian. If I had to pay like $110 or $115 to play some garbage like Princess Peach Showtime, like, yeah, no thank you. I want to think about tariffs sticking my head in the sand is the only way I can stay sane. That's fair enough there. Hello, DS Shock Trooper. What else have we got here? It's $50 USD for the price of the camera. It didn't, to be fair, it did not say that you needed to use the Nintendo Switch camera. Like, that there was, like, just plug in a compatible camera, which maybe means that there's going to be third-party support. Hopefully. Like, for those that actually care about that. I don't really care about that. In terms of use with, like, the, like, whole gaming together thing, what I care about is the screen sharing and the fact that you can do, like, the whole GameShare thing to play games together with only one person owning a copy of the game. I don't really care about the camera thing. I'll only care about the camera thing if I can plug in either, like, this camera or just, like, a cheap camera or something else that I have around here into it and play Mario Party with, like, other people that want to hop into it with me. So this feels like something that probably not many people are going to be using anyway, most likely. Like, how many games are going to have compatibility, and is it really that important to see one another's faces as you do, like, these video conferences playing games and stuff like that? Like, maybe it's applicable to some. I don't care unless I hop into it with, like, friends of mine purely as a joke for, like, Mario Party stuff or something like that. Discord is better in terms of just voice stuff. I was talking about this earlier when it comes to the pros, where if we're just chatting and that's it, through Discord is just better anyway, if we're just chatting. And that's what I was saying with the Switch when they released the Nintendo app, where it's like, you can chat with others through the Nintendo app. It's like, yeah, just use Discord or whatever the heck else if you are concerned about, like, China potentially getting their hands in your Discord data. If it's just chatting, there's no reason to just not use other apps. But now, Nintendo is offering a service that you can't get through other apps. The whole screen sharing. I can show my game through Discord, but that's because I'm a content creator that has a capture card that my Switch goes through. Most people are not going to have a capture card or be willing to shell out for a capture card, just be able to show their friends what's going on with their game sometimes. You can do that. You can share games with one another with like this download play where, well, download play, the streaming thingamabob, where only one person needs to own the game, but the others can still hop in anyway, essentially mimicking Steam Remote Play. So I think that the whole Nintendo communication thing before with the Switch 1 was like the most pointless thing ever. Why would you download Nintendo's app? You can just do third-party stuff. And if you're playing games with one another on Switch 2, and all you want to do is chat, still, just use other apps. Just go ahead and do that. Why not? But Nintendo is finally offering a service that isn't offered through other things. This is why this was pointless before, is because if you want to chat, you can just get a better experience through other services. Now they're offering things that you can't get through other services. You can get the screen sharing, where you can show your game directly without even having a capture card. You don't even have, even assuming you did have a capture card, you would have to look at like the other device or application or whatever the heck to be able to see what is going on with the other person. It can just be on the same screen, and you can choose like what size things are going to have. You can play games together. That is all really nice stuff. And the camera would also be pointless if it was just for the sake of seeing one another, and that was it. At least here you can see one another on the same screen that you're playing your game. Like, even if I'm playing with like my camera on while I'm playing a PC game or something like that, I would have to be looking at like another monitor to see what the other people are doing, unless I make like a custom layout on OBS, in which case it blocks part of my game screen. I guess you could do things with like the windows and stuff like that, but it's just a more convenient way to see one another. And the fact that there's like built-in game support with things like Mario Party, there's probably very few people that are going to engage with that. But hey, at least it's like a funny niche thing that incorporates more compatibility if you have a camera anyway. I don't think that these are going to sell very well. I don't think there's going to be many people interested in that. I will look into using a camera if other friendos are interested in doing that, just for like the memes of trying it out with Mario Party. But at least it's like, hey, if you already shelled out for a camera anyway, then hey, here's like this built-in additional support and stuff like that. It is a little bit pricey. It will justify the price better if you can use it for like other purposes. Like, let's say you want to get into streaming and turns out you can plug in the Nintendo Switch camera to your PC and you can use that as a general webcam. That would be kind of nice. We'll have to see if it can be used for like other devices, or if it's locked to use on the Switch 2 or what it is. But the price is definitely a little bit up there. Like, maybe the camera itself needs to factor in like the background removal stuff. I don't know if that would be the console or like the camera that's responsible for the background removal. Because I've used cameras before that had like a built-in background removal software that ran off of the PC that wasn't part of the camera itself. But you know, I don't know. We'll have to look into some more stuff with this. But I just learned that the mech game Deus Ex Machina that was shown off in the Switch 2 Direct is going to be on all platforms. Nice, nice. And yeah, that was one of the things that they were talking about in the developer interviews, is in terms of like sharing one's screens and cameras, how much resources do we take away from playing the actual game in front of us? Because there is like a push and pull. There's only so many resources. There's only so much of a pool here that needs to get dedicated to the game and the streaming, like camera sharing and like screen share thingamabob. And ideally, we want a lot of priority on the game. We don't want like our own game experience to be taking like a serious shot in the foot just so that we get like a smoother experience with other people's cameras. So I do think from what we saw there, like, of course it doesn't exactly look great with like the other people's screens. Like, look at the frame rate of those. But if that's what we have going on, like, it gives us enough of an understanding of what's going on with the other screens, and like, it doesn't need to be as silky smooth if our one is still like nice and this still looks smooth up here. That's what's important. If what was up here started looking bad while this stuff was looking better than it is currently, or whatever, any situation where this was starting to look bad, then I would take issue. But as long as this can still look good, and this is just kind of like expressing the information it needs to, then I think it's fine, and like they might have balanced the resources well enough. Because again, if you're streaming stuff from others and getting like their cameras, their game screens, that is resources that can otherwise be used by your main game. So there is definitely a balancing act that you need to strike in terms of designing that kind of thing. The Nintendo Switch welcome whatever the heck thingamabob. Where the heck is that here? Let's see here. It seems like it's mostly tutorial messages that occasionally gives you, like, is there gonna be like full games with this? Are they mostly tutorials? It doesn't really say. It gives me the impression of like just very brief mini games that incorporate the tutorials that you just read about, like an instruction manual. A paid digital only game. Like, Nintendo and greed just go together so dang well. So, like, what the hell? What happened to bundling things in like Wii Sports or Nintendo Land that not only introduce the console well, but are actually just genuinely fun games? This just feels like an elaborate tutorial guide, and it's paid. Whereas, like, Wii Sports and Nintendo Land are genuinely fun video games to play. I have a hard time seeing this genuinely being a fun video game to play. And 1-2 Switch, arguable on that front. Let's see here. The whole fact that there's expansions to update games for Switch 2 hardware without new in-game content. Like I was mentioning earlier in the stream, I'm sure that, especially now that I read with the developer interviews, that it's basically like emulation, since like there isn't Nintendo Switch 1 hardware in there, that it's not as easy to just like have things run instinctively like that. Probably wouldn't be able to just plug in like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom and have it perform better if they're doing like some weird emulation thing. But I would still kind of half expect it to. And the fact that it's like, hey, if you want to actually utilize the capabilities of your console to play these games that you paid $80 for Breath of the Wild and $90 Canadian for Tears of the Kingdom, and you want it to run a little bit better with the hardware that you just paid $630 for, you're gonna have to cough up a little bit more. Like, this is new content, I guess you could argue. Zelda notes, ooh, and Google Maps that tell you to go north. I would never figure that out otherwise. And, like, with things that we discussed later in the stream, of course, like, a Korok wouldn't necessarily be marked on the map immediately anyway. I'm not paying to fix Gen 9 frame rate. Yeah, imagine there's an expansion for enhanced performance for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So yeah, Koroks would not be marked on the map by default, but you can open the app that you have paid money for to see where they are, and then it tells you where to go. But the thing is, these are already available online. There exist Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom interactive maps. Breath of the Wild interactive map. Just look it up, the very first thing that comes up. Zelda Dungeon, Breath of the Wild interactive map. Look, there's everything. You can filter by like what things you want to see. Like, let's say I don't want to see the I don't want to see where the Koroks are. I don't actually see Koroks on the side here. I'm blind. There we go. Or no, that filters it down to that. I just want to see the Korok seeds. There. Now all the other fluff is taken out. Now it's just Korok seeds. So I can do like each section of the world as I go, and then this stuff will be added to the map in-game as I complete them. So I can have a look-see here, like, which ones am I missing? No different than pulling it up on like a phone app that I've paid for. So this information is already available for free. So like the only additional content that you are getting here is paying for something that others have already offered you for free, and getting like the additional voice guidance of like, proceed north. But again, if you look at this and you can't put 2 and 2 together and figure out that you need to proceed north, then you have deeper problems than figuring out like where the Korok seeds are. There's some more serious problems afoot. But do you know what this reminds me of? Some people do for whatever ungodly reason. What this is it's a time saver pack from a Ubisoft game. I can freaking show a thing here. Literally boot up my current ongoing Assassin's Creed series here. Last played 4th of March. I was playing it on my birthday there. Will Switch 1 games ever drop in price? Where are Nintendo Selects deals? Good question. But what Nintendo was doing with that, by putting it in so much later, like, Breath of the Wild has been out for like 8 years. Tears of the Kingdom has been out for like, what, like 2 or 3 now? Something like that. But now, you can pay for this app that is going to tell you where the items are. And what? Are players going to be like, oh, now that there's a resource that tells me where items are, I'm actually going to go around to get them. Never bothering to like look up online if there's like a convenient way to find these. Oh my god, Ubisoft Connect here. I'm just trying to use this as an example. Literally what this is a time saver pack that Ubisoft has been implementing in games on and off since, I believe, Black Flag. I believe Black Flag was the earliest instance of a time saver pack. Nintendo making Extra Life maps, but somehow worse. I mean, we'll see what the quality of their maps are when, like, it's actually out. Actually, we won't. I'm not paying for that. I guess you could argue that they're worse than Extra Life because, like, you have to pay for them. At least Extra Life is free. You're just getting bombarded by, like, a bazillion streams that are playing in, like, mini players and ads and stuff like that. This is what you're dealing with if you go to a Extra Life page. I'm getting notified about, like, a thing on Twitch. Is this at all important? Hi, Twitch. Your Gone Bananas April Fool's badge is ready. Show it off in chat. That's what you want me to do? Twitch. Switch to non-mod settings. Chat appearance. Oh, no, that's not it. If there was an easy way to just do it quickly, which maybe there is, but I don't know what it is. I would put on this stupid banana badge. And wrong information. That too. That too. I'm pretty sure this game has time saver packs. I can show this as an example here. Just give me a hot second. Let's see here. I probably have to hit continue and then I'd go into the store. That's what would be the case. I hate microtransactions in modern Assassin's Creed games. Oh my god, the sensitivity. I'm so used to playing this with controller. But I don't need to play it with controller to show like the little smidge that I want to show here. So, Ubisoft games have always had things marked on the map. They're like question marks. But you don't actually know what the question marks are until you go and see them. It's a little bit different in this game. I don't know how to access the map without a controller. Rabbids bobblehead helmet. Eivor bobblehead helmet. Wait, what? I don't know how to access the normal, like, thingamabob. Like, because I'm used to controller controls. But you don't know what the question marks are until you go there. Oh, there's exclusive offers. I can get my weekly thing. My free weekly item. Whoa. Congratulations, a Varker. From the Night Isu pack. Back, please. Would this be add-ons? No, hold on. Do I not scroll? I hit Q and E. Where's the time savers? Hold on. Exclusive offers, packs, utilities. This is what it would be. Destiny 2 DLC in my Viking game. That's right. Horse armor! And it's kind of golden too, isn't it? Like there's a thing armor with sci-fi in a Viking game. Yep. Permanent boost pack. This kind of thing. The complete map pack adds a new map filter that reveals the location of all unique gear chests, abilities, territory artifacts, and opal ores. And then there's like, I'm not E more? How do I? Oh, ZC scroll? Oh, and then there's like the individual things. All the individual things. Reveal the locations of all territory artifacts on your map. Adds a new map filter that reveals the location of all abilities. Reveal all opal locations on your map. What the hell is an opal? I don't think I've collected a single one in this game so far. Unique gear chest map. Adds a new map filter that reveals the locations of all gear chests. Each rewards you with unique weapons and gears. Or you can get them all together in a bundle to, like, have all the things revealed on the map. Ubisoft has been doing this for a long time with their games, where it's like, you could just Google it, but if you want the sin of convenience, or you just don't think about the idea of Googling it, you can give us some money, and we'll tell you where you can find this stuff, because we're not telling you otherwise, even though you just paid, like, $80 or more for our full-priced game. Definitely more if you got, like, our expansions, or our digital deluxe edition, or our complete edition, or whatever the hell editions Ubisoft does. But this right here, of the complete map pack, give us money and we'll tell you where shit is, that is literally this. That is the expansion for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The performance upgrades that, like, you would think would kind of come with the console, like, you're putting this in a stronger console, the game should run better and be able to look a little bit better. That should just be expected, I would think. But if you want that, you're gonna have to shell out for the expansion here for the Nintendo Switch 2 version, and the only new content that gets added in is the stuff that is already freely available in like again, I don't know the quality of the service, it's not out yet, but probably a much better way anyway. Do you think that Nintendo's official version of the map is going to have these lines that show you your start destination and your end destination, so you know that you actually have to go like here, and then you complete like a course going this way to go to this Korok seed? Or do you think that Nintendo, with the way that they handle their services, is just going to show you this? You go here and you have no idea what the hell to do, because this isn't the actual start location. You need to start here. I forget how this map works. Maybe this is the start location and this is the end location where you get a seed. But if memory serves, I think this is the start location and this is the location you actually get a seed. Because it marks the spot on the map where, after you get the seed, it shows up in-game as like the seed location. And in-game, the spot that shows as the seed location is the end point, the spot where you got the seed. So this would be the start point, this would be the end point. I'll bet you Nintendo's thing is gonna Google Maps your way to right here, which tells you nothing. Just that, like, oh, this is the end point for something. Now I have to, like, keep on searching around for where the start point is, because the friggin' Google Maps thing doesn't even tell me the real location. I'll bet you. Again, it's not out. I'm making assumptions here, but I'll bet you that's how it works. And it's gonna be, like, a worse service. So, you know, there's that. They are literally putting time saver packs. That is what their expansion for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is. I thought that this would be a thing that we would see in, like, you know, Ubisoft games, things that you might see in, like, EA games, maybe a Bethesda game. That's what I would associate this kind of thing with. But now Nintendo is adopting the Ubisoft time saver packs for an 8-year-old game and a 2 or 3-year-old game, whenever Tears of the Kingdom came out. I'm losing track of time. I think it was 2023 that game came out. So the fact that Nintendo is now becoming more Ubisoft is scary here. You know, honestly forgot Ubisoft existed. Where the new Rayman game or Child of the Light? Who knows? Yeah, Todd Howard will be proud. Todd Howard wishes he can be this scummy. So yeah, this is like, tell me these are different. In fact, I would argue this is better. This time saver pack. I never thought I would say that about like a friggin' Ubisoft game. But this is better. You know why? It's just immediately marked in-game. It shows you in-game. You can open the map as you're playing the game, and there the icons are. Just right there. This, you have to open up your phone and like refer back and forth. Okay, where is that part on the map? I guess the two are connected because it shows like your location on the map and tells you to proceed north. So like at least the two are connected instead of you being at like a random point on like your phone map and a different point on your game screen. But it would just be more convenient to have that on your game screen. Like, maybe this is in-game too, and you can optionally do it on your phone or something. But it seems like they really want to push the use of their apps and people, like, wanting to use their apps alongside their games. That's a thing that Ubisoft actually experimented with at one point as well. There were several, like, they don't as much anymore, but there were several Assassin's Creed games. I think the last one they did and was Unity, where you had, like, an interactive map on like a phone app game where you would also be making like passive revenue by doing like different things in the phone app. So there was like additional reason to be doing it and like different bonuses and stuff that you could get with it. But yeah, Nintendo, when they can put shitty guides on your phone instead of a toggle in game, and not even for free, for a paid expansion for who knows how much. I feel my computer lagging with AC Valhalla being open, but you know, how much does this cost anyway? Buy Helix credits, so I'd have to pay $14 Canadian if I wanted time to be saved, and I didn't feel like Googling stuff. I just want to be marked in-game. I have a feeling that the thingamabob with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is probably going to cost more than $14. If I had to guess, again, I'm assuming things, but this is right in-game. It's probably cheaper. Whereas this, you have to pay for the Ubisoft time saver packs. It's on like a separate phone app rather than in-game. And what the hell? Like I can kind of get behind like, hey, there's new content at least, so you can sort of see it as a DLC. Like that is like, okay, depending on how much content is here, I may well be okay with that. And the Mario Party Jamboree. I mean, that might end up being a little bit lackluster. I've just kind of incorporating mini games of like the new stuff that you can do with the Switch 2 with mouse controls and stuff here and like camera. So I don't know how worth it this is going to be. Well, we'll see here. and what the price point is. Like, watch it be, like, the cost of, like, a full DLC just for, like, some mini-games with, like, mouse movement and, like, some camera things. We shall see here. But at least those ones are new content. At least that has that going for that. Whereas with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, it's just the game runs better, and now we're implementing the Ubisoft time saver packs that you should not be implementing time saver packs in your video game. Giving players the opportunity of speed things up, respect your time a little bit more by giving us a little bit more money. You can get done the things you want to get done faster because it's less time searching for it. And you can use our official service and quick way to find it instead of like taking the time to Google it. Even though in the case of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, the third-party means are like just superior anyway. Like this is really easy to use, these interactive maps. Like honestly, props to Zelda Dungeon. Like they did a fantastic job with these. I don't think Nintendo is going to do the same kind of job here. So the fact that like, hey, these games can run better on the Switch too, but they won't unless you cough up. And we're going to artificially increase the value of this by giving you something you already have for free. Like, Nintendo loves bundling things to increase the value artificially. Like, just look at freaking Nintendo Online in the first place, where it's like, now you have to pay to play games online. But look, now you can play NES and SNES games. This stuff is bundled in. Look at this value that's in here, even if you might not necessarily be using that. But you can't buy these things individually. You can't pay for just like an online subscription without having access to NES and SNES stuff. It is put in there to further justify the price that you're paying for the online service. It's probably a similar thing here, where it's like, hey, we're increasing like the performance of the game that you would think would kind of be built in anyway. But look, there's value. You're getting this interactive map to help you find things, and you're getting Zelda's notes. Ooh, you know, like that is very much what it feels like here, is kind of bundled to increase the value. Nintendo Online not giving us the worst Fire Emblem game, but keeping it Japan exclusive will always be funny. And, well, it was available, like, depending on what game you're referring to here. If you're talking about Fire Emblem 1, it was available on the Switch, but not through NES Online, through the Fire Emblem 30th anniversary, like, collection bundle as, like, a download code that you could only get from that. You can't buy it on the eShop. You can't get it through Nintendo Online. You need to have it on that. Oh, I meant FE6. Oh, yeah, the piece of crap that I'm playing right now, then, you mean. Yeah, I have FE1. Okay, I gotcha. But yeah, so if it's going to be adding, like, significant new stuff that does use capabilities of the Switch 2 that didn't exist in the Switch 1, like this upgrade pack, where it's like the stuff that's in there literally couldn't exist on the Switch 1, and depending on the price, I gotta reiterate, it's like, okay, I can see there being the upgrade, and it's better to shell out for the upgrade than buy, like, Switch 2 edition Mario Party Jamboree like I had to with all the Wii U enhanced ports to the Switch. Depending on how much content is here, and if it actually utilizes some new capabilities of the Switch, then maybe it's worth. So, you know, I have the thing in pros for now. It might end up moving to cons. We'll see here. we shall certainly see. And then because Pokémon Legends ZA and, yeah, there's this game where it's just like, Nintendo likes to utilize the capabilities of their new console shortly after release. I feel like this is the Switch 2's version of ARMS. ARMS came out shortly after the Switch came out to showcase like you having the two different Joy-Cons and you doing that with like the precise aiming with each. This is the Switch 2's version of ARMS, where now the new thing that you can do with Joy-Cons is using it like a mouse, so you can use both on like a surface and doing that. That's what this is. It's Switch 2 ARMS, I would say. Let's see here. Did I skip past the thingamabob of, yeah, Metroid Prime 2 and, Pokémon Legends ZA? Because these are coming out after the Switch 2 is already out, I feel like there probably isn't going to be expansions. I mean, maybe there will still be expansions for it, but it's not as necessary with this, because, like, hey, these 4 games were released on the Switch, like, before the Switch 2 came out. So, we may as well offer the upgrade for those that, you know, just want to keep on playing these games on the Switch 2. But maybe now they assume that, you know, like, people that are playing it on the Switch 2 wouldn't have bought the Switch 1 version, so there's no point of an upgrade, because I don't say anything about there being upgrades for Pokémon Legends ZA and Metroid Prime 4. It seems like those games, you either buy the Switch 1 version or you buy the Switch 2 version. but I like this look for the Switch 2 version. 4K, 60 FPS, or 1080p, 120 FPS. That's nice. Yeah, at least it runs smoothly. I was hoping that, like, maybe there'd be able to be a little bit more geometry. Because, like, they clearly saved on resources in processing power by making everything just, like, the flattest thing you've ever seen and just be, like, the same repeating textures over and over again. So I thought maybe they would, like, enhance that if there was going to be a Switch 2 version. Nah, that's asking too much of Game Freak. Yeah, there's that. So, that bit about the expansions. Again, I'm willing to acknowledge that this isn't a pro, depending on how much content there is. Again, definitely better than full-price port, but yeah. Other cons here. Yeah, just the, yeah, this is the sub-details of this, where Breath of the Wild and Tears of the King will run better for a price. You get Google Maps, and I guess there's dailies. And I think I saw when the internet was down as I was scrolling around using data on my phone, that, like, Zelda's notes offer, like, additional context, where it's like you go into Zelda's room in Breath of the Wild, and there's, like, a note on your phone app where Zelda's like, this was my room, these were the things I did in my room, is what it looks like. But it's like, who cares? And if you really want to see, like, the additional lore, just go to the internet and see someone else's Zelda's notes. Like, just like with the time saver packs, what you're paying for is the sin of convenience. Like, the sin of sloth, I guess you could argue then, is what you're paying for. This is information that you can otherwise find, but you're doing it, like, you're paying to do it through the official channels and have it be, like, there at the ready, like, in terms of Zelda's notes. This can be just as at the ready as, like, Nintendo's app could be, though, you know. And, like, I don't get it. Yeah, fucking MMO dailies. They're being added into Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Game. I don't know if it's daily rewards or daily challenges for rewards or how exactly it works. But the app that it showed that you'll be able to use with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom had, like, dailies as one of the things that you could click on for an 8-year-old game and a 2-year-old game, I'm pretty sure here. Tears of the Kingdom was 2023, right? Tears of the Kingdom, not 2022? Yeah, it was 2023. Yeah, an 8-year-old game and a 2-year-old game are now having dailies added to them that you only get if you shell out for the expansion. Yeah, and I already made this note about there already exist interactive maps online and just pulling, like, the time saver pack, because that's what this is. Like, you only get the performance enhancements if you shell out, but hey, at least these performance enhancements are bundled in with something that you already have access to, but you're paying because you're lazy. Unless you really care about, like, the dailies or something, or the other things that are in there. Then we have this little bit here. So, Nintendo, with the Switch, ended up putting some of their DLC expansions behind the Nintendo Expansion Pass, rather than shelling out all this money for, like, these DLC bundles. Shelling out, like, $30 for Animal Crossing DLC, and, like, $30 for Mario Kart 8, like, custom booster course expansions, and the whatever other ones they put, like, a whole bunch of DLCs behind that. You could instead just shell out, like, an upgrade to the Nintendo Switch expansion thing, and then you have access to these DLCs anyway, and maybe it'll be cheaper for a little bit of time anyway, if you were planning on getting all these DLCs anyway. Man, I'm saying anyway a whole lot. And look, if you get this, then you'll be able to play, like, the Nintendo 64 games and stuff. Like, they very much like to bundle things into subscriptions to get more people interested in getting subscriptions. And so the expansions here, the upgrade packs, not the expansions, I guess. This is paid only. This is paid only. Like, you have to purchase them. But these two right here, you get those bundled in as long as you're subscribed to the Nintendo Online expansion thing that comes with all this extra stuff, like your now GameCube games being added here soon, or Nintendo 64 games. And I'm surprised at how long I've been able to be live, and with the stream not dying. This conversation is going on longer than I expected. Like, it's just more things to bundle in to, like, further justify the price of the expansion. When, yeah, I'd rather just buy them individually and own them. And same thing with, like, Nintendo's classic games. Like, that's my little note here about that. I'd rather just buy and own games rather than having to renew a subscription. Imagine you're in the middle of playing, like, Breath of the Wild with, like, enhanced graphics and enhanced frame rate, And then, like, you go to boot up the game the following day, and it's like, whoops, out of luck, your subscription has just run out. You're back to playing Breath of the Wild at 30 FPS and worse graphics. Like, this is the little note that I put about here. What seriously gives me a vibe of is, like, cars where you have, like, a subscription for your heated seat. Like, the capabilities are there. You just can't have the capabilities in the machine that you paid for unless you shell in a subscription. The fact that there's heated seat subscriptions in vehicles, like, flabbergasts me. But that is basically what this is. Like, hey, as long as you're subscribed, you can play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at, like, 60 FPS and some better graphics. Oh, your subscription ran out? Back to 30 for you. You want to go back to 60, you better keep on coughing up. You're a little bit late on your payment. Get punished by going back to 30. You know, like, what the hell is this? You know, Duskbloods alone justified the system for me for new releases. That's fair enough there. But yeah, the fact that you can play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom better, but then you have your subscription run out, and then it goes back to, like, Switch 1 capabilities. Just flabbergasts me. Yeah, this little note here. I was, like, I didn't think that it would be the case, but I was always crossing my fingers that in the future, Nintendo would shy away from the subscription services and elect for instead the virtual console like they had on the Wii U and the 3DS, which wasn't perfect, but, like, at least you could buy these games and own them. You had that. That wasn't going to be taken away from you. You could play it, like, for 2 weeks now, you could put it down, and then, like, 2 years later be like, oh yeah, I never got through that game, and then start playing it again. Like, you own it. You have it. It's on that console forever unless you delete it, and I guess, like, can't re-download it now because, like, the services are down for those consoles. But, like, it's there, you know? You've paid for it, you own it, that's not going to be taken away from you. In most cases with digital games. I don't know if Nintendo's ever taken away, like, digital games that you've purchased. I guess just if you didn't have them downloaded in time before, before, like, services were taken down or something. So ownership is no longer a thing when it comes to classic games. Like, Switch games, Switch 2 games, of course you can own those, like, since that's the current console. But anything older than that, anything from, like, NES to GameCube, and maybe, like, the Wii sometime later if they keep on adding more stuff, you're never allowed to own those. It is subscription only. So, like, if you play this game for a little while on, like, a 1-month subscription, but you don't have time to finish it right now, it sucks to suck. You gotta renew your subscription to be able to keep playing. Your subscription ran out. Guess you're not playing any more of, like, Fire Emblem 7, or whatever else you want to play. And because it's a subscription for the whole bundle, let's say there's only one game that I want to play. Like, they announced GameCube games here. Let's say I wanted to play The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker on my Switch. Or my Switch 2. There's still no Wind Waker HD. Wind Waker HD is still gonna be an exclusive to the Wii U, I guess. But hey, you can play the original Wind Waker in HD, I guess. It looks like. This doesn't look like original native graphics. But only while you're subscribed. Your subscription runs out, you can't play that game anymore. Let's say you canceled your subscription to Nintendo Online, and you wanted to show a friend of yours your save file in Wind Waker and show all your progress. You're not going to be allowed to boot into that unless your subscription is active. And, like, what happened, one of my big concerns, and one of the reasons why I never want to get involved with playing Nintendo subscription-based games, is because what happens to your save data after, like, the service is taken down? Like, at least with something downloaded onto your console, like a Wii U, a 3DS, even though the services are gone, I can still boot into, like, games that I've digitally downloaded. Like, I have Pikmin 3, a digital copy on my Wii U, for example. I could boot into that and play Pikmin 3 and keep on going. But the moment that the Switch servers are taken down, which they will be one day, they can't keep on doing this forever, the Wii U and the 3DS servers are down, it's just gone. Yeah, it would just get erased from the datascape. So you can play them and enjoy them for now, but that only goes on for so long anyway. It's just a matter of time before, like, your games and your save data gets banished to the Shadow Realm when you do these kinds of subscription-based services that are directly tied to the console. So I very much like having physical, being able to pop stuff right into my console. I have so many of my PlayStation 2 games on the shelf, so many Wii games. I have a bunch of GameCube games on the shelf. I can pop that into my Wii. I never owned a GameCube, but I can pop that into my Wii, put in my GameCube memory card, and I can still play it. I could play my copy of Pokemon Coliseum that I own anytime I want. I have the hardware, I own it, I just need to plug in the things, and I get to play it. But with this, like, you can play it for as long as Nintendo's willing to support the service, and as long as you're regularly coughing up money rather than a one-time purchase. So, one-time purchase gives you the ability to, like, own the game. You can play it whenever you want, like, even if it's digital only. Like I said, I can play Pikmin 3 on my Wii U whenever I want, because it's downloaded onto that machine. It's just locked to that machine is all. You don't have to worry about, like, your save data being taken away. There's no time limit on it. You can play it whenever you want, and you just have it. Whereas with a subscription service, if you're not coughing up, your save data is going to be, like, locked away until you cough up again. You won't be able to continue playing until you do it again. And there will eventually come a time that this is sent to the Shadow Realm. Like, let's say you 100%ed the Wind Waker. You put so much time into the Wind Waker, it's 100%ed. Guess what? The Nintendo Switch servers are going down. We're moving on to the next console, and subscription's going to be over there now. Like, I mean, maybe there's a possibility that Nintendo, like, syncs, like, your save files with, like, your Nintendo account or something like that, and then that carries over to, like, the next console as long as you're subscribed. Like, maybe there's a chance that they do that, but there's also a decent chance that, yeah, that save data that you had on your console there that you were playing on, because I assume that save data for these kinds of things are saved locally on the console rather than a cloud, right? I don't actually know about that. But, like, even if it's on a cloud, if they take it down, it might just be gone there. Your 100% file of Wind Waker and other GameCube games here, guess what? It's just gone. It's been Thanos snapped. The Infinity Stones were used. Half of your games are just gone, being the half that there were subscription services for. The ones that you actually purchased and own, you still keep. But the ones that you were playing under subscription service, that's just gone. So I would never want to put too much time into a game that I'm playing off of a subscription service, because it feels essentially like a video game rental, where I only have the game for so much time. That time is going to be dependent on how much money I'm paying and how long Nintendo wants to keep the services up. But one way or another, it is not infinite. I don't have this game forever. So my motivation to be doing stuff in this save file is kind of killed, because I know it's not a thing that I get to actually keep. This is a very temporary experience where, hey, I got to have that fun, but I can never return to it. I would have to start from scratch if I was going to do something in the future. I just have to, like, cross my fingers that Daddy Nintendo provides another opportunity for me to re-experience it from the beginning sometime in the future. Also, the OG Wind Waker is such a chore, just bring the HD version already. Agreed. The HD version is a bit of a chore as well, but they did really clean things up. Like, just like the Triforce Hunt alone in the original compared to the HD version, like, night and day. But yeah, do they count Wii's Classic? Is it Wii U onward for modern Nintendo? I don't know. But now they're calling this Nintendo Classics. So, like, they are literally counting them as classics, and, like, maybe the Wii will be added sometime later. Switch Online only will last as long as they go with the Switch designs. I'm not entirely sure what this means. Okay, so your saves are on the console. Okay. So, if your saves are on the console, like, hey, your save data is there, but you can't access the game anymore because the support for it has been discontinued, or you didn't keep on coughing up funds. And another bad thing about subscription services is, I think I was briefly mentioning this before, if there's only one game I want to play, I have no choice but to pay for the entire library. If I only want to play Wind Waker, I have to shell it for, like, the entire bundle of, like, all the N64 games, all the GameCube games that they're going to have in there. Just everything is going to be available to me, which gives me more motivation to be like, hey, I have access to this stuff anyway, I may as well try out these other things. Then I start trying out the other things, and now I've beaten the thing that I initially came here for, but now I've started, like, playing another thing, and now my access to that other thing is going to be taken away if I don't shell out for, like, another month of the subscription service. So then I do another month of the subscription service, and then I get through that, and then it's like, oh, I still have some time, maybe I'll try out this thing. Oh, I think I want to keep doing that thing. I better keep on going with the subscription. This is why they do subscription services, rather than just allowing you to own things. And it's why so many things in general, media-wise, are subscriptions in general, not just video games. Like, it very much started with movies/TV, with Netflix very much paving the way for that. But now it is very much spread into other industries as companies have seen how profitable subscription services are, despite the fact that they are very, very anti-consumer. So, you know, whenever I see people that say that they're going to be shelling out for Nintendo's online thing so that they can play these classic games and stuff, you know, to each their own. but I am going to be silently judging you a little bit. But that's neither here nor there. Like Switch 1, Switch 2, etc. Switch designs. Okay, I get what you mean by that. Like, just like the Switch line that's running like this OS and online kind of thing. Yeah, the moment that's taken down, you're shit out of luck. At this point, I'm buying the old consoles used and used copies of the games. I refuse to pay a subscription for a game. Hell yeah! I can get behind that, Emerald Finder. Oh yeah, Emerald Finder. My one Patreon supporter here. I finally made a post on Patreon that links a drive link to like all my video essay scripts, including like ones that are in progress and like drafts and stuff. I haven't quite put everything in there yet, but I'm working on it. But I finally made good on like that promise to Patreon supporters, which I never had to make good on because I didn't have any before. But now that stuff is available. I did the thing. I made good on it. Another downside of the way Nintendo handles their subscription services specifically is they keep it purposefully barren. Like, how many GameCube games are coming here initially? There's Wind Waker, there's Soul Calibur 2, there's F-Zero GX. Is that it? It looks like that's it. When the Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classic stuff comes out for the Switch 2, there will be a whole whopping 3 games available for it. How many games are available on the Nintendo GameCube? Nintendo GameCube game number? What do I even Google for that? List of GameCube games. 651 games on the list, it said. I think somewhere. Where did I see that? 651 games on this list is organized alphabetically. I honestly thought the list would be longer. Is what I honestly thought. But, you know, still. We've got 3 games out of 651 if you shell out for, like, the official version. I would judge, but I'm paying a subscription for Harmonia's Patreon, and there's nothing there. I just told you there's something there now. You get friggin' access to my scripts, including videos that just haven't come out yet, or might never even get made. The exclusive access there. There is something now. But yeah, absolutely. Just, you know, why is it taking so long to boot up? Wow, now that Nintendo's rolling it out, they nuked Dolphin! Oh no! Oh, okay. Remind me later. You know, like, just do this, and there's so much more freedom with it anyway. And with this, I get to keep my save files, you know? Like, I can boot up Metroid Prime here. Oh, it might not have my save data because my OS got reset recently. Like, because of my computer being reset. I think my save data is on a particular drive. I probably have my save data on this. Probably. Let's see here really quickly. Keyboard, mouse. Oh my god, what the heck is that even? Let's see here. Sure, I just need to hit A. That's all I gotta do here. Where the heck is the thing? Is my save data here? I just gotta hit A. Really loud. Dang it, it's on another drive. Or it might be on my Windows backup. I made a backup of like my old Windows install before I reset everything because I was concerned about like important stuff being on there. I might also just have to like set the save directory here. I haven't played around with Dolphin since my computer got reset, but I do have like my old Windows backup from before my computer got reset. So if it's on there, I have it. Anyway, so bad example because my computer got reset. But point is, I have that forever. I can resume playing that whenever I want. I can keep on playing Pikmin, Pikmin 2, Pokemon Coliseum. What are other games I played on the channel here? Metroid Prime 2, Mario Party 5, doing that with Finn at Fragapalooza a couple of years ago. Maybe I'll do it with him again this coming year. You know, I get to keep that. Yeah, maybe Metroid Prime isn't the best example because of Metroid Prime Remastered, which is a fantastic remaster, honestly. But I get to keep those. I don't have, like, a subscription. And if, let's say there was a parallel universe where Nintendo did make these games available to purchase, like whether it was on PC or the Switch 2 or whatever, I would purchase them. These are good games. Like, I would like to give you my money to be able to have these games, but I will not give you my money to get it on, like, a borrowing deal for, like, a library, where I know that eventually my save data, my progress, and everything is eventually going to get sent to the Shadow Realm. But yeah, anyway, about it being lackluster. We are starting with 3 out of 651 games available on the Switch 2 in terms of the GameCube library. Like, let's see here. So 100 divided by 651 times 3. We are starting the Switch 2 with new GameCube games with 0.46% of the GameCube's library, and some games added later. Well, even if they're on the system, if you don't have the means to play the game itself anymore, then a save that you can't play doesn't do anything for you. Is the case. Or how many games are available on, let's see here. How many Game Boy Advance games are on Nintendo Switch? Last time I checked, it was like 21. Listen, Nintendo Switch Online games. Let's see here. Does it sort by console? Nintendo Entertainment System. Let's see here. Oh, it says right here. Game Boy Advance. Let's see here. Okay, last time I checked, there was 21. There's now 26 games available. So there are 26 Game Boy Advance games available on the Nintendo Switch currently. Slash, like, Switch 2, because it'll be, like, the same service. How many games are on the Game Boy Advance? So 26 right now. Let's see here. 1538. 1538. So what are we at for the Game Boy Advance library now? Let's see. So 100 divided by 1538 multiplied by 26. So even after it's been out for however many years now, like a couple of years now, the Nintendo Switch, sure, you can play Game Boy Advance games on it. And by that, subscription only, and only 1.69% of the total library. When you're doing subscription services, they have total control over what you're allowed to play, when you're allowed to play it, and just the full control is in the hand of the producer. I like to have things myself so that when I have this product, the control is in my hands, you know? Is what I very much like. So they very much keep these libraries purposefully lackluster for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, they can advertise this service more. Because if they make all their games available at once, then people will just be like, oh, that's a service that's available. And then, you know, maybe it'll get some attention and then maybe peter out over time. Or, you know, maybe people share it through like the GameShare or something like that. It gets a little bit of attention. But there's no real reason for them to continue bringing it up in like future Nintendo Directs like Pokemon Cafe Remix or anything like that. It would just feel like they're continuing to reiterate on something that like you already knew about. Like, hey, stop reminding us. We get it. This is a thing. But if they're taking the opportunity to say, hey, we have new titles, we're announcing that we have new titles, then it feels more justified. So, damn, these scripts are looking good. Are you having a look-see there? So we can expect, like we saw with the Nintendo Switch, basically every Direct that happened, they were announcing, oh, by the way, these things are coming to the online service, which is a new opportunity for people to be like, huh, I didn't know there was an online service. Maybe I should look into that. Or for people to be like, oh, that title's available on there now. I kind of want to play that title. Maybe I should look into it. Like, if you have a vast library, everything is already on there, maybe people will look into a specific title that they're interested in, or maybe not. They might just consider like, hey, the library is so vast, like, maybe it's in there, like, maybe I'll look at some point, who cares, I'm not really gonna bother. But if it's already in their face in a Nintendo Direct, like, hey, Metroid Fusion is available now, and then you find out, like, whether you expected to or not, whether you looked into it or not, you now know, hey, Metroid Fusion is available on this, and if that's a game you're interested in, you might go, oh, maybe I should start looking into the online service now. So by keeping it barren, they create a lot more opportunity to further advertise the service, like exponentially so, because they can keep on advertising it in basically any Nintendo Direct by adding just like a few more games and getting more people's interest in it. And like the fact that it's as barren as it is, like around the 1% mark for most of these libraries, is just, it just really sucks from a consumer standpoint. From a consumer standpoint, from the fact that you're shelling out for a subscription service, you won't be able to have the game until the end of time, and the total selection of games is like the tiniest little sprinkle of stuff you've ever seen. So if there's something that you actually want to play, You either have to like, that happens every time. You either have to like cross your fingers and just hope that Big Daddy Nintendo will finally provide a means that you can play this game, or you're gonna be shelling out like hundreds of dollars online for like the original hardware and disc and stuff like that. Like, good luck finding a copy of Path of Radiance or something like that. Let's see here. And that's... I already put the thing about the remaster, where I guess that's another thing about them keeping it barren. They purposefully make a classic game drought, so that when they provide like one of their far and few opportunities to actually be able to play these classic games, they can charge full price for it. Because if you want to do it legally, technically, there isn't any other means. Like, they've provided the cheapest means by providing it at full price, as opposed to like going online, buying like the original hardware and buying the game. Like, you just look at friggin' Pokemon BDSP, where that's the only way that you can play that now without shelling out like so much money for the original games. Super Mario 3D All-Stars, Skyward Sword HD, friggin' Fire Emblem 1 on the Switch, with the whole bundle and stuff there. So they purposefully keep things barren in a drought for more opportunities for advertisement and for just making there be like a desire for these games, so that when they provide them, people go, whoa, that's so cool, Nintendo provided that, I've been waiting to play that so long, thank you, Nintendo, oh, you're so gracious, you know, like, they're solving a problem that they created, and I just want like darker outsides here. They're solving a problem that they created, and they're solving a problem that they created in like the shittiest way they possibly can, and they're getting patted on the ass for it. That is what they want. Like, yeah, that is honestly just welcome to capitalism. You're not wrong. So, I really, really despise the system. I've made it clear time and time again. I really hate Nintendo as a company. Like, it makes sense that they would do this. It is the thing that naturally would drive the most revenue, but it is extremely anti-consumer, and as such, it is something that I refuse to support. So, when it comes to some future upcoming GameCube playthroughs around here, dang it, pause, darn you! Here.
Will be added in the future.
I already did a playthrough of this. I intend to do a playthrough of these one day, but I wasn't entirely sure when. Where'd my music go? It's just a fade in for like the next thing, Bob. Here, it looks like. So, a while back, a decent smidge ago here, something going on weird with the stream? I'm not dropping frames again, am I? Actually, I might be faster to if I do this. Gotta start on Tellius and XD. Yeah, might just be the case. No, playlist. Let's search for playlists. And then, Paper Mario. Let's see here. My first Paper Mario series, this. This is the faster way to find this playlist for me. So, this was announced for Nintendo Switch Online. And, you know, knowing Nintendo, I was a little bit worried about, like, well, if I play this on, like, an emulator, after it's available, like, in a much more legal/socially acceptable manner later, and they see that I'm playing it as a content creator in a method that they don't really like, they might potentially have, like, some repercussions for that. I don't want to risk things with Nintendo. So as I wrote in my description here, this was a game to play one day, but that day had to come early after the upcoming release of Nintendo's online expansion pass. My new goal shifted from, let's play it one day, to, let's play it, like, right now. Do it before it's available on, like, Nintendo Switch Online, so that in case anything worse comes to worse eventually, I hope that won't, I don't think that will, but just in case, I can at least say, hey, it wasn't available yet. I didn't even have the option to do the thing that you're saying that I didn't do. So I just did, like, the only means that was available to me at the time. Though I guess knowing Nintendo, they might still come after you for, not playing it on original hardware, using it on modified hardware and stuff, because that's Nintendo, so maybe this changes nothing. But, you know, it also makes, like, a good cover story, and the interesting lead-up and stuff like that, and another opportunity to give the middle finger to Nintendo. So partially a little bit of covering my ass, more so just like, hey, screw this situation, I'm getting this done now. And it would have to be $100 for me. $100 Canadian. Because here, family, regular memberships are like $22 or something like that Canadian a year. Family plan memberships are $45. And family plans that use, like, the Switch expansion, I think an individual plan with, like, the Switch expansion is like $50 a year. And if you do a family plan that has the Nintendo Switch expansion, it's like $100-something a year for having, you know, your family of up to 8 having access to that. And I'm on a family plan. I wouldn't want to boot out, like, all the other people on my family plan that we're saving money with just to, like, get the expansion on individual plan. We'd want to stick with the family plan. And then it wouldn't be fair of me being, like, the only person that's actually playing these classic games to be asking everybody else to, like, support me. Like, give me some money so I can play these classic games that I want to play. Also, it's just not a service I want to support in the first place. So, I made it my goal to play this game start to finish before it came out on Switch Online. And I did it. I managed to finish it before it came out on Switch Online. And I played it with, like, some mods, some graphic enhancements, and it was kind of fun, you know? And I was planning on doing Pokemon XD, like, at some point this year anyway, because I already did Coliseum a couple of years ago. So I was already planning on doing this sometime this year. This was more of a general future thing. I was going to finish up Binding Blade that I'm currently in the middle of, and then I was going to, maybe do, like, Revelations, since I still have another route to do with Fire Emblem Fates. And then maybe I'd, like, come and do Sacred Stones, so I have all 3 of the Game Boy Advance games done. And then maybe I'd do, like, Echo Shadows of Valentia to finish off the 3DS games. And then I figured, like, maybe this would come, like, after that. That would probably be, like, the next thing that came after that. Then I would do the, like, games. And then maybe I would do, like, Genealogy and Thracia. And then lastly, I would probably do the Marth games. That was kind of my order of priority in my head. But now, if I have the time, I might just follow suit with this. I already had, like, a decent list of already released games that I was planning on. I'm gonna change the music here because I think the randomizer seed is broken again. I'm switching to this one. Like, again, this might not change anything because, like, Nintendo might just be like, hey, you're not playing on the hardware that we want you to play on in the first place. Arguing that, hey, even though it wasn't available on the Switch 2, it was still available on, like, an actual GameCube. Why didn't you just get an actual GameCube and play it on that? Could see Nintendo doing that, so maybe it doesn't change anything. But in terms of, like, I have this list of priority in my head of these are the games that are already released, like the non-new releases that I want to get through this year if I have the chance. Some of those might just take a back seat and get replaced with things like Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, is what might just end up happening. I'm still in the middle of Fire Emblem 6. I'm still in the middle of Dark Deity 2 for another very similar game. But that might be a little bit higher up on the priority list. That's what it might just be the case. But yeah. Chibi Robo, Scott the Waz, this game blows. Oh, absolutely. If Nintendo sees a creator suing an emulator using, there we go, an emulator, they refuse to sponsor them. I doubted I was ever going to get sponsored by Nintendo in the first place. Like, considering the things I say about their Pokemon games, I would be very extremely surprised if Nintendo ever wanted to partner with me. I'm too honest. Bug Fables is the better Paper Mario. I've heard good things about that one. Remember, Nintendo shut down a Melee tournament because they used emulators when there was no way to play on native hardware while socially distanced. Yeah, good old using Slippy. It's like, this is a modified version of our hardware. We're shutting down the tournament. That's Nintendo for you. I already did a playthrough of this.
Nintendo GameCube?
But yeah, I was already planning on doing XD Gale of Darkness sometime this year. And maybe I'll keep an eye out for a chance to do Tellius. Like, maybe after I'm done FE6 and after I'm done, Dark Deity 2 or something. So, yeah, we'll see how much time I have. I've been putting in job applications everywhere. I actually have a job interview tomorrow, interestingly enough, on the university campus that I'm currently employed at, which I guess is because they prioritize internal candidates, so see if that leads to anything. And we'll see what ends up happening to my time once I start working full-time and stuff. On just third-party support is pretty cool and stuff. Hashtag consume darkness, as always. This is hype as heck. I got distracted and I started scrolling through. I was going through my list of cons. Is what I was doing here. Let's see here. So all the online stuff, games can be delisted and made unavailable, even outside of, like, the whole once the service goes down, you can't play it anymore. Like, this is not exactly a super common thing, but it actually happened with an NES game recently. I forget what the name of it was. I think it was, like, some hockey game or something like that, where I guess, like, Nintendo just, like, didn't renew the license. The licensing rights ran out for this one game, and so it couldn't be renewed, and so it was taken off. So if you have progress in that file, even if the service is still completely available, that game is gone. You can't play it anymore. That's the thing about, like, online subscription service libraries, is the inventory can go up, but it can also go down. Like, Nintendo seems like they don't take things off very often, but it can happen. It has happened. This here, there's no means for one specific person in a family to subscribe. It's either everyone or no one. That was the whole situation of doing this before Nintendo charged me $100. I can either, like, back out of the family and then the other 6 people are on their own, and or 7 people at the time are on their own and get, like, an individual plan. I can't get, like, just a small add-on to, like, my version of the membership that, like, gets me access to this kind of stuff while everyone else is, like, the basic kind of thing for, like, a cheaper price than giving it to everybody. It's either everybody or nobody. It's why my family group of 8 went from 8 to 7, because one of the people in my family group wanted to play N64 games on their Switch, so they backed out of my family so that they could actually do that. Like, that's the way that it is with this system. Oh, I think it was a soccer game. I think you're right. I think I'm thinking of, I'm just thinking of sports in general. Did I play the 3DS version of Luigi's Mansion 1? No, I didn't really see the point in doing so. This situation here, where it's like, you can freely transfer digital games between consoles, but only 2 consoles at most. What if you have more? What if you have a Switch Lite, a Nintendo Switch, and a Switch 2? Or what if you have, like, a Switch OLED, and a Switch 2, or whatever the heck? You can only freely transfer between, like, those 2 games, or between those 2 consoles, which is extremely limiting, especially when Nintendo put out 3 different main versions of the Switch 1, and there are probably a lot of households that do own multiple different types of Switch 1 that may be getting a Switch 2, and they'll only be able to transfer games freely between that Switch 2 and one of those Switch consoles of their choosing, you know? Let's see here. Sharing digital games is restricted to members of your family plan only. If you want to share a game with a friend, you have to go physical Master Race. You can't do that with digital. It's only to members of your family. So if you want to lend a game to a friend, you're out of luck. And, like, there are members of my family that aren't members of my family plan. Like I mentioned before, my cousin's kids, under normal circumstances, might have been as part of, like, my family plan. We share a Steam family plan, so we share one of their Steam games. But we're not a Nintendo Switch family plan, like, sharing thing. Because my cousin, like, wants to have, like, parental control over his 2 kids' consoles and stuff. I don't even know how much the kids play on their Switches anymore. Probably not very much. Mostly a lot of PC stuff. Whoops. I wanted to go to the music, because I swear we've heard this one before. And I think that the seed is broken again. I'm going to this high quote remix of Octopath Traveler here, is what I'm gonna do. So, like, they are members of my family that I do lend my Switch games to regularly. Like I've mentioned before, I'm pretty sure that they still have my copy of Tears of the Kingdom. But we're on separate family plans for these reasons. Like, these are separate households, and we have our own reasons for being our own family plans. I'm with a whole bunch of people for the sake of money saving. They're as part of family plan for, like, the parental controls kind of access. So we need to be separate family plans. But because we're not on the same family plan, and we don't count as the same Nintendo Switch family, I am not allowed to share my my digital Nintendo Switch games with my little cousins. Because Nintendo's like, oh, they're not part of the same family. They're not part of the same family plan. You're not allowed to share. So, yeah, I can't share digital games with them. I've lent my copy of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 to Maverick Zero of Fragapalooza staff. Couldn't do that if it was digital. I've lent my copy of Tears of the Kingdom to my little cousin. Couldn't do that if it was digital. They're not on the same family plan because we have to be separate. And if you want to shell out for the friggin' subscription service, but they don't, then you're not in the same plan. Like what happened with the 8th member of my family group before that wanted to leave to become part of the, like, the expansion thing and have access to N64 games. Well, that lets her do that, but now, let's say I wanted to lend her one of my digital Nintendo Switch games, I can't do that anymore, because she didn't want to be part of the standard plan, she wanted the expansion. Me and the rest of the group didn't want the expansion, and now, like, we would have been able to lend games previously, but now we can't. You know, it's just very odd. And just how game sharing works in general is just, like, really poorly explained and just kind of confusing and stuff here. And then I just put this as a point because I felt like I wanted to put it as a point, but I don't think I'd count it as, like, a pro or a con. It's just like, oh, that's a thing that exists. Tears of the Kingdom is getting a Warriors prequel game. Like, is there anyone that looks at that and was genuinely like, oh, man, I'm so glad that we get like a Warriors spin-off of like a prequel to Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I mean, maybe there's someone out there that's hyped about that. And I mean, gameplay-wise, I have genuinely really enjoyed Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Your sibling? Okay, well, they do exist then. And like the music of them is like probably my favorite part. The music of Hyrule Warriors, and especially of Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Like, my god, the Age of Calamity soundtrack goes so hard. So I have no idea, I have no doubt that the Dawn of Imprisonment, or whatever it was called, is probably going to have, like, the most amazing soundtrack ever. I think that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom soundtrack sucks, but Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity soundtrack rocked, and I'm sure that this game's soundtrack will probably rock as well. But, you know, if I wasn't a content creator, I would probably just be like, hey, if I wanted to play a Hyrule Warriors game with, like, the Breath of the Wild-like characters, I would just play Age of Calamity. Like, ooh, I get to play with this other version of Princess Zelda, and Rauru and Minoru and stuff, like a couple new characters. I haven't even unlocked all the characters in Age of Calamity. Like, I never unlocked Calamity Ganon as a playable character. There's still plenty of content in that. And I'm sure a lot of the characters that'll be available in the Tears of the Kingdom one will be ones that were in the Breath of the Wild prequel one anyway. So, I don't really see reason to be picking that up when I still have unfinished content in Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, and I can just play that instead. Like, I don't understand the point of it. Well, money, obviously, but, you know. So I think that is my list of pros and cons when it comes to everything we currently know about the Switch 2. I'm surprised that I've been able to stream for the past couple hours without the stream going down. I was going to switch to something else after, and now that the internet's actually stable, I would consider doing it. But I need to get on making supper here in a little bit, and then get changed and head out to go to Taekwondo with my little cousin. Then come back, get to sleep at a decent hour, so I can get up decently tomorrow to get to this job interview on campus, and then I can stream a bunch of stuff tomorrow. Which, again, I'll keep an eye on if this is broken. And if it's broken, I'll play it. If I look at other people's streams and videos and it's broken, I'll pick this up and I'll play it tomorrow. If it looks like it's stable and just fine, then don't expect this tomorrow. And I'll just do it sometime later, because I have lots of other games I want to get to around here. So, you know, I give it a 50-50 chance we play this tomorrow. Apparently Nyx's software is involved now rather than just Iron Galaxy, so maybe they were involved to help, like, make it better and stuff. Breath of the Wild had music? Yeah, good question. I met Zelda's voice actress when we went to convention last year. Nice. I met Ash's voice actress when I went to a convention last year with my little cousin, and I wasn't even planning on going up and saying hi, but only did because, like, there was literally no one else in line. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition has infinite more content. You can play as the girl from Link's Awakening. Yep, that is true. But the combat is also just better in Age of Calamity. Imagine if you lived on a farm with terrible internet. So many games are just not for you. Yeah, so much dependence on online. You want to play Nintendo's, like, classic games if you don't have, like, a strong internet connection? Sucks for you, I guess. Or maybe you drive into town, renew your subscription, download the game that you want to play, and then, like, drive home and then, like, play it offline. Because I think you could play them offline, as long as the console knows that you're, like, currently on a subscription. I don't think you need to be actively online. Otherwise, that would kind of shoot yourself in the foot with playing on the go. And of course, yeah, Duskblood stuff here. Alright, all in all, this was however many streams, however many hours. This is going to be an extremely long video when it goes onto YouTube after the fact, and this is probably going to take all night tonight to render. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it looks like. We're at 9 here. Still can't believe Nintendo has their own exclusive Soulsborne game. Yeah, that's what I'm very surprised about here. So, yeah, I wouldn't say that it was a fantastic direct. I wouldn't say that it was, like, a terrible direct. It looks like there's more pros I listed than cons. Like, I am generally more hopeful about the Switch. There's more things I like about the Switch 2 than I dislike about the Switch 2, just looking at, like, the list here. But this is a non-insignificant amount of cons. Like, I was really hoping that the Switch 2 would just be like, ooh, this is nothing but upgrade. Things are so good now. But, it's not really that, you know? Not everyone lives in a city with phenomenal internet, but companies these days are acting like they do. Yep. Very much so. Yeah. We shall see here. They end up doing that. So, yeah, I've been streaming for however many hours, whatever this, like, combines into when I put it together in my video editor later. Speaking of everything being a subscription service, my video editor went from a paid thing to a subscription service too. I have an old version of it. I have Camtasia 2019, and like they would try to get more money out of people that purchased it before by saying like, hey, Camtasia 2020 is now available. Would you like to spend several $100s to get Camtasia 2020? Oh, Camtasia 2021 is now available. Would you like to spend several $100s to get Camtasia 2021? And I've just never really been interested. I really like Affinity Photo. Here's the thumbnail for the thing last week. Minus these things. I didn't keep those. I put those in as a suggestion. There's the thumbnail from last week. But this is a program where I just paid for it once and I have it forever. There is now an Affinity 2. So, I mean, maybe they'll take that stance. But Camtasia recently announced that their thing is a subscription service now. There's no more buying it and you have it forever. It is now a subscription service. For, I think, 2020 onwards. If you have, like, 2019, 2018, 2017 older versions of Camtasia, you can still keep on using those until the end of time. But the ones that are, like, the modern ones that are getting constantly updated, you need to start shelling out for a subscription service. So I'm just gonna keep on using Camtasia 2019 here. It's what I'm gonna do until some other video editor gets my interest. I am not giving them another penny now that they're going subscription service, but everything has to be a subscription service nowadays because that's just the rule. I hate subscription services, man. Anyway, that's my list of all the pros and cons. I'll put this all together in my video editor. I'll put it up on YouTube like tomorrow. I'll skim through it and make like timestamps, I think, so that anybody watching this on YouTube after the fact can actually see the different discussion points. Because this basically turned into an unscripted video essay. This is what this essentially was. There was a lot to go through here. It was a lot more than just like reacting to an hour of the stuff and then giving like some general impressions. Like, it's the unveiling of a new console. There was a lot to go through here. I think I've expressed all my thoughts. I say any more at this point, I'll just be dragging it on, you know. Until a new Windows version comes out and the 2019 version isn't compatible with it. Yeah, until, like, Windows forces me to upgrade to Windows 11. Yo, video essay, let's fucking go. Better than PS5 unveiling, though? I don't remember what the PS5 unveiling was like. I don't know if I watched it. There was definitely some really good things to enjoy about, like, this unveiling and stuff with the console. And some things to really hate about it. Oh, PS5 unveiling had Demon Souls, that was all. And this one has a brand new Soulsborne. On a friggin' Nintendo console Nintendo published. I can't believe this is a first-party game. That this is a Nintendo-owned IP because they're publishing it. Like, I cannot believe it. First-party Soulsborne. Published by Nintendo. What a world we live in, huh? Also, I know that Bamco are the ones that usually are publishing the Soulsborne titles. Like, there was just Sony with Bloodborne. I don't know if, like, Demon Souls was under someone else. I think it was someone else for Demon Souls, and then Bamco came into the picture. I don't know the whole thingamabob here. But I know that Bamco and Nintendo are, like, really buddy-buddy. A lot of big players in the gaming industry, you know, are very competitive with one another, understandably, and at one another's throats. Like, Nintendo and Sony kind of hate each other. But Bamco and Nintendo are really buddy-buddy. So, with Bamco being the publishers for a lot of the stuff that FromSoft does nowadays, do you think Nintendo and Bamco discussed this and they were just like, hey, you guys want to, like, we want to use FromSoft for a little while. That cool? Yeah, sure, go ahead. You're still the only YouTuber to use Consume Darkness. Hashtag consume, what the heck? Consumer report scars. Consume Darkness. What? How do you actually search by, like, hashtag? I've never searched by hashtag before. I actually don't know how you do it. I know I can go to my video and just, like, click the hashtag and then it pulls it up. Like, let's see here. The last discussion thingamabob. This direct right here. The hashtag Consume Darkness. There I am. Click that hashtag thing that comes up. What if I do it in, like, the search bar? Because I only know how to do it by, like, clicking on, like, an existing hashtag on a video. Is all I know how to do. Hashtag Consume Darkness. Most anticipated release next year is Duskbloods for me. Demon Souls was Sony. Okay, but Atlas did the international release of Demon Souls. Gotcha. I search it a big... Really? Hold on. Whoops. Hashtag Consume Darkness? What do you mean? A big hashtag comes up, like in the thing here? I don't know what you're talking about. Like just starting with the hashtag? First search result. Oh, like this you mean. The thing that big hashtag. I see that and I think channel. So I saw this and just assumed that this was someone's YouTube channel, not a folder of videos. That's a usability issue when it looks basically like a channel, but I got you now. There it is. Hashtag consume darkness. So silly. Anyway, I think I'm gonna wrap up stream here. I'm not doing Fire Emblem 6 today after all. I'll probably go ham it out on the weekend. Now that I'm done with, like, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, done. I'll still do some more sometime later. Of that being literally the only thing that I've streamed since it came out, apart from Helldivers with my family once, and Dark Deity 2 on its release day, because it was its release day. And having, like, 71.5 hours in it over the past, like, less than 2 weeks. I'm taking a bit of a break from Xenoblade Chronicles X, and I need to start, like, hopping on some of these other things here, because, yeah, apart from those 2 exceptions, I've literally been doing nothing but Xenoblade Chronicles X for the past 2 weeks. So I'll probably commit to, like, Fire Emblem 6, Dark Deity, and, like, Final Fantasy 7 a decent bit this weekend. We shall see, but no more stream tonight. I just don't have the time for it. Tomorrow, give it a 50-50 of this. If this comes out and, like, anyone in the stream here, like, finds footage that shows that it's broken, send it to me. And that'll definitely influence my decision about whether I want to play it or not. You know, I want to see if this thing is broken in half like the last one. The Last of Us. But yeah, they worked for years, so you gotta get used to it. Okay, yeah, I just never searched by hashtags, I guess. This was a good 10-hour stream. Yeah, I guess I started at 7 a.m. Wow. You know, this is my first time ever streaming the unveiling of a new console, so I'm not used to having this much stuff to say, but there's a lot of stuff to say when it's a new console. A lot more than just, like, a short Nintendo Direct kind of thing, where it's, like, I have, like, the length of the Direct, and then usually about, like, the Direct length's worth more in terms of stuff that I discuss after the fact, is usually how it goes. But, I mean, this was also lengthened by the fact that I was constantly, like, dipping on and off from, my internet dying, you know? Still waiting for more Dark Deity 2. How's the planning? I got things pretty much planned out, and I figured that I can grind infinitely by using the friggin' gold grinding monkey. So I now have even more money than I did the last time that I played this game, and have, like, a whole bunch of EXP. So if I load this, I'm now at, like, 9 hours in, when the last time I streamed I was at, like, probably this one, 6 hours-ish. So I have, like, a few hours in the game more than I did before, and now most of my characters are around level 10. And I found out that I can also just, like, spam abilities over and over again without them really doing anything on a map at the end, and just farming EXP that way. I've gotten to the point where it's so slow that I may as well just continue at this point. So, yeah, I'm in a pretty strong state here at this point. So, I'm in a very comfortable position when it comes to Dark Deity 2 now, and I'm at the ready now to keep on, like, making another significant leap through the game. But yeah, can't quite bum rush it as well as something like Xenoblade X, but, you know, taking my time, planning stuff out, getting stuff sorted out here. So I'm on top of stuff with Dark Deity. I just haven't played it in a while on stream. Anyway, I'm gonna go make dinner, I think, is what I'm gonna go do. Go make some dinner, get to Taekwondo, get some decent sleep, job interview stuff. Maybe Last of Us 2 tomorrow, who knows? This will go up on YouTube tomorrow. I gotta download all this stuff and slap it all together, and that's gonna be a little bit of a pain. This is gonna be rendering, like, all night, probably. With the length. That's gonna be fun. Anybody watching this on YouTube after the fact? I doubt anyone has gotten, like, this far in the video, but let me know in the comments what you think of the Nintendo Switch 2. Typical YouTuber jargon stuff there. I'm out of here. So, yeah, Switch 2 stuff. And I'll probably have, like, more thoughts to offer it in, like, the coming days streams as I think more about, like, different things, but, yeah. Why are they calling it Switch 2? That's bad marketing. I think it's better than something like, the Wii U. And, like I was mentioning earlier in the stream, PlayStation has very much established that you add, like, another number at the end, and that is, like, the next generation. I think if PlayStation wasn't already doing this, and this was, like, the first time a new console was called a 2, that it would be, like, a really bad idea. But as the Switch 2, I think that it's a lot more evident than with the Wii U. Like, considering they look very similar, like, some people might still get the wrong impression. But, I mean, we'll see here. But you could also argue that about, like, the 3DS, where people would say, like, I already have a Nintendo DS. Why would I buy a 3DS? Like, ooh, it can go 3D. But the 3DS actually did really well. So I think the Switch 2 as a name is fine. Is what I think. But I don't think it will. I don't think that it'll sell as well as the Switch, considering, like, the Switch owes a lot of its success to things like COVID. And with the fact that, like, you know, you could still play a lot of games on the Switch 1 that'd be playable on the Switch 2, since I assume that they'll keep on releasing games for a little while. I just don't see the lightning in the bottle that is the Switch 1 being able to be matched with the Switch 2, so I don't think that's going to be selling as well as that. But I don't think that's going to be doing, you know, as terrible as something like the Wii U, you know. So we shall see here. Time will tell. All we can do is speculate right now, so we shall see here soon enough. But for now, I'm gone, so time to start downloading too many.